If you want to see Lone Wolf, you can skip ahead. The protagonist is a passionate young man named Jiang Ping, who can be both cunning and touching, and is a fully fleshed out character. He has classmates, friends, parents, and mentors. A rift in space opens, and demon beasts invade the land. The consensus among people is that demon corpses are inedible. Consuming them leads to pollution. By chance, Jiang Ping acquires an ancient cookbook that records various methods for cooking demon corpses, from the first-tier demon beasts to the beast gods. On that day, when demon beasts attacked, his mentor fought fiercely without retreat, and even former classmates and friends, despite being enemies, stepped onto the battlefield, determined to die, all to protect the city and ensure the survival of the human race. Chapter 1. This is 3 vials of demon beast essence blood. Stay away from Lan in the future. If I catch you near her again, I won't let you off. Ding! A small handbag was thrown heavily onto the dining table. Jiang Ping quickly opened the handbag, and 3 vials of fragrant demon beast essence blood came into view. The dazzling blood-red color was mesmerizing to a boy with his nose in the air, full of arrogance, and dressed in brand-name clothes, snorted disdainfully. Look at your naive expression. Jiang Ping hugged the vials tightly, enjoying the fragrance as he inhaled deeply. Li Xiao, don't worry. If I go after Lan again, I'll write my name backwards. At this point, he suddenly frowned. But Lan is my beloved. Li Muzi's youthful face showed some anger. Jiang Ping. What do you mean? His voice was a bit loud. Jiang Ping looked at Li Muzi, who didn't understand the rules, and helplessly said, "You have to pay more. Don't you know that?" Li Muzi was about to explode with anger. Aren't 3 vials enough? You, whose family runs a crematorium, can't possibly need this much essence blood for the 5 major exams. This is already the rations for an ordinary student for 3 months. Chapter 2. What does it say? Demon beasts are inedible. Consuming them causes red eyes and leads to pollution. Jiang Wanli loudly reminded Jiang Ping. Jiang Wanli was furious, but looking at Jiang Ping's innocent eyes, he felt like there was sand in his eyes. He knew his son was just joking. Turning his head away, he snorted, "I'm going to check if dinner is ready. You handle these demon corpses yourself." Watching Jiang Wanli's gradually stooped figure, Jiang Ping sighed imperceptibly. Jiang Ping was sick, very sick. Since childhood, he has had an insatiable appetite. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. Since he could remember, he had never been full. His parents spent a fortune searching for famous doctors to treat him, and by the time he was 3, he was thin and pale, until one uncle returned and saw his condition, suggesting trying demon beast essence blood. It worked immediately. He stopped crying instantly. His parents were overjoyed, and from then on, they began buying him demon beast essence blood. But this stuff was too expensive. It was something that ordinary families couldn't afford. Someone suggested to his father to run a crematorium. There was an unwritten rule in this line of work. The demon corpses sent would have some residual essence, serving as compensation for the crematorium workers. Chapter 3. His mother had a fierce expression and coldly asked, "What did you just say, son?" Even Jiang Wanli looked at his little rascal in surprise. Jiang Ping reacted quickly. Seeing her unfriendly expression, he immediately said, "I meant that the old master died too early. Mom, I meant how did the second old master die so early? Wasn't he only 80? That's a premature death." Yao Yujing finally snorted in response. "Stay at home properly for the next few days. When someone sends a demon corpse, just follow the procedure. I've asked for leave from school. Before we return, you just stay at home and watch the stall." Jiang Ping was even happier. He didn't even have to go to school. To be honest, he found that bird school really boring. He couldn't even practice cultivation, and he couldn't get enough to eat. So how could he have the energy to cultivate? Every movement felt like a desecration of life. As for cultural classes, haha, for Jiang Ping, who was destined to become the director of the crematorium in Nansheng, were cultural classes useful? Ordinary people might cross social classes through the cultivation exams, but his family couldn't. Once he entered this line of work, it became difficult to get out. From the moment he entered, he lost the chance to pursue advanced studies at a cultivation university. This included future generations. "All right, Mom, have a safe trip. I won't see you off. This demon corpse is quite a hassle." Chapter 4. Jiang Ping had no idea about Li Muzi's predicament. At this moment, he was squatting down, setting up a military pot in the incineration chamber. It was quite large, about the size of a basin. He was muttering to himself, 10 grams of dried tangerine peel, 200 grams of dried mushrooms? What else? All right, my dad's liquor should be strong enough. He then quickly chopped the meat of the iron-tailed eagle into small pieces and tossed them into the pot. Throwing in enough to fill half the pot, still feeling a bit unsatisfied, but the pot was already full. He chuckled, "I'll taste a bit first, and then deal with the rest." Because the book said to simmer on low heat, the flavor would come out nicely. But even though Jiang Ping was smelling the delicious aroma, he had to endure it. Before he knew it, it was already midnight. At this time, the incineration chamber was filled with swirling smoke, steam rising, and a tempting fragrance wafted everywhere. This smell was more delicious than dishes made by top chefs. And Jiang Ping could no longer resist. Looking at the iron-tailed eagle stewing like a little chick, saliva was uncontrollably flowing down. However, he was still a bit afraid of dying. He quickly used chopsticks to pick up a piece of dried mushroom that had floated up and slurped it down. His expression changed immediately, followed by a face full of surprise. Chapter 5 that night, Jiang Ping slept more soundly than ever. Throwing all the leftover bones into the incinerator to avoid leaking stuffing, waiting for them to burn completely. Looking at the remaining corpses of the iron-tailed eagles, he chuckled. "Little treasures, I'll eat you tomorrow." With a carefree stride, he returned to his room to sleep. This was the first time since he grew up that he didn't wake up hungry in the middle of the night, sleeping all the way until noon. If it weren't for the heavy knocking on the door, he might still have been lost in a beautiful dream. "Who's there?" Jiang Ping, wearing slippers and rubbing his sleepy eyes, went to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he received a smack on the head. "You little brat. What time is it? Still sleeping? Where's your dad? Come to collect the corpses." Startled, Jiang Ping woke up and looked at the demon corpse, almost gasping in surprise. "I haven't even finished eating yet, and you brought more? This is too blissful." But since someone was there, he couldn't be too reckless. Jiang Ping grinned. "Uncle Nyo, I stayed up late studying last night. My second granduncle passed away, and my parents went back to pay their respects." Uncle Nyo laughed and scolded. "Stop your nonsense." However, his face soon turned serious. "In that case, I'll take the demon corpse back first to the crematorium." Chapter 6 Jiang Ping's expression changed drastically. There was actually a demon beast inside the wall. This was very unusual. Although his home was in the suburbs, it was still inside the wall. And the sudden appearance of a demon beast felt very wrong. Thinking about what Uncle Nyo had said in the past few days, Jiang Ping seemed to recall something. Could there be a spatial rift near the crematorium? Just thinking about it made him jump. The 13 cities had very strict control over spatial rifts, especially wild spatial rifts. Different control measures were taken according to their levels. Jiang Ping sniffed. There was a demon beast outside, with a cultivation level of about 5 levels. This was a new ability he gained after eating the howling moon dog, allowing him to sense the surrounding environment through smell. At a minor level, he could detect dangers within 100 meters without interference. This was the innate ability of the howling moon dog. After eating dog meat for so many days, Jiang Ping had already reached a major level and could roughly gauge the cultivation level of the target. Jiang Ping's eyes flickered, feeling very conflicted about whether to report to the city defense team or not. If it were before, his first thought would definitely be to report to the city defense team and let the professionals handle it. But now he was a bit torn, as the saying goes. With a sharp weapon comes a murderous heart. He was now at the 7th level and held skills like the sharp claws, which were already at a major level. Chapter 7 Author's Note. The next 4 to 5 chapters are just for a recurring foreshadowing, but the plot might have some flaws. Those who mind can skip this little side story. Thank you. This is my responsibility. I'm thinking about how to revise it to make it more reasonable, but I haven't figured it out yet. The burrowing mouse couldn't last around, and in less than 10 seconds, the once fierce burrowing mouse lay on the ground. Each mouse's head punctured with 5 bloody holes. TSK, it feels a bit like bullying. Jiang Ping was already at the 7th level, and his cultivation was inherently higher than that of the burrowing mouse. Plus, he had the major level skill of sharp claws, completely dominating it. Major level skills were standard for spirit realms, but Jiang Ping had obtained them just by eating. What was even more perverse was that he had a major level sense of smell, allowing him to anticipate enemies. This group of burrowing mice couldn't even make a sneak attack. Wasn't that bullying? Digging for demon cores, he continued on. After walking for a full 20 minutes, Jiang Ping finally left the small path, but when he looked at the scene before him, he was obviously stunned. Frowning. Is this a temple? Cautiously sniffing, he didn't detect any danger. But what was going on with this peaceful temple illuminated by the light of Buddha? Chapter 8 The iron-tailed eagle wasn't a foolish bird. How could it possibly die in the temple? This was a demon beast. After listening to Liao Chen's description, it was a wild chicken. Did he think he was blind? Taking a deep breath, then that's really lucky. Master Liao Chun, can I do it myself according to the old rules? Liao Chun smiled and nodded, but that smile seemed so eerie to Jiang Ping, filled with a sinister charm. The sound of duong, came from the kitchen, causing many monks chanting to look towards the kitchen, then smile. The Buddha said, if I don't enter hell, who will? During the day, the weather remained as clear as ever. Jiang Ping ate the prepared iron-tailed eagle again. It wasn't very high in cultivation, only 3 levels. Jiang Ping always felt that this temple was too strange and prepared to take his leave, thinking he had acted hastily. However, just as he was about to express his intention to leave, Liao Chun came again, his tone undeniable. Benefactor, the host, is free now. I heard a handsome young man has arrived at the temple and wants to talk to you. He forcibly stifled Jiang Ping's next words. He knew that if he didn't go this time, he would likely face serious consequences. Chapter 9, the first point. Only one supreme skill can be chosen, located on the 3rd floor, and one must not be greedy. Jiang Ping nodded, indicating he understood. The second point was that he had to come out within 2 hours. The ancient door was pushed open, and Jiang Ping walked in. Scrolls of books were displayed on the shelves. And Jiang Ping was surprised to find that Qianfu Mountain had so many cultivation methods. He actually was interested in the supreme skills. The guidance techniques practiced in the 13 city schools had been meticulously compiled by many great figures, far superior to the trivial skills from the spatial rift of Qianfu Mountain. Even supreme skills were of no use to him now. The path taken by the 13 cities was different from theirs. It was a much simpler method of consuming demon cores, but it was many times stronger than the wild chicken techniques produced by ordinary sections. Moreover, you cannot learn the cultivation method. However, devouring the demon pills allows you to directly acquire skills, and these skills can inflict the most damage on demon beasts. Of course, the most critical point is that these so-called cultivation methods are passed down in an orderly manner. Why would he neglect the guiding technique that has already been proven effective and instead practice the bizarre 1000 Buddha mountain technique? Is he crazy? If something goes wrong, he won't even know who to ask for help. Chapter 10. Perhaps due to Jiang Ping fainting, the old monk did not seek him out again. And Liao Chun also stopped mentioning the ultimate skills. Astonishingly, Jiang Ping was allowed to stay like this. However, every day, Liao Chun brought him an increasing number of demon beasts to eat. The next day, it was a 7th layer iron-tail eagle, which brought his sharp claws directly to the perfection level. The 3rd day, surprisingly, it was a 9th layer iron-tail eagle, allowing Jiang Ping to acquire another skill. Eagle Eye, dynamic vision, auxiliary ability, the iron-tail eagle's unique foraging method. Jiang Ping's cultivation also began to rise from the 7th layer to the 9th layer. With 3 iron-tail eagles a day, it was hard not to progress. However, Jiang Ping's heart grew heavier because the increasing number of iron-tail eagles he consumed made the entire temple exude a strange atmosphere, one of restlessness. Even Liao Chun's expression when looking at him seemed off. At night, Jiang Ping practiced his skills in his room and sensed danger approaching. He could only strengthen himself. However, the rift wouldn't exceed the spirit realm, which eased his mind somewhat. Being in the 9th layer, he could always fight his way out if necessary. In the old monk's room, the dim light flickered and a hoarse voice emerged. Chapter 11. Just as the old monk was about to make a move, a warning suddenly surged in his heart. Instead of being afraid, the old monk became even more excited. The warning confirmed his thoughts. At night, Jiang Ping felt that he had been here for quite some time and should leave. However, after so many days, he still hadn't figured out how to get out. As the path up the mountain had vanished, lying in bed, tossing and turning, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Liao Chen's voice came through. Benefactor, the master requests your presence. Jiang Ping's heart sank. He had always felt that something was off about the old monk's expression today. Liao Chun coming over now was definitely not for a meal. His right hand moved slightly, feeling the master-level sharp claws, which gave him a bit of reassurance. Spirit realm, master-level skills. This was his confidence. Suddenly, as he opened the door, a heavy stick appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Ping cursed angrily in his heart. An ambush. The sharp claws activated. Grabbing the stick, that came charging forward effortlessly, and the stick was surprisingly held in Jiang Ping's hand. Liao Chun was shocked. Jiang Ping looked at Liao Chun with a smile. Master Liao Chun, what is going on here? Liao Chun pulled hard, but the stick didn't budge. Chapter 12. The old monk's expression turned horrified, as if flames were erupting from his bald head. glaring fiercely. "You dare?" The furious shout made Jiang Ping shiver all over. Then, a metal lighter fell to the ground. With a loud bang, the temple's bed curtains and candles ignited in unison, flames soaring into the sky. The old monk was furious. No, he was looking at the flames rising before him, nearly going insane. This was all his supplies, his means of survival. To be burned by a single fire like this? The looks of the little monks under the flames seemed to soften a bit, and Jiang Ping vaguely heard the sound of chanting. But more so, it was the old monk's furious and unwilling roar. "Kid, are you seeking death? How dare you?" Jiang Ping's innocent face spread wide, hands raised. "Old monk, you have wronged me. If you hadn't shouted so loudly, how could I have slipped?" The old monk could no longer control his rage, reaching out toward Jiang Ping, his steps quickening, taking several steps in one. Jiang Ping didn't expect the spirit realm old monk to be so terrifying with such speed. Looking at that pale finger, joints, and even the glowing nails, Jiang Ping's heart sank. Perfect Eagle Claw? Chapter 13. There were even rumors that a coordinate for a time rift had been sold for a sky-high price of 80 million. 80 million is enough to allow an ordinary person to cross classes. This shows how rare time rifts are. However, if you think the buyers lost money, you are mistaken. Those who buy such coordinates are undoubtedly wealthy and powerful families or officials. They are not fools. After breaking through this time rift, they will spend a fortune to solidify it, not only solidifying the structure of the space, but also the flow rate of time. The speed of flow depends on the rarity of the materials, ultimately determining how much space can be preserved. The price required is astronomical. Yet even so, people still flock to it. This is time. Talents from wealthy families practicing in such rifts achieve twice the result with half the effort. For ordinary people, 10 years is just 10 years, but for the talents of these families, their 10 years could be 20. The specifics are directly linked to the depth of their background. Therefore, even with such rarity, time rifts are still highly sought after. Thinking about this, Jiang Ping felt he had missed out on 1 billion, no, 10 billion. If he had known this was a time rift earlier, he definitely. Chapter 14. Jiang Ping slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten this? He is known for his honesty. He stood someone up. This was the little brother from the 3 little ones. The one who brought him the book that turned from a children's story into a recipe. Jiang Ping felt a bit flustered. This was a mess. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Just pretend he didn't hear it, and after school, he would find him. Little kids, just give them a little sweetness, and that's enough. Having thought of this, he acted quickly, lifted his legs, and ran into the school gate. The little carrot head was so angry he was about to cry. "Brother Binzi, it's me, look at me." He jumped up while saying, thinking Jiang Ping hadn't seen him. He tried his best to jump high. When he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the security guard. "Little friend, what are you doing? This is not a place for you." The little carrot head sniffled, feeling a bit wronged, and huffed at the security guard. 3 little ones, it's just a cultivator's school. What is so great about it? Sooner or later, I'll come here too. This left the security guard at a loss. He feared if they continued talking, the child would cry, which would be hard to soothe. Realizing his tone was a bit heavy, he forced a smile. "Little student, I believe in you." Chapter 15. Behind Dongfang Lan, Jiang Ping couldn't help but laugh. He didn't even bother to explain such a question himself. He casually pointed at a classmate eating a pancake, smilingly said, "Xiao Huang, why don't you explain it to young Master Li?" Little Huang gleefully devoured the rolled pancake in his hand, then stood out from the crowd, proudly cupping his hands to those around him. The others responded with a chorus of boos. Little Huang didn't mind at all and said smugly, "Leader Xiao, it's clear you're an outsider and don't understand the local customs. In our school, no, I should say among all the students in South City schools, there's an unwritten rule." He looked as if he was giving a grand speech. For a moment, Li Zimu was genuinely taken in. He blurted out, "What rule?" Little Huang chuckled and slowly replied, "Brother Bottle belongs to everyone. We need to protect him. Today, you can't say you're some big shot or mention that you're a big boss. But in South City, you can't mess with Brother Bottle." As he spoke, he pointed at Dongfang Lan. "Today, not only can Senior Lan Lan beat you up, but if you dare to touch even a hair on Brother Bottle, I, Little Huang, and all your classmates with insight will beat you up. Do you believe it?" With a loud bang, Li Zimu was thrown into chaos. Chapter 16. Have another one? Even the old principal was shocked by Li Ziqing's dominance. As if giving birth was like going to the market for wholesale. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "All right, let's give it a try." Li Ziqing left, while the unfortunate Li Zimu was running laps on the playground. Still 50 laps, which could be considered the limit for an ordinary person in a harmonious society. Even among these students, who were children grown on the blood of magical beasts, running 50 laps was quite exhausting. Because running 50 laps in an hour is a different concept from running 50 laps in half a day. Therefore, Li Zimu was gasping for breath. And if he slowed down even slightly, the black-faced god behind him would flick a tiny glass ball that would hit his thigh muscle. The aim was to make you hurt without causing real injury. It was said that the black-faced goddess position as the head of discipline had a lot to do with this skill. On the third floor of the teaching building, Little Huang leaned close to Jiang Ping and Dongfang Lan, looking pleased. Brother Bottle, go take a look. That leader, Xiao, has been caught by the black-faced god. It's strange, he didn't even expose us. The two exchanged glances, somewhat surprised. They thought that based on Li Zimu's performance today, even though Jiang Ping had run away, he would eventually be caught. Chapter 17. This seriousness made many people laugh heartily. Little Huang began to clutch his stomach, banging on the table and giving a thumbs up. Brother Bottle, it's all you. No one else could come up with such a funny joke. Jiang Ping grew anxious. Did these little brats look down on him? Having not practiced for so long, even though he didn't say anything, he was certainly uncomfortable inside. Who doesn't want to slap others in the face? But he knew that whatever he said would be nonsense. It was better to let actions speak. He immediately made a decision. He extended his right hand and, using his master-level claws, slammed down hard on the backboard. With a loud crash, a subtle energy flowed between his fingers, glowing faintly red. In an instant, the thick blackboard was punctured with 5 deep holes. The class fell silent. As if time had paused, Dongfang Lan covered her mouth. Little Huang held his stomach, eyes wide open. Even Teacher Bai was stunned at the moment he saw the momentum Jiang Ping unleashed and the red energy that flowed from his fingertips. Spirit realm? He gasped in his heart. The aura Jiang Ping had just unleashed, along with the energy representing the spirit realm, clearly indicated that Jiang Ping had reached the spirit realm. Chapter 18. Now it was Teacher Bai's turn to purse his lips and say, speak. For someone as significant as Teacher Bai, with such a strong sense of revenge, Jiang Ping was extremely disapproving. But looking at the old principal's piercing gaze, he could only speak. I don't know. I saw you last week. Drank the essence blood you gave me. And after sleeping, I was fine the next day. So, this should be something you should ask. Where did the essence blood come from? Is there anything magical about it? The old principal's mouth dropped wide open. Just like that? Jiang Ping shrugged. Just like that. It's not that he didn't want to tell the truth, but it was too absurd. The consensus that beast meat cannot be consumed was deeply rooted. If he were to say it, not only would he be unable to explain himself, but it might also lead to some uncontrollable consequences. While the matter of cultivation was special, it could still be explained. But eating beast meat? That was truly unexplainable. The old principal fell into deep thought and then picked up the phone on the table, asking seriously on the other end. Hello? Where did the essence blood from the magical beast you brought me last time come from? On the other end was his son, a member of a special operations team. Chapter 19. But to avoid affecting his image as a master teacher, he cleared his throat. Jiang Ping, your speed is quite good among your peers, but you still fall short compared to the teacher, especially since the principal's son was self-taught. Jiang Ping's eyes widened in belief. He truly didn't understand cultivation. All right, I'll keep trying. Teacher, the book says the color of the aura relates to its attributes. Yellow is earth, red is fire. So is mine fire attribute? Attribute abilities are also abilities carried by the aura. Different physical qualities can produce different attributes. Teacher Bai rubbed his stiff face. Fire? Fire my leg. This red is blood red. It has nothing to do with fire. He voiced his doubts. Jiang Ping fell silent upon hearing this. This isn't right. Isn't mine a fire attribute? Then what is this? I can't just be classified as blood attribute because I've drunk a lot of essence blood since childhood, right? The textbooks didn't mention this. Teacher Bai thought for a moment and actually found Jiang Ping's reasoning quite reasonable. What you said might be right. I can't understand this. Maybe someone at the academy will know when you enroll. Chapter 20. All right, you don't need to worry about this. I have my own arrangements. You reckless thing. Where's Xiao Jing? Let her answer the phone. Jiang Wanli was scolded so much that he couldn't lift his head. By the way, Jiang Wanli and Yao Yujing were also students of the old principal, back when the principal was not old. Yao Yujing answered the phone with some trepidation. Having heard her husband being scolded, gritting her teeth, she called out, Teacher, it's Xiao Jing. How have you been lately? Jiang Ping couldn't help but chuckle at her, like a student who had made a mistake. The old principal's attitude was clearly much better. "Humph. I'm still alive and didn't die from you guys. Don't worry about Brother Bottle. I have my own arrangements. Your senior sister had a similar case. That child went to the front lines to enlist and was later recommended to the academy in the name of the military. Don't worry. I want to delay Brother Bottle's matters. I'll talk to your senior sister later and see what she says." Yao Yujing was deeply moved. The teacher truly cared for them. Tears almost fell down, and the old principal on the opposite side snorted. "Stop crying. You're getting old and can't stand this." "Hold it back." Yao Yujing actually only let the tears swirl in her eyes, not daring to let them fall. After chatting for a long while, the call finally ended. The family exchanged smiles. Chapter 21. The Story of Practitioners was his favorite book to read before, similar to the magazines from the Harmonious Society era, published once a month. It collected interesting stories from various places, including some big shots doing earth-shattering deeds, a lucky person accidentally entering a rift and greatly increasing their cultivation afterwards, and the trivial matters of aristocratic families. In the past, he found these stories fascinating. He had just recalled a story. Of course, it could only be a story about a young man who accidentally entered a secret realm 10 years ago, experienced extraordinarily difficult battles, and eventually came out. By chance, he obtained the token of that secret realm, and coincidentally, that rift was a time rift. From then on, he possessed a time rift, enjoying cultivation boosts at different speeds, eventually growing into a big shot. However, it seemed that he had fallen in recent years, and it was only after his fall that fans researched his life and uncovered bits and pieces of information. Of course, the authenticity could no longer be verified. Jiang Ping was a bit whimsical. Could it be that I'm also a lucky one? Recalling how he made the beast meat disappear just now, he cut another piece. Then he stared at it. Chapter 22. Simply put, the skills refined from the monster cores serve only as a large framework, the operating memory. The larger the operating memory, the sturdier the framework, and the greater the potential of this innate skill. The future achievements would also be greater. Of course, this was something only the children of big families could afford. Ordinary people could only find similar monster cores and then go to specialized institutions to refine a similar skill. Naturally, the gap between the future of ordinary people and that of big family children would grow wider. However, the officials of the 13 cities had also considered this issue. Thus, the academy was established. It was widely recognized in the 13 cities that all students were not allowed to break through to the spiritual realm during their high school years. This was the official consideration of the 13 cities. Because ordinary people wanted to obtain a good monster core, a good framework, they could go to the academy to obtain it. Whether from big families or small families, 90% of the monster cores they could get were leftovers from the official. To obtain a good one needed to go to a good academy. However, the academy was not selfless. To obtain a good monster core, one also needed to pay a price. The difference between ordinary people and big families was merely that the children of big families could rely on their family's help to obtain monster cores faster and better. Chapter 23. Is it difficult? Juanxiu laughed and cried. If it were someone else, she would have scolded them a few times, but at this point, how can you say it's difficult? But this was her mentor, so she could only nod helplessly. Not difficult. The old principal then smiled. Good. You've chosen this path well. I think it's feasible. Well, teacher, since it's decided, let Jiang Ping come. This selection competition will be held in the 3rd domain, and time is tight. I'll issue a formal letter. You bring the child over. The old principal frowned. 3rd domain? Why there? Didn't they say recently that there are at least 10 new rifts appearing there? It should be a tense time now. Juanxiu nodded. Yes, they said that the fire seed must have the appearance of a fire seed and be prepared to burn everything. So the front line is the most suitable. Juanxiu, the teacher has no other abilities. I can only rely on you students. This was a heavy trust. Juanxiu nodded. Don't worry, teacher. I will arrange it well. This child won't have any problems. Jiang Ping was diligently taking notes, absorbing various cultivation knowledge like a sponge, all of which he had previously missed. Then he saw teacher by coming. Chapter 24. Jiang Wanli's eyes were almost bulging out. He hurriedly said, Teacher. The old principal turned around and said fiercely, Shut up. Do you have a right to speak? Jiang Wanli couldn't believe it. My son can't speak? Yao Yujing beside him also pulled him back. She certainly knew what that was. The names and phone numbers on it would definitely not be simple. She knew she shouldn't want it, but that was her son. and she had her own selfish desires. Jiang Ping took the paper, glanced at it, and noted it down. The black-winged eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. He thought there would be strong winds, but it was surprisingly calm. Looking at the man sitting next to him, "Senior brother, your aura is impressive. It can even resist the wind? How did you do that? Can you teach me? By the way, senior brother, what should I call you?" The man smiled and said, "I'm Jiang Nan, a backup driver for Team Shun. This is called an energy shield. Once you enter the academy, these are the most basic applications, but you need to be at least at the integration realm, so for now, don't think about it." Jiang Ping was amazed. Indeed, it was great to see grand scenes after coming out. "Senior brother, you're so impressive, yet you're just a backup driver?" Jiang Nan laughed heartily at Jiang Ping, recalling how pure he was when he first came out. "Of course, I'm just a backup. Do you know what kind of vehicle the dedicated drivers of Team Chun use?" Chapter 25. At the beginning, Chun Juanxiu intended to operate according to the teacher's arrangements. But when she saw Jiang Ping for the first time, she changed her mind. This child cannot be coddled. Although the teacher was trying to prevent Jiang Ping from encountering accidents, can a greenhouse environment help a person grow? She could help him secure a spot in the top 16, and with the teacher's connections, she could ensure Jiang Ping had a good future in the academy. But that would ruin the child. From the moment she saw Jiang Ping, she sensed a vitality that she hadn't seen in a long time. Moreover, she slightly sensed Jiang Ping's level of cultivation. His foundation was very solid, and most importantly, his physical fitness was excellent. She heard that this child had only practiced some basic skills, and his claws were his strongest skill. Reaching this level must have required efforts unimaginable to ordinary people. Such a child, if everything went smoothly, might end up being wasted. Therefore, she changed her mind. She wanted Jiang Ping to give it a try. After all, she would have his back. The seventh moment of the spiritual realm was quite different from what the teacher said about just entering the spiritual realm. What did this represent? It represented that Jiang Ping, among his peers, was not inferior even to those for big families. With such talent and perseverance, her desire to nurture talent was ignited. With a bit more effort, he might directly reach the integration realm. Chapter 26. Lu Xiao, I heard that all the elites from the 13 cities are here. Geniuses below the integration realm have all come, and the competition is fierce. One person sighed. Immediately, another chimed in. Yes, yes. I also heard that there are as many as 300 people. It won't be easy this time. But Lu Xiao, our top genius from Mingsheng, will definitely sweep through. Jiang Ping listened with great interest. The flavor was just about to rise. He failed to show off in the southern city, but it seemed promising here. Isn't this just the exclusive phrase of a villain? Carrying a rolled-up bedding, holding a basin and toiletries, Jiang Ping was about to knock on the door when he heard a very angry voice. Jiang Ping, what a narrow path for enemies. Jiang Ping even sensed a sinister laugh. Turning around, he was amused. What a coincidence. Young Master Li is here. He was somewhat surprised to see Li Zimu here, but not too surprised. Li Zimu was very excited. He couldn't continue at school, and the way the other students looked at him was strange. If it weren't for his sister holding him back, he would have rebelled long ago. So when he learned about this assessment, he decided to participate and begged his parents for a long time. Chapter 27. The Spark, to become that spark. That is the ultimate goal. The first round of the elimination match began, and it wasn't as grand as imagined. A group of people followed a man in a black uniform into a fissured space, where they casually said, "You have 1 day to hunt demon beasts alone, the right ear as proof. And points will be awarded based on the level of the demon beasts." Note, there are no beings below the spiritual realm here, so if you want to withdraw now, it's too late. By the way, don't think about cheating. Those caught will never be employed. These motorcycles are for you, one for each person. Just like that, they left behind a group of stunned prodigies. This was different from what they imagined. They should have been treated like stars surrounded by the moon. Why was it so hasty? It was so hasty that it didn't feel like an assessment, more like a makeshift performance, compared to the dissatisfaction of others. Some had already discovered the trick. There were cameras everywhere. Jiang Ping was the first to notice a lot of them. He felt heavy in his heart. The presence of cameras was not conducive to his operations. But where there's a will, there's a way. Whatever, under the gaze of others. He was the first to charge into the wilderness. Chapter 28. Now Jiang Ping's actions not only destroyed several cameras, but the direction he ran in was also wrong. He had left the examination area, which meant there wouldn't be as many cameras, and if danger arose, there would be no way to handle it. Chun Juanxiu fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said with difficulty, "Don't worry about him. Let us see what he wants to do. Jiang Nan, go check it out on the black-winged eagle." Jiang Nan hurriedly went to act, entering the fissured space. Jiang Nan was also a bit anxious. He hoped this kid wouldn't get himself killed. Jiang Ping looked back at the increasing number of wind-chasing wolves, excitement on his face, saliva almost dripping. There were around 70 or 80 of them. Looking around, there were basically no cameras. So he became bolder and began to slowly close the distance to the wind-chasing wolves. At that moment, the fastest wind-chasing wolf was almost upon Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping looked at the wind-chasing wolf and grinned. "Come on, little treasure." He touched the red mark on his wrist. In a flash, that wind-chasing wolf disappeared. Amazing, it was truly miraculous. This left the other nearby, wind-chasing wolves in a daze, wondering where their large companion had gone. This place was deliberately chosen by Jiang Ping. There were no cameras, and the closest one was 800 meters away, facing the opposite direction. Chapter 29. On the black-winged eagle, Jiang Nan watched Jiang Ping's actions and quietly picked up the special intercom. "Shin group, should we still follow him?" In the command room, whether it was Chun Junxiu, the old man, or the recorders, they all fell silent. This kid is too reckless. Just now, who didn't see Jiang Ping's method of crushing the wind-chasing wolf? There were a ton of cameras there, and that wind-chasing wolf was at least at the 5th level of the spiritual realm, yet Jiang Ping crushed it with one move. If you have that kind of strength, why not just kill honestly instead of making such a fuss? What's the point? Is it for the thrill? Chun Junxiu fell silent for a moment, rubbing his temples and said, "Withdraw. Let him play with his own death." For the first time, she felt she couldn't figure this little guy out. She silently scolded him in her heart for being such a mischievous brat. The old man also smiled. "Junxiu, this kid is the one old Mo said to take care of, right?" Chun Junxiu nodded helplessly. "Did the teacher greet you too?" The old man laughed heartily, of course. He said this kid is quite well behaved, but this performance, TSK. A rare blush appeared on Chun Junxiu's charming face. How could she not know this was teasing her? Chapter 30. As night fell, Jiang Ping found it increasingly convenient to work, killing a few and capturing a few from time to time. He didn't dare touch the enraged bears behind the wind-chasing wolves because he could sense the ferocity of the bears. He couldn't provoke them. He only hunted wolves. The spiritual realm body already had some extraordinary characteristics. At least staying up late was no problem. Staying up all night was just like playing. In fact, not only was Jiang Ping busy, but others were too. Who dared to sleep? Sleeping would mean being surpassed. There was a possibility of elimination, and everyone was desperately killing wolves, while they didn't dare to touch other areas. Only Jiang Ping wandered aimlessly. By the time dawn arrived, Jiang Ping had just the right timing to hide in the Swallowing Sky secret realm and cook meat. Spiritual realm, 3-level wind-chasing wolf, little demon. The meat is tough, with little flesh and a lot of bones. The bones can be boiled to slightly increase the gas concentration, and the meat can slightly increase satiety. 80 grams of strong liquor, 200 grams of dried chili, 10 grams of bay leaves, simmer on low heat. Note, the wind-chasing wolf has a hint of wind comprehension, which can be absorbed randomly. Comment, hard to swallow, but if you're starving, you can eat a bit to try. The comments are still so proud, but clearly much better than before entering the spiritual realm. Chapter 31. Jiang Ping realized he had returned just in time, feeling somewhat relieved. If he had overslept, it would have been bad. However, he heard the 3 boys behind him talking. After all, there was a bond of friendship from the gifted motorcycles. So Jiang Ping couldn't ignore them. Or were you just saying? The few exchanged glances, relieved to find out they had all been robbed. The boy in front, about 175 meters tall with a few pimples on his face, quietly repeated, "Boss, let us follow you." Jiang Ping laughed. "Follow me? This is a selection. Everyone is a competitor." Little did he know, they shook their heads. After we go out, wherever you go to school, we'll follow. I heard you can form your own battle team at the academy. Jiang Ping was slow to realize their thoughts. He chuckled. "Let us get out first. I don't want weaklings." "Shut up." Jiang Ping was still smugly talking when a loud shout came from the assessment group. Jiang Ping shivered in fear. The members of the assessment team glared at him angrily. Furious, this kid had increased their workload by an unknown amount, and now he was over there whispering. It was clear he needed to be taught a lesson. Chapter 32. To their surprise, the old man shook his head slightly. No. The child behind him explained it to him. Did you see his expression change? His temperament is indeed quite good, whether it's an act or not. I'm actually looking forward to his performance. After saying this, he looked at Chun Juanxiu. Is the beast tide stable? Chun Juanxiu's expression became serious, not very stable. But we can prepare an assessment area for this group of kids. When the time comes, I will communicate with the front line and personally oversee it, allowing them to bring over some suitable demon beasts. The old man nodded in satisfaction. I trust you to handle this. Since there are no problems, then let's prepare. Chun Juanxiu took the order. The assessment team also sprang into action. Each person was lifted onto the backs of black-winged eagles, and then one by one, the team members set them down. This place was different from the wilderness. This was the homeland, the third domain. What happens in the rift is essentially in someone else's territory, but here it was different. It was the defensive front line. It was home. The dense forest and tall trees blocked the sunlight, making it feel like a sealed environment. Jiang Ping touched the towering trees unique to the third domain, feeling a wave of emotion. It is said that originally there were no such trees in the homeland, nor were there conditions that allowed these giants to grow so tall. The reason they could grow like this was due to the bodies of both humans and demon beasts left behind here. Chapter 33, a shout from Jiangnan drew the attention of his colleagues, who all gathered around to watch Jiang Ping, operating the long knife with his claws remotely. Shock was evident on everyone's faces. This kid is the one who caused trouble everywhere in the first round? God, how old is he? Just a senior in high school? He managed to cultivate a skill to perfection. Is he a genius or just lucky? No wonder he dared to run wild in the first round. It turns out he has some skills. For the group in the command center, a perfected skill was nothing special. Anyone who could enter here was a genius, an elite. It would be embarrassing to say they didn't have a few perfected skills. They were afraid of being beaten. But how old were they? How old was Jiang Ping? The comparison was most stark at the same age. To cultivate a skill to perfection in high school could be said to guarantee admission. Many students would be recruited as special talents based on their singular skills. But because of this, they were curious as to why Jiang Ping would still participate in the fire seed competition. Was it for that royal-level demon beast's inner core? When they opened Jiang Ping's profile, everyone fell silent. Chapter 34, each of the five had their own unique skills, which only existed in the stories of the practitioners that Jiang Ping had read. Moreover, from the looks of it, they were quite skilled. The key point was that the giant beast was also evading. Many skills missed completely, landing on the ground, resulting in a burst of flames or a whirlwind. The wind fueled the fire, making it burn even more fiercely. Jiang Ping was so frightened that he dared not move, gripping his wrist tightly. If anything went wrong, he would immediately run into the heaven-swallowing secret realm. At this moment, the battle was at least 2 miles away from Jiang Ping, but even so, he could still feel the heat rushing toward him and the sound waves attacking him. This made Jiang Ping's eyes burst with brilliance. This is what a practitioner is. Could this be the fusion realm? But obviously, the next moment he thought he was wrong, because the giant beast went berserk, unleashing a force that made it hard for him to stand. It was definitely not the fusion realm. The fusion realm couldn't be this powerful. Was it the profound realm? He speculated. But the next second, he was wrong again. As the giant beast fought back, the five also used their trump cards. One of them, clearly the leader, spoke calmly. Chapter 35, then a distant voice came. Surname M.O. M.O.? Jiang Ping quickly checked his memory. M.O. The old principal's surname is M.O. It is said that the old principal's son is very accomplished. Could this be the old principal's son? But if it's the old principal's son, why is he so impressive while his father is not? He couldn't figure it out. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Holding onto the camera, he began to move around the royal-level demon beast, pretending to observe, and after a full 10 minutes, he smiled slightly turned to block the camera, and swiftly collected the royal-level demon beast. Jiang Ping's heart was racing as he did this. A royal-level one. This is a royal level. If he could eat this, how impressive would he be? He had seen the battle process of this demon beast before and knew it excelled at wind and sound waves. How did he know? It ran fast. The five of them almost couldn't keep up, and he had personally experienced the sound waves. Thinking of this, saliva almost dripped down. If he could eat it, how powerful would he become? Truly, without the night grass, a horse wouldn't grow fat. Without unexpected wealth, a person wouldn't become rich. With this, he was about to take off. What were these contestants competing for? They were risking their lives for what? Isn't it just for a royal-level inner core? Awakening high-quality abilities to enhance their maximum potential? Chapter 36, the thin monkey carefully observed through the scope, his mouth agape in shock. Boss, it seems so. Where did he get such a big finger? Is this the kind of demon beast he can handle? Although not all demon beasts are stronger the larger they are. A finger this size does not look like something a spirit realm could obtain. Though they were just a security team, considered a third-tier force, they had some discernment. Old Black didn't know what to say. In the end, he decided to stick to the plan. Forget about him for now, let's test it out. If this finger really was obtained by this guy, the three of them combined wouldn't be a match for him. He could already imagine the scene of them getting beaten. Sighing, he aimed at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping was cautiously walking with the royal-level demon beast's finger, occasionally sniffing with his nose to ensure there were no demon beasts nearby. Unexpectedly, the finger turned out to be surprisingly useful. There were no traces of demon beasts along the way. Just now, he caught a whiff of a few people's scent. Just as he wanted to approach, he suddenly sensed a cold wind sweeping in. He was instantly startled and quickly dodged to the side. Chapter 37. Jiang Ping couldn't help but laugh in anger. How could you say such things so confidently? He was so frustrated. I really want to beat these people up, but they aren't even prepared to fight back. How can I hit them? It's like punching in a cotton. Jiang Ping was so angry, but the command room was bursting with laughter. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. This group of soldiers really knows how to grasp the thoughts of young people. Someone covered their mouth and laughed, saying, of course, these people are all clever. They can do anything except their cultivation isn't enough. What can Jiang Ping do? With the idea of not wanting to suffer losses, he pointed at the three Old Black. You guys stand straight. One person received 2 big slaps, and that was it. Looking at the aggrieved expressions on the faces of the Old Black, he almost thought he did something wrong. Damn, I was almost taken down by them. And in the end, I only slapped them twice and felt I was being excessive. It's really frustrating. Old Black smiled slyly. Sure enough, he guessed right. Then he obediently gave him the information for the second round. It was another map. Still the starting point and end point, but with an additional intermediate marker. Seeing Jiang Ping looking a bit confused, Old Black whispered, this is a junction point where you will meet other contestants, but only one of you can continue on. Chapter 38. Although the two had a bit of a quarrel, everyone knew they might be teammates in the future, so they hadn't torn their faces. Now Lu Baichuan was facing a crisis. He had to take action. Jiang Ping leaped into the air, a jump of 4 or 5 meters high, and then a deep pit appeared on the ground. Holding the royal-level finger in his hand, he shouted at Lu Baichuan, Chuanzi, come over quickly. He attempted to use the royal-level finger to block the wind blade. Lu Baichuan looked at Jiang Ping in disbelief. What did you just call me? Chuanzi? Damn, I've never dared to call myself that in my life. Jiang Ping saw Lu Baichuan standing still and cursed. Hurry up, you're losing too much blood. Only then did Lu Baichuan notice the pain in his body. Those small wounds were bleeding profusely. In an instant, he became a bloody mess, which was quite frightening. He quickly rushed to Jiang Ping's side. Together, they held up the finger. Just as they touched it, they sensed something extraordinary. This is a profound level. Jiang Ping had no time to chat. After all, a finger only half a meter tall couldn't cover 2 people. Don't be so petty. How come I never knew you were so talkative before? Think away, what tricks does this black-winged eagle have? How do we deal with it? Chapter 39. In that moment, the whirlwind manifested. It was as if a material tornado was forcefully opened up with blood color, splitting in 2. A gust of wind turned into 2, flying chaotically to the sides. Trees on both sides shattered. Lu Baichuan behind was also stunned, covering his bleeding wounds. He muttered, how can Jiang Ping's fusion realm be so powerful? No. Entering the fusion realm for the first time, still using a profound level inner pill. How could he have such strength? Not only him, but even the people in the command room found it unbelievable. They blurted out, breaking barriers? Breaking barriers is a high-level ability that one might possess after entering the fusion realm, but not everyone can comprehend it, and there is no systematic method to achieve it. To have it, one can only rely on various coincidences, possibly comprehension, or perhaps talent. In short, there is no rule to follow. The so-called breaking barriers is exactly what Jiang Ping just did, using his own energy to break through the enemy's energy. Such abilities, even for profound and royal levels, are hard to come by. Yet just now, a kid who had just entered the fusion realm performed a breaking barrier move on his second try. It completely shattered their worldview. They felt like all the cultivation they had done over the years had been for nothing. Chapter 40. In an instant, everyone laughed. But Lu Baichuan's smile was a bit toothy. Jiang Ping, you're impressive, but I want to know how big the gap between us really is. God knows how difficult it is for someone like Lu Baichuan, who has been pampered since childhood, to say this. Jiang Ping chuckled. He had seen too many people like this. Oh, there's no way to compare now. I've already entered the fusion realm, true transcendence. You probably can't withstand a single move, right? This wasn't bragging. The fusion realm was worlds apart from the spirit realm. Moreover, Jiang Ping could now float, making it hard for Liu Baichuan to even touch him. Who knew Liu Baichuan would make a shocking move that almost made Jiang Ping drop his jaw? Even the people in the command room were a bit stunned, wondering if this kid had gone mad. They saw Liu Baichuan quickly pull out the inner pill issued by the assessment group and swallow a whole. He then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. His last words to Jiang Ping were, Jiang Ping, don't worry, I want to compete with you for the quota, but I want to have a match with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have another opportunity in the future. Decisive, bold, full of courage. Jiang Ping thought he was crazy and cursed. Are you out of your mind? There's nothing wrong now. Why are you eating some monster pill? Chapter 41, Chen Juanxiu felt both gratified and troubled. She was gratified that Jiang Ping was getting closer to the goal in her heart and had completely secured the position of the leader of this generation's Fire Seed team. What troubled her was Jiang Ping's overly familiar demeanor with everyone. She waved her hand impatiently, signaling Jiang Ping to stand aside. The others saw that the assessment group had arrived and started to move, standing in position. No matter what, they were still the Fire Seed team. But they might be the weakest Fire Seed team in history. In the past, which one didn't expand their operational memory with royal-level inner pills? Only they were at the profound level. Chen Juanxiu could tell from the expressions of the few people what they were thinking. This could be seen as a test. Allowing a group of proud children to experience the psychological gap from the clouds to the valley was also very educational. I know you all feel uncomfortable right now, but please wait a moment. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ping looked curiously at Chen Juanxiu. Annie, we don't poke at people's hearts like this. What do you mean by us waiting? Even those who didn't care felt a bit hurt. Sure enough, the faces of the others visibly darkened. Chen Juanxiu smiled, slap. Chapter 42, this statement hit the thoughts of the young people. But Jiang Ping still found it hard to believe. He asked with difficulty, Auntie, how did you see that I have this potential? He knew that Nansheng had been suppressed for many years, but this suppression was not a deliberate oppression. It was that Nansheng truly hadn't had a real leader step forward. Gradually being marginalized was also a normal thing. Although Nansheng still ranked among the 13 cities, its strength and influence had indeed diminished greatly. Chen Juanxiu did not answer this question, but asked another. Do you know that Nansheng was not originally called Nansheng, but had a beautiful name? Jiang Ping certainly knew. Nansheng is just what they call it, and what others call as well. The official register name is actually Lihua City. Jiang Ping's answer satisfied Chen Juanxiu, who sighed and said, Yes, it is indeed Lihua City, symbolizing the unyielding flames, symbolizing the phoenix reborn from its ashes, and also symbolizing eternal existence. This is Nansheng, but now, the name Lihua City has slowly faded from people's sight. Will it soon be excluded from the ranks of the 13 cities? Jiang Ping, think carefully about it. The answer isn't urgent. Just wait until you get your results from the Fire Seed competition and then let us know. Chapter 43. Although Jiang Ping didn't acquire any new skills, he felt perfectly fine, as obtaining just this one skill was enough for him to feast on. There was still half a tiger's meat left, and so many vital organs to consume. Sooner or later, he would acquire new skills. After finishing the meat, he even felt that his luck had increased significantly. His cultivation level, which had just entered the Rongjing stage, had also stabilized, strong as a fortress. This still wasn't the right method. If the method were correct, he couldn't even imagine the results. This made Jiang Ping very eager to find those auxiliary materials. He returned to his bed happily and fell asleep while thinking. When he woke up again, it was under the loving care of his mother. The two of them looked at Jiang Ping excitedly and hugged him. Son, did you solve it? In their excitement, there was also a hint of anxiety, fearing that they might hurt their child's pride. Jiang Ping looked at Yao Yujing's expression and lightly said, You should consider who my father is. Of course, it's an easy task. In a couple of days, the college's admission letter should arrive. What I'm worried about now is which one to choose. He pretended to look troubled, seeing her child's deadpan expression. Yao Yujing knew it was genuine. Chapter 44. Compared to Zhang Wanli and the others, the old principal obviously accepted the news quickly, casually asking, Is there anything else? Jiang Ping immediately understood this was a hint to leave. The old principal seemed a bit calm, but then it dawned on him. It must have been Chun Juanxiu who tipped him off, otherwise, how could he be so composed? Jiang Ping quickly rolled away, handing the royal-level finger to the old principal before leaving, asking him to help arrange it, as he couldn't handle that himself. He didn't go to the class, but instead chatted with the guards at the security room near the school gate, until the school bell rang. He saw Dongfang Lan come out of the door with her weapon. Lan Lan. Dongfang Lan saw Jiang Ping's joyful face and was very worried during this time, not for herself, but for Jiang Ping's future. If Jiang Ping hadn't qualified, how would she comfort him? Seeing Jiang Ping's expression, she understood that he must have succeeded. Just as she was about to walk over, she was pushed aside by a group of people. Xiao Huang and others widened their eyes upon seeing Jiang Ping. Wow. Brother Ping, you're back? Sister Lan said you want to forge your own future. How is it? Without you, our days have been dull and miserable. Teacher Bai has poured all her energy into us. We are suffering. Chapter 45. However, he also knew that his stardom had regional limitations, only known to families with children of school age. Nodding, he said, I can cultivate now. Your insight is indeed impressive. Old John even put on his reading glasses and was shocked to find that the aura surrounding the kid was quite thick, unlike a beginner in cultivation. No. How could that be? Jiang Ping didn't let old John continue, fearing the old man's heart might collapse. After all, his realm wasn't secret. I have reached the Yongjing stage, Uncle John. I have Rongjing. This statement was a critical blow. Old John stuttered, How old are you? And you've reached Rongjing? What nonsense. His true nature was exposed in an instant. Not everyone could see someone else's realm. Jiang Ping could tell because they were all in battle. Using various methods naturally made things clear. But without making a move, only someone with a significantly higher realm could perceive it somewhat accurately. Jiang Ping had finally succeeded in pretending, but he didn't expect it to be old John. He said lightly, Uncle, you understand. It's best not to pry into the matters of geniuses. Let's talk about Yunwako instead. This time, old John unusually didn't retort, but looked at him seriously. All right. Chapter 46. At the bus station, traffic was heavy, and there were people everywhere, some visiting relatives, some traveling, and others on business. In short, there were many. Jiang Ping used his student ID to get a half-price ticket. Actually, he could have gotten it for free because he also had a card given to him by Chun Juanxiu, representing his fire seed identity. However, he had kept that card in the Dintan Vijing, Tunshin's secret realm, gathering dust. That thing had too many side effects. To put it simply, it was a VIP passage with someone specially welcoming him. He didn't feel worthy of that, yet since he hadn't accomplished anything. The half-price ticket from Nanjing to Chongming City cost less than 400 yuan, which wasn't too expensive. After finding a seat, Jiang Ping leaned back with a small bag and pretended to doze off. Opposite him was a woman with a child, and beside her was a middle-aged man who seemed to be her husband, looking fairly well off. She smiled slightly at Jiang Ping. Little brother, are you going to school? It was purely a conversation starter. At this time, who was actually going to school? Jiang Ping nodded. Whatever you say is fine. The intercity train was fast, reaching the destination in less than 7 hours. The journey was quite smooth, and he didn't encounter any unfortunate events. When he exited the station, Jiang Ping let out a sigh of relief and headed straight for the 883rd crack space. Chapter 47. Stepping into the crack wasn't anything extraordinary. It was the same as entering a regular crack, just with an additional procedure. The 13 cities had established a station for charging and management, surrounding the entire crack. Once he stepped in, Jiang Ping felt his breathing become much smoother. Su Tianjiao knew Jiang Ping would be going alone and felt no reluctance. It was just a casual act of kindness. Then see you later. Jiang Ping nodded. Thank you. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just let me know. Nanjing's timely reign began to make promises again. Su Tianjiao smiled and replied, maybe it will really come in handy later. After bidding farewell, Jiang Ping followed the map toward his target location, which was a valley about 10 miles from the crack entrance. However, according to Jiang Ping's stamina, he should reach it quickly, with luck flowing beneath his feet. Wind support step, here we go. Floating. In an instant, Jiang Ping soared to 10 meters high, and those around him saw this scene and smirked with faint mockery. Young people just love to show off. Who here wouldn't know this trick if they could enter here? Haha, just wait until his energy runs out. He'll understand that relying on floating to travel in Yongjing is still a bit lacking. Chapter 48. The speaker was a man with a horse-like face, wearing shiny black leather armor and a white t-shirt underneath. He had a leather sheath at his waist, containing a dagger. The others were similarly dressed, looking quite professional with their protective gear, long weapons, and short daggers. This was a common outfit for many freelance teams. With so many demon beasts around, relying solely on the authorities was unrealistic, and those graduates needed somewhere to go after graduation, which led to the emergence of many related industries. This group of people might be demon hunters, a profession that risks life for profit. However, Jiang Ping looked at them with curiosity. Yours? Did you write your name on it? Just by their attire and tone, Jiang Ping knew what they intended to do. He was familiar with this kind of aura from his past encounters with ruffians. The horse-faced man shamelessly said, "Just listen to me. This cloud and mist grass belongs to us. You can go away, or you'll get a beating that isn't worth it." This made Jiang Ping laugh in anger. "So, you're robbing me, and I should thank you?" He chuckled. "If you don't leave, it seems you can't avoid the beating." Chapter 49. Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao and her bodyguard were resisting an attack from at least 10 people, which Jiang Ping found unbelievable. Wasn't Su Tianjiao from a prominent family? How could anyone dare to attack her? The leading man wore a smirk, watching as Su Tianjiao and her bodyguard struggled under the assault. He mocked, "Miss Su, give up resisting. If you do, I can make it quick for you." Su Tianjiao twirled her long knife, creating an impenetrable defense, and shot a glare at the man, saying, "You better clean your neck. Since you know who I am, you should also know that the wrath of the Su family is not easy to bear." She wasn't trying to scare him. If the Su family's eldest daughter died here, many would be buried with her. The man laughed heartily. "You think I want to kill you? I wouldn't dare. But I've heard that the eldest daughter of the Su family is the most promising. Imagine if such a talent had a child with someone of unknown origins." Su Tianjiao was horrified. This group was so crazy that it would be better for them to kill her. If the eldest daughter of the Su family had a child with someone unknown, she couldn't imagine the fury of the Su family. Chapter 50. Jiang Ping didn't respond. He just glanced at him. Interrupting his lecture was unforgivable. Sakamoto Jiro was furious. What kind of look was that? Did he look down on him? He charged forward, wanted to teach this kid a lesson about being a person. Fighting relied on strength, not on beliefs or bragging. Jiang Ping watched as Sakamoto Jiro rushed towards him, and in that moment, a blood-red halo appeared around Sakamoto. It felt as if the world had changed color to blood red. Jiang Ping's face twisted, and he casually threw out his claws, which caught Sakamoto's long knife. "Who told you to interrupt me?" Bang! The long knife shattered, and the claws remained. The claws seemed to come alive, drawn by a blood-red thread. Each of Jiang Ping's words erupted with force. "Who told you to bully my little brother?" Boom! Another sound, and this time he grabbed Sakamoto's arm. In an instant, flesh and blood flew as Sakamoto couldn't even let out a scream. The third question came. "Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant on the territory of the 13 cities?" This time, Sakamoto screamed in response. Chapter 51. The other members of the Su family were not much better off. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters were all furious. It had changed. Even the most insignificant people dared to attack the Su family. They needed to investigate who leaked the whereabouts of the talent. That Sakura Alliance has had enough of being beaten. They're looking down on us Su family. If we don't teach them a lesson, they really think the Su family is made of mud? The Su family must have their own stance. A child almost lost their life on their territory. This was a provocation. As the atmosphere in the room grew tense, Su Tianjiao was not as angry anymore. She said to her father, "Father, we need to quickly find Feng Lei Jian. That's the priority." Su Lei nodded. "Don't worry. Our Su family isn't one of those ungrateful families. It's just Feng Lei Jian, right? I'll send someone to arrange it." Looking in the family hospital. Yes, the Su family also had their own hospital and channels. Su Tianjiao felt relieved. She went to rest. The consequences of the Su family's anger on the front line were yet unknown. At that moment, someone outside came in with a folder. Su Lei was slightly taken aback. "Is this all the information?" Chapter 52. The middle-aged man looked wronged, and at that moment, Jiang Ping seemed just like a villain, as the people around him had similar expressions. Someone muttered, "With a little background, he's spoiled rotten." Good Lord, what a guy. But everything changed with the arrival of a young man. The middle-aged man seemed to see his savior, shouting at the young man with food remnants on his face. Young Master Lu, it's me. This person doesn't respect you." But before he could finish, a loud slap echoed through the room. The crowd was shocked. Lu Baichuan shook the hand of the person who hit him and calmly said, "Are you okay?" The middle-aged man covered his face, his eyes wide open. Are you kidding? You slap me and then ask if I'm okay? The people around recognized Liu Baichuan, a genius of the Liu family, famous especially in this Zhoming city. But Jiang Ping laughed. Is this how you treat guests, Liu Baichuan? Liu Baichuan immediately slapped the middle-aged man again. Relying on my name to act recklessly deserves a beating. This time, he must have used a lot of strength. The middle-aged man nearly flew away from the slap. Chapter 53. Jiang Ping followed Liu Baichuan to experience some local specialties in Zhoming City, and then they started wandering through the fissures of various major cities. During this time, Jiang Ping sold demon beast essence blood multiple times, and his wallet grew thicker day by day. He also found most of the low-level medicinal herbs for stewing meat, with only one more herb needed to complete the first recipe. Liu Baichuan initially wanted to learn from Jiang Ping, but Jiang Ping's fighting style offered little to learn. He would get into position and then crush with his claws. If he encountered an evenly matched opponent, he would break through. If they were stronger, he would quickly run away. In short, there were no skills involved. However, it was indeed effective. Time passes day by day, and before you know it, the college entrance examination is approaching, with less than 7 days to go. Jiang Ping has also received a call from his parents, saying that the old principal is looking for him. Jiang Ping knows that it's time to choose a school. After parting ways with Liu Baichuan, they each went home. On the way back, he took the inner-city rail, which was fast. However, this time the two people sitting opposite him made him feel a bit uncomfortable. One was a shy-looking boy who was actually somewhat handsome, and the other was a girl in a floral dress with blue hair. The girl was teaching the boy with enthusiasm. Chapter 54. But if you want better development, you have to go to one of the other 4 major schools. Principal. Why is it UK? Why is UK? This is what Jiang Ping wanted to know. The old principal pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Although Qinglong Academy has that name, there is no Qinglong present. The same goes for Baihu and Xuanwu. Suddenly, Jiang Ping rubbed his ears, feeling as if he heard something incredible. Principal, don't joke around. Is there really a Zhuke at Zhuke Academy? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. If there were a Zhuke, the society would have been in an uproar long ago. The old principal shot him a glance. What are you thinking? There is no Zhuke at Zhuke Academy. But in the 7th realm, there is the largest volcano to date, which is a paradise for fire attributes, home to the famous immortal fire crow. I heard that Zhuke Academy has a tradition where any freshman who can take first place in the annual competition gets a chance to go to the immortal fire mountain, which means they can look for an immortal fire crow that favors them to sign a contract. If you're lucky enough to get a king-level immortal fire crow, as long as you're not stabbed to death, you can run for your life. The immortal fire crow is known for its speed and ferocity. Chapter 55. That Tianzhani Dao is the method of breaking through. It's one of the techniques I just mentioned, including skills, bloodlines, and everything else that is hard to understand can be called a method. The reason he couldn't defeat you, as you've already said, is because you broke through, breaking all methods. You've broken his method, so of course, he had no power to resist. At this point, the old principal had a helpless expression. This kid is really lucky. This can work. He doesn't understand anything and still manage to kill someone. That assassin from the Sakura Alliance must be feeling quite frustrated. Hearing the old principal's explanation, Jiang Ping finally understood why Su Tianjiao, such a talented person, was also suppressed when he didn't go on stage. Ultimately, it's because Su Tianjiao hadn't learned the so-called methods either. Like him, he was just a spiritual realm cloaked in the guise of breaking through. For the first time, he felt that this breakthrough was actually so impressive. When he asked this, the old principal laughed and scolded. Of course it's impressive. Breaking through is a technique that can only be learned through various coincidences, and it requires a deep understanding of methods. I just don't know how you, who doesn't even take classes seriously, managed to understand it. Chapter 56. Immediately afterward, he felt his energy increasing again. If his original energy was 3 times that of an ordinary person, it had now increased further. But this was not the end. He felt his body writhing. Blood flowed like a river, and his muscles and bones rang in unison. At this moment, he felt as if he were about to ascend to the heavens, clearly sensing the improvement in his physical quality. No, it should be said that his body was rapidly strengthening. This was an all-encompassing enhancement, indescribable, yet clear. Jiang Ping was immersed in this feeling, unable to extricate himself. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, until all the ingredients in the pot, which were various medicinal materials, had entered his stomach, and he still felt it wasn't tea enough. Then he even hugged the steaming pot and drank all the old soup. Just then, a burst of clear energy emerged from his head. It felt incredibly refreshing. He raised his fist, clenched it tight, and struck out. There was actually a sound of breaking air. Jiang Ping was shocked. His physical quality had always been his weak point, after all. He had suffered from malnutrition for many years. It would be strange if he were fine. But just now, he felt as if he had undergone a transformation. As if he were soaking in warm spring water, clearly sensing the flow of blood and carefully experiencing his strong physique. From birth until now, there had never been a moment more comfortable than this. Chapter 57. Time passed day by day, and finally, the day of the exam arrived. On this day, the entire South City became busy, with many people maintaining order on the streets and groups of people pouring into the examination hall. Dongfang Lan was among them. Aunt Hui personally sent the child to the examination hall, and Jiang Wanli and Yao Yujing were also there. Although Jiang Ping didn't need to take the exam, Dongfang Lan was no different from her own child. In fact, it was possible that in Yao Yujing's heart, Dongfang Lan was even a little more important. This was Jiang Ping's private speculation. Watching Yao Yujing constantly giving instructions, Jiang Ping curled his lips. That's enough. The worst thing before an exam is putting pressure on someone. After saying this, he walked over to Dongfang Lan and said grandly, Lan Lan, you can take the exam with peace of mind. I guarantee you'll get into the academy. Yao Yujing shot him a glare. What abilities do you have to guarantee Lan Lan gets into the academy? You think you're capable? Dongfang Lan covered her mouth and secretly smiled. Jiang Ping didn't mind, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. He thought to himself, I do have this ability. This all goes back to 2 days ago. As the captain of the Fire Sea team, he had a unique meeting with a teacher from Zhuke Academy. Teacher Zhu, I admire Zhuke Academy, but I have a small request. As long as this request can be fulfilled, I will enroll and complete the registration process promptly. Chapter 58. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, reminiscing about the past days. Because everyone knew that from the moment they stepped out of the gates of the 3 high schools, they had become different, from a student, slowly transitioning into a warrior. This is the fate of every talented person in the 13 cities. Enjoying high-quality resources requires giving back. From the moment they entered the academy, they would truly begin to come into contact with monsters and beasts. Those who train quickly may join various teams and fight on the front lines, while those who train slowly and have lower talents will end up like Uncle Me, filling every position in South City, shining their light and warmth. A farewell dinner lasted until evening, and Dongfang Lan helped Jiang Ping back. On the way, Dongfang Lan looked at Jiang Ping and asked, Are you sure you're going to Zhuke? Her eyes were like stars, with a gentle curve. Jiang Ping's gaze was slightly dazed. Yes, I must go. Don't worry, Lan Lan. You won't be bullied there. Your brother is faced there. Dongfang Lan looked at him with a frown. Really, I'm telling you about the front gate, and you're talking about the hip bone. Just shut up. Girls at the age of 18 or 19 are the most sensitive, possibly due to certain characteristics. Girls develop both mentally and physically faster than boys. Chapter 59. The senior sister's explanation left everyone speechless, except for Jiang Ping, whose expression remained calm. Dongfang Lan's expression changed. Bingzi, did you know all along? Or did you disappear for a while to come to the front line? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at Jiang Ping. Even that senior girl looked at him with curiosity. Before they came, they had heard that this year's Nansheng had a special recruit, for whom the academy had paid a considerable price to bring back. They had been secretly paying attention to Jiang Ping for a while, and when he activated his energy shield, they were somewhat shocked. He had already reached the merging realm before even entering school, showing extraordinary potential. They just didn't know how his combat power would be. Now, they were also looking forward to how Jiang Ping would respond. Jiang Ping looked at everyone speechlessly. What are you looking at me for? I've never been to the 7th domain, but I have been to the 3rd domain, which is pretty similar, so I'm not that surprised. Everyone suddenly understood. Bingzi, tell us more? This was a good start. Jiang Ping used to love sharing a few stories occasionally, and everyone enjoyed listening. Jiang Ping helplessly said, Listen to the senior. I don't know much. With free labor at hand, he was just idling around. The senior girl looked at him with dissatisfaction, clearly feeling that Jiang Ping was being a bit insincere. However, she didn't say anything. This was her responsibility. She wasn't doing it for free. She was earning credits. The academy was different from ordinary places. Here, money was useless. Credits and contributions were paramount. All resources needed credits and contributions to obtain. Credits could be seen as levels. With 100 credits, you could exchange for the spiritual realm, and 200 might be needed for the merging realm. Of course, these are not real numbers, just for illustration. All students had to value credits highly. Contributions were considered currency, and only after meeting the credit requirements could contributions be used to exchange for resources. The senior was undertaking a task, so she earned credits. Jiang Ping naturally knew this, and he not only knew but also had credits. The base credits given to him by Zhuke Academy were 500. The reason for this was twofold. First, to give Jiang Ping, this genius, a bit of an advantage, and second, ordinary resources were no longer useful for someone at Jiang Ping's level. It wouldn't make sense to struggle for a year to obtain resources he couldn't use, right? This point, Jiang Ping wouldn't agree to, nor would the academy. Bringing Jiang Ping here was not to let him slack off, but to ensure he could provide his proper value. Therefore, giving him credits directly was normal. Contributions were also 500, but the specific value was unknown. The senior girl tried to take advantage of Jiang Ping, but ultimately did not succeed. She just patiently explained. After entering the domain, they would soon reach Zhuke Academy, but just when everyone thought they would enter the academy right away, as the immortal fire crow's body gradually lowered. Suddenly, with a fierce charge and a flip, the dozen or so people from Nanchang who had just been sitting steadily on the fire crow screamed. The protective energy shield that had been protecting them suddenly vanished. Even the sweet and lovely senior girl showed a strange smile. What the hell? What's going on? We're flipping over. But no one responded to them. At an altitude of over 100 meters, everyone panicked. Jiang Ping was the first to react. Don't panic. The trees are tall and dense here. Everyone quickly used skills to buffer against the tree canopies. After Jiang Ping's voice came through, everyone finally reacted. It was as if everyone was showcasing their abilities. However, when they turned to look at Jiang Ping, their eyes widened in disbelief. One person couldn't help but shout angrily. Bingzi, let go of Lan Lan. No, wait, Lan Lan, let go of Bingzi. Boo-hoo, Bingzi, please hug me. With no regard for gender. Bingzi, you bastard. Even though everyone was still maintaining their free fall motion, they couldn't hold back from the scene before them. Jiang Ping seemed like an otherworldly youth, stepping through the void, gracefully descending from the sky as if there were invisible steps beneath his feet. Next to him, Dongfang Lan first panicked, then gently wrapped her small hand around Jiang Ping's arm. The two of them looked like a pair of celestial beings descending from the heavens, making people envious and jealous. Even the senior girl, who was controlling the immortal fire crow not far away, couldn't help but click her tongue. This newcomer is quite the show-off. The two teachers, who had always been serious, couldn't help but laugh heartily upon hearing that. Ahem, watch your words. The senior girl stuck out her tongue, chuckling, and said playfully, Teacher, this doesn't pose any challenge for Jiang Ping. I feel like you underestimated him. The teacher suppressed a smile and said lightly, Jiang Ping's battlefield is not here. His current strength should rank among the second-year students. In an instant, the atmosphere turned silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. The crowd from Nanchang almost cheered for Bingzi, but thinking it inappropriate, they held back, as Bingzi had previously said that showing off should be subtle and unobtrusive. They managed to restrain themselves, but internally they were ecstatic. Chun Kai's face turned red, and, just as he was about to say something, a surprised voice rang out. Jiang Ping? Jiang Ping looked up and smiled slightly. Xiao Qi also came as Zhuke? Xiao Qi was taciturn, but he nodded in response to Jiang Ping's inquiry. What's going on? At this moment, it seemed like Chun Kai had found an outlet for his frustration, glaring at Xiao Qi with a grim expression. Is this your friend? No manners at all. Xiao Qi did not speak or nod. Chun Kai felt even more embarrassed. What do you mean? If Xiao Qi wasn't here, could you survive until now? I'm talking to you. Say something. Xiao Qi remained silent, looking down. Jiang Ping showed a hint of surprise. There was a story here. However, it was clearly not the right time to ask. He looked at Chun Kai, who was venting his anger on others, making it seem like he lacked composure. His tone was calm, but it made Chun Kai even more unable to save face. Jiang Ping moved slightly, extending his claws. However, he didn't dare to use too much force, fearing he might accidentally crush Chun Kai. A few verbal exchanges wouldn't be enough to kill someone. He ended up grabbing Chun Kai's arm directly. What happened next was shocking. The person who had just boasted about how powerful the angry golden warrior was now had a pained expression, because that blood-red palm was like a massive claw, gripping Chun Kai tightly and then flipping him up and down. Bang, 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 again and again, with a very rhythmic motion. Chun Kai felt as if he was riding a roller coaster in a harmonious society, his whole being suddenly soaring into the clouds. Every landing was a test for him, and he felt like his internal organs were about to burst out. It took Jiang Ping a good 20 to 30 hits before he finally stopped. Chun Kai, his eyes glazed over, was foaming at the mouth, mumbling to himself, "You don't follow the rules of martial arts. Fight me face to face." Goodness, he still wasn't convinced. The people from Taodai City hurried over to help. Brother Chun, what's wrong?" Some even shook his hand. "Brother Chun, what number is this?" Suddenly, Chun Kai was stunned. Jiang Ping secretly smiled, knowing from the slight twitch of Chun Kai's mouth that he wasn't really dazed. He was just pretending. But he didn't expose him. After a brief interlude, the group finally understood who the big and small kings were. They all looked at Jiang Ping with curiosity, and some even asked the people from Nanxing about him. It took a while for the crowd to quiet down again. A group of people fell from the sky like dumplings, one after another. The crowd around them also grew larger. By the end, there were as many as 400 or 500 people, all students from the 13 cities. They should all be the new students of Zhuke Academy. Just then, a fire crow in the sky let out a sharp cry, capturing everyone's attention. The teacher also appeared on the back of the fire crow. Almost everyone was present. "You are all new students of Zhuke Academy, but getting enrolled isn't that simple. The Zhuke Academy is 300 miles ahead. I don't care what methods you use. You must reach the academy to check in before sunset tomorrow. If you don't, you will all be dismissed." There was an immediate uproar. "What? We still have to take a test?" Someone immediately wanted to speak, but the teacher said, "I know you have questions, but don't ask." One sentence left everyone feeling stifled. The academy invested nearly 2,000 demon beasts into this 300 miles, but don't worry. They're all of a similar level to you. These demon beasts will appear on your path. Whether you choose to kill or flee is up to you. But I want to see you in the end. By the way, you all have beast-attractant fragrance on you, so don't remove it. If you are found to have privately removed the beast-attractant fragrance, you will be eliminated immediately. After saying that, the teacher disappeared with the flapping wings of the fire crow, leaving a group of people staring at each other, all stunned. What the hell is this? I worked hard to get in, and you give me this? For a moment, everyone was at a loss. 2,000 beasts. 80 to 90% of the students here just graduated from high school. How many of them have ever killed a living demon beast? Some must have, but those are from families with a bit of power who paid for it themselves. There was no buffer at all. They went straight to such a tough challenge. Many people exclaimed that they couldn't handle it. At this moment, even Chun Kai, who had been pretending to be dead on the ground, couldn't help but sit up. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered. Suddenly, someone noticed that Chun Kai had woken up. "Brother Chun, you're awake? How are you? Is your head still fuzzy?" In an instant, Chun Kai wished he could eat the person who spoke. 2 words popped out from between his teeth. "Shut up. P.S. Your Majesties. Can you give me some motivation?" The author seems to be lacking energy. No one has read this book yet, and I still update daily. Who would be moved by that? Boo-hoo. Have some pity on the child. Chapter 63. Many people around didn't know what had happened, curiously looking at Chun Kai. Chun Kai's notoriety was still decent. After all, as a member of a prestigious family in Taodai City, he had some influence. Seeing him in such a predicament, naturally, some people were curious. On the contrary, the people from Nanxing and those from Chongming City were covering their mouths and secretly laughing. Even Jiang Ping was smiling. This Chun Kai was just a spoiled child. However, it didn't concern him much. At this time, someone next to him asked, "What about Brother Bottle? We from Nanxing will definitely follow you. Do you think we should fight or flee?" "Yeah. Anyway, you're the boss. You call the shots." Everyone was surprised to see such a harmonious scene from Nanxing. Even among the core members from the same city, there are often some who are petty, and it's rare to see someone like Jiang Ping establish leadership status so quickly. From this point of view, Chun Kai still had some ability. Even if it was just money power, that was commendable. Jiang Ping smiled faintly, possibly showing off a bit, but he still said, "Since this is called a test, then any method can be used. Fleeing is fine, killing is fine. I see you all. If you want to train a bit, we can fight our way through. I'll protect you from behind. If you don't want to kill, we can run." The teacher only said not to remove the beast-attractant fragrance. Didn't T say we had a fight to the death? Chapter 64. Soon, after half a day and night of fighting, Jiang Ping was covered in blood bottles. It was strange. These bottles seemed to have been prepared in advance, and they would find a batch every so often. This made Jiang Ping quite helpless. He originally thought he could stop since he had no bottles as an excuse. But he didn't know which scoundrel it was. As soon as they ran out of bottles, a classmate from Nansheng excitedly shouted, "Ha! Brother Bottle, I found another bottle. Hurry, fill it up, keep it. It's a good thing." Damn, was it arranged by heaven? Another batch? So, by the time they could see the tall walls of Zhuke Academy, each of the 13 students from Nansheng was hanging a bunch of blood bottles from strips of cloth. Even Dongfang Lan wasn't surprised, and she had the most. They were so afraid of fighting that they ran whenever they encountered a demon beast. Why were they afraid? It was because they were scared the bottles would break. Some even started to complain, "Brother Bottle, your appetite hasn't been good lately. You need to drink more? If you drink more, we'll take less." Jiang Ping, hanging with bottles, walked along, clinking and clanging, rolling his eyes. "I'm not a bottomless pit. Do you think I can drink all this in one go? Are you trying to make me burst?" Chapter 65. With one sentence, the whole place fell silent. Zhou Machuan frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" But before Zhou Machuan could speak, a blood-colored floating hand rose behind Jiang Ping. His face showed a furious expression. "Are you very strong?" With a bang, the hand didn't give Zhou Machuan any chance to think and slammed down hard on his head. Bang, bang, bang. With each hit, Zhou Machuan let out a wail. Jiang Ping would also smile and ask, "Who gave you the courage to say my brothers and sisters are useless? Was it Liang Jingru?" This was a reference left over from a harmonious society. Everyone didn't know what it meant, but liked to say it. Bang, bang, bang. It looked painful to watch. A small team emerged from behind, Chun Kai. Then he quickly shrank back. His heart trembled slightly. Who the hell provoked this guy? Looking at Zhou Machuan, who was being pinned down, his head also ached slightly. At this moment, the seniors at the entrance of the academy could no longer sit still. They stepped forward, sensing that something was off, as Jiang Ping seemed ready to strike hard. While they could talk and joke around, it was unacceptable to cause someone's death. A handsome senior hurried a few steps forward and swiftly made a move, attempting to bind Jiang Ping's blood-red claws with an invisible shackle. Chapter 66. Zhou Machuan was still rubbing his buzzing head, feeling as if he hadn't fully woken up. Why was the senior so protective? Before Zhou Machuan could speak, Chun Kai Tuo continued with a cold face. "If it weren't for the mission, and I feared others would think I was bullying the weak, just because you call my people from Nan City trash and insulted my sister. Today this training hall would be a different story." The training hall. The crowd gained a new understanding of Chun Kai Tuo's protective behavior. While the term training hall sounded nice, it was essentially a place for fighting where any issues that communication couldn't resolve could be sorted out. For a senior, who claimed to be unmatched in defense in the second year, to bully a newcomer in the training hall was simply disgraceful. It could be said that Chun Kai Tuo was very angry. His words made many uncomfortable, feeling that he was being too domineering. And since they were all from the same academy, why should Nan City be bullied? They mumbled, "Aren't we all from the same academy? Isn't this creating division?" Just then, Chun Kai Tuo heard them, his cold gaze fixed on the speaker. "Outside, you and I are from the same academy. Even if I block a knife for you, Chun Kai Tuo, one blink. But inside the academy, it's unacceptable to bully my people from Nan City. If you don't believe it, you can ask the seniors from your city if I, Chun Kai Tuo, have ever acted this way." Chapter 67. The 13 from Nan City set out. On the way, they encountered Su Tianjiao, Lu Baichuan, Li Zimu, and Xiao Qi. Jiang Ping was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you going to care about your own city's people?" Lu Baichuan shrugged. "Zhongming City doesn't have that tradition like Nan City. Just letting them in is good enough." This was true. Not every city was like Nan City. "And you?" Dongfang Lan glanced warily at Su Tianjiao and asked. Su Tianjiao boldly replied, "Bottle Brother is our captain, so we'll just follow him." Dongfang Lan wanted to say something, but Jiang Ping spoke up. "What about you, Xiao Qi?" Xiao Qi was relatively silent, shaking his head slightly. "I'm not on the same path as Chun Kai and the others." Jiang Ping smiled. "All right then, let's team up." The group of 13 added 4 more, becoming 17. On the way, Culinary smiled at Li Zimu. "Lita Xiao, you seem less cocky lately." Cocky, a local term from Nan City, meaning arrogant and defiant. Li Zimu couldn't be bothered to respond to her. This girl had tricked him out of 3 bottles of essence blood using Dongfang Lan's false information, making her even more detestable than Jiang Ping. Seeing Li Zimu silent, culinary wanted to say something else, but Dongfang Lan tugged at her arm. Arya, that's enough. Chapter 68. Cheng Yizhou scoffed. Stop with the sweet talk. What nonsense are you spouting? If it were really like that, there wouldn't be any traitors. All right, since they're not following the script, we need to change our approach. Open the beast-attracting incense from the academy and add some more ingredients. Chen Kai Tuo clicked his tongue. We're opening it? If we release the beast-attracting incense, won't those beasts go wild? The academy's beast-attracting incense is no joke. Teacher, are you serious? Cheng Yizhou replied calmly. Do I look like I'm joking? Chen Kai Tuo felt a bit uneasy. Teacher, what if there are casualties? Cheng Yizhou patted Chen Kai Tuo's shoulder. Yunnan City people are great in many ways, but this is where you fall short. This isn't the time for sentiment. They can recover from injuries now, but if they get hurt during the wilderness training, who will care? So, it's best to give them a lesson now. After all, in a month, they'll be entering the outer realms, where no one will show them any mercy. Although Chen Kai Tuo knew what would happen in the future, he still felt the teacher was being a bit harsh. Cheng Yizhou's ruthlessness was not only reflected in the beast-attracting incense. Let us release 10 more fusion beasts, and they need to be intelligent. With a whoosh, Chen Kai Tuo looked at the teacher in disbelief. Chapter 69. The Poison King bees surged like a tide, their numbers increasing endlessly, buzzing in the air and forming a terrifying black cloud. As the Poison King bees multiplied, the number of people being attacked also increased, with male students wailing in despair. Their faces filled with hopelessness and a sense of futility, desperately waving their arms to fend off the bees, trying to escape the inevitable doom. The boys looked at the Poison King bees as if they were avenging their fathers, and it must be said that the teacher was skilled at manipulating their mindset. This made Jiang Ping and a group of girls burst into laughter. However, this smile didn't last long, as monsters appeared from all directions. The Poison King bees were still the Poison King bees. A group of male classmates looked as disgusting as dogs, but they couldn't afford to not fight back. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat them, they were just repulsive. Finally, the first wave of Poison King bees was completely wiped out, and just as the students were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Ping's voice rang out again. Be careful, they're coming again. The students who had just caught their breath felt their hearts drop again, staring at the densely packed monsters outside, their eyelids twitching. Chapter 70. A thin, long strip suddenly appeared in the middle of his forehead, resembling a sci-fi laser shooting out. Wherever the light reached, charred, rotten flesh appeared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shao Qi fiercely plunged the knife in his hand into the monster's eye, blood spurting everywhere. He simply wiped his face lightly, then jumped down, heading straight for the defense line of Taotai City. Everyone was shocked. Chen Kai was particularly stunned. Shao Qi, you were this strong? Thinking back to how he had bullied him before, he found Shao Qi quite intimidating. Just as he was lost in thought, Shao Qi arrived, actually helping Chen Kai. Chen Kai was surprised. Shao Qi, you're helping me? Shao Qi shook his head slightly. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. Chen Kai had a complicated expression. At that moment, he thought Shao Qi was somewhat cool. Continuing his actions. All right, I'll remember this. When we return to Taotai City, you're my bro. Jiang Ping squinted at Su Tianjiao and Shao Qi breaking the deadlock, feeling very pleased. Old man, what was that skill Shao Qi just used? It's a bit overpowered. The old man glanced deeply at Shao Qi. Plainly speaking, would you believe me if I said it was a skill of the King Realm's suspended eye tiger? Chapter 71. Undying Fire Crow. The old man glanced at him. Indeed, this kid had no major issues, but he still pursed his lips. He used to call him old man, and now that he needed something, he was calling him teacher. No one could change their face as quickly as he did. Let's wait to ask Teacher Cheng. These past few days, this group of students have been thoroughly annoyed. Cheng Yizhou finally returned with his group. However, there are only 10 people. Chen Kaichuo was one of them. Jiang Ping was slightly curious, and the other students felt similar. Oh, the teacher is back. Let's give him a warm welcome. A group of people was mixed with genuine and fake excitement, unsure whether they were truly happy or mocking. Cheng Yizhou pretended not to hear and instead accepted the welcome with great delight. The students have defended our school while these past few days. They showed courage and responsibility during the crisis, which must be recognized. He continued, for the next 2 months, I will accompany you, along with 10 senior students. Now, let's distribute rewards. Instantly, everyone was wide awake. The discomfort they felt earlier vanished, except for Jiang Ping, who found it a bit strange. Thinking it was like a game where they completed a task, the boss returned, and then rewards were given. Chapter 72. Su Tianjiao and the others believed they could obtain the Wangjing Demon Dan through their own abilities, which led to the expedition to the Fire Crow Mountain. Therefore, everyone valued the Fire Crow of Zhuke Academy more. Alright, since everyone has made this decision, I understand. After we finish here, and you all receive the cultivation methods. And once you have practiced enough, I will take you there. At this moment, Jiang Ping raised his hand and innocently asked, Teacher, how many fire crows can we bring back from the Fire Crow Mountain? With this single question, Cheng Yizhou was stunned. He then burst into hearty laughter, almost to the point of tears. Jiang Ping scratched the back of his head, wondering why his question was so funny. The old man was laughing so hard, he was almost gasping for breath. You kid have quite the ambition, thinking you can bring back several? If you can manage to catch a single small fire crow in the melting realm, that would be impressive enough. Do you really think fire crows are that easy to catch? Your seniors worked hard to exchange contributions, going in multiple times just to catch one. And many went in countless times without catching any. Do you know how they did it? They researched the fire crow's preferences, set traps, lured them in, and used all sorts of methods. What makes you think you can catch several? At that moment, everyone realized that it seemed fire crows were not that easy to catch after all. Chapter 73. He indeed had an idea in mind, but it was still immature. At least he didn't feel worthy yet. For several days, the first-year students spent their time in cultivation, and everyone was incredibly excited to reach this stage. From now on, they would truly be extraordinary. Jiang Ping also didn't idle away, focusing on eating meat in the secret realm every day and pondering the 9 refinements of the flesh. With his physique visibly improving, 7 days later, they had been at the academy for 10 days. The students were still working hard. Jiang Ping and a few others were called over. The opportunity has come. Follow me. I will take you to the Fire Crow Mountain. A group of people's eyes lit up. They had been thinking about this matter even in their sleep these past few days. Teacher, is it true? Lu Baichuan's eyes sparkled. Cheng Yizhou jokingly scolded, If you don't want to go, then don't. Immediately, Lu Baichuan laughed heartily. How could I not go? Let us go. Jiang Ping curiously looked at Cheng Yizhou. Teacher, where is the Fire Crow Mountain? Cheng Yizhou did not answer. Instead, he summoned a giant fire crow. Just getting close made them feel a wave of scorching heat surrounding them. They were already extraordinary and in the melting realm, yet they still felt it was very dangerous, showing that the strength of this fire crow should not be underestimated. Chapter 74. The armor looked like it was made of an unknown material, at least not one they had seen before. Moreover, the moment they arrived in the outer domain, they noticed something strange. The air here had a different scent. However, no one dared to speak up. Teacher, Cheng Yizhou nodded. No time for chit-chat. We have a heavy task ahead. Has this batch entered the Fire Crow Mountain yet? Ergo was a person in full armor, broad-shouldered. His nickname was obvious. Grinning, he said, Not yet, teacher. Who would dare start without you being present? Cheng Yizhou jokingly scolded, Get lost. Ergo quickly responded, All right, take care, juniors. Behind him, Chun Kai could not hold back and asked, Teacher, are these people also students of our academy? Cheng Yizhou nodded. Consider them your seniors. They've never graduated. Chun Kai was taken aback. What do you mean? Never graduated? Before coming here, my family didn't mention that graduating from Zhuke was so difficult. They only said Zhuke was impressive. This made the others feel uneasy as well. Cheng Yizhou did not elaborate much. It would not be good for them to know too much at this point. This is also why he let this group of new students go to the new student district in the Rift first to avoid scaring them. Chapter 75. As soon as he looked up, the other side also showed a look of surprise. There are people. Both sides stared at each other, both somewhat astonished. Jiang Ping was fine, having arrived first, and was somewhat prepared, but the 3 people opposite him looked a bit dazed. Zhuan Zhenjiu, are these your people? The person referred to as Zhuan Zhenjiu was standing to the right of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy speaking, frowning at Jiang Ping. No, my lord the Viscount. They obviously aren't our people. I know all of ours. The person in the center, referred to as the Viscount, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. If they aren't from the Sakura Alliance, then they must be from the 13 cities? He waved at Jiang Ping. You come here. Are you from the 13 cities? Where's this place? Jiang Ping looked at the 3 people who were acting as if they owned the place and felt a bit displeased. He had already noticed that these people were not on his side and were being so arrogant. Judging by their ages, they seemed to have similar goals. As the teacher had mentioned before that there were people from other countries here. He just didn't expect to run into them so coincidentally. Narrowing his eyes, he wanted to see what kind of strength they had. Are you talking to me? Beside him, Zhuan Xinjiu exclaimed, Baka. Chapter 76. But Jiang Ping was not easily intimidated. No matter your power, I'm still the little tyrant of the 13 cities. He snorted. With a swift motion, he crushed Royce's head, blood mist spraying everywhere, startling everyone. Blood Clan? Kid, clarify what the hell your Blood Clan is about. Otherwise, I might lose control of my hands. As he spoke, he shook off the chunks of flesh from the exploded head, sending chills down people's spines. Yet, what should have been a nauseating scene, Jiang Ping found immensely satisfying. It felt as if it should be like this. He increasingly felt he was a freak. An inexplicable wave of comfort washed over him. It seems that these people deserve to be treated this way. The Viscount was completely dumbfounded. His reliance, Royce, had been killed so brutally, and he trembled. The Blood Clan. Jiang Ping asked many questions, and after getting answers, personally sent off the Viscount, who had no name. Just like that, he was gone. However, Jiang Ping did not notice that a bloodline was entwined around him, and then it seemed to be devoured by something, disappearing without a trace. In a dark castle in the west, a thunderous roar echoed. Who is it who killed my son? Chapter 77. The armored man beside him said in surprise, Is it still the Blood Clan's guy? I wonder whose unfortunate fellow it is. Speaking of which, aren't the Blood Clan people the strongest at preserving their lives? To be killed like this, it seems the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. Caesar, we should be cautious too. The leading man nodded, his expression grave. Indeed, the Blood Clan has strong survival abilities, but this clearly indicates they have encountered a super-tier opponent. I'm sure this was done by the people from the 13 cities. What else could it be? Even though we in the West disliked the Blood Clan, we wouldn't go to the extent of exterminating them. Only the people from the 13 cities would do such a thing. Moreover, this is the territory of the 13 cities. Even we had to negotiate with the higher-ups to enter through their gates, otherwise, safety couldn't be guaranteed. Everyone thought about it and agreed. We must be cautious. We have only just reached an agreement with the Vermilion Bird Academy to allow us to come in and capture an undying fire crow. It's better not to stir up trouble. Caesar nodded seriously. Let's go. This place is not suitable for long stays. The group hurriedly left, unaware that another team appeared after they had gone. The leader was dressed in a proud tailcoat, also leading a three-headed dog, arriving here. Chapter 78. It could be good or bad. The good part is from the perspective of enhancing human combat power, but the bad part is hard to say. Uncle John's old Chinese medicine shop sold counterfeit medicine, and that talk about true and false theories he still can't forget. If they were selling real medicine, someone would have shut them down long ago. Similarly, if he were to say that eating monster beast meat could enhance strength, that building a foundation is better than drinking monster beast essence blood, what would happen? First, the existing structure would be broken, and those who rely on essence blood for survival, and even those families, wouldn't they instantly face asset zeroing? Then, would those who control vast resources rebel? Furthermore, would those who have already mastered the ingredients in the recipe suddenly become an unattainable class? Many families have their own fissures in space. Why is it that many technologies existed long ago during a harmonious society but were never used? It's not that they couldn't develop, but that development would impact many traditional industries, cause countless people to lose their jobs, and lead to a major reshuffling of the current structure. These things, both overtly and covertly, the old principal could not protect. That's why he never revealed this point. But not revealing it doesn't mean he doesn't need to know what this thing is all about. Chapter 79. The man opposite was dressed in a fiery red robe, with a unique badge of the Vermilion Bird Academy hanging from his chest, and his teacup exploded. Firecloud, have you gone mad? It was filled with disbelief. Both sides were friendly partners. There hadn't been any mistakes over the years. How did it suddenly turn into this? Both sides restrained themselves from escalating the conflict. And while they didn't dare to say sweet words to each other, they were united against external threats. Today, in front of others, they actually slapped themselves in the face and even exploded their own teacup. Is this madness? Not all monster beasts are cruel. Some enjoy wandering in the human world. Humans have crystallized the wisdom of their ancestors and are determined to unite with monster beasts that can be united. Moreover, not all monster beasts eat humans. For those, humans would adopt some cooperation. However, this cooperation is only with those that possess wisdom, like the king of fire crows before them. The Fire Crow clan prefers high-temperature environments over meat. Magma, flames, and volcanoes are their favorites. So when the strong from the Vermilion Bird Academy discovered this place, they fought with the Fire Crow King countless times to occupy it. Chapter 80. Just now, it was merely a matter of posture, you know? Posture represents that discussions can be held. Only Paul, this fool, would naively think that they would really turn against each other. How many years have the Fire Crow clan cooperated with the 13 cities and the Vermilion Bird Academy? How many Fire Crows are outside following the students, graduates, and teachers of the Vermilion Bird Academy? Can the relationships involved be explained in just a few sentences? It's too deep. How can an outsider like Paul know? Moreover, according to the nature of the 13 cities, betrayal once means never being employed again. The coordinates of the Fire Crow Mountain have long been made clear. If it really comes to that, Fire Crow Mountain will undoubtedly become a key point of contention. The Fire Crow clan might just perish. So, turning against each other is impossible. However, even with this thought, the Fire Crow King still felt sorrowful. In reality, the power of the Vermilion Bird Academy is still great. Shut up, the Fire Crow King said. Then he looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you must give me an explanation. We had a prior agreement that you cannot touch my child. Ling Yun stopped smiling and nodded seriously. I will definitely give you an explanation. If someone from our academy truly took your child, I will definitely make him return. Chapter 81. Jiang Ping was stunned. What should he do? Being able to speak. What does that mean? This monster beast is impressive. This explanation is the simplest. His small arms and legs are fine for fishing in the pond. But when it comes to comparing with high-level monster beasts, he still falls a bit short. Then he recalled the King S domain he just perceived. And suddenly Jiang Ping had a shocking guess. Oh my god, I wouldn't have stolen the cub of a king-level monster beast, would I? But how could the cub of a king-level monster beast be so weak? They don't cultivate? Jiang Ping anxiously paced, wanting to run. But there was only one entrance to the cave. How could he escape? Or wait for the swallowing heaven secret realm? But what if someone guards a corpse? Would he ever come out again in this lifetime? Sweat was visibly pouring down his face. Anyone in this situation would panic. Just as Jiang Ping was unsure of what to do, a middle-aged voice came from outside. Is the person inside a student of the Vermilion Bird Academy? Oh. The voice was strong and carried a slight magnetism. Jiang Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. Coming up and asking this, could it be someone from the Vermilion Bird Academy? If it's someone from the Vermilion Bird, he would be fine. However, out of caution, he didn't speak but waited to see how things would unfold, planning to run and hide in the swallowing heaven secret realm if things went south. Chapter 82. Ling Yun's handsome face showed a hint of teasing. What's wrong? Are you scared? Jiang Ping suddenly felt a surge of defiance within him. What's there to be afraid of? He realized that this seemingly handsome guy just wanted a reason to beat him up. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. Hearing this, Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. Did he really think he had no temper? Almost getting stuck here while drinking tea. Who was he going to reason with? If he didn't teach this kid a lesson, he might think he could do whatever he wanted. Jiang Ping's expression turned serious as he stared at Ling Yun. Not using a knife, but his familiar claws. The moment the claws appeared, a hint of surprise flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. At such a young age, he had managed to practice the skills of the low-level iron-tail eagle to this extent. It was evident he had worked hard. But that wasn't enough. With a casual wave of his hand, a branch from a giant red tree appeared in his grasp. He struck Jiang Ping's backside from an extremely tricky angle. Is this all you've got? Didn't anyone teach you to be wary of your enemies while attacking? Look at your raised, but who are you showing it to? With a howl, Jiang Ping felt the pain from the hit on his backside. He thought that damn teacher was definitely venting his frustrations. Chapter 83. Just as Jiang Ping turned around, Ling Yun casually said, "Don't mention running into me when you go back. After you enroll, find me at the teaching building in Area C for the growth materials for your little fire crow." Jiang Ping, with a heavy heart, followed the map to Chung Izhou's side. Chung Izhou looked at Jiang Ping in surprise. "How'd you come out from behind?" Jiang Ping casually replied, "Got lost." Just as he was about to ask something, he noticed two little fire crows following Jiang Ping. His mouth dropped wide open. Pointing at Jiang Ping, he exclaimed, You really got two?" At first, he thought Jiang Ping was just boasting. It usually took multiple attempts and countless contribution points to obtain even one undying fire crow. Yet now, Jiang Ping had actually managed to get two. He vaguely recalled the scene when Jiang Ping asked, "Teacher, can I only get one?" His face flushed. He had laughed at Jiang Ping back then. But now, why did his face feel a bit hot? However, this feeling lasted less than a few seconds before fading away. What the hell? Old Chung, is this your student? A freshman? Are you kidding me? What? A freshman went into Fire Crow Mountain and got 2 fire crows? Come on. Chapter 80, for he thought there would be a response, but suddenly there was no sound. Jiang Ping tentatively asked, Hey, you still Haven T told me your name. Where are you? But the ice coffin remained, and the beauty was still there. There was just no response. Jiang Ping stood there dumbfounded. Did they just disappear? He scratched his head. What the heck? How did a wife suddenly pop up? After confirming there was indeed no response, Jiang Ping helplessly walked out. Outside, he saw the 2 little fire crows happily eating beast meat, and it looked delicious. It seemed reasonable for fire crows to eat meat. Staring at the 2 little fire crows in a daze, suddenly, they burst forth in a red glow. Not only did their bodies grow more than twice in size, but their aura also strengthened significantly. He heard the fire crows cry out, then flap their wings, flames swirling around them, looking spectacular. Jiang Ping snapped out of his stupor, watching the changes in the 2 fire crows, and displayed a look of surprise. Holy crap, they leveled up after eating less than 1 piece of iron-tail eagle meat? He could clearly sense the change in their aura. They were several times stronger than before. You guys, have you reached the Xian realm? He asked tentatively. The little fire crows nodded human-like. This was beyond Jiang Ping's expectations, but then he thought that since they were descendants of the Fire Crow King, it seemed normal for them to understand human speech. Chapter 85 Ling Yun's few simple words revealed a lot of shocking information. In fact, this information greatly impacted Jiang Ping's worldview. Why do I say this? It stems from the education in the 13 cities. All elementary and high schools in the 13 cities teach that beast monsters are our greatest enemies, the culprits that destroy our homes, leading us to only control less than half of our original territory. Killing beast monsters and drinking their essence to strengthen ourselves for humanity and for the 13 cities is a belief instilled in everyone from a young age. Everyone works hard for this goal. Now, after entering the academy, Ling Yun suddenly said that the beast monsters, which they considered a major threat, are actually controllable by humans. How could this not be shocking? It was like a movie, living a hard life since childhood only to be told as an adult that your family is a billionaire. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Ping's expression and chuckled. What is wrong? Is it hard to accept? Jiang Ping shook his head. It doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? Or is it not logical? Since we already have the initiative, why do we still need to promote this kind of education? Also, most places in our homeland are still living in dire straits. Chapter 86 Jiang Ping felt incredibly exhilarated, letting you act profound, and now you're shocked, huh? With a nonchalant expression, he said, what else could it be? Just the fire crows. I modified them a bit, and they turn out like this. Don't ask me to teach. I Haven T figured it out myself. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Ping in shock. He realized he had underestimated this kid again. To create a fancy skill at this stage showed remarkable talent. But it's not just a showpiece, is it? What Jiang Ping disliked most was this notion. With a grin, he said, Teacher, just point me in a direction, and I'll show you. Ling Yun casually pointed in a direction. Then with a swoosh, Jiang Ping vanished on the spot, leaving only the sight of his fiery red trail. Inside, Ling Yun felt as if he was watching a dog die. Watching Jiang Ping performing various fancy moves in the sky, his teeth felt a bit itchy. This kid was definitely showing off, but he began to take it seriously. This speed was no joke. At least, an average person in the Xian realm wouldn't catch up. After a while, Jiang Ping returned, pretending to wipe non-existent sweat. Teacher, can I still show this off? Ling Yun's face darkened. It's okay, but you still need to focus on your realm, and you have to practice the techniques the academy gave you. After all, that will be your main means of attack in the future. Chapter 87 The young man with golden curly hair had a face full of embarrassment. Listening to these familiar, yet strange names, he felt a tremor in his gut. Who are these people? He wasn't very clear, but he understood that phrase about the king realm. Unexpectedly, the person in front of him had such a profound background. If that was the case, they really wouldn't dare to act recklessly, because one wrong move could lead to a massive battle, stirring up endless turmoil. And at least he himself couldn't withstand it. However, losing face was not an option. with his golden curly hair. He looked at the tip of the sword in front of him and managed to say, "You are the garbage, relying on your background to bully others like a second-generation rich kid. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one." He attempted to regain some dignity. As soon as he said this, he had undoubtedly provoked the seniors of Juke Academy. Mo Cho looked at him with disdain. "Aiki Lai, if you're itching for a fight, you can practice with me. What do you mean by bullying our junior? Is it true that people like you only bully the weak? I heard your doctrine is about saving the world and helping the needy, but you seem to have twisted it." He Chunchung even boldly drew his sword, looking coldly at Aiki Lai. "Go ahead, let me see if you have made any progress over the years." Chapter 88. Two sharp claws charged towards Aiki Lai, who was forming seals with both hands, with an astonishing momentum. One claw grabbed an arm, as if it had effortlessly broken through Aiki Lai's entire body. Floating in the hexagram formation, countless people were horrified, especially those from the Western camp. Oh my God, how is this possible? Aiki Lai's defense had always been above average among them. How could it be so easily breached? He hasn't cultivated at all, not even a bit. How could the hexagram formation be so weak? Moreover, what on earth was that blood-colored five-finger claw? It wasn't recorded in any textbooks. They had all cultivated the hexagram formation defense technique and naturally knew how strong this defense could be. Now, seeing Jiang Ping break through as easily as if piercing through a piece of paper, how could they not be shocked? Even Ling Yun beside them couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Has the claw breakthrough technique been broken through?" No, not just the claw. Jiang Ping's cultivation level has changed. It's the Xian realm, definitely the Xian realm. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Are you putting on a show for me? A breakthrough during battle was unheard of. Who would suddenly break through while fighting? Chapter 89. Ling Yun indeed forgot to tell him, but he was busy lecturing and couldn't be bothered. You can ask Mo Cho later. These were all pieces of knowledge gradually encountered after entering the academy. Mo Cho pulled Jiang Ping a bit. "Junior, don't be anxious. Wait until later, and I'll explain." Everyone listened seriously to Ling Yun's lecture. Counting carefully, aside from the withdrawn Aiki Lai, there were actually 28 people. This meant that one side had lost 14 people. No, Juke Academy had more. After the lecture, everyone was led by their respective teachers to make final adjustments, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Jiang Ping could clearly feel it. "Senior, why does the atmosphere suddenly feel a bit?" He couldn't quite describe it, but he could sense it. Mo Cho wiped her blade and checked her armor before seriously telling Jiang Ping, "Junior, from now on, your mindset needs to change. This is a battlefield. We are about to fight against the elite generation of the Barbarian Bone Clan for a large rift containing at least 20 million Xian realm monsters. Everyone is going all out. So, from the moment we enter the rift and start battling the Barbarian Bone Clan's elite until it's over, we must be fully alert and remember not to trust anything a member of the Barbarian Bone Clan says." Chapter 90. Lihua City? This one sentence left many people looking confused. Where's Lihua City? Jiang Ping ignored the unfamiliarity of the crowd with Lihua City, but one day, everyone would come to recognize Nan's City again. Lihua City is Nan's City. It's just that this name, filled with hope and rebirth, had been forgotten for too long. Only Ling Yun stared blankly at Jiang Ping's disappearing back, then looked towards the direction of the third domain. "Is this the person you all chose?" "Lihua City, Jiang Ping." Someone leaned over and quietly asked, "Professor Ling, Lihua City? Why can't I remember where it is?" Ling Yun chuckled. "Nan's City is Lihua City." Only then did everyone suddenly realize, "Oh right, it's Nan's City. When did Lihua City start being called Nan's City? I completely forgot." Ling Yun's expression darkened. "Forgot? How glorious Lihua City used to be. Let's talk. We should go in." After saying that, he vanished. Inside the rift, everyone was teleported to a mountainous area resembling hills. Mo Cho saw that the last one, Jiang Ping, had also arrived, and she let out a sigh of relief, clapping her hands to remind everyone. From now on, everyone needs to be on high alert. Based on past experience, we will encounter the Barbarian Bone Clan in no more than 30 miles, and then it will be a fight to the death. Chapter 91. Mo Cho, who was preparing to take action, looked at Jiang Ping. "Junior, what's wrong? Don't be afraid. We have the initiative. Moreover, we will protect you." But Jiang Ping suspiciously asked, "Senior, what does the Barbarian Bone Clan smell like?" Mo Cho was taken aback by the question. This was indeed her knowledge blind spot. Who would pay attention to what the Barbarian Bone Clan smells like? On the side, He Chunchung saw Jiang Ping crouching on the ground, sniffing continuously, and asked in surprise, "Junior, did you smell something unusual?" This time, everyone was stunned. Could it be that you also have some kind of detection skill? If that's the case, these juniors seem to be learning a bit too much. It's well known that each person's capacity for knowledge is limited. Otherwise, why would it be so important to consume specific monster pills when entering the fusion realm? Therefore, most people would specialize in one area. Otherwise, they would struggle later on with insufficient capacity. But now it seemed that Jiang Ping was exhibiting a variety of skills, showing that this junior was quite impressive. Jiang Ping nodded. "Yes, I have a sense of smell skill. Just now, I smelled an unusual scent. Well, how should I put it? It's like the ribs my mom stews. You should understand." Chapter 92. The disputes above, Jiang Ping and the others were unaware of. The ones responsible for scouting, Balloon and Li Hai, returned, but both frowned slightly. "We didn't find anything." "Junior, is your nose not working well?" Jiang Ping also frowned. The scent had not diminished, but had become even more intense. It's impossible that there's nothing wrong. Lowering his head in thought, he said, "Senior, I'll go check it out. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease." Mo Cho wanted to refuse, but He Chuncheng stopped her. "I'll go with the junior. Since we have doubts, we should investigate. We need to be responsible for these 28 companions." Indeed, any slight mistake could lead to total annihilation. They had all seen Jiang Ping's capabilities and knew it was not without reason. Mo Cho nodded in agreement. "Be careful. We will support you from the back." He Chuncheng and Jiang Ping set off. Jiang Ping kept sniffing, but there was no scent of flying. Trees? No. Grass? That's not it either. Small animals? Don't be ridiculous. Suddenly, a chill ran through Jiang Ping's heart. Small animals? Yes, it was too quiet. It was as if there was a dead silence. At first, he thought the battlefield was like this and didn't pay much attention, but now reflecting on it, the problem was serious. Suddenly, the books in his mind flashed rapidly. Chapter 93. The smallest junior actually had to help everyone block the strongest impact. This kind of thing cannot be ignored by anyone. This was something that should have been done by her, as the team leader, but the barbarian bone tribe in front of him was truly hateful, holding him back tightly. With no other choice, he could only let He-chun and AI Li go for support. He-chun had just caught his breath, so everyone consciously let him stay back a bit, while AI Li, being a support type, naturally stayed behind as well. As soon as the two received the command, they wanted to rush over, but a small bone frame appeared out of nowhere. With an arrogant snicker, it said, "You human brats, your opponent is me." The barbarian bone tribe on the opposite side laughed heartily, as the Bone Ridge knew that this kid had the most thoughts. Block him. And once the boss kills that audacious guy, this group will collapse without a fight. The little bone frame chuckled. "That's natural. There's a saying among humans. Good steel should be used on a blade." He-chun looked at the shameless Bone Ridge and couldn't help but laugh in anger. He raised his steel spear and charged. "I don't have time to chat with you. Let us fight." He got into a brawl with the Bone Ridge. While AI Li was also anxious, she immediately provided a buff to He-chun, but they were still blocked. Chapter 94. Two bloody-clawed arms, like swimming dragons, moved extremely fast and fiercely grabbed onto the double axes. At this moment, the giant skeleton was in a weakened state after unleashing its ultimate move, and Jiang Ping was waiting for this opportunity. He tore down fiercely. With a ripping sound, the two giant axes were actually torn off forcefully. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that it wasn't the axes being torn off, but the arms controlling the axes. "How dare you hit me?" "See," Oni exclaimed, going wild. "Am I some kind of weakling from South City?" Without saying a word, the blood-colored claws tore again, leaving the audience in shock. Inside the giant skeleton, 8 groups of blue soul flames were dumbfounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere little guy withstand my lethal strike? That was concentrated power from all 8 of us. How could this happen? The 8 barbarian bone tribe members were in deep shock and self-doubt. They couldn't understand how such a thing could occur. Just now, they had used their best skills to kill this little guy as quickly as possible. At this moment, on the throne, Ling Yun laughed heartily. Chapter 95. Did they not know that using the secret method would certainly lead to death? Since she was the captain, she must have outstanding martial strength, knowledge, or command skills. Mo Cho's knowledge was undoubtedly well-stocked. Secret method? These dogs were truly insane. He-chun hurriedly accelerated his movements, trying to interrupt their reformation. Mo Cho commanded the crowd to attack. "Quick, we must be fast. Once this thing is fully formed, It one T distinguished between friend and foe. And with so many blue bones combined, its power is absolutely not to be underestimated. But even as they tried to block, those people seemed to have been prepared and began throwing away their original bodies to attack Mo Cho and the others. In just 3 seconds, a skeleton made up of only dozens of bones appeared before everyone, floating with a blue hue. Group rest. Drag him to death. According to records, his explosive time 1T exceed 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, even if we ignore him, he will collapse and die on his own. Yes, 18 thoughts and 18 bodies pieced together. How could there be no side effects? Although their combat power increased, they only had a moment of brilliance. On the throne, Ling Yun watched the desperate barbarian bone tribe and then looked at his own child, this time without a sarcastic remark. Chapter 96. Jiang Ping estimated in his heart. 3.5 minutes. They could not hold on for 3.5 minutes. On the ground, 9 people were already lying, unaware of their fate. Looking at his seniors and comrades, even the Westerners he had always looked down on had gone up at this moment. He could no longer hold back. He wanted to shout, "I'm not leaving," but he couldn't bring himself to say it. If the 3 groups couldn't hold on for the designated time, he might truly become the key to victory. It was a matter of 20 million mysterious realm monsters and countless resources for countless children as cultivation. He couldn't act recklessly. He shouted into the air, "Sun and moon wheel." Stepping on it, he turned to see He-chun already fighting desperately. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as he shouted fiercely, "I'm a child too." Running and looking back, he cried like a child, his sleeves constantly wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. His speed was incredibly fast. Powerless. He truly felt too powerless. For the first time, Jiang Ping became desperate for strength. If he had taken the demon-eating manual more seriously when he got it, not being so carefree, wouldn't they have survived? Mo Cho, He-chun, and the others might have lived. After all, he was invincible at the same level. Chapter 97. He-chun turned back and saw Jiang Ping's youthful face, on the verge of collapse. "Run, Jiang Ping, run. What are you coming back for? This doesn't require you." Even AI Li, who was barely holding on, was anxious. "Run, Jiang Ping." At this moment, no one was left. Only less than 4 people were still holding on. Seeing Jiang Ping appear, they truly broke down. But Jiang Ping also knew that if he didn't give them some confidence, they wouldn't retreat. Stepping on the sun and moon wheel, he said nothing. He charged directly at the combined body, blocking a strike for everyone. And Jiang Ping was unharmed. Jiang Ping's clothes fluttered in the wind. And He-chun and the others looked at him as if a god had descended, completely stunned. They didn't understand why Jiang Ping could withstand the attack of the barbarian bone tribe, which was infinitely close to the king realm. Ailey exclaimed, covering her mouth, and coughed up a pool of blood instantly. But even bleeding didn't stop her from asking, "Jiang Ping, this is the barbarian bone tribe that's south infinitely close to the king realm, a product of desperate measures from the secret method. How could you?" Jiang Ping's movements were not slow, breaking the law, absolute zero. 2 claws shot up into the sky. And He-chun recognized Jiang Ping's tactic very well. Chapter 98. Jiang Ping smiled and nodded. "Brother Chun, by the way, is Mo Xiaowai the nickname of the senior?" He-chun's face turned red as he shook his head. "No, it's a nickname I gave her." Jiang Ping understood. He didn't compete with He-chun for the honor of holding Mo Cho, but went to the other side. Ailey's delicate face was also covered with tear stains. At this moment, she was dragging her partner's body with hands that had long since lost strength. Just then, a slightly inexperienced voice came. "Sister Ailey, I'm here to help you." Sister Ailey was a form of respect, and Ailey's demeanor made Jiang Ping feel that he should respect this seemingly delicate woman. Ailey wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and smiled. "Thank you. This is Jinx, my best friend. We've lived and eaten together since joining the Light Church." Ailey became quite talkative, reminiscing about those past days. Jiang Ping listened attentively, keeping his hands busy as he picked up Jinx's body and set it aside. He recognized this girl. She was the one with the prominent chest. After moving one body, Jiang Ping followed Ailey to lift another body, that of the blonde, hooked-nosed Westerner who had been constantly mentioning his god. Chapter 99. At the Zhuke Academy, there was a special place dedicated to burying the Zhuke students who had died in battle. As for their families, there would be dedicated personnel to take care of them. Dongfang Lan was an example. Her father had died in battle. So she directly qualified for admission to the practitioner school, a qualification that could not be tampered with. Anyone who tried would meet their demise because this was the foundation of the 13 cities. In the cemetery, Jiang Ping pushed Mo Cho, followed by He Chun and a few other survivors. No one spoke. They just watched until A Li and the others arrived. They gazed at the names above, Lehigh from Bay City. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Cho finally said in a hoarse voice, "Let us go. I want to go back." The crowd dispersed, and the setting sun cast a warm glow on them, their shadows stretching longer. That night, in the dormitory of the base, Jiang Ping's mood improved significantly as he began to study the bones he brought back. He had misty grass, and during the day, he also asked Ling Yun for some other materials. As one of the 4 professors at Zhuke Academy, Ling Yun had enough authority to provide a good amount. Jiang Ping didn't ponder whether this was abusing power. If you have power and don't use it, that's the real problem. Chapter 100. Say it again? He repeated that he had figured out how to eat the Barbarian Bone Clan, but he still repeated it. Teacher, the Barbarian Bone Clan can be eaten, and I've already researched the method. At this moment, Ling Yun didn't bother with any rewards. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Jiang Ping closely. You haven't eaten already, have you? Jiang Ping proudly nodded. Ling Yun wanted to shout big guts and wondered if he'd gone crazy. But in the end, he just asked, "Is it good?" Jiang Ping laughed madly. "It's definitely good. The bone soup is more fragrant than my mom's braised ribs." Ling Yun could no longer contain himself. He knew Jiang Ping was being serious, which indicated that it was not just a simple matter of being edible. "Good disciple, quickly tell me what effects it has." He was almost drooling. Jiang Ping laughed uncontrollably, surprised that the usually aloof Ling Yun had such a side. Turns out he was a foodie. Clearing his throat, he calmly said, "Eat where you need to supplement. Eating the bones from where can enhance the bone quality there." He simply stated the effects. This was something Jiang Ping had thought long and hard about. By revealing the recipe for the Barbarian Bone Clan soup, he believed it was the only way to completely eradicate them, even to the point of extinction. Chapter 101. Ling Yun seemed to know what Jiang Ping was thinking. Director Chiu is our Zhuke's vice president. Jiang Ping suddenly realized and said in a low voice, "Why didn't you call him Vice President Chiu? That's more accurate." Ling Yun looked at him with disappointment. "Don't you understand that we shouldn't address leaders informally?" A man in front of a book, unsure of what to read, heard them and scolded. "What are you muttering about? Ling Yun, how do you have time to run over here?" Ling Yun quickly smiled. Teacher, we have something good, but we're not sure about it. Can you take a look?" Jiang Ping gained some insight. So this was the real president of Zhuke Academy. No wonder Ling Yun acted so cocky in school. "If my teacher was the president, I'd be cocky too," Ling Yun quietly reported, thoroughly explaining everything related to the Barbarian Bone Clan. This time, even the president couldn't help but look at Jiang Ping and waved. "Are you the little bottle that old Mo mentioned?" In an instant, Jiang Ping was taken aback. Seeing Jiang Ping's expression, the president couldn't help but laugh. "What, you're scared? Weren't you boasting before, saying I'm your backer? Why are you so shy now?" Chapter 102. Director Zheng chuckled. "What's the fuss? The things are right here. Haven't you all tried them?" An elderly man with white hair, dressed in a black uniform, shook his head with a weathered face. "Old Zheng, you know that's not what I mean. Such things that can enhance everyone's strength cannot be distributed so carelessly. Giving one city more shares would only cause division among us." Upon hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. However, there were also many who clenched their fists, clearly dissatisfied. The situation was not as simple as Director Zheng had described to Jiang Ping. Even if the inventor was willing, he sometimes couldn't control such major matters. Director Zheng chuckled. "Now you're talking about fairness. If it weren't for this child creating this thing, where would this opportunity come from? He has a pure heart, and doesn't he even want a reward for the city? Isn't that enough? Anyway, I promised, and if anyone is unhappy, that's fine. Since it hasn't been announced yet, I can just tear the recipe into pieces, problem solved." He pretended to take action. Someone became anxious. An old man quickly stood up. "Old Zheng, what are you doing? Put that down. You can't destroy a recipe that was hard to obtain. Let's talk this out." Chapter 103. After a long while, the leading old man gritted his teeth and raised his hand. "I agree." In a flurry, everyone in the conference room raised their hands. The motion was passed unanimously. The old principal walked out, and everyone kept their heads down, saying nothing, until he finally concluded the meeting with a single sentence. The meeting is adjourned. Outside, Director Jiang followed beside the old principal. Mogo, you didn't give them face today. There might be some repercussions later. The old principal looked at Director Jiang. Old Jiang, I'm lucky to have lived to this day. I guess I can only shelter the children one last time. After this, the bonds of friendship will be gone, so it doesn't matter anymore. By the way, you have to take good care of the little bottle in Juke. Director Jiang nodded. Of course, he is my grandson. The old principal laughed and scolded. You really know how to leverage relationships. If only back in the day. Jiang Ping was unaware of the old principal's powerful stories. He was still at a level that hadn't reached that point. At this moment, he was busy in the dormitory, waiting for the bone soup to finish cooking. Nearby, many others were learning alongside him. These people were sent by Ling Yun. But a problem arose. No matter how hard they tried, the effectiveness of what they brewed was only half of what Jiang Ping made himself. Chapter 104. Jiang Ping suddenly realized. Could be customized here? No wonder Director Jiang didn't ask him what he wanted before coming. He thought it was somewhat hasty. But it turned out to be customization. As he spoke, the person curled his lip. You lucky kid, the token is quite powerful. You can freely choose a king-level quality weapon, and the academy will cover all material costs. Go inside, pick out some materials, and then see what kind you like. Jiang Ping walked in. In the not-so-tall room, he could barely stand upright, but the weapon racks inside were dazzlingly filled with weapons. Some he had seen, others he hadn't. He even saw punk-style weapons. Jiang Ping was stunned. He thought he understood Juke, but now he realized he knew far less than he thought. The foundation of Juke was terrifyingly strong. King-level weapons, just left here? What are you thinking, kid? These aren't king-level. They're all blanks, you understand? Only with special materials can they become king-level weapons. Just take a look. I have everything from swords and spears to halberds and axes. Of course. There needs to be some contribution, but you don't have to worry about that. Chapter 105. Jiang Ping was even happier. This was absolutely unscientific, but too good for cultivation. This was the style he wanted. He was grinning widely, rubbing his hands together. Can I give it a try? The little man looked at him impatiently. Do you see any place here for you to experiment? Go back and play slowly by yourself. By the way, keep that token safe. I'll note down the number. Then, Jiang Ping was sent away. However, Jiang Ping wasn't foolish. He asked where to collect the true method of Juke, which made the little man click his tongue in amazement. Collect? It felt like the true method of Juke was as common as cabbage. This kid really had some skills. But he still told him the location. Jiang Ping walked along the road, carrying the box on his back, his hand constantly rubbing the button, really wanting to press it to feel it. But seeing the crowded streets around him, he held back. Following the path and comparing it to the location the little man told him, he arrived. This was a very imposing entrance, with guards on both sides. Unlike the long robes of Juke students, this was another kind. Although it was also red, it was clear at a glance that it was different from Juke students. Jiang Ping presented his token. Is the true method of Juke collected here? The two people were stunned by the question. After so many years, no one had ever referred to learning the true method of Juke in such a crude way. Chapter 106. Jiang Ping didn't expect what the situation was. Is the academy a makeshift operation? Before coming, they said to learn until he got it. And now that he just learned it, someone wanted him to go out. Nonsense. The two old men laughed heartily at Jiang Ping's confused expression. They let him in because they saw he had learned. You're not joking? The guide felt 1,000 alpacas running past in his mind. It was the first time he received such an outrageous order after doing this for so long. They actually wanted him to incite 2 students to fight. Which good school does this? But he couldn't refuse the orders from above and could only smile. It's like this. You need to go out for a moment. Jiang Ping frowned. Can I ask why? Bullying people isn't this blatant. He was already trying hard to suppress his anger. The guide pretended to look troubled. This is a bit hard to say. Jiang Ping wasn't a fool. Something was going on here. Speak. If you can convince me, I'll go out. Otherwise, you can go wherever you came from. The guide feigned a sigh and said awkwardly, someone just used their authority to say they wanted to cut in line. We can't do anything about it, but we will compensate you. Just need to wait a bit. Chapter 107. The guide impatiently said, coordinating, why are you so slow? Zhao Etienne's anger completely flared up, pointing incredulously at his own nose, his face full of disbelief. What did you say? I'm slow. He was about to explode. At that moment, a brazen voice came. You are Zhao Etienne, right? Do you believe I can beat you up so your dad looks for you all day? Zhao Etienne was going crazy. He felt today was too crazy, with things continuously challenging his understanding. How dare someone point at his nose and curse? Are you crazy? Don't you know the title of the cold-faced war god? He raised his head like an angry lion, exuding a fierce aura. What did you say? Jiang Ping snorted. I'm talking about you. What is wrong? Unconvinced? That look was no different from a spoiled rich kid. The guide responsible for inciting Zhao Etian was dumbfounded, looking at Jiang Ping's guide. With his eyes, he asked, "What is going on?" "I just started pushing things, and now they're fighting." Jiang Ping's guide shrugged, meaning, "Don't mind, just watch the show." Zhao Etian had never seen such an arrogant person. Today he finally witnessed it. Having been provoked for quite a while, this kid completely exploded. Chapter 108. 1 hit, 2 hits, sup down. At least 10 punches. And Zhao Etian fell to the ground. If there were a professional chef present, they would definitely exclaim that flipping the pan was somewhat professional. Zhao Etian looked as if he'd been stunned. He couldn't understand why this was happening, and why his skills wouldn't respond. He couldn't even execute the starting phase of his usual invincible combo. This discovery was far more important than his sore face. Everyone was speechless, watching the cold-faced war god fall from grace. Looking at Zhao Etian's clearly swollen purple face, their gazes towards Jiang Ping changed. Who exactly was this? Jiang Ping walked up to Zhao Etian, curling his lip. "Wanna know why I hit you?" Zhao Etian's intelligence wasn't a problem. He had sensed something was off long ago. "Why? There's a bit of a leak. Go back and ask your grandfather. Also, my name is Jiang Ping. If you're unconvinced, feel free to find me anytime." After saying this, he turned to leave. "Grandfather?" Zhao Etian was stunned. "What does this have to do with my grandfather? Did my grandfather offend someone, and they retaliated against me? That doesn't make sense. Usually, it's the grandfather cleaning up after the grandson. How did it reverse?" But seeing Jiang Ping about to leave, he quickly spoke up. Chapter 109. What is going on? Director Zheng was silent on the phone. Not wanting to do anything, the kid was just playing around. "Are you taking this too seriously?" Old Zhao was furious. He had just received news of his grandson's purple, swollen face. Playing around? How could playing around cause that? Suddenly, old Zheng said softly, "Old Zhao, if it's not just playing around, do you think your grandson can still walk on his own? You should know that Jiang Ping is not an easy opponent. In the battle against the barbarian Bone Clan, you must have seen it. Does your grandson really qualify to be his opponent?" Upon hearing this, old Zhao's hands trembled. "Damn, why don't I have such a grandson? Why can't my grandson break through barriers or research a bone soup that benefits all of humanity?" Suddenly, old Zhao thought of something and turned pale. "Old Zheng, are we going to fight or not?" Director Zheng was laughing crazily in his heart. "Damn, you were so fierce during the meeting, and now you're so cowardly." He cleared his throat and glanced at Mo Zhengqi, who was watching the excitement. He chuckled and said, "It's said to be just playing around. If nothing unexpected happens, it's definitely just this time. Even if it's this time, I will still make Jiang Ping reflect on it. In a few days, we will issue the first version of the bone soup experimental product, and I'll make him reflect in front of all the teachers and students." Chapter 110. Looking at Jiang Ping's serious expression, he called out names one by one. Those names seemed to be familiar to him, and Mo Cho felt a bit heartbroken, a sisterly love for her brother. Tears glistened in her eyes as she asked with a complicated expression, "Bottle, don't you feel a bit overwhelmed?" Jiang Ping was taken aback. He then understood what Mo Cho was saying and revealed his signature smile. "Senior sister, you don't know, these are not burdens for me, but my motivation. When I was a kid, I envied others for being able to cultivate. Do you know how it feels for a kid who can't cultivate to enter a school for cultivators? Everyone progresses every day. I originally thought they would isolate me, but my classmates, big and small, didn't do that. Instead, they deliberately left some of their blood essence for me when the school distributed it. At that time, I had no choice. I was starving, really starving. When a person is hungry, they can't think of anything else. But I swore in my heart that if one day I, Jiang Ping, could stand up, I would make the dogs in Nan City the dog kings." Saying this, Jiang Ping laughed and said, "Senior sister, don't laugh. I really thought that way back then." Chapter 111. There were also rumors that you only need to eat and don't have to suffer, and this madness was even greater. Just like how people who want to lose weight feel when they find out they don't need to control their diet or exercise. But no matter how they spread the rumors, they didn't get anything. The technology is now in the hands of Zhuke Academy. Director Zheng of Zhuke Academy had long sent a group of people to learn from Jiang Ping, and they are currently training soup chefs. Moreover, the scale is getting larger. As a result, Zhuge Academy has become more assertive. However, there's a problem. The Barbarian Bone Clan's bones are running low. Jiang Ping took away a batch, and another batch was consumed during experiments. Since the bones were not specifically collected, naturally, there aren't too many left. So, Director Zheng came up with a solution. That is to exchange with other academies and factions, using finished products as trade. This made many people happy. They all wanted the bone soup. And now that it's being offered, who would refuse? Zhuge Academy purchased a large batch of bones. But the most important problem still arose. During an internal meeting, Old Zhao, Director Zheng, and others were present. Old Zhao said seriously, Old Zheng, the bones of the Barbarian Bone Clan are ultimately limited. We can't withstand such a large consumption, even if we save. Moreover, our goal is for everyone in the 13 cities to be able to drink bone soup. So what do you propose? Chapter 112. If it weren't for someone, Director Zheng would be laughing and crying. Isn't this still about selling? All right. Since we can negotiate, that's the best. They didn't want to go to war. Wouldn't it be better to develop? How the negotiation happened, no one knows. But humanity ultimately walked away. Jiang Ping didn't know that because of his formula. A war that could have spread throughout the human race almost broke out at the higher levels. These days, aside from making soup, he was busy packing and sending express deliveries. He was almost exhausted. He also had to find time to write self-reflections. But the results were good. He packed the bone soup for some important people and sent it through the Academy's exclusive express service. This kind of express delivery can also be considered a private service. At first, it was just a group of people with flying mounts helping others carry small items, but it gradually developed into the organized scale it has today. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Zhuge Academy to hold a big meeting. Originally, Zhuge Academy rarely had such opportunities for meetings. People were usually busy. Busy earning contributions, busy developing land, killing monsters, or competing for resources and rifts. They were busy to the point of joy. But this time, everyone returned. In the campus of Zhuge Academy located in the Rift, at least tens of thousands of people gathered, including faculty and students from previous years. Chapter 113. Is Zhuge Academy good? Of course it's good. The teachers are good. They don't hide their knowledge. The students are good. They would kill anyone who dares to bully their classmates. But it's also not good. When there's no danger, these once good people can be the most dangerous. Because when they play to the death. Lingyan saw that only Jiang Ping was on stage and amplified his voice. Zhao Yiqian, don't be afraid. The teacher will support you. Be bold and let Jiang Ping apologize to you face to face. But the more he called, the more Zhao Yiqian wanted to run back. At one point, he even thought, is it okay if I don't drink this soup? Lingyan shouted a couple more times. Finally, he scolded Jiang Ping in frustration. Look at you, little troublemaker, you've scared the senior. This completely goes against the rules and teachings of Zhuge Academy. If your self-reflection isn't deep enough, I won't let you off. Jiang Ping hurriedly raised his hand. Teacher, I realize my mistake. I've written 8 sheets of reflection. Zhao Yiqian wanted to run. Damn, 8 sheets of reflection. I'm so embarrassed. As a result, a sharp-eyed student shouted. Hey, isn't that Yiqian? Yiqian, the teacher is calling you. Hurry up. Zhao Yiqian replied in a muffled voice. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Chapter 114. Dongfang Lan felt a bit hot in the face. Yes, what relationship does she have with the bottle? Hearing this, she felt relieved. A group of people were gasping. Everyone in Zhuge finished their soup and then looked at Dongfang Lan and the others, feeling envious and almost drooling. Meanwhile, Dongfang Lan and the others were drinking one bowl after another until they were full. Dongfang Lan still wanted more, and Jiang Ping hurriedly stopped her. Lan, we're not in a hurry. Don't overdo it. Whenever you want to drink again, I'll make it for you. Only then did Dongfang Lan reluctantly put down her spoon, lying on the ground with a satisfied expression, not wanting to move at all. Everyone looked at Dongfang Lan and the others, feeling envious to the point of tears, which made the entire Zhuge Academy aware of Jiang Ping and his little friends. They basically recognized them. Many people have even speculated that this little girl should not be provoked in the future. Otherwise, even drinking soup would be a problem. From this aspect, Jiang Ping has indeed fulfilled his promise, protecting Dongfang Lan. Even when it comes to Zhuge, he can still manage. However, no one dares to approach Dongfang Lan here, but Zhao Yiqian is overcrowded, and there have long been clever people. The Gu siblings saw Jiang Ping actually giving Zhao Yiqian a pot of soup and wished they could take his place. Chapter 115 is the most genuine thought in Chung Ijo's heart. The teacher is also competitive. To obtain good resources, you need to cultivate good students. But who can be as impressive as him, bringing out a batch of Xianjing from first-year students? As long as there are no underhanded dealings, he is definitely in a stable position. Ha ha ha. Chung Ijo laughs, even in his dreams. Jiang Ping's achievements are also impressive, due to continuous eating and drinking. His claws have finally experienced another breakthrough. However, what shocked him was that this time he unexpectedly grew another claw. Now, he can summon 3 claws at any time from behind him. Sometimes Jiang Ping himself is puzzled. What's going on? How'd I end up with so many hands? But no one can answer him. Very few can cultivate basic skills like claws to the level of laws, and even fewer continue to deepen their studies like Jiang Ping. He has become a pioneer. Jiang Ping is a bit confused about how to distinguish between laws and Tao after the law. So he sought out Chung Ijo. Chung Ijo pointed at the 3 blood-colored claws emerging behind Jiang Ping and clicked his tongue. Bottled. How come your skill is so wicked? Jiang Ping shrugged. Teacher, I don't know, but I suddenly comprehended it like that. It just poked through, and the window paper broke. You must have felt that too? Chapter 116 on the way back. Jiang Ping pondered Chung Ijo's teachings about laws and Tao from today. According to his words, his claws now count as the first level of law. But if the first level has 3 claws, wouldn't the 8th level be even more impressive? However, what would his claws transform into as a domain? Moreover, he is also cultivating the Zhuke true method. Although he has just started, it will also develop towards that level in the future. Does that mean that everyone's domain actually won't be just one? The only regret is that his Zhuke true method and even his body refinement can't be directly improved through eating. After all, he can't really find a Zhuke to eat. Can he? Not to mention whether there are any. He doesn't even have the qualifications to touch those. Shaking his head. Forget it. Let's prepare to go west. It's October now. Chan Junxiu had mentioned before that someone would come to pick them up in October, and it's about time. Chung Ijo must have received the news when he said that. Sure enough, after Jiang Ping informed Xiao Qi and others of the news, someone arrived the next day. The visitor was a familiar face. Jiang Ping first warmly embraced Jiang Nan. Nanga, long time no see. Chapter 117, this imposing presence is unmistakably that of a demon king, followed by at least 100 similar-looking rabbits exuding a fierce aura. The only difference between these rabbits and the demon king is their smaller size. Wang Jing thought to himself that trouble was brewing as he looked at the demon king before him. There must be a newly appeared crack nearby. How could luck be so bad? Elite team. In an instant, 8 elite team members stood up, surrounding Jiang Ping and others from different directions, protecting them in the center. Then they quietly took out something resembling a flashlight and pressed it. Jiang Ping asked curiously, Captain Wang, what is this? Wang Jing looked at him as if he were foolish. It's an alarm. It will summon support from anyone nearby who receives the message. Jiang Ping was shocked. Is this how you call for help? Wang Jing laughed. What? Do you think I have to fight him to the death for it to be heroic? This is our homeland. However, he felt a bit worried because this rabbit seemed to know that this was the Fire Seed team, which was self-evident. So he said this, but his body was very honest. Wang Jing snorted, soared into the sky, and confronted the rabbit. Where did this reckless little demon beast come from? Daring to be bold in a human homeland. Chapter 118, but soon, everyone showed expressions of unwillingness to back down. Su Tianzhao looked at the rampaging Jiang Ping with a complex expression and shouted, What are you waiting for? Kill. We are also Xianjing. It's just a beast, right? Are we so cowardly that we can't even charge in? One sentence ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Let's go. Just a beast, what can it do? We can't fall behind our bottle brother. In an instant, everyone charged forward, each showcasing their skills. They couldn't penetrate the battlefield like Jiang Ping, but they weren't pushovers either. Each of them grappled with 1 or 2 demon beasts. In an instant, the pressure on the elite team members drastically decreased. Haha, this time the demon beasts underestimated us. Our human fire seed is not weak. Jiang Ping watched as everyone got into action, a smile creeping onto his lips. He turned to his 3 younger brothers. Lu Da, Lu Mang, Lu Bai, don't charge too recklessly. Stay behind me and chop off the heads of all the demon beasts. The 3 younger brothers were still too weak, not even at the Xianjing level. Rather than rushing in, it was better to help him do some work. The 3 were taken aback. Bottle brother, what's the head for? Chapter 119. Wang Jing was shocked. The elite team was shocked. The Fire Seed team was also shocked. A few members of the elite team stared dumbfounded at Jiang Ping, who was rampaging. With his strength, do we really need to escort him? This raised a soul-searching question. After a long silence, someone suddenly asked, "So, do we still eat this medicine?" Having just made such a grandiose statement, not eating it seemed a bit embarrassing. The others said quietly, "Whoever wants to eat can eat. I'm not eating it." Amidst the one-sided slaughter, the three younger brothers were kept busy. The three were almost in tears, shouting into the sky, "Brother, bottle brother, slow down. We can't cut fast enough." Jiang Ping couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. However, the remaining people, with this shout, came back to their senses. This was no longer their battlefield. And they quickly went to help chop off rabbit heads. The rabbit heads were piled up like small mountains beside them. Wang Jing and the Thunder Rabbit King were locked in a fierce battle. Wang Jing laughed heartily. "Rabbit, your rabbit is not that impressive. It's not even enough for one of us to kill." Laughing out loud, the Thunder Rabbit King was enraged, its entire body glowing red. It roared, "Humans, do not get too cocky. Watch my thunderous might." Chapter 120. Lao En wished he could eat that traitor on the spot. Today's face has been thoroughly lost. With a dark face, he waved his sleeve. "Still not leaving? Go back and investigate everything for me." However, no one noticed the yellow-skinned man in the crowd who showed a look of surprise upon seeing Jiang Ping. He sensed an unusual scent. Jiang Ping and the others followed old Xiao into a hidden house in a certain area of Brolo City, where a pale-faced, middle-aged man in a tailcoat looked at the person in front of him with a hint of anger. "Hey, Adagoro, you better have something important to say. Otherwise, you will regret disturbing my training." Hayata Goro quickly replied, "There is definitely something important, my lord. Just now, I sense an unusual scent. The death mark of my Sakura clan. Didn't you want to find the murderer of your child? I believe it is that person." The count scoffed. "Death mark? I couldn't even track that person with the imprint of my blood clan, and you think you can do it with your mere Sakura death mark?" The pain of losing his child had made the count increasingly irritable lately. Hayata Goro hurriedly said, "My lord, I truly dare not deceive you. This mark is not placed on a person, but on a weapon. This person must have killed a young member of our Sakura alliance, and at that time, the Viscount was with him." Unexpectedly, this calmed Lao En down, thinking that's more like it. Otherwise, he felt that old Xiao might have some tricks up his sleeve waiting for him. After all, they had been familiar partners for so many years. A relaxed expression appeared on Lao En's face. "No problem. The bones of the barbarians are all brought back by those idle folks. We can probably gather about 10 tons. Just consider it a gift for the kids." As for why he asked, there was no issue. These bones have been useless for so many years, so they might as well be kept. 10 tons. Jiang Ping almost laughed out loud. How many bones from the barbarians would that be? He nodded immediately. "All right. I represent the Fire Sea team and forgive you." Next, there was the matter of the King's realm, which was not to be taken lightly. Lao En requested some from the pretty goods, but controlled the quantity and quality to avoid upsetting Lao En. In the end, everyone was happy. The Fire Sea competition would start on time tomorrow. Meanwhile, the people in the cage were dragged to the square of Brolo's holy city. Those who betrayed their race must be killed. Jiang Ping watched as the bones were brought over one after another, his eyes shining, and the others were similar, all looking greedy. Jiang Ping curiously asked old Xiao, "Why are they so anxious about the date of the Fire Sea competition?" "Fake." The archbishop wanted to slap him to death. "Fake." Lao En nodded seriously. Analyzing the situation, you see, if it were true news, how could it spread so quickly? And why did it come right after we just finished our handover? This statement could be considered somewhat persuasive. The archbishop glared at Lao En with a twisted face, then painfully closed his eyes. "Lao En, you have greatly disappointed me. They're almost bringing samples over. And recently someone has been sending messages saying that the office of the 13 cities in Brolos always has the smell of bone soup wafting out. At first, we didn't pay attention, but now it seems to confirm that this news is true. Lao En, being deceived is not terrible. What's terrible is being deceived and still counting their money." Heartbroken, it was truly heartbreaking. 10 tons of barbarian bones. How many people would have to pay what price to obtain that? Especially now. He fully suspected that the information from their spies was actually what they wanted them to know. After all, wanting to grow strong and make sure everyone in the 13 cities can benefit, the confidentiality work would definitely not be easy. So, the old men of the 13 cities released this news. Old Xiao looked at Jiang Ping's silly appearance and laughed heartily. "Don't think too much. Go back and work hard. Give us an city some face." Instantly, Jiang Ping's eyes showed disbelief. He asked in surprise, Old Xiao, are you also from Nan City? This question seemed to plunge Old Xiao into memories, and after an unknown amount of time, he finally chuckled and said, in my time, Nan City was still called Lihua City. Though his voice was soft, Jiang Ping heard clearly. At that moment, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his back, as if the burdens he bore were increasing unknowingly. However, he did not feel repulsed. Instead, he felt a sense of sweetness. It seemed that it was supposed to be this way. But did he have the qualifications to become the hope of Nan City? To let so many people place their hopes on him? But in an instant, he woke up. I, Jiang Ping, am only in the first grade. Invincible under the King's realm. Why wouldn't I have the qualifications? Even for the people of Nan City, I must stand up. Old Xiao stared into Jiang Ping's eyes, able to see the changes in his expression, and finally patted Jiang Ping's shoulder with a smile. Don't feel so much pressure. We're just old, not dead. Don't worry. We will pave the way for you. At the Barolos Holy City Square, the execution platform from yesterday had become the arena today. The scene was extremely grand, with firecrackers and drums booming. Countless people gathered here. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It was impossible to see, as everyone was intently watching the big screen. Some were cheering, while others were booing. Especially when Jiang Ping and the others from the 13 cities were introduced, the boos intensified. Boo! The 13 cities aren't anything special. The men and women they sent are all as thin as sticks. Haha, our seed contestants are the best. Look at that muscular one, he looks decent. That's my third uncle's 4th son's brother. He has our hope this time. Huh, how did a member of the Sakura Alliance mix in here? Someone pointed out a blind spot, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Sakura Alliance? At this time, a man with a red ribbon tied to his head and 2 samurai swords on his back appeared on the big screen. Someone excitedly said, this is the young talent of our Sakura Alliance, only 19 years old, but he has already evolved the dual sword style to its peak. When the dual swords are drawn, the dragon roars. So impressive. What realm is he at? As for those who lost, didn't they feel even a bit of shame? Luda really wanted to say, what do you know? Even if he lost, he could still turn things around later. In the second match, Su Tianjiao went up, and his opponent was Kevin. However, the recently victorious Kevin looked a bit outmatched. He was easily defeated by Su Tianjiao. Kevin was a bit dazed. He didn't even understand what happened before he was kicked out. In the arena, one could be thrown out or directly injured. Obviously, Su Tianjiao didn't have the intention to kill Kevin. Mainly, Kevin was just too weak. Su Tianjiao felt a bit reluctant. But Kai Bin was weak, and Su Tianjiao didn't expect the next one to be even weaker. With just one move, she kicked her opponent away. This left the previously noisy crowd instantly silent. Is this girl really that strong? Even the blonde man became serious. The person they just sent up wasn't weak, so how could they be so easily defeated? This was still her showing mercy. Otherwise, with one move, they wouldn't even have a place to argue. He was pondering whom to send next and what strength Su Tianjiao had. But just as he was conflicted, Su Tianjiao did something that caught everyone off guard. Chapter 126. This is a balanced battle. This is a battle of fire seeds. Countless people cheered. Only Jiang Ping took a glance and then looked away. Originally, he was the 4th to go up, intending to break through directly, but he didn't expect Liu Baichuan and Li Zimu to have their own little secret. But it didn't matter. After all, the ones before had one. They couldn't lose. Li Zimu's strength was not much different from that of this person. But the so-called genius from the Sakura Alliance was still a bit lacking compared to Liu Baichuan. Sure enough, just as Jiang Ping shifted his gaze away, Li Zimu placed a long sword against Hayata Masayoshi's neck. With a cold expression, he said, "You've lost." Hayata Masayoshi was filled with disbelief. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. He was already in the Xian realm, and according to previous estimates, even if he broke through, it was possible. How could he be defeated by someone he had never heard of? Before coming here, he had boasted, and now it turned out like this? Li Zimu sheathed his sword and said indifferently, "Get lost." Saying that, he turned to jump down. But at that critical moment, Hayata Masayoshi looked at Li Zimu's back, his expression changing dramatically, revealing a crazed look. Die for me. Chapter 127. This was the most brutal scene since the start of the battle. Hayata Masayoshi was inhaling more than exhaling on the ground. Jiang Ping slowly walked over, pointing his spear at him. "Get up, keep fighting." Below, Li Zimu was shocked. At that moment, it seemed he had an epiphany. The blond man couldn't hold back any longer, stood up, pulled out his weapon, and walked up. He had a grim face towards Jiang Ping, who was showing off. That's enough. Your opponent is me, no matter what. Hayata Masayoshi was one of their people and couldn't be so humiliated. But Jiang Ping looked at him with disdain. Were you? He hasn't conceded yet. And he hasn't left the circle. Step back a bit. One sentence left everyone in shock. The members of the Fireseed squad looked as if they had learned something. Goodness. They had just been wondering why Jiang Ping didn't throw this person out directly, but instead onto the stage. It turned out they still had a fight. The blond man pulled a long face. Give me some face. I'm Mavis 1T, let you suffer. Jiang Ping smiled and said lightly, You have no face here. Jiang Ping didn't have time to argue with him. He continued addressing Hayata Masayoshi. Get up. At this moment, it was very difficult for Hayata Masayoshi to even move his hand. Chapter 128. Mavis was being roasted by the fire dragon, his whole body turning red. He struggled to resist Jiang Ping's spear. The giant sword swung, holy light attaching to the giant sword. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell down his forehead. At this moment, he no longer dared to say that Jiang Ping could let him have 3 moves. But Jiang Ping was relentless. The fiery spear's scorching breath becoming even more intense. Even from a distance, one could feel the rising temperature. Look at the time. The first one to mention the fiery spear, contact me for naming fees. But this was not the end. At that moment, the claws were wildly swinging. And Mavis's face turned pale. At this moment, it felt as if he was facing 3 people. No, 2.5. 5 hands. 2 hands were fighting with the fiery spear, and 3 hands were wrapped in a layer of battle armor. Jiang Ping felt exhilarated. Mavis was like an egg in a frying pan, constantly being flipped and roasted. The whole person had no ability to fight back. There was an uproar. How could this be possible? Half step to the king realm. This was half step to the king realm. How could he be beaten to this extent? Originally, Mavis was thought to be a genius, but unexpectedly, 13 cities had produced an even more talented individual. Moreover, it seemed that the overall strength of the 13 cities was rising in this round. Chapter 129. Old Chio shook his head slightly, looking helpless. Sai, look at you. So anxious. It's just a fox girl. It's not like you've never seen one before. But I believe you've heard some of our legends. The Qingxiu Fox clan is supposed to belong to my 13 cities. And I've heard that you personally went in to negotiate with the Fox clan, but ended up being beaten by their queen. You couldn't handle it. So why not let it go? We don't need control, just a door we can enter any time. How about it? In the future, we'll rely on our own abilities. A few words made the archbishop frown repeatedly. The Fox clan's rift was a rift they had just discovered a few days ago, suddenly appearing around the holy city. But he had clearly sealed the news right away. How did this old fox know? More importantly, he knew it so clearly, even about him getting beaten. His expression changed as he thought seriously. Meanwhile, old Chio said leisurely, If you don't speak, your child might get killed. Don't go crazy then. Indeed, Jiang Ping had already pressed Mavis down with the embryonic domain. It was a collision of flesh and muscle. Mavis kept rolling. Chapter 130. All right. Old Chio, also have some leverage now. Get up. I know your heart has long flown into that rift. Go explore it. There will be surprises. Old Chio rarely showed a mischievous side. Jiang Ping was stunned. He indeed couldn't wait to go in. After all, this was a gold mine. But surprises? Anything that old Chio called a surprise would definitely not be small. Nodding respectfully, he immediately pulled out a hexagonal prism. This he had learned on his own. Slowly, a door appeared, and Jiang Ping turned to look at old Chio. Grandpa Chio, can I go in and take a look? He was anxious inside. Old Chio laughed heartily. Go. Be careful. After all, this place hasn't been developed yet, and there's also an entrance in the west. Be cautious, and you won't go wrong. Jiang Ping nodded. He casually disappeared. The door existed for only a few seconds before disappearing, as if nothing had ever existed. Old Chio watched Jiang Ping's back, feeling very satisfied. He was relieved that Jiang Ping could go out. If a genius who was about to reach the king realm couldn't go out to experience, then everyone might as well not live. Jiang Ping understood everything at once, which made him feel that spending half a lifetime's fortune to build this hexagonal prism was worth it. Chapter 131. Jiang Ping was surprised. These 4 women dressed in cool clothing surprisingly had some backbone. Upon hearing this, he realized they were the locals. It was all too easy to come by. After all, In Jiang Ping's view, although he had only one door, in his heart, this place was already his private property. Therefore, those damn Man-Bone tribe members were robbing his private property. He had to help out. It was definitely not for any other reason, but simply because these women couldn't afford clothes and his hatred for the Man-Bone tribe. Even boiling soup with the Man-Bone tribe wouldn't ease his anger. Thus, when the women were preparing to break out, they were shocked to see a scene they would never forget. Having lived all their lives in the Qingqiu Rift, or as they called it, the Qingqiu tribe, they suddenly saw a man stepping on colorful clouds with a halo behind him, handsome and exuding a powerful aura, appearing before them as if he had descended from the heavens. How dare the mere Man-Bone tribe act so arrogantly on your lord's territory? With his hands behind his back, he looked like a sage. Of course, this was just Jiang Ping's own perception. In reality, the several fox women looked at him with caution in their eyes. Chapter 132 with a smile, he said, "Great, I'm curious too. To be honest, this is my first time here." Husier was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and led the way. The fox women obediently followed behind the two. Husier tentatively asked, "Jiang Ping, you said it's your first time here? Where are you from?" Jiang Ping did not hide it. From outside, but not from the same place as that group of Man-Bone tribe. Man-Bone tribe? Husier was slightly taken aback. With slightly parted lips, she asked, "Jiang Ping, are you talking about those skeletons?" Jiang Ping nodded. "Yes, they're called the Man-Bone tribe, a group that only deserves to be used as soup ingredients. I just didn't expect they could come here too." "Soup?" Husier gasped. "What kind of devil is this? Can skeleton bones also be used for soup?" Remembering the bones Jiang Ping had just collected, she broke into a cold sweat. "Were you planning to make soup with those bones?" Jiang Ping naturally replied, "Yes, it's very delicious. I'll make you a pot later. I guarantee you'll want a second helping." Jiang Ping thought it was simple. He and T had any conflict with the fox tribe, and it would be good to show some goodwill. However, his self-perceived goodwill left Husier and her sisters a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 133, what the hell is this measurement unit? This is a royal level Qirong chrysanthemum. Finding a royal level 1 outside is like begging for mercy. Here, it can be measured by the pound. He thought he had already placed enough importance on the fox tribe, but now it seemed he had underestimated it. Taking a deep breath, "Hulao, you think too much. I have a grudge against the Man-Bone tribe. Even without Shimei and the others, I wouldn't let them go. I don't want any rewards. I really want to talk business with you." This left Hulao stunned. She could clearly feel Jiang Ping's greedy emotions earlier, but never expected this young man could resist temptation. Although the Qirong chrysanthemum was nothing to her at this level, it was no ordinary item. If she took out a pound, he could still hold back, which was indeed impressive. "What big business do you want to discuss with me, young man? Our tribe is doing quite well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping saw an opportunity. He immediately smiled. "Doing well? That's just because your vision is too narrow." One sentence made Hulao frown. Jiang Ping pretended not to see. "If I'm not mistaken, most of your tribe is in the fusion realm, and there aren't many in the Xian realm. Hulao, you should be at most half a step into the king realm, right?" Chapter 134, Jiang Ping's earlier words left Hulao in silence. First, the external environment. Jiang Ping had clearly stated that the environment they were in was extremely poor, and a major enemy would soon attack. Second, the temptation. The allure of the blood of demon beasts was something they couldn't refuse. And then there was the background. This person has an extraordinary background. He frequently mentioned high-level humans. She thought about it. If she refused, she had no doubt this young man would directly enslave them. Although she had a queen above her, there was only one queen. While Hulao was silent, rustling sounds came from around them. "It should be here. No doubt about it. My nephew's weapon aura is nearby." Suddenly, Jiang Ping turned around and was stunned. Just by looking at their attire and the samurai sword behind them, he could tell what they were. However, he furrowed his brow at the two pale-faced men beside him. A familiar scent. Hayatagoro was also stunned when he saw Jiang Ping, then showed a delighted smile. It's him, it's him. It was all too easy to find." Suddenly, he caught sight of Shimei and several beautiful fox women with distinct styles, and a lewd light instantly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 135, the two clan elders she named were both half-step king realm foxes, who had been stuck in this realm for many years. They looked at Jiang Ping, whose four claws floated in the wind, and at Hayatagoro's shocked expression, their eyes filled with disbelief. "What happened, old sister?" Hulao didn't say anything but looked at Jiang Ping with a complex expression. Just watch. In the arena, the blood energy behind Jiang Ping filled the sky, gradually taking on a tangible form. To outsiders, it seemed that this blood energy was transforming into skull-like shapes. Even Jiang Ping himself hadn't noticed this change. At this moment, he only felt that he was terrifyingly strong. On the other side, seeing Jiang Ping displaying such power, Hayata called out, "Not good. Quickly, let us deal with him together." He charged forward, launching several signature moves, all of which were his best tricks. However, after he charged in, he turned to look at the two Half-Step King Realm Blood Clan members, and they were nowhere near him, their eyes closed as if controlled by someone. Hayata panicked. "What are you doing, move?" But no one answered him. At this point, retreating was impossible. He could only press on. Chapter 136. Hayata eyes turned red as he lay on the ground, trying to get up. Jiang Ping, being kind-hearted, decided to help him a bit, and then he lifted him up. With claws gripping him, he brought him close. "Now, you can talk nicely. Which big shot did I offend? And what's going on with your Shikigami? Can it still be summoned?" At first, Hayata was quite stubborn and didn't want to speak. But when Jiang Ping furrowed his brow, preparing to make him bleed more, he caved. "I'll tell you. You are the Count of the Blood Clan, sent by Count Caldosi because you killed his son the Viscount on Mount Fire God." The Blood Clan? Jiang Ping had heard about this race long ago. Count? What level of Count? Hayata was shaken hard by Jiang Ping, his internal organs almost coming out. Gritting his teeth in pain, he said, "It's the King Realm." A terrifying King Realm. Jiang Ping nodded thoughtfully. "So those two are also from the Blood Clan?" He smelled something unusual. Hayata nodded and said with difficulty, "Yes. They were sent to help, but also to monitor." Jiang Ping sneered. "Look at your pathetic state, being a dog for someone else. And they still have to send a shepherd dog to watch over you. What are you after?" Chapter 137. Jiang Ping's brilliant smile was frightening. Several fox women couldn't help but take a few steps back, while Grandma Hu sighed and walked over. "Jiang Ping, brother, do you mean what you said before?" As soon as Jiang Ping heard this, he knew Grandma Hu had agreed in her heart. Laughing heartily, "Of course, I mean it. I guarantee you, I will protect you. As long as there is an enemy invasion, I will take care of it for you. And you will not only qualify to go out with me to kill demon beasts, but also receive rewards of demon blood that meet the conditions. And all you need to do is pledge your loyalty. Plant various medicinal herbs for me, like the rare mushroom chrysanthemum ISNT. That a good deal for you?" Jiang Ping could say he was very sincere. Grandma Hu had just seen Jiang Ping's powerful display. Both his background and personal potential made him an excellent candidate. Now that disaster had begun and foreign invasion was imminent, it was better to rely on him. "All right, brother, please come into the village. Let's discuss in detail." Jiang Ping nodded. "Good. I don't know how the discussion went, but the final result was that Jiang Ping received a batch of rare mushroom chrysanthemums, all of varying qualities. And this Fox clan tribe had completely become Jiang Ping's territory. Chapter 138. Simply put, it's a worthless scoundrel, deserving of a beating. Jiang Ping looked at him with a half-smile, half-serious expression. "Hayata, I killed your nephew. Don't you care at all?" Hayata flattered with a smile. "Didn't you spare me? And I've realized it's better to live than to die. I will definitely work hard for you in the future." I have to say, after witnessing Jiang Ping's strength, he really changed his attitude. Being a dog for the Count is one thing. Being one for Jiang Ping is another. The key point is that he learned a piece of news from the previous two Blood Clan members. They said Jiang Ping seemed to have a natural oppression over them, which shocked him. He felt Jiang Ping was not simple. Following Jiang Ping might really lead to development. Jiang Ping did not continue the topic, but looked at the water bucket beside him, which was filled with blood. His eyes suddenly sparkled. Half-Step King Realm. Intergenerational Blood Clan blood, impure bloodline. But it can be refined to secretly make blood tofu. Cannot be eaten alone, can be added to existing recipes, such as Howling Moondog Hot Pot. Secret recipe for blood tofu. Listen to my reader, Your Majesty. I will supplement it later. Note, can enhance blood attribute vitality. Long-term use has beautifying effects. Chapter 139. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, Jiang Ping's body went soft. He leaned against the ice coffin, and then a scene of destruction appeared in his mind. It was a land filled with desolation and despair. The ground cracked open, showing a scarlet color. The clouds in the sky, which should have been pure white as snow, were also dyed red, like a fire cloud. Not far away, a barefoot woman in a red dress was walking aimlessly on the ground, flames appearing beneath her feet with each step. For words appeared in Jiang Ping's mind. Step by step, lotus. Only it was a fire lotus, and these fire lotuses were like spirits in the flames, cheering joyfully. Suddenly, the image disappeared. Jiang Ping took a long time to open his eyes. He looked at the woman with a complicated expression. Is that you? Are you trying to tell me something? He was sure she was telling him something, but he did not understand anything from the image. He sighed deeply. Forget it. Knowing where the problem lies is enough. It turns out he only had 80% confidence, but now it was 100%. He just couldn't connect the suppression of the Blood Clan with this image. I'm leaving. I'll come see you again when I have time. By the way, I noticed there are fewer demon beasts here. Did you eat them? What do you like to eat? I'll catch some for you later. Chapter 140. Old Chiu was shocked again. You broke through to the King Realm and have a domain? Hey, this doesn't make sense. Your cultivation hasn't reached the King Realm. But you have the King Realm Golden Bone of the Barbarian Bone Clan and a domain. Tell me how this happened. Jiang Ping explained the whole story. Old Chiu was dumbfounded. He stared at Jiang Ping with his mouth agape. Are you saying you gained this from eating? Jiang Ping nodded slightly. Naturally, he said yes. I went in and found a few medicinal materials. I think the formula can be improved. And then I cooked soup with the bones of the king-level Barbarian Bone Clan. And that's how my hand bones became like this. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ping's flesh was almost healed. This must be said to be the power of the Vermilion Bird True Law. Blood rebirth is no joke. Although Jiang Ping had not reached that level, healing wounds was still no problem. Old Chiu listened to Jiang Ping's narrative, his expression increasingly serious. Who else knows about this? Bottle, you might accomplish a great deed. Jiang Ping pointed at himself. Only I know, but the fox women I subdued made the soup for me, but they don't know about my changes. Old Chiu looked at him seriously. Are you sure? This matter is significant. If they really know, Grandpa needs to help you clean up the aftermath. Otherwise, it will lead to big trouble. Chapter 141. No matter whether it can be eaten or not, since my grandson says this group of Blood Clan bully people, then it is bullying. Even if it can't be eaten, we must deal with it. The phone calls kept being made. And Jiang Ping didn't know who these names were, just watching eagerly, until he heard a familiar name. Lauren. Tell your archbishop that hasn't he long been displeased with those dark eyes, and couldn't he take them down? Give him a chance. I want to deal with them. You can come if you want. It's up to you. Lauren? ISNT that the archbishop and the high archbishop. Jiang Ping widened his eyes in shock. He asked in a daze, Grandpa Chiono, why are you involving them in such a good thing? Old Chiu laughed at him. Little bottle, you are still young. There are some things you don't understand. Inviting them is not only because they hate the Blood Clan to the bone, but Grandpa also wants to make a name for you. Huh? Jiang Ping lowered his head and thought carefully. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Grandpa, are you trying to let everyone know the consequences of provoking me? Old Chiu was laughing so hard he was almost in tears. Yes, that's right. There's nothing wrong with understanding it this way. In short, none of the Blood Clan can escape. They all belong to us. They want our secrets. They're just tools for my grandson to make a name for himself. Chapter 142. At this moment, from middle-aged men stepped forward, their right hands placed on their chests. Fire City Wind Team has assembled. Fire City Fire Team has assembled. Fire City Mountain Team has assembled. Fire City Forest Team has assembled. After the four reported, everyone took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Fire City War Department has assembled. Please give instructions, Minister. With a swish, everyone's eyes were bright and focused on Old Chiu. Old Chiu looked at the 28 people in front of him with deep emotion, his gaze as profound as a chasm. After about 3 seconds, Old Chiu finally sighed deeply. You've all suffered over the years. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned red. Among them, one red-faced, middle-aged man shouted with slightly reddened eyes, not suffering. Compared to the other brothers, we are happy. Jiang Ping frowned as he looked at the scene before him. He always felt something was off. The state of these people seemed very poor. At least their mental state was not good. Each of them appeared to be a suppressed volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Logically speaking, such a situation shouldn't occur in the Wang realm. Moreover, each person's face had visible and horrifying scars, which was even more troubling. Chapter 143. Wang Jing was not intimidated and looked back. We figured things out over the years. We are the brothers chosen to live. We live not for one person, but for countless people. So, we have no right to regret. Please don't say such things again. After Wang Jing finished, he stood at attention and returned. The spirit of the god of ghosts mentioned by Wang Jing surprisingly did not retort, but instead said, "You're right." Old Chiu laughed heartily. "Good. I didn't misjudge you back then. You're all great, great." The atmosphere was somewhat sentimental. Old Chiu, being someone who has controlled situations for many years, changed the subject. "All right, I didn't call you here for a lecture. I have something to discuss. Let me ask you a question. What should we do if someone bullies us?" Immediately, everyone exuded a terrifying aura. Although they didn't unleash their domains, it was enough to make Hu Lao Lao tremble in fear. "My queen, what kind of killing gods are these? How are they so terrifying?" Huxing was seeing so many Wang Jing for the first time. Playing like this? Anyone who dares to bully us is seeking death. Yes, although Fire City is not what it used to be, anyone who doesn't take us seriously will have their teeth shattered. Chapter 144. Old Chiu had eaten enough, and this time didn't compete with them. He just smiled and watched the interaction between Jiang Ping and these uncles. It seemed that the little bottle was born to be a leader. Old Chiu sighed as he looked at him. Curiously, these people took a sip at first, not taking it seriously, thinking it was just a meal made by a child who cared for them. However, as they truly drank the bone broth, their bodies gradually absorbed it. A ridiculous feeling surged in their minds. Was this really just a simple meal? Cultivation is not about treating guests. It requires real effort, real fighting, and obtaining materials. Only by maintaining such bravery can one improve their cultivation and then climb to new heights. Yet at this moment, it seemed to break their preconceived notions. Everyone couldn't help but sit cross-legged, one bowl after another. Even some began to grab the pot. After the soup was finished, Jiang Ping quickly shouted, "Uncles, don't just stand there. Chew on those herbs too. It's a great supplement." Time passed, and when everyone opened their eyes, each person revealed an intense shock. They first looked towards Old Chiu. Chapter 145. Just now, Gao Feng's words were treacherous. There was even a tendency to be ungrateful. Nan City does not allow such people. Even if he is his own captain, he must be dealt with. Gao Feng waved his hand. "Wang Jing, don't mess around. I just want to know what the little bottle thinks. I have no other intentions. This is also my child. Today, I want to hold it against you for the sake of the little bottle. At another time, do you believe I'll let you know why I can be your captain?" Wang Jing flared his nostrils. "You? Go ahead, try it." Saying this, he was about to fight. Jiang Ping saw that they were about to get physical and hurriedly pulled the two apart. Looking at the two acting like children, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. No, uncles, it's nothing. To be honest, I didn't think much at the time. I just felt that after being capable, I should hold an umbrella for everyone, right? And you're all my family. I heard from Grandpa Chiu that it's because of you that Nan City has been able to maintain its position all these years. Saying this, he grinned widely, smiling brightly. There's an old saying, "You raised us when we were small, and we'll take care of you when you're old." When we were young, we relied on your essence to have today. How can it be wrong for us to get you some bone broth today? Chapter 146. His eyes shone like stars, loud and slightly trembling. The ceremony is complete. With that one sentence, everyone stood straight, waiting for Jiang Ping's speech. Jiang Ping took a deep breath. "I don't know how you all ponder this, nor do I know what outstanding qualities I have. But since you elders are willing to listen to me, then I must take responsibility. Therefore, now listen to my orders." Everyone looked at Jiang Ping with anticipation, wanting to see what this newly appointed minister, whom they unanimously recognized, would have as astonishing orders. At least there should be some measures, they all thought. But Jiang Ping's voice came as expected. "Boil the pot." With a whoosh, everyone was taken aback. Just how serious they had been just now. Now they were utterly confused. Jiang Ping's face turned red. He made a big mistake, but he couldn't help it. He really didn't know anything, and could only blur out something. Boil the pot was hard to squeeze out. If it weren't for the high quality of the War Department's squad, otherwise, it would have exploded. Old Chiu, on the side, looked at Jiang Ping with vacant eyes, but then suddenly burst out laughing. The sound was exceptionally harsh. Looking at the bewildered Gao Feng and others, he couldn't help it anymore. Chapter 147. Lao and was waiting outside the city. When they saw Old Chiu's people, their pupils involuntarily constricted. A storm surged in their hearts. Did the 13 cities go mad? Why did these butchers come? And they came in such full force? As someone from the same era as Gao Feng and others, Lao and naturally had past contacts. There's a saying that if someone has been killing fish in the supermarket for 30 years, they're already beyond reincarnation, filled with a murderous aura. So, It goes without saying how much more intense it is for the warriors who have been slaying monsters for decades. Is it too much to call these people butchers? Not at all. Caldosi, what kind of sin have you committed to provoke such a huge response? I thought bringing 5 kings along with myself would be quite impressive, but I never expected the 13 cities to be even more terrifying. 28 kings, and there's even an old man Shio whose depth I don't know. The person has already gone numb. He rubbed his stiff face and forced a smile. Hey, old Shio, you're here too? Can't we handle this little matter ourselves? The Blood Clan has been wreaking havoc in the West for years. They should have been eradicated long ago. Old Shio smiled. My grandson was bullied, so I had to step in. Otherwise, wouldn't he be bullied to death in the future? Moreover, I have been long-term purchasing Blood Clan members. But we can't say this openly, all right? If anyone catches a Blood Clan member and hands them over to me, I will directly trade them for big bone soup. Lauen's eyes almost popped out. Wait, is it just because they intercepted you? He couldn't understand why this child was so temperamental. Intercepting is too common. But because of this, not only did they mobilize dozens of kings, but they also wanted to trade for big bone soup. The reputation of big bone soup has been growing louder during this period, especially in the West, where it's really hard to come by. Lauen looked at old Shio incredulously, implying that they were indulging him, allowing him to act so recklessly. That big bone soup, just for the sake of venting? Old Shio smiled nonchalantly. What my grandson says is what I mean. If anyone captures a Blood Clan member, they can come to the office to find me. Old Shio has been deeply rooted in Brolos for many years, and his words carry much more weight than that young hothead Jiang Ping. At this point, Lauen had to admit this fact. Now, Lauen and the kings behind him were all tempted. Trading Blood Clan members for big bone soup seemed like a good deal. It's not easy to encounter such a gullible target. In his view, old Shio was somewhat spoiling Jiang Ping. Even if he had talent, he shouldn't be indulged like this. Caldosi also smiled. Although he didn't know why he was surrounded, it seemed good if Bernardo could take down this kid first. At least it would be a good start. He sent someone out to check what was going on. With Bernardo blocking the way, there shouldn't be much of a problem. But before he could finish speaking, as soon as Jiang Ping activated his domain, Bernardo's demeanor changed dramatically, letting out a sharp scream. What kind of demon technique did you use? Move, damn it. Move. Clearly at the level of a king, but he just discovered that his hand holding the Western sword was unresponsive. Not only that, his specialized blood domain was suppressed to less than 10 meters. 10 meters. That is already the level of someone just entering the king realm. He had surpassed this novice phase long ago. In an instant, he almost fell flat on his face. It was like having adapted to 5 times gravity and suddenly being hit with 3 times gravity. Well, is it more accurate to say the opposite? In short, he lost control. Jiang Ping smiled. Sure enough, he had a natural suppression over the Blood Clan. However, this suppression didn't always seem beneficial, as he originally wanted to test his true strength. Caldosi immediately sensed something was amiss and was about to look up to see who dared to speak so arrogantly to him. This is his home turf. But as soon as he looked up, his eyes nearly bulged out, his hands trembling. 4 words floated in the sky. Unmatched strength. He looked up at the sky, where a circle of king-level experts hovered, led by an old man who was gently extending his right hand in a gesture of openness. This was the source of his pressure. But did he dare move? He didn't dare. Not at all. His mind was about to explode. How could a mere count like Caldosi, not even the Dark Council chairman, be worthy of being besieged by so many? Moreover, he recognized that old man, the terrifying elder stationed in Brolos from the 13 cities. That was a big shot on the same level as the chairman. He really didn't dare to move. He couldn't help but frown. A voice of resignation came from the side. Caldosi, be obedient and don't move, or you might really get killed. Lauen emerged from somewhere. Caldosi felt a chill. Great. Now there's another one. Lauen, the leader of the younger faction among the Bishops of Light. Seeing these people, looking like gods floating in the sky, Caldosi felt his blood run cold. Jiang Ping laughed heartily. Don't worry. I'll definitely make Bishop Lauen satisfied. A group of Blood Clan members was escorted back to Brolos. On the way, just before parting ways with Lauen, Jiang Ping cheerfully said, "This is my subordinate from the Rift, so I'll trouble Bishop Lauen to take care of him. I also have a small tribe in the Rift with a big flag hanging over it. I'll also trouble Bishop Lauen to promote it, so we don't end up in a situation where the flood washes away the Dragon King Temple. It'll be difficult for us then." Wow. He starting to build momentum. Lauen looked at Hu Lao and Jiang Ping, speechless. You don't need to tell me. I have to promote it too. Who the hell wants to provoke this little devil? He casually brings dozens of kings to take revenge. Who can handle that? Looking at Jiang Ping's seemingly innocent face, he nodded. Got it. I'll tell our people. Jiang Ping clapped his hands. That's good. You know we're all partners. So don't let this hurt our harmony. Lauan felt a headache coming on. He always felt that Brolos wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Fortunately, Jiang Ping wouldn't stay here for long. After discussing the exchange ratio, Lauan went back to report and needed to discuss signing this exchange agreement with the Archbishop as well. However, is your stock sufficient? Before all the kings in the southern city fully develop golden bones, this news cannot leak. Old Zheng clenched his teeth. Not enough, but it has to be enough. At worst, we'll go kill. It's hard to come by such an opportunity. We can't give up. The old principal glanced at him. Kill what? Do you want to risk your life? After being the principal for so many years, you still can't think? Your Zhuke Academy has stock, and other places do too. Go trade with them. Old Zheng chuckled. Now everyone knows the bones of the Barbarian Bone Clan are precious. They want to trade. The old principal scolded angrily. How do they know the bones of the Barbarian Bone Clan are useful? Old Zheng was taken aback, looking at Jiang Ping. That is naturally. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ha! I'm guarding such a treasure as Jiang Ping. Why should I be afraid of not being able to trade? The initiative is in my hands. Understood, I'll handle this. Jiang Ping did not interrupt the conversation among the three adults. He just watched, feeling immensely satisfied. If all the royal realms in Nanxiang could produce golden bones, that would be incredible. Double royal realm? Just ask if you're afraid. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Nanxiang could stand up again. Chapter 153. These crystals were condensing at a rapid speed, and after condensing, they seemed to start walking back along the path they came from like little spirits. Dongfang Lan fell into such a magical state. Jiang Ping was extremely anxious. He wished he could slap himself twice. He thought he was leaving good things for Lan Lan, but now he wondered if she could handle it. This scene had completely exceeded Jiang Ping's control, but suddenly it seemed he understood something. These crystals were not harming Lan Lan. What was going on? With no other choice, Jiang Ping called the old principal, who was reminiscing with a group of royal realm masters, full of energy. He had also produced golden bones. He was still far from the peak, but he had regained some strength. Hello? He answered the phone with a strong voice. Jiang Ping's anxious voice came through. Grandpa, come quickly to save someone. The old principal stood up in an instant. He knew Jiang Ping too well. Just now, Jiang Ping was definitely not pretending. He was serious. What could make Jiang Ping this anxious? His heart sank, but being someone who had experienced great storms, he spoke in a calm voice. Bottles, don't worry. Take your time to explain. Even if the sky falls, Grandpa will hold it up. Chapter 154. Since Dongfang Lan's speech was still not fluent, she just nodded, closed her eyes, and tried to control the ice crystals on her body. At that moment, everyone in the room was stunned. Aunt May, who was closest, couldn't help but shiver. Looking at Dongfang Lan, her body underwent even more peculiar changes. Those ice crystals began to arrange themselves involuntarily, from the size of a disc to the size of a table, and finally becoming as big as a wall. Just then, the old principal hurriedly said, Lan Lan, it's done. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the wall made of ice crystals, full of questions. Even Aunt May, standing by, was stunned for a long time. After all, she was a royal realm master, an old-school royal realm master. How could she feel cold? This coldness felt different, not like a physical chill, but more like a mental attack. But just as the old principal finished speaking, the moment Dongfang Lan dispersed the ice wall, a vortex slowly appeared in the kitchen, and it continued to accelerate. Ice shards, coldness, this soul-piercing feeling touched everyone's hearts. The old principal realized something was wrong and shouted, Everyone outside is dead. Quickly come in, expand the domain, and protect the surroundings. Chapter 155. Dongfang Lan didn't know where to go. She was just eating and drinking and was already better than Aunt May. The key was that she hadn't done anything. She just followed Jiang Ping to start the fire and brew soup. Then when Jiang Ping took a spoon to taste the saltiness, he gave her a spoonful to drink, and at most, she chewed on some leftover scraps. Suddenly, she was told that she could overpower the previous generation. It was too much training. This was really too much training. But it wasn't scientific at all. It didn't even conform to the cultivation views of the 13 cities. The old principal sighed. Bottles, you are very important now. I want you to give yourself another set of training like you did for Lan Lan. Jiang Ping scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Principal, the principal could tell from Jiang Ping's demeanor that this kid was up to no good. Speak. Principal, is that what you mean? Saying this, amidst everyone's shock, Jiang Ping's whole body shone brilliantly, a golden light radiating from his bones that was blinding. The old principal's eyes nearly popped out. How much have you eaten? The old principal was dumbfounded. Chapter 156. There's still breath. Quick, send him to Tianwu Hospital. Saying this, the security guard hurriedly carried Xiao Huang on his back, anxiously shouting to the crowd. Clear the way, quick, let me through, don't block the road. This was a student from his own school. How could he not be anxious? Especially since it was around the school. He was even more worried. The surrounding people were astonished, and the discussion was endless. He's still alive? After bleeding so much. He's still alive? Yes, it seemed that it had been a while since the incident, and it was truly a miracle that he was still alive. But who had the guts to harm a student from the academy? This matter was not simple. No, I need to remind my kid to be low-key. A group of people talked endlessly, and the situation escalated. They say good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Within a few hours, the entire Xinhua city knew about the incident. A few boys were anxiously making phone calls. Damn, did you see the photos that got out? Doesn't it look like Xiao Huang? Yeah, I want to tell you too. It seems to be Xiao Huang. No way, should we go take a look? He's our brother. Chapter 157. What is the tradition of Nanshan? Unity. Luing thought of this immediately. She said to a few people, this matter can't be settled by just us. We need to find reinforcements. The others also agreed. They had inquired with the doctors about Xiao Huang's condition, and it wasn't good. The most important thing now was to notify Xiao Huang's parents and ask them to come as quickly as possible. The second thing was to raise money. Haizi, call Uncle Huang right away and tell him Xiao Huang is in trouble, but don't mention Xiao Huang's condition, okay? Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't be able to relax on the way, and something else might happen, Luing said to a boy with a few pimples on his face. Haizi nodded. Okay, I'll take care of this. I'll do it right away. Saying this, he jogged out. But halfway through, he suddenly came back. The crowd stared at him in surprise. Haizi swiftly pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. You take this first. Xiao Huang needs money right now. After saying this, he ran out again. The others suddenly realized. Right, I thought it might be Xiao Huang who got into trouble, so I brought money too. Chapter 158. Nanshan. Xiao Huang's parents heard the news from Xinhua, and the sky was about to fall. Xiao Hai, tell uncle the truth. Did Xiao Tao get into trouble? Xiao Huang's father was so scared his legs almost went soft, but he still forced himself to stay calm. Haizi hesitated. In the end, he still didn't dare to say, Uncle, Aunt, don't worry. Xiao Huang is out of danger and is in the hospital. I just wanted to let you know to ease your minds, and then I'll take the fastest transport over. Huang's father, being an adult, immediately sensed that something was wrong. He hung up the phone. The couple began to pack their things. Bring all the money, said the child's mother. Xiao Huang's mother nodded, but hesitated and said, Is it possible that Xiao Tao really got into trouble? Huang's father forced a smile and reassured her, Don't worry. Xiao Hai said it's nothing serious. He should just be injured. It's normal for practitioners to get hurt. Huang's mother wasn't sure if she was convincing herself or what, but in any case, she believed him. All right, let's go. However, when they went to buy tickets, they found that they were sold out. Now, both of them were anxious. In the end, Xiao Huang's father gritted his teeth and said, Wait for me. I'll make a phone call. The call connected. Hello, Lao Huang, what's up? I was just thinking of inviting you for drinks. Chapter 159. When the doctor saw the steaming bone broth, he couldn't help but rush over. Jiang Ping dodged. What are you doing? The doctor's eyes revealed a look of desire. Little brother, is this bone broth? Can I take a look? The color, aroma, and the appearance of the bones all resembled the legendary bone broth. Jiang Ping had no time to waste. If it's useful, then first let me feed it to my brother. After the door opened, countless doctors who heard the news gathered in this small hospital room. Even the dean was alarmed. Little brother, can we study this soup? We can buy it, okay? Jiang Ping scoffed by. What do you have to offer? My brother is in critical condition. And you want to make a deal with me? This remark made the dean's face look unpleasant, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. Let us not interfere with each other. Not interfere. Jiang Ping was too lazy to argue with them. He was quite displeased with the entire Xinhua city. He waved at Luing. Feed the broth on time, and take away the bowls and spoons used for drinking. However, thinking that Xiao Huang still had to stay here, he looked at his brother's condition. If he got better, selling you a bowl wouldn't be out of the question. Chapter 160. The door opened, and upon seeing Jiang Ping's handsome face, there was obvious astonishment. This person was unfamiliar. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Jiang Ping noticed Lu Qingye's unusual mood and had a slight realization, then smiled. "You must be Lu Qingye, right? You saved a student outside Xinhua Academy, right? I'm his older brother. I'm here to thank you and to return the money." As he spoke, he gestured. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" He was quite familiar. He thought it must be because of the 3 million that they had argued. So he also wanted to ease things up, flattering this older brother. Moreover, Lu Ying said her child had encountered some trouble, so he needed to check, help if he could, and even create conditions to help if he couldn't. This was Jiang Ping's principle of action. Lu Qingye was stunned. Returning the money? Please, please. Inside the room, he saw a boy slightly younger than himself and a woman. This should be it. However, the boy had a problem with his leg. Without changing his expression, he took out a card. "Brother Lu, take this money. You covered it. And you saved my brother's life. I initially wanted to give you more, but I thought that might insult your dignity." Chapter 161. The witnesses hurriedly packed their things and fled with their families. Jiang Ping went directly to the city guard of Xinhua City. "I want to see your commander." He took out his fire seed identification and brought Lu Ying directly to the city guard's building. Inside, a middle-aged man looked curiously at the young man before him. "Hello. Fire seed number 337. I am the city defense officer of Xinhua City. What can I do for you?" Fire seeds always received various privileges, and as long as the requests were not excessive, they would help. Because once an official reached a certain level, they knew more, and they understood that fire seeds were the ones truly risking their lives, and those who survived were even more remarkable. Each one would become a true elite of the human race. Jiang Ping looked at the city defense officer. "Just call me by my name. I'm Jiang Ping." The city defense officer was immediately taken aback, even wanting to cover his ears. "Damn, is this something I can hear? So arrogant?" The identity of the fire seed couldn't be casually revealed. They generally referred to them by their numbers. However, this only applied to those who hadn't participated in the fire seed competition or fought against foreign races. For Jiang Ping, it didn't matter. His name was probably already well known among the people of the barbarian bone tribe in the West. Chapter 162. The city defense officer's expression turned grim. "Can't we negotiate?" Jiang Ping smiled and simply stared at him, saying nothing. The city defense officer felt helpless. "I can only say that what you're doing is irrational, but I can't stop you. I will report this matter urgently. I hope it will be in time." With one sentence, Jiang Ping understood. He was just here to claim a position of reason. He didn't expect them to solve the problem. If the city defense officer couldn't manage it, he naturally didn't care. "All right, then it's troublesome." After saying that, he took Lu Ying and strode out, leaving behind a cool silhouette. Outside, Lu Ying looked at Jiang Ping. "Brother Bottle, what should we do next?" Jiang Ping glanced at the darkening sky and said lightly, "Let's go to Xinhua Commerce." Xinhua Commerce was located in a business park in the north of the city. The park was not small, which showed how large its scale was. The entrance was bustling with delivery trucks, and there were also many guards with weapons patrolling back and forth. Jiang Ping led Lu Ying inside, but as soon as they reached the entrance, they were stopped. "Hello, what can I do for you?" The guard frowned at Jiang Ping, but was still polite. Jiang Ping nodded. "I want to see your boss." Chapter 163. However, the trembling eyelids revealed his unsettled mood, and Scarface was no better off. He had no reaction at all and was captured. The strength was terrifying, and he wanted to mobilize all his energy to struggle. But he couldn't manage to do so at all. As for the domain, sorry, Scarface wasn't qualified for a domain. Not all kings could comprehend a domain, as it required at least a king who understood the eighth path of law to unleash it. At that moment, he felt like a small boat swaying in the air. Jiang Ping walked in unperturbed, and behind him, Lu Ying followed closely, her back straightened. "Damn, my Brother Bottle is really awesome." At that moment, she didn't even know what kind of strength Brother Bottle had. As they were about to enter the park, Jiang Ping suddenly said, "Make the call." Scarface was tough, insisting, "Impossible. The boss treats me well. I will never betray him." Jiang Ping admired his character, but unfortunately, he wasn't one of his people. So he was sorry. The claws began to tighten. Scarface was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if his body was being crushed. But that wasn't what made him despair. It was the feeling of an extremely familiar wave. Chapter 164. A brutal aura emanated from the second-in-command. The boss, on the other hand, was somewhat composed. coldly staring at Jiang Ping, as if looking at a dead man. If you want our lives, you must give me a reason. Shen Dongxing shouted, shut up. Everyone, shut up. Little brother, that's quite rude. Jiang Ping, if not for wanting to find out who was behind this, wouldn't bother talking to these people. Rude? There's something ruder. Whoosh. Scarface was thrown to the ground, surviving the ordeal. Immediately after, the third elder was hung up. The bodyguards nearby didn't react in time. Instantly, there was an uproar. Looking at the boss hanging there, someone shouted, "Hey you, let our boss go." But many were retreating. Jiang Ping paid no attention to their threats. He looked up at the third elder. "Boss Shun, it's not too late to have a third child now." Shen Dongxing couldn't hold back anymore, disregarding all dignity. "Kid, the shareholders behind Xinhua Commerce are the Zhou family. The Zhou family of Zhongji City. Do you dare touch me? I don't care about your background, but you must let me down now." Jiang Ping shook him like a chick. Instantly, Shen Dongxing's face turned red, his mouth shut tight, as if bound by ropes, nearly exploding with anger. Chapter 165. I have to say, Jiang Ping was growing rapidly. Someone once said that how much a person can grow depends on the size of their platform. And Jiang Ping was just that, from Nan City to the realm, then to Zhuke, having seen foreign tribes, the West, and so on. His heart was no longer that of someone who would deceive for a drop of blood. Although that was a mutual deception, especially after experiencing the sacrifices and partings of comrades in battle against the Manga tribe, he grew even more. Eradicating roots was not out of cruelty, but a necessity. If the Shun family stood up one day, the entire Nan City could be buried with them. So, it was best to eliminate them in their infancy. Plus, it could help the classmates practice their courage. In the second-level academy, their thinking was still restricted. Even though his bone broth helped them advance to the Xian realm, the cultivation of their hearts lagged behind, which was a bigger problem. Whether they liked it or not, they had to do it. Stopping? Impossible. Once Jiang Ping learned about this matter and took action, there was no way to stop. There was no more room for politeness. It was a matter of life and death. However, Jiang Ping felt that the strength of Xinhua commerce was somewhat weak. Chapter 166. In an instant, claws flew. Young Master, Zhou looked like he was facing a great enemy. He shouted, "How dare you?" Meanwhile, Fifth Master, who had just been analyzing what these two were doing, was suddenly anxious upon seeing the attack. Which family's junior is so unreasonable, coming to another family to smash things? I must see which family you belong to. Saying this, he extended a hand, transforming it into a flowing shadow, continuously enlarging, attempting to block Jiang Ping's claws. The flowing shadow was impressive. Jiang Ping was surprised. "I thought I wouldn't encounter anyone capable. Looks like I have now. Old fellow, calling others juniors. Where's your own father?" With a whoosh, Fifth Master's gloomy face was about to drip water. This kid was truly rude. His hands moved quickly, shadows intertwined, and the claws and shadow entangled in an instant. "When I fought with demon beasts, you weren't even born yet. Do you have a problem with being called junior? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Saying that, he actually opened up his domain. Regardless of who was right or wrong, he had to subdue the opponent first. Otherwise, the Zhou family's face would be completely lost. The ground around trembled. The rockery shook, the water in the pond surged. And even a small stone on the ground jumped wildly. Chapter 167. Suddenly, a wall of ice at least several meters wide fell from the sky. It heavily crashed at the junction of the two domains. The cold aura made people involuntarily shiver. Both sides looked up at the sky. A woman in a fiery red Zhuke robe stood atop an immortal fire crow, descending from the sky. Jiang Ping was delighted. Dongfang Lan, seeing Jiang Ping, also sighed in relief. However, just as she was about to speak, she noticed a pool of blood in front of Jiang Ping, and instantly, her mind nearly exploded. The temperature of the visible ice wall was rapidly dropping. Dongfang Lan's expression changed, becoming icy cold. A voice seemed to come from the depths of a frigid abyss. "Bottle. You spat blood?" Jiang Ping's expression froze. He hurriedly explained, Lan, why are you here? That old guy just took a sneak attack, and I didn't dodge, letting him take a small advantage. Look, I'm fine, all good." Afraid Dongfang Lan wouldn't believe him. He even patted his chest. He really was fine. He just lacked experience and got sneak attacked for a peach. However, this was not how Dongfang Lan saw it. Her cold eyes looked towards the other side of the ice wall. "Is it you who made my bottle spit blood?" Chapter 168. Fifth Master, oh, that was Fifth Master. A big shot he had watched grow up, inspired by Fifth Master's stories of conquering the world since childhood. But just now he had been killed. and it was in a way he couldn't comprehend, which truly frightened him. Luckily, urgent family messages had already been sent out at a high level. In about 20 minutes, the Zhou family around Xinhua City would arrive. But the problem was how he would survive those 20 minutes. Jiang Ping smiled. Everyone will die? How about I take you with me before you die? Come here. Young Master Zhou retreated in fear, while cold light flashed in Jiang Ping's eyes. Don't you understand? Come here. He grabbed him, the gun's tip aimed at his throat. Tell me, is my brother's bone broth delicious? Young Master Zhou, over 30 years old, at this moment felt like a 3-year-old child. No, please don't kill me. He didn't want to die after finally encountering an opportunity to break through to the king realm. Jiang Ping looked at him in fear. Rest assured, I won't let you die quickly. Since you love drinking bone broth, I'll make some for you. With that, the gun tip slid down and swiftly chopped off one of young Master Zhou's legs. Chapter 169 this time, it wasn't just one sound. It was a series of sounds. Everyone, including the guards outside, couldn't help but look up at the sky. Each person displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Undying fire crows. So many undying fire crows. Oh my God, did we poke the undying fire crow's nest? In fact, it wasn't just them. Even the residents of Xinhua City couldn't help but look up at the sky, because they might have never seen such an astonishing scene since their birth. Under the setting sun, the undying fire crows, enveloped in flames, flew in droves towards one direction. The flames composed of gas falling from the sky were even more magnificent than fireworks. My goodness, apart from the Vermilion Bird Academy, there shouldn't be any other place with so many undying fire crows, right? Crazy. How could so many people from the Vermilion Bird Academy come to Xinhua City? Is there a crack around Xinhua City? But that doesn't make sense. Even if there's a crack, they wouldn't all come over so uniformly. The residents discussed the abnormal scene in the sky in a flurry of voices. Only the city defense officer finishing up at the Shun family looked bitterly at the formation of undying fire crows in the sky. At least hundreds of undying fire crows. What that represented was self-evident. Looking at the Shun family, which was already a river of blood, the bitter taste deepened even more. Chapter 170 Team Leader? Jiang Ping looked surprised at the token in Mo Chao's hand. With it, he could command all the people from the Vermilion Bird Academy in the sky. What kind of power is this? What are you standing there for? Take it. Jiang Ping then solemnly accepted the token. Senior sister, what can I command them to do? Mo Cho smiled and said, her face full of radiant joy, do whatever you want. The first battle group has another nickname, which is the South City Battle Group. All members of the first battle group hail from South City. Boom. Jiang Ping's mind was overwhelmed. My goodness, they all come from South City. Do whatever you want? Doesn't that mean this battle group is actually the principal's backing or protection? Taking a deep breath. I understand now, senior sister. At this moment, he realized that this was no longer just about him and the Shun family or the Zhou family. It involved a higher level. Otherwise, the old principal and Dean Zheng Wu and Ti have dispatched such an elite battle group. Not far away, Dean Zheng and the old principal hid among the clouds. Brewing tea on the backs of the undying fire crows, their expressions calm. Mo Go, with such a big commotion, will it touch some people's nerves? Chapter 171 Jiang Ping charged to the front. The sun and moon will stop spinning. The trailing effect of the flowing flames exploded. Seeing the person in front of him, his right hand clenched into a fist, slightly raised. Stop. Hundreds of members of the first battle group halted in their tracks. Jiang Ping squinted, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, who had a scholarly general demeanor. When did Zhongji City become a forbidden area for our Vermilion Bird Academy? Can't people from our Vermilion Bird Academy enter Zhongji City? I, the human fire seed Jiang Ping. Do I need such a big fuss to enter Zhongji City? The middle-aged man took a deep breath. It's Jiang Ping. Someone had already reported everything happening in Xinhua City. He came here to prevent a tragedy, but he was somewhat at a loss for words after being interrupted by Jiang Ping's barrage of questions. Whose little brat is this? So eloquent. Jiang Ping, I know you. My son Zhao Yitian is also a disciple of your Vermilion Bird Academy. We have some acquaintance, so listen to my advice. I know what you want to do in the city, but this won't work. Jiang Ping was slightly taken aback. Bringing up people? Clinging to connections? It's just that his relationship with Zhao Yitian was a bit strange. He couldn't help but laugh. So it's Uncle Zhao in person. I heard Uncle Zhao is the city defense officer of Zhongji City. Why isn't the city defense officer catching thieves and dangerous elements, but is here to stop us students? Chapter 172, looking at Ling Yun with a complicated expression. Ling Yun, what exactly do you want to do? Zhao Pingcheng didn't want to play riddles with Ling Yun anymore. The current situation had completely exceeded his expectations and was beyond his control. He understood this group of peers too well. Many had fought alongside him, and he knew their capabilities. Relying solely on his city defense team couldn't stop this group. Ling Yun smiled. We don't want to do anything. It's just blood for blood. I know the eldest of the Zhou family has a good relationship with you. But are you sure you want to oppose all of us for him? As for what you call the bigger picture, South City has sacrificed too much for it. And in these years, we haven't seen any benefits from the bigger picture. Instead, more and more people look down on our South City. Zhao Pingcheng looked at Ling Yun, who kept saying our South City, nearly spitting blood. Ling Yun, you're shameless. Are you even for South City? Ling Yun was unperturbed. It's just a matter of time. Besides, I'm still a student of the Vermilion Bird Academy, no matter how you say it. I have to stand up. Nearby, Zhan Wushuang and Gao Feng also spoke. Old Zhao, you've been a good kid since childhood, the most obedient. But this time I think you should also listen. Why don't you ask your father, old Master Zhao? Chapter 173. Yes, we've been old brothers for many years. Mo can't ignore us. The discussion heated up. But suddenly, old Zhao said one sentence. How can you go? The leader is his grandson. The new leader of South City, he pushed out. If you stop them from seeking revenge now, can old Mo pay attention to you? Moreover, you know how ruthless old Mo is. To push out this leader, he would stop at nothing. To ensure this little guy walks an invincible path. He certainly won't allow any flaws. If you go up to stop them now, that's just going against him. After speaking, everyone fell silent. So we can only watch like this? The healing bone broth they wanted. But are they really going to give up the family they have nurtured for many years? Old Zhao didn't say anything, just shrugged his shoulders, meaning you choose for yourselves. After a while, someone sighed. It's not certain. Old Mo might hold back. And he shouldn't pursue to the end. At least Zhan Wushuang and Ling Yun haven't entered the city. Only a bunch of little guys have come in. The Zhou family will suffer heavy losses, but they won't necessarily disappear completely. This statement seemed to awaken them, and the discussion became lively again. Chapter 174. Old Master Zhou is indeed an old-timer, single-handedly withstanding 3 people. The rest of the Zhou family also exerted all their strength. If they didn't fight desperately, they would really die. Jiang Ping launched a direct attack at the heart, while Dongfang Lan slashed horizontally at Old Master Zhou's head. In an instant, the entire Zhou family was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, the observers, including Old Zhao, were sweating profusely. When did Nan City acquire such strength? Let's count how many students are in this group. 1, 2, 3. The old men counted one by one. Eventually, they discovered an astonishing number. This battle group had 276 people. Adding Jiang Ping and the 3 others, it totaled 279. What does this mean? 279 individuals at the King Realm. The peak period of Nan City was only twice this number, and if we include the surviving middle-aged and young generation, it would be at least 500. My God, after so many years of silence, Nan City suddenly stood up, appearing before everyone in a shocking manner. One old man looked serious and spoke with a trembling voice. Quick, go to the Zhou family. We can't let Jiang Ping kill any longer. Even if he is guilty, it must go through a trial. With this statement, everyone suddenly realized. They hurriedly said, let's go, or the consequences will be unimaginable. The Zhou family also had military connections. If an accident occurred, it could lead to unnecessary trouble, especially in this situation where they were about to go to war with the Barbarian Bone Clan. Even if there was guilt, it should be addressed slowly. Chapter 175. The hollow echo reverberated in the air. All the students from Nan City, as well as the middle-aged and young generation, clenched their fists. They were unaware of the situation. If it weren't for the old principal's words, they might never know in their lifetime. Perhaps only some from the middle-aged and young generation knew a bit, but Jiang Ping's generation was completely unaware. Who in the first battle group didn't know the old principal. They had all been taught by him to some extent, so when the old principal said these words, they went completely mad. Blood debts must be repaid. The subordinates exerted even more force, followed by the screams from the Zhou family. Hundreds of individuals at the King Realm shouted in unison for blood debts to be repaid, shaking the very ground of Zhongji City. Everyone's hearts trembled. Old Zhao fell silent. One person beside him looked at the old principal and said, Mo, this matter is our fault. We were negligent. But the Zhou family really needs to consider this carefully. The overall situation is unstable, and we can't have internal strife. The old principal scoffed. Overall situation? In your overall situation, there's no place for us from Nan City. Ask the young people today, how many still know the name of Lihua City? We have sacrificed too much for the overall situation in the past. Today, I come not for anything else, but for justice. Those who kill my people from Nan City and bully my children from Nan City will not go unpunished. Chapter 176. Soon after, a group of middle-aged and young individuals from Nan City at the King Realm replaced those in the first battle group, which reassured the military and domain commanders who had initially expressed concerns. The abilities displayed by these individuals were even stronger. In this grand situation, the battle between Jiang Ping and the Zhou family seemed trivial. The fall of the Zhou family had already become a certainty. Jiang Ping also fell into deep thought, once again developing new ideas about the complex relationships within the human race. His way of thinking had changed a lot. Shaking his head, he dismissed those high-level thoughts. He didn't need to face them just yet. He only wanted to return and tell Xiao Huang that he had avenged him. In Tianwu Hospital in Xinhua City, Xiao Huang's parents looked at their unconscious son with tear-filled eyes, almost fainting. Jiang Wanli hurriedly stepped forward to support them. Old Huang, you have to be strong. I've asked about the child's condition. They say he's just temporarily unconscious, but he's improving and will wake up soon. Old Huang wiped away a tear. Is it really that cruel for these big families? Just because they couldn't get the big bone soup from the bottle, they resort to robbery? Robbery is one thing, but to kill? Jiang Wanli patted Old Huang's shoulder. Old Huang, wake up. We can't forget the past just because we've been living in peace for too long. Hasn't this kind of thing happened before? Chapter 177. Many years ago, she had already learned some secrets through generations of Fox clan inheritance. The secret records contained only a few sentences. The broken world will eventually welcome a new rebirth. It is both rebirth and calamity. However, although it was only a few words, many Fox clan leaders throughout generations would study it. Eventually, they saw the truth of their world. It was not a complete world, but a castrated world. They had made many preparations over the years. It wasn't until some golden-haired, blue-eyed humans appeared that the Fox clan queen finally realized that the calamity and rebirth were about to begin, especially when encountering the barbarian Bone clan, which further confirmed this point. However, what surprised her was the arrival of humans. To be safe, she subtly guided Grandma, whose village, to follow the humans, ensuring that even if calamity eventually outweighed rebirth, a portion of people would survive. This was her responsibility as the Fox clan queen. Looking at the several individuals at the King Realm before her and a large number of barbarian Bone clan, the Fox clan queen's heart sank to the bottom. She knew that conflict was about to begin. Yet, there was also a sense of confidence. She had been stuck at this realm for too long, and this incomplete world could only support her to reach her current level. Chapter 178. The elderly Fox clan uncle sighed with a bitter smile. Shime, we have to go even if it seems useless. That's our home. At least over 1,000 clan members are there. We can't just ignore it. Shime's anxious face revealed her worry. Uncle, I didn't say not to care. Don't worry. The young master said before leaving that if anyone causes trouble, we should raise the banner. Have you forgotten? With so many barbarian Bone clan members, we don't know how many are of high realm. How can we fight them? The uncle paused, seemingly recalling something. He hurriedly said, Right, I almost forgot. We have a background now. I just don't know how effective this banner will be against the barbarian Bone clan. He added, I'll go down and discuss it with a few clan elders. You stay here and keep an eye on these clansmen. Without waiting for Shime's response, he quickly left. At the entrance of the village, groups of Fox clan members dressed in coarse linen or leather armor, holding sharp blades, watched the approaching barbarian Bone clan. So were even swallowing hard. So many. Simply too many. In the front, several half-step King Realm clan elders on the wooden city wall wore serious expressions. They hung the banner symbolizing Lihua City at the highest point, and the flag fluttered in the wind. Chapter 179. At that moment, Jiang Ping's cold voice came from behind him. Just a mirror. The tone was quite bold. The barbarian Bone clan's King Realm immediately turned around, and the Bone throne followed suit. What entered their eyes was a young man with an icy expression, standing on two fire wheels, radiating a murderous aura. Slightly taken aback, he then smiled. Looks like I'm quite lucky. I didn't expect to run into the main character. You must be the human behind this group of Fox clan, right? Hee. This is quite an unexpected gain. Jiang Ping looked at the king of the barbarian Bone clan and sneered. Indeed, luck is quite good. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That flag was destroyed by your orders? Didn't you know it was the symbol of my Li Hua city? Didn't you know it represents the protection of the Fox clan's Li Hua city? Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, the barbarian Bone Clan king couldn't help but chuckle. You little brat talked, quite interestingly. Come, capture him. He seems to have an extraordinary identity, so he should be useful. He thought about interrogating some human information. A half-step king of the barbarian Bone Clan beside him grinned. Don't worry, General Bone Spear, he looks like just a half-step king. I'll take him down right now. Saying that, he rushed forward. Chapter 180. The triple defense must turn into a defensive domain. Will I open the halo behind me and become invincible in defense? Plus, with my absolute zero physique, breaking the laws. Heaven, if breaking the laws turns into a domain, what will it become? And all of this, does it just require eating? The halo, which is the triple defense, has a target. This thing was produced by the split Earth Tiger, so in the future, I just need to specifically look for the king-level split Earth Tiger. Sooner or later, I will be able to eat out a perfect domain. The blood-colored skeleton turned a radius of 100 meters into a purgatory, with remnants of bone frames everywhere. The most crucial thing is that as Jiang Ping moved, this area was continuously expanding. 100 meters is the current range of Jiang Ping's domain. In less than 5 minutes, the blood-colored skeleton began to take on a tangible characteristic, and there were no living members of the barbarian Bone Clan left around. The Fox clan was shocked. Looking at Jiang Ping, who seemed like a celestial descending to Earth, no, more like a regional Yama, everyone could not help but take a few steps back. Especially as Jiang Ping continued to smile during this process. It left many young Fox clan members with psychological shadows. Old Granny who looked at the surrounding devastation and the dilapidated village, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 181. Hey wait, how did Zhao Yitian also come? Lu Baichuan, Xiao Qi, Su Tianjiao, Li Zimu, and the entire Fire Sea team were all present. The aura emanating from each person was shocking. Are they really all first-year students? But then looking at Chun area and others from South City, it was even more frightening. They walked with the wind. Although there were no undying fire crows by their side, their flying speed was astonishing, exuding the unique aura of the Zhuke Academy fire law. Brother Bottle, what's going on? Jiang Ping looked at his flying companions and nodded in satisfaction. Yo, Haris Lun Lun, Area, who is Chun area, revealed a hint of smile. Sister Lan Lan said she wants to enter seclusion, saying she had new insights from the previous battle. Jiang Ping clicked his tongue. Lan Lan is getting more and more amazing. All right, nothing major. I'm planning to take you all to make some money. Make money? Lu Baichuan jumped up, full of excitement. Brother Bottle, what's the good news? I'm a bit interested in making money. Jiang Ping gave him a displeased look. Don't act all coy after gaining something. Get ready and stand at the back later. Stand at the back? A few of them were slightly taken aback. What does that mean? When have we, Brother Bottle's beloved friends, ever stood at the back? Chapter 182. Clear the scene. All unrelated people were asked to leave. Jiang Ping opened the crack in the door. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a laugh and a scold. What are you up to this time, you brat? It turned out to be Dean Zheng. Such a big commotion naturally attracted Dean Zheng's attention. After all, the first battle group is a treasure. Jiang Ping explained the whole story. Dean Zheng pondered for a moment. Is the barbarian Bone Clan planning to use the Qingqiu secret realm as a breakthrough? Then he said, since it's the barbarian Bone Clan, it's time for us to make some money. Deploying troops is fine, but you are too impulsive. What good is it to just take a group of soldiers out? How about this? I'll transfer some people from the post-war research department for you. Post-war research department? Jiang Ping was initially intimidated by this title, as it sounded very high-end, but he now understood what it was for. Simply put, it is for cleaning up the battlefield. These people are extremely skilled at cleaning the battlefield, and they won't miss any valuable items. The piles of barbarian Bone Clan bones originally in the Zhuke Academy warehouse were from their efforts. Although they didn't know what those bones were for at the time, it didn't stop them from bringing them back as trophies. Chapter 183. Members of the battle group surged forward, and Jiang Ping came to the still-shocked Fox Clan Queen's side. Don't be afraid. I am the human Jiang Ping, the Fox Clan's most friendly partner. I'm here to help you this time. But your identity shouldn't be simple, with so many barbarian Bone Clan want to deal with you. Just after finishing speaking, the Fox Clan Queen Su Mei couldn't help but roll her beautiful fox eyes at Jiang Ping. Is that human language? How vulgar. However, she looked at Jiang Ping with a rare hint of curiosity. You are Jiang Ping? Granny who is allied with you? Jiang Ping also curiously sized up this extraordinarily beautiful woman. To be valued so highly by the Barbarian Bone Clan, she must not be simple. Grandpa Chiu had mentioned that the Fox Clan has a queen. This person might be her. If he could directly recover this Fox Clan queen and the entire Qingxiu crack, he could truly have it all. Yes, you are the queen of the Fox Clan, right? How about it? Do you want to follow me? Jiang Ping said casually on purpose, leaving some room for both sides. Sumei deeply looked at him and performed a half-squat salute. Can I consider it? At that moment, a scream echoed. A Barbarian Bone Clan's domain was broken, and they shouted in disbelief, saying something about golden bones. Chapter 184. Old Chiu had already seen through it, which was why he had always refused contact. Even Old Zhao couldn't help but say, well, Old Chiu, you see, the brothers are all sincere. You can't refuse, can you? Old Chiu looked at the group, eagerly waiting, and felt great satisfaction in his heart. After pondering for a long time, he finally spoke. All right, the brothers' intention to help is known to both me and the people from South City, and we appreciate it. However, recently the little rascals in South City have been consuming a bit too much soup, and the bone consumption is quite large. Brother MO means that participation in the battle is fine, but the participation quota is at most 20 people per city. And 3 golden bones and a bit of blue bones are needed. In one sentence, the whole place was shocked. All the high-ranking old men looked at Old Chiu in disbelief. Looking at that guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, everyone stared wide-eyed. Old Chiu, don't mess around. Brother Chiu, back then, when you were honing your skills, I risked my life to cover your escape. Look, I still have scars on my arm. We're brothers. You can't do this to me. It seemed like this opened the floodgates. Another old man, not caring about his dignity, immediately took off his pants. Chapter 185. Since Sumei has set conditions, it means she sincerely wants to team up with me. She immediately said, I know who that person is you mentioned. I've already sent someone to deal with it. As for the Barbarian Bone Clan, do you think they can still make waves? Pointing at the few stubbornly resisting Barbarian Bone Clan kings, Jiang Ping said with a smile. Sumei understood and smiled back. That's good. However, her next sentence made Sumei's tail stand up. By the way, since we have formed an alliance, does that mean you will also hand over control of the Fisher? I have a suggestion. The Qingxiu Fisher is connected to my Lihua city. Let us completely become one family. How about that? That way, such incidents won't happen again. Otherwise, it's fine when I'm here, but if I'm not, notifying me and sending someone to rescue you might be too late. In an instant, Sumei's beautiful eyes revealed shock. How did he know all this? Control is her power as a queen. It's also the reason she could ascend to the king realm and become a formidable force in this incomplete world. But how did Jiang Ping know? Seeing Sumei's expression, Jiang Ping guessed what she was thinking. Chapter 186. Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. He wasn't afraid of the king realm before, but he was genuinely startled by this action. He hurriedly raised a protective shield and quickly closed his eyes. Sumei smiled brightly, unable to stand up straight. However, looking at the current state, she couldn't stand up straight, and neither could Jiang Ping. They were both trembling. Jiang Ping angrily shouted, Sumei, what are you doing? I'm a serious person. Sumei covered her charmingly smiling face and replied, I'm a serious person too, but don't you want power? How can you get it if you don't open your eyes? What does that mean? Sumei laughed. Just open your eyes and take a look. That fox spirit. Always speaking and acting with a certain sass, Jiang Ping, a pure-hearted young man, had never seen anything like this before. However, when he opened his eyes to look at her, he realized he had misunderstood Sumei. On Sumei's back shoulder was a blood-colored mole, similar to the one on Jiang Ping's hand. Jiang Ping couldn't help but touch it. This is? Sumei moved slightly and casually said, yes. But I don't know how to take it off. It was passed down to me by my mother. With it, I have control over this space. Chapter 187. In the holy city of Blas, the archbishop was studying the intelligence sent from the 13 cities, trying to see if he could get a piece of the pie. Suddenly, he felt a jolt. Immediately, a transparent hexagonal prism appeared in his hand. Then the exquisite prism suddenly began to shatter, turning into fragments and then into sparkling dust. The archbishop thought to himself that something was wrong. Had the people from the 13 cities gotten ahead? This situation could only occur if the Fisher had been completely controlled by someone. This meant that the previous coordinates were no longer accurate. Therefore, the hexagonal prism shattered. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan in the Swallowing Sky secret realm and Godhood were all trembling as they watched the changes in the world. At that moment, They felt they were no longer kings, but tiny ants. Especially the scripture repository they regarded as a forbidden place, which erupted with an astonishing aura filled with disaster, destruction, and heat. Kaldosi was almost pressed to the ground, sweating profusely. At that moment, he felt he was going to die. But fortunately, it was just a moment. Jiang Ping didn't care what they thought. Now that it was connected to his swallowing sky secret realm, it meant this place was now his private land. Chapter 188. This day was the end of the world for the residents of Zhenggu City. Their king left with a large army, claiming before leaving that anyone who participated in the battle would be rewarded. Not only that, but he also opened the granary and released a bunch of essence blood and fine bones for them to absorb, along with a heap of rare herbs. This truly elevated Zhenggu City to a new level. Many people were secretly praising. King Bone really is a legend among our ordinary barbarian bone clan. Generous and treating us with respect. But on this day, they looked up at the sky and suddenly noticed the sky had changed color, turning a fiery red. Hey, what's going on? Why is the sky changing color? Someone rubbed their face, thinking they were mistaken. Soon after, someone laughed and said, "Don't be ridiculous. How could the sky change color?" But when he looked up at that moment, his expression changed dramatically. Gazing into the distance, he was suddenly frightened and shouted, "Quick, hide! Enemies, these are enemies." This person clearly had experience fighting humans. When he saw the flames soaring in the sky and the fire crows fluttering in the sea of fire, his heart sank. Chapter 189. As soon as they made contact, a feeling like a mountain crashing down came over them. Although they didn't have lungs, their perception of bones was even more pronounced. At the moment of contact with the blade's edge, he felt as if his bones were being crushed by some heavy object. Various aches and pains overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. Ah! Jiang Ping looked at the struggling Qiuli Ju and chuckled. He laughed at Qiuli Ju for underestimating him. The version had been updated, yet he still thought it was the old days. The star array was newly researched by Zhu Ke, and they were the first batch of practitioners. It had no other function but a simple one, gathering energy and power. It transferred all the strength to the person at the forefront and unleashed a devastating blow. Because there was no combination technique, the human race suffered greatly. How could they not learn their lesson? Not only that, but this was a star array composed of over 200 golden bones. What could Qiuli Ju use to block it? As Jiang Ping watched, the skeleton frames began to be sliced open by the blade's edge. They split and then scattered. It was like a transmission effect, spreading from the skeletons to the city. The entire city seemed to be sliced in half as if cut by a knife. Yes, it was as if it had been sliced. It began to crack inch by inch, the cracking sounds incessant. Chapter 190. Jiang Ping pointed at those trembling barbarian bone clan residents, showing no mercy whatsoever. The war of races is unavoidable. Sometimes being born here is simply a mistake. Just like the previous humans, the demon beasts never showed mercy to the human race. Emocho was stunned for a moment. You mean Bottle? Jiang Ping chuckled. These people have quite a few bones on them. Each only counts as one green bone or gray bone. So how many are there? Zhenggu City has a population of 5 million. 5 million. That's a lot. Emocho was shocked by Jiang Ping's audacity. Bottle, is this feasible? Can they really obey? Jiang Ping waved his hand. If they don't obey, just beat them. Besides, taking their bones doesn't mean taking their lives. It's just a matter of recultivating. Once they finish their cultivation, we can come back, right? A devil. This is a devil's idea, isn't it? Even Mo Cho felt that Jiang Ping's thoughts were too extreme. But thinking about the taste of the big bone soup, she still agreed with this viewpoint. Soon, Mathis brought the first battle group to Jiang Ping. And everyone in the first battle group wore smiles. Captain, everything is here, and there's quite a stockpile. Chapter 191. With a bang, the old principal stood up, clearly unable to believe it. Don't talk nonsense. How could Bottle possibly run into the heart of the barbarian bone clan? That's thousands of miles away. Director Zheng looked at the old principal, still in disbelief, and scolded. He has control over the Qingxiu Rift, directly opening a passage to the coordinates of the barbarian bone clan. Damn it, this is a big deal. Emo Jingqi, I told you not to raise Bottle like this. Are you raising him to be invincible? This is a path to destruction. Previously, I said we could handle the Zhou family's matter directly, but you insisted on having Bottle intervene. Look at how crazy he is now. And what about old Xiao? Damn it. He also said to let Bottle go wild in South City. Now look, we've made a big mess. The old principal was a bit dazed after being berated by Director Jiang, but then he quickly reacted. Are you saying Bottle took people to destroy a city of the barbarian Bone Clan? Director Jiang was still hearing the sound of rushing wind, clearly in a hurry. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Get ready. We old folks have to fight hard. I'll talk to you later about Bottle's education issues. Chapter 192. It's definitely not simple. Everyone knows that. Senior sister, let me pass. Emo Cho shook her head. I'll go check his strength first. Saying this, she left her wheelchair and flew into the sky. A fire magic powerful enough to cause explosions in the sky appeared, heading straight for the bone hand. At that moment, a gentle laugh echoed in the sky. Not bad, but not much. With a slight squeeze of both hands, a bone spike shot straight towards Mo Cho. Mo Cho was startled and attempted to activate her green bone ability, only to find that her shield was unable to withstand it. With a sudden sound, it pierced through the shield. Jiang Ping was shocked, stepping on the sun and moon wheel to rush up and catch Mo Cho, who was about to fall from the sky. Senior sister, Mo Cho wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. It's fine, Bottle. We may have encountered a formidable opponent. Something is off with this person. Jiang Ping supported Mo Cho. Mo Cho was still able to stand up, seemingly not seriously harmed, and let out a sigh of relief. Then they heard a voice from the opposite side. The little human has some skill. Clearly, Mo Cho's defensive strength exceeded his expectations. He initially thought that this level of power would be enough to kill her, but it was beyond his expectations. Chapter 193. At that moment, Jiang Ping's heart raced. Blood surged. Just then, he sensed the taste of the king realm. His golden bones were almost complete. He was only a step away from having golden bones all over. At that moment, he felt terrifyingly strong. Although he looked quite disheveled, he felt unprecedentedly good. Looking at the Bone King opposite him, he became serious. The Bone King also exerted all his strength. He fiercely clashed his fire spear against the bone spear. But to Jiang Ping, the Bone King seemed like a toy. As they exchanged blows, Jiang Ping was sent flying. Just as the Bone King was about to reach out to grab Jiang Ping, he found Jiang Ping stubbornly standing up and quickly dodging. Want to catch me? Keep practicing. He roared, steadfast as a mountain. In an instant, the golden bones transformed into a domain, enveloped Jiang Ping completely. Triple defense, the golden bones steadfast as a mountain domain, was a newly comprehended ability. It was also the result of the big bone soup. With golden bones all over, only 2 words could describe it: domineering. The Bone King's face darkened, and he clenched his hand tightly. Jiang Ping's golden light kept exploding, making creaking sounds. The scene was like the Bone King playing with iron flowers, crackling and sizzling. The Bone King was even more shocked. How is this possible? Chapter 194. He was a well-liked child, lacking only in skin, but since he, Mo Zhengqi, saw Jiang Ping's potential, he subconsciously tried to influence Jiang Ping with his worldview. This led Jiang Ping to gradually seem to only have room in his heart for those who helped him in South City, and as his strength grew rapidly, his mentality became increasingly arrogant. In fact, if he had imposed some restrictions at that time, he might have turned things around. But he didn't. Instead, he indulged him, standing on a platform. This led Jiang Ping to not even realize that he had changed. He had become narrow-minded. The reason he dared to impulsively charge into the heart of the barbarian Bone Clan was precisely because of this indulgence. He felt that this was a small matter, fearless of heaven or earth. At worst, it would just be a fight. He even handed over the first battle group to him, making Jiang Ping feel invincible. But this was never the secret to the survival of the human race until now. The secret to the survival of the human race in the Fire City was unity. Previously, he thought he was doing nothing wrong, but he overlooked the times. He just wanted to make Jiang Ping the leader of South City, a person so desperately needed after years of oppression. Chapter 195. The Bone King raised his hand, pointing at the space that had just been torn apart by the old principal and others, with a mocking smile on his face. Try it. Can you still leave now? In an instant, Director Jiang hurriedly raised his hand to try it, then cursed. Bone Barbarian, how could you be so dirty? You really have the audacity to act like this in front of a bunch of kids. Director Jiang had just tested it, and the space was sealed. The mocking smile appeared at the corner of the Bone King's mouth. Kids? These kids are not simple. They possess my barbarian Bone Clan's golden bones. And that little girl is even more extraordinary. It seems you humans haven't been idle. Wanting to leave is not so easy. Before everyone could react, the space was preemptively sealed. The Bone King's strength was evident. At least it should be a line higher than the old principal and the others. Dean Zheng looked up at him. Bone Barbarian, are you trying to force me to fight you to the death? Mo hasn't recovered yet, but I'm still here. Although I'm one line behind you. You can't outdo me in a life-and-death struggle. Let these children go, and I'll play with you properly. Otherwise, don't blame us old guys for ruining your barbarian Bone Clan city. The threat was evident. Although Elder Chiu beside him didn't say anything. He was already prepared to fight to the death. Chapter 196. The Bone Emperor has come this far, trudging through hardships and walking on thin ice, believing in striking when necessary and retreating when needed. But today he realized that he must fight with all his might, enduring the pain caused by the flames burning him, a pain that pierced through his soul. The Bone Emperor forced himself to remain calm and said, "This ends here. Mo, your disgusting tricks are just this much. All the young men of the Barbarian Bone Clan, gather as my Barbarian Bone Titans. Let's take down these damned humans together." In an instant, those who had come to support were filled with fighting spirit, whether they were in pain or not. All began to move. Pain? The Bone Emperor was also in pain, having taken the lead, and if they dared to retreat, that would be seeking death. Just then, a series of heart-stirring sounds of breaking air came. "This ends here?" An aged voice came from behind the old principal. Everyone couldn't help but glance back, but just this glance shocked them. Cracks appeared in the solidified space, and those cracks began to glow, forcefully opening up. This was the space solidified by the Bone Emperor himself. How could it possibly be breached? Soon after, familiar faces appeared before everyone. Chapter 197. The battle had begun. It was really starting. Jiang Ping did not expect that just a single impulsive move would trigger such a massive war. Although he knew that even without his surprise attack into the Barbarian Bone Clan's territory, this battle would eventually come. A confrontation between the Barbarian Bone Clan and humans was inevitable, as it was determined from the very beginning. However, if it weren't for him, if it weren't for his impulsiveness, human preparations could have been much more substantial when the fight broke out again, such as the promotion of the Big Bone Soup, which could have enhanced human strength significantly, making it easier. Instead, it was this rush. A feeling of guilt and regret emerged in his heart, especially seeing the old principal and others fighting desperately. This feeling reached its peak. Although the Big Bone Soup was his creation, it could be said that without him, there would be no Big Bone Soup, but he still felt regret. This anger had nowhere to vent. It could only be directed at the continuously arriving high-ranking members of the Barbarian Bone Clan. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "First battle group, kill the enemy. Charge forward. Can't beat the Bone Emperor, but can't we beat you King Realms?" The Barbarian Bone Clan did not show weakness either, forming Barbarian Bone Titans, charging recklessly. But Jiang Ping was not to be underestimated. He acted as the spearhead, charging forward, and it could be said that this was a chaotic battle. Chapter 198. The sky shattered. The Bone Emperor finally unleashed his ultimate move. This move, even he could only use with great difficulty, indicating he was really fighting for his life. The sky seemed to be torn apart piece by piece. Those shattered fragments rushed towards everyone. Seeing the scene, the old principal shouted, "Brothers, hold on to this wave." Everyone exerted all their strength. The archbishop stood in front with a holy light shield, which felt as if it could be pierced by the fragments. At this moment, his teeth were almost crushed. The old principal was the same. His strength had been stagnant for many years. Although his injuries had healed, his true strength still lagged far behind this group. The first to falter was struck in the abdomen by a fragment, falling through the clouds. Blood spilled across the sky, and Jiang Ping had been observing the battle above. Seeing the old principal get knocked down, he cried out, "Grandpa," and immediately rushed up to catch the old principal. The old principal saw it was Jiang Ping and forced a smile. "Don't mind me, keep killing." How could Jiang Ping listen? Anger had already clouded his eyes. Someone, protect the old principal. With a command, several senior students with injuries appeared before Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping solemnly said to them, "Seniors, it's up to you here. Just hold steady." Chapter 199. Elder Chiu began to cough violently and slowly descended. He could not hold on any longer. Pointing at the attacking old Zhao and others, he smiled nonchalantly. "Otherwise, why do you think humans have survived so many races encirclement? Although our human race doesn't know why we have never given birth to an emperor, the old fellows who dare to fight have always been here. Do you know why the Hardy clan has been so obedient for so many years?" Jiang Ping supported Elder Chiu's back. Grandpa, please don't say anymore. Here, eat this, eat this. He used his last strength to try to take out the jerky he carried with him, hoping to make Elder Chio stop talking. But Elder Chio knew his own situation. Bottle, while Grandpa is still conscious, let me tell you. Back then, we lost 27 peak King Realm talents to kill the Hardy Clan's Emperor and the Demon Clan's Emperor. That battle was our founding battle. Since then, neither the Hardy Clan nor the Barbarian Bone Clan dared to challenge us recklessly and signed a peace treaty. Otherwise, do you think peace came easily? But that was all in the past. Today, you've shown Grandpa new hope. The human race may not be able to produce an emperor, but you might just be the hope. Chapter 200. This battle can be described as a chaotic and dark struggle. The Barbarian Bone Clan and the Human King's realm were fighting together, and the entire battlefield erupted with a fierce atmosphere. Jiang Ping looked at the people still fighting in the sky, took a deep breath, and he felt much better. Although he was currently without the golden bone by his side, he was still a genuine king realm. After regaining his composure, the first thing he did was to collect the fallen bones of the Bone Emperor. One by one, like a diligent little bee. Several senior students around looked at him curiously. Bottle, what do you think the soup made from the Bone Emperor's bones will taste like? At this point, the situation was already settled, and Jiang Ping laughed heartily. You know, once we boil a pot later. A few of them secretly laughed, indeed curious. We'll help you. However, while Jiang Ping was searching for the Bone Emperor's bones, he discovered a strange phenomenon. If the Bone Emperor was considered a so-called emperor, then according to the Barbarian Bone Clan system, shouldn't his bones be of another color? But the Bone Emperor's body was merely golden. Although the quantity of this golden bone was considerable, it was not enough to indicate a qualitative change, right? This question flashed through his mind and would need further study in the future. Chapter 201. Finally, the soup in the pot was about to be ready. A group of people were chatting and enjoying themselves, as if they were having a picnic, completely oblivious to the sense of a great battle. If it weren't for the uneven ground and the scattered bones, one might think it was just a picnic. However, old Chio lying on the side was quite conspicuous. But everyone had come to terms with it. Being alive was already a blessing, and no one could afford to worry about being unconscious or injured. At this moment, Jiang Ping transformed into a busy chef, calling out to everyone. The food is ready. Come and have some soup and meat. He beckoned Mo, Cho, Zhao Etienne, and others to come help. The big shots watched as the kids brought over bowls and basins one by one. Old Zhao was surprised. You brought these with you? Jiang Ping smiled shyly. It's professional. Besides, I have a secret realm, so it's not much trouble, that's why I brought them. He was no longer afraid of exposing the secret realm. However, old Zhao still clicked his tongue and looked at the old principal, implying that he was willing to invest. The old principal, confused by the look, had no idea where Jiang Ping got the secret realm from. But this matter couldn't be spoken of. He could only pretend not to see. In Chapter 202, it was just a guess before. Now that they had encountered the main character, of course they had to ask. Jiang Ping did not hide it. This is the situation. The one from the Bone King has this effect, and this time we used the Bone Emperors. So the effect should be even better. Old Zhao was excited. He exchanged glances with the others, all showing shocked expressions. Then they looked at the old principal. Mo Go, tell me the truth. Have the brothers from Nanqing recovered? As soon as these words were spoken, many people showed shocked expressions and looked at the old principal. The old principal slurped some soup and nodded calmly. But it seemed he had touched a sore spot, and the act came off a bit stiff. He hissed slightly. Basically, most of them are better now, but not too serious cases. Their combat power hasn't been restored. With this one sentence, old Zhao looked at the old principal in disbelief. He wondered why the old principal dared to bring the visible old folks from Nanqing into the heart of the Barbarian Bone Clan's territory, implying that those old brothers had all recovered. What does this mean? You ask, Nanqing, what has had the most over the years? The most injured soldiers, especially the old strong ones who retreated from that great battle back then. Compared to these people, what peaks are just trash. In Chapter 203, Cho was amused by Jiang Ping, exclaiming, wow, scheduling, this is a great thing. Bone soup would surely become an important strategic resource in the future. And they were lucky to be at the forefront, but all of this was thanks to having a good junior. Covering her mouth with a smile, she said mysteriously like Jiang Ping, don't worry, senior sister will handle it. Absolutely no leaks. Jiang Ping then nodded in satisfaction. By the way, senior sister, how many more bones do you need? Cho waved her hand. About 3 more, but we got delayed since we came out. Jiang Ping nodded. You need to pay attention to this when we return. It concerns a major development direction, very important. Imocho also looked full of agreement. How strong is Dongfeng Lan? That's a given. She had seen it long ago. Now, she was following Jiang Ping's training method based on Dongfeng Lan, and if it really worked, the implications would be monumental. The hosts and guests enjoyed themselves, and the group of big shots had already started a small meeting while drinking soup. As for the content, it was definitely related to the current Golden Bones. Old Ma, your side in the West has done well. I just discussed it with everyone. This time, there are a total of 360 Golden Bones, and we have already consumed the Bone Emperor's bones, so those 1T be divided. In Chapter 204, regarding the soft and hard bullying of Ling Yun, Jiang Ping scoffed. It's hard to say who is stronger now. Dean Zheng asked Ling Yun, how is the front line? Ling Yun did not dare to act tough in front of Dean Zheng and respectfully replied, it's stabilized. We rushed over, intending to open the coordinates, but we couldn't lock onto your position, so we had to use a clumsy method to come over. Vice Dean Xiao and Teacher Hung are leading the front. Zhuke Academy is stable, and Brother Mo Air and some old predecessor from Nancheng have taken command without any issues. When we arrived, we had already broken through 2 enemy defense lines and are currently attacking the border city of the Barbarian Bone Clan. We should capture it soon. Ling Yun reported the important matters. Dean Zheng nodded continuously, while Chun Juanxiu and others were also reporting in front of the old principal. The Barbarian Bone Clan is done for. That is for sure. Once the Bone Emperor is dead, the rest are just a pile of loose sand. They cannot compete with the human race. It's just a matter of time. Chun Juanxiu tasted the bone soup, and his eyes lit up. Bingzi, your skills have improved again. Jiang Ping scratched his head. It's mainly the good materials. In Chapter 205, these people are good at fighting and truly putting in effort, but the current competition is really life-threatening. Jiang Ping had previously promised that each family present would send a third-generation member to follow him to make soup as a reward for their help in leaving the Fire City. Although even if he gave them nothing, they wouldn't say anything. Jiang Ping was not that kind of person. Unexpectedly, just this small gesture allowed Old Zhao to create such a big impact, even establishing a soup chef association. The headquarters, needless to say, has been secured in Fire City, ensuring the largest slice of the pie. As for the branches, naturally, these people would share. As for a city, possibly having 2 or 3 families learning from Jiang Ping. That would depend on their abilities, and, at that time, his role as president would come into play. Therefore, Old Zhao's move was truly brilliant. Not only did it elevate him, but also managed to bring those present together into a community of shared interests. I have no objections. Whatever Grandpa Zhao says goes. Seeing Jiang Ping express his stance, Old Zhao felt relieved. He was worried that Jiang Ping might hesitate or not see through it. That would be very tricky. This plan, this association, would be nonsense without Jiang Ping. In Chapter 206, however, thinking about Jiang Ping made him smile. Since the old principal supports him, he can't lose face either. So, he decided to give this world a little shock and give the old principal a slight surprise. Grandpa, I will arrange the matter of the affiliated cities. Leave it to me. By the way, how did you find a taste of the meat we had in the Barbarian Bone Clan's territory before? Jiang Ping tentatively said. Before. He didn't dare to expose it because his strength hadn't reached that level, but now he felt the time was ripe. The resources of the entire Lihua city can be used by him. Behind him is the Zhuke Academy, and he has even become a member of the Soup Master Association, which can be said to have gathered the 3rd generation of the upper echelons into his hands. If that is the case, and he still doesn't have confidence, he is a bit cowardly. However, what he is considering now is to push slowly. At least he dares to let out. The old principal looked at Jiang Ping suspiciously. It's quite delicious. I feel the meat is tender. And I don't know if it's my illusion, but I actually feel that the big bone soup cooked with meat has a certain energy, just a little bit. Do you have some new invention? He said, savoring it again. Chapter 207, of course. The most critical point is that after eating, he had no discomfort at all. He could even feel a soft and fragrant taste in the iron-tail eagle meat. This is completely impossible. Hiss! The old principal gasped. It is well known that demon beasts are inedible. That is a valuable experience exchanged for countless lives by the older generation. But this precious experience was broken at this moment. At this time, the old principal was like those who believed in the geocentric theory. Upon hearing about the heliocentric theory, he wanted to burn the heretics. Jiang Ping felt a bit scared under the old principal's gaze. He took a step back. Grandpa, what are you doing? I'm a man. The old principal spat. I've long heard that Old Hung said you're not serious, but I didn't expect you to really go bad. Old hung? Jiang Ping flipped through his memories. Oh, the old man who sweeps the cafeteria. He chuckled. How about it? The taste is okay, right? The old principal gave him a deep look. Bottle, something big has happened. This matter cannot be promoted now. Jiang Ping gave the old principal a thumbs up. I think so too. The old principal looked at Jiang Ping with satisfaction, thinking like this is right. The big bone soup can still be considered a dessert after a meal, but your edible demon beast is too big. It could seriously change the current situation, which may not necessarily be a good thing. Chapter 208. Jiang Ping was stunned. What's going on? The old principal suddenly looked at Jiang Ping kindly, pointing at the two people. Fight them. Let us see your strength now. Before Jiang Ping could speak, Gao Feng and Ling Yan laughed. Mr. Mo, are you kidding me? Bottle just recovered from serious illness and has just ignited his golden bones. Fighting us is not a joke. Ling Yan laughed. Gao Feng also felt the same, as if looking at a child. Yeah, old leader, you're joking a bit too much. Our Bottle is a treasure, he can't be hurt. Besides, he is still my minister. I can't fight him. Exactly. Although Bottle unleashed an astonishing blow by igniting his golden bones, that is not the norm. Mr. Mo, don't mess around. The old principal's face darkened instantly. He took off his cloth shoes and gave one to each of them. Am I messing around with you? Why so much nonsense? Just go. Do you think little Bottle can't beat you? That astonishing blow is so easy to unleash. We old folks risked our lives to fight against the bone barbarians, and you still want to pick a fight. You bastards. Go outside and find an open space to fight. The two were scolded until they were drenched in sweat. Chapter 209. Jiang Ping, exclaimed Mo Cho. And the other three looked at the rising red light with surprise. Hurry, let us go back. The few hurriedly walked back quickly. Inside a villa in the city, as a high-level talent introduced to Li Hua City, Mo Cho was assigned to a very nice place. It was a high-end residential area, a standalone building. However, at this moment, Mo Cho's mother was in tears, staring at the empty ceiling and then at the furniture that was burning around her. Her confused face first showed a moment of survival, followed by a loud cry. My new home, a picture of despair. Although Mo Cho's father looked dazed as well, he could still rise to the occasion at critical moments. His first reaction was to look towards Mo Cho's room. He shouted, My daughter! The fire in Li Hua City was too fierce. Their home was on fire. The direction of the fire was even more confusing. Mo Cho's room was not only on fire, but also had its roof blown off. At this time, the surrounding residents were also astonished. Hiss! Didn't they just move in? What happened? Hurry, put out the fire. It's still burning. A group of people chattered. Some were calling, and others were gathering around. Chapter 2:10. The wind helps the fire, which makes sense. He didn't get entangled with the old principal about the title of Windwalker. Instead, he pondered how many people could be supplied by the blue bones accumulated in the South City now. The two comforted Mo Cho's parents and then sent someone to take them to a new residence. Speaking of which, Mo Cho's parents were also quite sad. After tidying up, their hard-earned home was suddenly gone. It was burned down by their own child. We're going to go to seek justice. However, before leaving, Mo Cho's parents gave Jiang Ping a small package. Mo Cho's mother held Jiang Ping's hand. Mo Cho calls you Bottle, so I'll call you Bottle too. This is some local specialty I brought from home. Take it. The child told me that if it weren't for you, Mo Cho would be gone. Jiang Ping didn't expect this to happen, and he wanted to refuse, but he was firmly pressed by Mo Cho's mother. It's just that now it's not popular to follow the old ways. If it were in the past, it would be fine to betroth Mo Cho to you. Jiang Ping shivered. Oh my, Auntie, please don't matchmake us randomly. Wouldn't Ti-chung go come after me? Ti-chung had already fainted in the bathroom. It was still Mo Cho's father who pulled her away. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Ping ran away as if escaping for his life. It was too terrifying. His relationship with senior sister Mo Cho was purely sibling-like and comrades in arms. Chapter 2:11. Well, Grandpa doesn't want to hit him when he goes back. But I don't know when I'll see Brother Bottle next time. He was truly filial. Jiang Ping wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, looking at the person who had been pushed away, and let out a sigh of relief. Oh my, that scared me. Our name is too loud. It's not a good thing. Just then, a middle-aged woman's voice came. Hey, Bottle, did you get caught by a dog? I heard Lon Lon say you've matured, but that's a lie. You two just know how to fool me. Jiang Ping looked up and said, Hey, guess what? He quickly squeezed out a smile. And Hui, I'm fine. It's just that I haven't been back for a long time. And I'm a bit shy about returning home. So I'm practicing my legs here. The person in front was none other than Lan Lan's mother, his dear Aunt Hui. However, Jiang Ping's words seemed to hit Aunt Hui's funny bone, and she burst out laughing. Stop pretending. You're shy about returning home? Practicing your legs at home? I see you're used to being disciplined by your mom. You shouldn't go back either. Your parents are out, not at home. Just eat here with Aunt Hui, and it's just right to tell me that you're back. Why hasn't Lan Lan returned yet? Chapter 212 Vice President Chiu laughed heartily. Naturally, they can fly. Their territory is in the outer domain of the Fifth Realm, and they have been our old rivals, even earlier than the barbarian Bone Clan. However, they were severely beaten by us back then, and in recent years, they have been much more honest, which is why people who generally don't go to the outer domain are unaware. The Third Realm has now been breached by us, and the barbarian Bone Clan has completely exited the historical stage. It has already been planned by Lihua City as a breeding ground, and it is currently being divided, so some focus needs to shift as well. Vice President Chiu didn't say it outright, but he hinted at it. Looking at Dongfang Lan, Vice President Chiu reminded, the Hadi Kingdom is a place with strict hierarchy, and since they competed with us very early on, their power structure is complex. Even internally, they are not united, so be careful when you get there. If things go wrong, call for help. Vice President Chiu's words were quite sincere. Dongfang Lan nodded, don't worry. After seeing Dongfang Lan leave, Vice President Chiu made a few phone calls. Hello, this time, my personal student is going. You must take good care of her, or don't blame me for turning against you. Then he called again. Hey, is it you leading the team this time? If you still think highly of your teacher, let me tell you something, please take care of it. Chapter 213, this statement struck a chord with everyone. They were genuinely curious. Brother Ping, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us I'm still on leave. Yes, you've missed too much. We have a catch-up. They chimed in. Jiang Ping nodded and smiled. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Jiang Ping looked at everyone with bright eyes. The Soup Cooks Association is going to be established. You should have heard about it, right? Xiao Huang scratched his head. He was familiar with Big Bone Soup. If it weren't for Big Bone Soup, he might have been with the King of Hell by now. Scratching his head, he said, of course I know. Everyone outside is talking about it. The headquarters of the Soup Cooks Association is in our Lihua City. Yes, I've heard that too. Now everyone knows the benefits of Big Bone Soup. Being part of the Soup Cooks Association is quite prestigious. If one can get into the Soup Cooks Association now, it's quite a glorious achievement. Mingzi expressed envy. Not just that, I've heard that many people outside are waiting for the Soup Cooks Association's recruitment exams. But I've heard the requirements are high, so we shouldn't think about it. Everyone spoke one after another. But it was clear they had all heard about the Soup Cooks Association. Chapter 214 Lu Yingmin and Mingzi also raised their glasses. We're going to. Finally, Jiang Ping smiled, but he felt a bit mentally exhausted. Why couldn't he experience that feeling of being praised? He even had to persuade others. Truly no one else could do it. After seeing everyone agree, Jiang Ping finished his drink. He continued, this matter is settled. Go back and do it. But it's not just you. When I get back, I'll give you a list. Call and notify them according to the list. Let them come back for the exams. With this one sentence, the crowd that had just calmed down erupted again. Lu Ying muttered to herself, Brother Ping, isn't this a bit too much? Jiang Ping laughed and scolded. Too much? It's just making soup. To put it bluntly, it's just sharing the cake. If I don't give it to my close ones, should I give it to others? Lu Ying was astonished. Didn't they say it was quite difficult? She had heard that Big Bone Soup was not simple, and becoming a soup cook required strict training. Jiang Ping laughed. That's for others. You have me to teach you directly. How hard can it be? Everyone redefined the situation. How come what seemed unattainable to others became so simple for them? After finishing the serious talk, everyone finally started eating. Chapter 215 Jiang Ping heard that voice and saw that figure and felt a bit awkward. He forced a smile. Lele, what are you doing here? He remembered he had bought a comic book for Lele, but hadn't given it to him later. It was quite magical. As a grown-up, he felt a bit embarrassed for owing a child a comic book. Lele looked at Jiang Ping with a face full of resentment. He said pitifully, Brother Ping, I want to go in, but they wouldn't let me. Jiang Ping then noticed the two security guards beside him. The guards also wore bitter smiles. We can't let anyone in without a pass here. Jiang Ping expressed his understanding. He walked over, ruffled Lele's tuft of hair, and said with a smile, Come on, Brother Ping will take you to have some good food. By the way, I already got your comic book, just forgot to give it to you. Lele saw Jiang Ping wasn't leaving and was so happy that his nose was bubbling with snot. He waved his hand. No need. You hold on to it for now. I don't want to read comics anymore. My dad said I need to study hard and strive to become someone like Brother Ping in the future. I'm determined to practice that. Brother Ping, will you support me? Chapter 216. Just when she saw a tall girl in a light blue top, Dongfang Lan clearly showed a surprised expression. But thanks to good discipline, no one spoke. Even more so, no one whispered to each other. The Minister of the Resource Management Department of the Fifth Realm Command. Attention. Clap. Everyone stood at attention. Next to the minister stood several middle-aged men. One was the team leader for this trip, a veteran team captain of the Fifth Realm, who had fought with the Hadi clan countless times and was a student of Vice President Xiao. The other, dressed in military uniform, had a serious face that looked like a high-ranking official, was the commander of a certain corps in the Fifth Realm and the son of Vice President Xiao. The minister was an old man, but with a youthful appearance, looking very healthy. He was evidently a master. This trip to the outer domain was to benefit the entire human race for the Fifth Realm. The Hadi clan border had opened a new rift, and I believe you all have heard about it. Many herbs inside have been verified to have great benefits for our human cultivation system. So how much of a share you can secure depends on your skills. I 1T complain if you take everything, and I 1T complain if you only take half. But there is only one requirement. Show the style of our Fifth Realm, and let the Hadi clan know that we can still suppress them. Chapter 217. Try it? How you try? Wan Sanxian saw Dongfang Lan's shocked expression and revealed a mysterious smile. He took a few steps forward and shouted loudly. Those bird people, stop! Watching the crowd, a few Hadi clan members who didn't want to cause trouble quickly ran away. But they couldn't outrun Wan Sanxian. With just a light grab in the air, he caught a few bird people and threw them back. Xiao Qin, check them. Qin Shan quickly took over. The others quickly caught on and began to pry open the eyelids of the birdmen. White, white, suddenly red. Qin Shan's face was cold. Team leader, 2 white ones. 1 red. Wan Sanxian waved his hand indifferently. Leave the whites intact, cut open the red one. The usual procedure. Dongfang Lan looked on in shock at the actions of Qin Shan and the others. She saw Qin Shan transform his palm into a knife, killing 2 Hadi clan members, whose wings trembled a few times before they fell silent. The remaining one tried to escape, wailing. Qin Shan simply drew a dagger and swiftly slit open his belly, revealing bloody intestines, heart, lungs, finally stopping at the stomach. Chapter 218. South City? Dongfang Lan, coming from the human tribe's headquarters, naturally knew that South City had officially been renamed Flame City, while those who hadn't returned to the human tribe as headquarters for a long time might not know. However, it didn't matter. They could just consider it a nickname. Nodding yes. The man was slightly taken aback, not expecting to meet a fellow townsman. And after hearing Dongfang Lan's self-introduction, he asked thoughtfully, do you know Dongfang Bowen? Mainly because the surname Dongfang was too rare. Unable to resist asking. This time it was Dongfang Lan who looked surprised. You know my dad? Instantly, the middle-aged man looked at Dongfang Lan with surprise, and then became somewhat reserved. Wiping his hands, which were covered in grease from eating, he wanted to step closer, but then hesitated. His face showed a complex expression. I know him. Back in the day, Big Brother Dongfang fought alongside me. My life was saved by Big Brother Dongfang. If it weren't for him, I might have already become a renowned expert by now. Child, how did you end up here? This is the Fifth Realm. All right, since you're family, there's no need to be afraid. Stand behind me. Today I want to see who dares to touch my niece, by Chung Feng. Chapter 219. The woman laughed delicately. I thought so. Which child would dare to be so bold? Turns out it's our own child. Guessing right. She was a bit older than him. Who was your mentor? Dongfang Lan was helpless. Those from South City respected their teachers and valued their relationships with seniors, so she couldn't neglect them. I haven't found a mentor yet. I'm only in my first year and will soon be in my second year. However, I've been studying with Director Zheng for a while, and now I'm with Vice Dean Xiao. The woman was immediately shocked. She hadn't seen through this junior sister. She didn't expect her to only be in her first year. She thought she was a graduate. After all, looks could be deceiving. She herself was nearly 40, yet she looked like a young girl. However, she was clearly someone who had experienced great storms. She quickly adjusted her emotions. Dressed in red, she walked over, her steps filled with intimidation. With each step, a fire lotus blossomed beneath her feet, clearly showcasing her strength. Indeed, the Birdman shopkeeper's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The woman walked and laughed. Lan Lan, right? My name is Wu Mei Shu, a student of Teacher Qiu. We are truly family. Chapter 220. With a whoosh, the robes fluttered. Dongfang Lan flew directly into the sky, heading straight for the 4 royal realms of the Earl's Guard, as well as those guards. Her hand speed was incredibly fast, and she shouted, "Extreme cold storm." Now, in order to prevent casualties, Dongfang Lan had no choice but to take action. Moreover, she had to unleash a powerful move. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee the safety of everyone. With the extreme cold storm, gusts of wind filled with ice shards rushed toward the 4 royal realms. The 4 birdmen felt their blood run cold. Their eyes widened. What the hell was going on? They couldn't mobilize their abilities at all. Not only that, but it seemed like the speed of their blood flow had also slowed down. The 4 royal realms of the Earl's Guard were suddenly unable to resist at that moment. Frost appeared on their faces and bodies. In less than 2 seconds, the frost grew thicker. Hundreds of elite guards from the Earl's domain, along with 4 small experts from the royal realms, had turned into ice sculptures in such a short time, displayed before everyone's eyes. Everyone fell silent. They looked at Dongfang Lan, who resembled the snow queen in the sky, then at the birdmen who had just seemed like formidable opponents, and then at themselves. They were stunned. Bai Changfeng muttered foolishly, "Am I seeing things? That's the royal realm of the Earl, and it just vanished like that?" Chapter 221. Minister, something big has happened. Didn't you tell us to make a show of our strength? We just took down 5 royal realms from the hardy clan Earl Moss, including the guard captain Vance. One sentence left the elderly minister in shock. Say that again. I didn't hear clearly. Wan Sanxian could only brace himself and repeat. Well, when you set off, didn't you say that taking them all down would be fine? Even taking half would be acceptable, but with one requirement. To showcase the strength of our 5th realm, to let the hardy clan know we can still suppress them. We followed your instructions, and this time we really hurt them and showcased our strength. The minister went mad. I told you to showcase our strength, to compete for the Fisher, not to start a war. Damn it, quickly tell me what's going on. Who would have thought it was just a matter of competing for a newly appeared Fisher? And it escalated into a fight? He even had a premonition that something major might happen. Full-scale war? Killing 5 royal realms of the enemy in one go. The other side would definitely not let it go easily. Wan Sanxian glossed over the situation, not mentioning anything about Dongfang Lan's training. He couldn't carry that blame. Chapter 222. The command center of the 5th realm really started moving. Upon learning about the situation at the front line, they immediately arranged for Wan Sanxian to bring the team back and to bring back all the humans in the border city and within Hardy territory. A great battle was imminent. The command center was also hastily mobilizing personnel, fearing it would be too late. Wan Sanxian received the news and immediately went to see Dongfang Lan. Looking at Dongfang Lan's youthful appearance, along with Bai Changfeng and Wu Meishu beside her, everyone knew something was wrong. It was wise to stick together at this moment. Team Leader Wan, what's the situation? Wu Meishu looked at Wan Sanxian. Wan Sanxian sighed. This time, we've really stirred up a big mess. I can't contain it, but I've reported it to the command center. The command center has issued orders to prevent the Hardy clan from becoming desperate. So we need to retreat to the domain's defense line immediately and wait for the command center to mobilize troops to see what can be negotiated with the Hardy clan. As expected, Wu Meishu nodded. All right, shall we retreat then? Wan Sanxian nodded. In less than 2 hours, Wan Sanxian began to communicate. All human beings within the territory of the Hadi tribe, please head to the border city as quickly as possible when you receive this message. All humans in the border city can go directly to the station point for immediate retreat. Chapter 223. The old count couldn't help but look back. He was instantly shocked. How is this possible? Has the 5th domain gone mad? Are they about to start a war? Just as he was thinking this, a beam of golden light descended from the sky. It flew straight towards him. He only felt a flash before losing consciousness. Before his awareness faded, he heard a voice. Lan Lan, are you okay? Jiang Ping looked at Dongfang Lan with concern. Dongfang Lan looked at Jiang Ping with a helpless expression. Why are you here? Jiang Ping chuckled. I heard you were here, so I came. Look, I've even brought people from the 5th domain with me. Dongfang Lan looked at the team that had already begun to eliminate the birdmen and showed surprise. You can command the 5th domain? Jiang Ping smiled mysteriously. Command? We don't need to command. They all came by themselves. Dongfang Lan was stunned. What is going on? Hurry up and explain. Jiang Ping chuckled, recalling how he hurried to the 5th domain command center. He was curious to see what the Hadi tribe was like. And in the spirit of knowing oneself and one's enemy, he asked the command center to get him one. It was too simple. The command center was also happy to oblige, as they were currently studying how to fight. Chapter 224. A bottle? You mean the Hadi tribe can eat it? Don't joke. This thing is like a monster beast. It can't be eaten. Dongfang Lan might have recalled how Jiang Ping, as a child, wanted to take a bite out of a stool leg and hurriedly stopped him. Jiang Ping laughed. It could be eaten. I say it could be eaten. So it could be. Don't worry, and I guarantee it tastes good. Right now, we just don't have any seasonings, but once I find some, we can eat. However, there's no rush. We can freeze these wings first. Dongfang Lan was shocked. A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, she remembered something. The Hadi tribe's eyes turned red after eating human eyes. So, will the Hadi tribe, as one Sanqian identified earlier, point at their descendants and say, "Child, look at those humans with small wings. They have all eaten our kin. We must take revenge." For a moment, she didn't know what to think. Brother Chio has left. Dongfang Lan looked at how Jiang Ping had taken down the old count with just one move and questioned Jiang Ping's realm. She was very curious about what level Jiang Ping was at now. To be able to defeat an old king-level figure with just one move was simply astonishing. Chapter 225. Although Dongfang Lan took it, she still didn't know how to start. Jiang Ping explained, "It's best to eat it while it's hot. It tastes great. The rabbit head of the thunder rabbit is the best, crispy and numbing, very refreshing." He demonstrated for Dongfang Lan. At this point, Dongfang Lan couldn't hold back anymore. "A bottle? Are you saying monster beasts can eat it? This is a ban." Jiang Ping chuckled. "It was just a previous ban. You try it first, and then tell me how it feels. This relates to my vision for the future." If Dongfang Lan can feel a significant change in her body after eating, it would mean that humans might need to supplement other elements to break through the royal realm. It sounds very reasonable. Finally, Dongfang Lan took a bite. She inhaled sharply. Clearly, the spicy flavor of the rabbit head was quite good, and it gave her a refreshing feeling. She no longer needed Jiang Ping to persuade her and went to the pot herself. But after eating quite a bit, Jiang Ping still stopped her. After all, he didn't want to let Lan Lan overeat based on past experiences. "Lan Lan, how do you feel?" Jiang Ping looked at Lan Lan's eyes with expectation. Dongfang Lan let out a breath and finally nodded excitedly. "I feel great and look." Chapter 226. As is well known, the so-called barbarian Bone tribe and Hadi tribe have actually come through solidified space. From this perspective, the threat posed by monster beasts is not as great as these races. The fissure space containing monster beasts only causes local monster beasts to run rampant in the 13 cities, creating uncertain dangers. But these monster beasts never solidify space. They only hide within their fissure spaces. Even if they come out, these monster beasts are just rampaging, eating and killing people, where they gather together. But these races are different. The barbarian Bone tribe and the Hadi tribe are both foreign races. Initially, they appeared suddenly at a certain location in the 13 cities from an exit of a fissure space. However, the ambitions of these races are great. They will use various means to solidify space, connecting their own space with the local space of the 13 cities, forming a complete continent. But therein lies the problem. Since they have come, they must suppress the living space of the human race, just like the barbarian Bone tribe appearing in the third domain, which forced the third domain to establish a command center to coexist with them peacefully. It seems harmonious, but both sides actually want to swallow each other. Chapter 227. The bloodline concentration is directly related to their Fire Crow tribe, and one could say the entire avian species potential issue. The higher the bloodline concentration, the greater the potential. The future achievements will also be higher. Looking at his own children, and then at himself. According to the Fire Crow's conversion method, his two children are still not of age. Yet even so, they have reached the king realm and possess such bloodline concentration. How could he not be shocked? What was he doing at that age? Probably still rolling in the magma. So, it's no wonder he was so excited. He was very curious about what methods the Vermilion Bird Academy used to make the children develop so quickly. Lingyan looked at the fire cloud, who finally showed some attitude and nodded in satisfaction. He sipped some tea, which had cooled a bit. They were old friends. And Fire Cloud didn't tea care about face anymore. Who didn't tea know who? Immediately, a flame shot out, heading straight for the teapot. Lingyan laughed heartily, pointing at Fire Cloud. "You old fellow have struck gold. This time, your Fire Crow tribe is in for good fortune. The Academy has ideas for deepening cooperation with you. And in the future, your Fire Crow tribe will follow the Vermilion Bird Academy. But it won't be like it is now. It will truly be a merger. And don't do any activities to capture fire crows anymore." Chapter 228. Refreshing vinegar. One of the basic condiments. Adding an appropriate amount of vinegar during the cooking process can stimulate the taste buds and refresh the mind. Different recipes have different effects, and adding it is beneficial and harmless. Require materials: tree spirit tears, flower butterfly pollen. Note: the recipe effects can be magnified by different multiples based on quality. Jiang Ping was shocked. Seasoning? His thinking worked too? He thought he could only work with demon beasts or other races. But he didn't expect such an operation to exist. How could he remain calm? This could magnify the recipe effects. He hurriedly shouted, "Quick, continue, we can't waste this." The tree spirit was instantly shocked beyond measure, thinking, "What kind of devil have I encountered?" I cried, the noble child of the forest, cried, "Can't you see? You still want to collect my tears?" He started trembling all over, feeling like he had encountered something terrifying, perhaps due to the constant changes in his mood. The tree spirit stopped crying, but that wouldn't do. Jiang Ping looked at the tree spirit and kindly urged, "Little tree spirit, please cry. Keep crying." But the tree spirit was completely unmoved, trembling and shaking its branches. Clearly scared. It didn't want to cry at all. Jiang Ping was anxious. Chapter 229. It wasn't until he packed up the 3 pieces of wooden leaves that Jiang Ping had time to look at the little tree spirit. At this moment, the little tree spirit had a frustrated expression, extinguishing the sparks on its body, feeling hopeless. Clearly, it had just failed another escape attempt. Jiang Ping couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you running? Even if you could get away, I could still catch you back. Wouldn't it be better to obediently lead the way? I have business to discuss with your elder." If Jiang Ping had only had this thought before, now he was determined, set on seizing this fisher space, even if it meant cooperating with the 5th domain or fighting the hardy tribe first. Compared to demon beast meat, these rare flowers and plants were even scarcer. He looked at the little tree spirit and asked, "What do you all eat?" "Wind and dew." Jiang Ping was trying to make conversation. The little tree spirit spat. "Who eats that stuff? Isn't that our bathwater? You drink bathwater? We all absorb nutrient from the soil. But my family won't let me pile up fertilizer randomly. There's a graveyard in front of my house, and the soil there is very fertile, but they won't let me go." The little tree spirit mumbled a few words. Jiang Ping was astonished. It seemed to make some sense, as the so-called dew did seem a lot like the bathwater for trees. Chapter 230. What consequences? He cooperatively said, and he was quite curious about that too. Chun Mu snorted coldly. "Let's not even mention whether we can defeat you. The soil we need can only be found here. The outside world simply cannot supply it. If you want us to leave, it would be a disaster with not a blade of grass growing. Here, due to special reasons, the soil is exceptionally fertile, barely able to sustain our lives. And every year, humans deliberately throw various animal carcasses in here to satisfy us, afraid we might go out. Why do you have to say you want to recruit us? You won't starve us to death." Chun Mu truly felt that this human who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth was being delusional. Clearly, he had not been educated well at home. Such simple knowledge he didn't even know. Jiang Ping was stunned. He hadn't expected this. "Do you mean that as long as I can supply you with food and drink, you can mix with me?" Chun Mu was shocked by Jiang Ping's line of thought. He felt Jiang Ping didn't even understand basic reasoning and was too lazy to say anything more. "Although your strength isn't weak, we have 8,000 forest children here, and we can summon allies at any time. If you don't want to die, you should leave quickly." If he hadn't sensed that Jiang Ping was not easy to deal with, he truly wouldn't have wanted to waste words. Chapter 231. Chun Mu really wanted to say they weren't familiar enough to chat. He looked down, he looked up to check his posture, and finally compromised. "Who grows trees upside down?" "He does." "What do you want to talk about?" Meanwhile, the surrounding races also took a few steps back. Chun Mu was their unquestioned big brother, leading them through countless years. But never did they expect to be put in such a position today by a little guy with no hair on his mouth. A sense of fear arose in their hearts. Jiang Ping looked at everyone and wasn't surprised. "Of course, it's about cooperation. I'm interested in your races and the resources here. I have an immature idea I want to discuss with you." After Jiang Ping finished speaking, Chun Mu's heart sank. He was indeed here for the old forest. He was also here for them. But shouldn't immature ideas not be spoken? Impossible. Even if you killed us, we would never agree to relinquish this land. This land has nurtured us. If we leave here, there wouldn't be a place that can sustain our survival. You're asking us to die. Indeed. As soon as Chun Mu said this, those people stepped forward again. Chapter 232. Now Jiang Ping was a bit restless. "Is there such a good thing? Is it a deal?" Jiang Ping extended his palm. The tree spirit Chun Mu nodded vigorously and then reached out a hand. One tree, one person, combined as one. They slap hands. It's a deal. Dongfang Lan watched as the two quickly came to an agreement, still a bit dazed. Just like that, Chunmu looked at her warily. You're not going to back out, are you? Jiang Ping hurriedly grabbed Lan Lan, saying it absolutely couldn't happen. Jiang Ping. Keep my word. Only then did Chunmu cautiously breathe a sigh of relief. But inside, he was anxious to bring his clansmen over, especially those young and promising ones who lack nutritional resources. Otherwise, what if this human reneged? Not taking such a big advantage would be foolish. Jiang Ping had the same intention. That Fisher space, not to mention anything else, just the matching ingredients for the hardy tribe would be enough to break even. Not to mention these would serve as a defensive strength. His idea was essentially to give the human race an additional buffer zone. As for what to do if they rebelled in the future, Jiang Ping wasn't foolish when solidifying the space. He would place in the human race's base camp or around the Fire City. Chapter 233. Because Dongfang Lan had arrived and felt it. That intense feeling stirred Dongfang Lan's emotions. Bottle, what is that thing? How can it attract me from such a distance? It feels like I can't eat or sleep well without it. The two raced through the air following the map provided by Chunmu. Dongfang Lan asked. Jiang Ping shook his head. Let's go take a look. It won't take much trouble. On this journey, they indeed saw humans. However, this human was quite different from what he had imagined. Although they were bipedal, they weren't true humans, and Jiang Ping wouldn't consider them human. But now the urgent matter is still with Dongfang Lan, so I haven't gone down to investigate. The north, the extreme north, even with the strength of the two of them, it took quite a while to fly here. Only then did they arrive. What caught their eyes was a vast expanse of glaciers, completely different from the scenes they had seen before. If the climate and environment of the old forest were warm like spring, then this place was the exact opposite. Bone-chilling cold. Tall glaciers were everywhere. With floating ice and accumulated snow, the entire world was a sea of white. Even though Jiang Ping had reached the peak of the King Realm and was no longer afraid of severe cold or heat, he still involuntarily shivered. This was not physiological, but psychological cold. Chapter 234. Suddenly, Jiang Ping remembered something. It was an idea about the law that the old principal had once shared with him, but was all unverified. The old principal had said that as one's understanding of the law deepens, one could achieve some rather esoteric abilities. Those familiar with fire law might gain some mysterious powers through the channel of flames. These abilities were something that the prominent figures at the peak of the King Realm would possess. Could it be that Lan Lan had also reached the ultimate understanding of the law and replicated a mirror? As for why this happened, it was simply because Lan Lan subconsciously thought of this object. After all, it was a mirror she had used for over a decade, and there would definitely be a hint of that thought. But this was too astonishing. This didn't seem right. This could rival the verbal laws of light. But that was illusory, while Dongfang Lan's was real. So Jiang Ping was also confused. Lan Lan, do you feel anything wrong now? Jiang Ping decided not to think too much about it. Never mind, he asked with concern. Dongfang Lan shook her head. I don't feel anything wrong. On the contrary, I feel particularly good now, as if I can stir up trouble at any moment. Stir up trouble? Chapter 235. Jiang Ping let out a sound of surprise. Wasn't he that Chunmu? Chunmu cursed his bad luck silently. He had just picked a good spot and was happily absorbing nutrients. This land was truly fertile, more so than anything else. But unexpectedly, disaster struck and ice chunks fell. He wanted to curse, but when he saw who it was, he quickly ran away. This was something he couldn't provoke. You have a domain now? Just like that? Jiang Ping ignored Chunmu and looked at Dongfang Lan. Dongfang Lan replied with a sound. Yes. Then, with a puff of her cheeks, she added, it just happened so suddenly. It seems like my understanding of the law has improved all at once. Jiang Ping was astonished. Although Dongfang Lan had reached the strength of the King Realm and had advanced to that level, her understanding of the law was still lacking. This was mainly because she was on a completely new path. First, she broke through the King Realm with the Ice Bone, not the Golden Bone. And then she elevated her realm with the 13 cities cultivation system to reach the King Realm. In other words, it was not pure, but now, unexpectedly, a domain suddenly appeared. Her understanding of the law had risen to the 8th level, a realm where a domain could manifest. This discovery was incredibly important. Let us go, Lan Lan. Let us hurry back. Chapter 236, A Suitable Spatial Crack. Upon hearing this, the old principal revealed a confident smile. Had he really wasted all these years? You don't need to worry about that. The old principal made a few phone calls, and finally, a A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Jiang Ping and the others stared in astonishment. Is that it? The old principal, with his hands behind his back, proudly replied, what else could it be? Just a small matter. Jiang Ping secretly gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. This was what connections were about. The old principal's connections were too powerful. You say you could just get it for us? What else could be done? I do have some ability. However, the old principal was determined that Jiang Ping must not know that this was exchanged for bone broth. The bone broth was too popular now. Who wasn't lacking it? A fire element spatial crack was barren and of low value. Exchanging it for bone broth, those people would even have to say thank you. Go call Mocho over. I'll get the coordinates for that crack, and once we have it, we'll test it. A flurry of activity ensued. Mocho, who was working, was called over, but a little tail followed behind. Jiang Ping greeted with a smile. Brother Chun. He scratched his head. Chapter 237 now. Not only was Jiang Ping curious, but even Dongfang Lan and Mo Cho were curious. What kind of person could make the old principal feel so troubled? Dongfang Lan sweetly linked her arm with the old principal's and said, Grandpa, now you've got me curious. But since it's your decision, it must be thinking of the bottle. How could the bottle have any objections? Just say it. Upon seeing Dongfang Lan's smiling face, the old principal's face was filled with joy. His children were not very promising. They were all grandsons, and even Jiang Ping, whom he had his eye on, was a boy. Where could he find a granddaughter like Lan Lan who is so precious? Let us go then. But Lan Lan and Mo Cho, you both should familiarize yourselves with your domains and your understanding of the law first. I'll take the bottle over. At Lihua City, outside a community that didn't look very luxurious, but wasn't too shabby either. Jiang Ping curiously looked at the community before him. The old principal led Jiang Ping to Area A, Building 48, 13th floor. The old principal knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Immediately, a man's voice came from inside. Who is it? Coming. When a man in his 40s saw the old principal, he surprisingly knelt directly on the ground. Chapter 238. Jiang Ping stuffed his mouth with food, adding a clove of garlic, before finally letting out a satisfied burp. He knew that these people would be among his closest ones in the future. The old principal smiled. He had always been satisfied with Jiang Ping's comprehension. He sighed. Bottle, you should know that although the human race is united against the outside, internal strife has never stopped, and you should feel this deeply. Your time in the field is short. Although you have united a group of people with a bone broth, the real comrades are still too few. For instance, your good friend from the Fire Seed Squad. I've assessed them. Except for Shao Qi and the Luda brothers, the rest cannot become your true comrades. When I say comrades, I don't just mean allies. Su Tianjiao has his own family behind him. Even if he grows up in the future, he can be your brother in life and death, someone who can fight for you, but he may not truly stand completely on your side. Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu are the same. They all have their own families, while you only have one family, and that is Nansheng, which is now Lihua City. So, that's why I would hand over the true assets of Lihua City to you. You may think their current realm is not enough, but there are plenty of geniuses and those with high realms. It's that heart that is the most precious thing. Chapter 239. The city defense officer of Annan City and a group of high-ranking officials are present, along with many representatives from others. After all, this decision affects their future direction. How could they not take it seriously? What can we do? Although I, Mo Zhengqi, am unwilling, we are people of Lihua City. Without the elder brother back then, there would be no us. We can just go back. One elder said, go back. How do we go back? When they were eating bran and vegetables, we ran away and flirted with others. Now, those blind people no longer look at us. We have no way out. And go back. I can't afford to lose that face. This was said by a high-ranking official from Anchi. Everyone fell silent. That's how it is. Since a few days ago, those cities or forces that once courted them, promising various compensations, have collectively severed ties with them. At that time, they were all dumbfounded. Everything was almost settled, and the people from their subordinate cities could obtain better cultivation resources, but suddenly they were told, forget it. Who could bear this? At that time, they still didn't understand, but when the name of the Soup Cooking Association and Jiang Ping came up, everyone understood. Those so-called major powers and big cities had actually given up on them. Chapter 240. When the leaders of the 6 cities heard the words going home, they all shed tears. Can we really go back? Enjoy the current treatment of Lihua City? No, even half of the treatment would be fine. Jiang Ping smiled confidently and said, we'll go back in the morning, and in the afternoon, we will make identity cards for Lihua City. Do you think it's true? Everyone was in an uproar. They never expected that the problem that had troubled them for so long would be solved just like that. Is this home? The return of the 6 cities did not cause too much of a stir. At least within Lihua City, it was like this. Because they fully believed in the decision of the high-level officials of Lihua City regarding this matter. On the contrary, the people from the 6 cities were all extremely excited. It turns out we are also people of Lihua City. Just yesterday, they were envious of the treatment of others, and today it was their turn. What could be happier than this? Lihua City sent a group of people to make identity cards for the 6 cities, along with a group of management personnel to settle in. This was inevitable. The old principal looked at Jiang Ping with emotion. Good, really good. Our Lihua City is finally complete. Jiang Ping sat in the spacious throne of the Minister of War, looking at the documents in his hands. Chapter 241. Behind? Jiang Ping also sensed it. Dongfang Lan saw Jiang Ping looking back and waved, releasing a piece of ice that looked like a mirror. Sure enough, 2 slightly transparent, blood-colored wings appeared behind Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping gasped. Isn't it said that the wings are transparent? Why are they blood-colored when it comes to me? Looking at the claws, forget it. Jiang Ping had already given up. Blood-colored is blood-colored. What are you looking at me for? Are you eating? Jiang Ping said irritably. Everyone suddenly realized and started to eat. Half an hour passed, and they didn't have Jiang Ping's good appetite. It took them a full half hour to finish eating the wings in their hands. Got it, got it. I also have it, someone exclaimed in surprise. Looking over, oh, it's Shinaria. She quickly came to stand in front of the ice mirror and carefully looked at it. Lo and behold, hers was actually transparent. In the end, it was counted that less than 1/3 had wings, and each of those who got wings was crazily happy, testing their abilities. Their flying speed surged. This was even faster than floating and was almost catching up to the level of the immortal fire crow. This meant they could fly that fast without a mount. And the most crucial thing was that they clearly felt this ability seemed to be an innate one. It only required a small amount of energy to achieve a long-lasting flying experience. Chapter 242. The bird face of General E revealed a cruel expression. Hospitality? Who the hell is my guest? Saying this, his blood-red eyes exposed, and he held a sharp blade in his hand. You, a mere human, dare to speak to this general? You think you're worthy? Come here. Kill all the humans in the inn. Bai Miao was stunned. He didn't expect the other party would actually want to kill him, even though he knew beforehand that this might not go smoothly. He never expected it would be this bad. Saying this, his face also turned serious, calmly standing firm. General E, are you going to go to war with humans? I represent the 13 cities of humanity. Do you dare touch me? Who would have thought that when General E heard this? It seemed like he had heard a joke. He laughed loudly. 13 cities? Humans? You are just the pigs, cattle, and sheep of my haughty tribe. After being arrogant for a few days, you think you could be in charge? Pooey. So arrogant. Bai Miao's heart skipped a beat. Something's wrong. He wasn't a fool. Upon hearing this, he knew the haughty tribe was going to act against humans, but now humanity was completely unaware of this internally. Something was about to happen. Even the Fifth Realm only had regular military strength at this time, and due to Qiu Shaofeng taking a group of people to eliminate the territory of Count Ermis, there was some vacancy. Chapter 243. Emperor Pulis merely snapped his fingers, and the surrounding air contracted, while Qiu Shaofeng and others seemed to be crushed by a mountain. Those with slightly lower cultivation immediately spat out blood. Only Qiu Shaofeng and the elite in his hands could still stand. Seeing this situation, Qiu Shaofeng knew he had to fight desperately. He was thankful that Jiang Ping wasn't here, thankful that the main forces of the Fifth Realm had all retreated, leaving only those responsible for pioneering still present. Otherwise, directly facing the main forces of the haughty tribe would be unimaginable. But he also showed a hint of worry, fearing that the attack of Emperor Pulis would be too fast, preventing the Fifth Realm and even the Tasty City from responding. This would be absolutely fatal. In the current situation, he understood clearly that since Emperor Pulis had personally led the team, humanity's communication methods had surely been destroyed. But he still wanted to try once more. He looked at a man beside him. Shaolin, can you still contact the rear? Shaolin said nothing, just shook his head. After shaking his head, he took out his weapon and stood behind Qiu Shaofeng. Qiu Shaofeng was stunned, then smiled. It seemed he had guessed correctly. However, not being able to contact them didn't mean he couldn't notify the rear. Chapter 244. Qiu Shaofeng looked at his brothers confronting him. Their indifferent expressions making him feel even guilty. Suddenly, a soft voice from a woman said, I'm not afraid of dying. But that little Jiang Ping said the Hadi clan's wings are edible, right? I haven't had a chance to eat them before I die, and I feel a bit unwilling. Xiao Xiaofeng laughed. It's not hard. When we turn back, let's leave a last word. Shouting, I want to eat roasted wings, and let my little junior brother cook for us. Instantly, laughter erupted. Everyone was smiling. The press emperor was furious. His face darkened. The emperor had personally taken action, yet the enemy not only showed no fear, but dared to provoke him. It was utterly humiliating, and he no longer cared. He went all out. His hands no longer snapped fingers, but moved rapidly. The thunder grew louder, thicker, and fiercer. After the strike fell, terror visibly appeared in Xiao Xiaofeng's eyes. But he quickly shouted, those who can use the true method of the vermilion bird, burn your bloodline. Those who can't, burn your bones and withstand the strike. We can only survive that way. In an instant, the true method of the vermilion bird and bloodlines ignited. Burning azure bones, golden bones. Each was a desperate measure, a way to inflict 1,000 casualties on the enemy while harming oneself. Chapter 245. In Lihua City, the little tree spirit, intoxicated from absorbing nutrients, felt like his head was about to explode as he just woke up. He even appeared dazed. It felt like a phone being offline for a long time, then suddenly reconnecting to the internet, bombarded by countless notifications. However, he just reacted slightly before panic surged. This was all the message from his grandfather and the Tree Spirit clan, and it related to life and death. Wow, oh no. Bottle King. It's bad. Something happened. The Hadi clan launched a massive attack, and that press emperor has already headed towards the 5th domain. He shouted frantically, feeling the wind at his feet, vaguely seeing his roots intertwining with each other, showing how anxious he was. His grandfather said that the humans in the Earl's territory could only hold for 5 minutes, and if they didn't seize the time, there would be problems. Jiang Ping was researching a new way to eat when he heard this news, as if struck by lightning. He immediately grabbed the little tree spirit. What did you say? The little tree spirit found his backbone. My grandfather and the clan contacted me through secret methods to say the Hadi clan has at least over 1 million. He quickly recounted what Chunmu had seen at the fastest speed. Chapter 246. Now let me count how many people each can bring. Chun Guangrong excitedly clapped his hands, prompting his secretary to take notes. The secretary quickly took out a notebook and wrote down the information. My Hu family can send 30 from the King realm, and I still have my eldest son at the peak of the King realm. An old man stood up, and 10 with the battle power of golden bones at the King realm. After the old man finished speaking, it seemed he sighed in relief, while Chun Guangrong and the others looked at him in shock. Old fox, you're putting all your assets on the table. The old man waved his hand slightly. In this moment of life and death, how can we be stingy? My Hu family was founded by me, and what I say is the decision of the Hu family. If the family assets are gone, we can earn them back. But if Taodai City is gone, we are all sinners. The old fox's words silenced everyone. No one expected that after decades of friendship, the old fox, known for his cunning and smoothness, could be so open-minded at this moment. He laid all his assets on the table. The secretary looked at Chun Guangrong, who took a deep breath, recorded. He wrote furiously. Another old man, seeing this scene, also stood up, raising his hand. The Guangwu Consortium sends 20 from the King realm, 1 at the peak of the King realm, and 8 with golden bones. Chapter 247. They could only watch as their commander led the charge. There were many teams like theirs. Anyone above the Xian realm had gone up. In the sky, Go Zhongze also led 100 from the King realm to confront the press emperor. The rest were defending their own lines. In just a few seconds of confrontation, it was like people or birdmen were falling from the sky like dumplings. Kings against kings, generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. But the 5th domain's standing army was still too few compared to a single race. Humanity was still at a disadvantage, especially with over 1,000 from the King realm. They couldn't win no matter how they fought. Even Go Zhongze was relying on burning secret methods and formations to hard fight with 100 from the King realm. Ergo watched the brutal scene, feeling envious. Tears filled his eyes. The teammates beside him were similarly affected. Their former comrades were being suppressed and beaten by the enemy, and they could only watch. Any man with a bit of blood in him couldn't stand it. Brother Dog, are we leaving? A teammate asked. Ergo took a deep breath. He knew that he and his friends had no potential and no qualification to participate in such a battle, but he still felt unwilling. He looked at his teammates with determined eyes. You guys go, I'm not leaving. Saying this, he ran into the warehouse. Chapter 248. With a wave of his hand, the harvest began. A tremendous thunder descended from the sky, and the battlefield fell silent. Thus, the Fifth Domain had fought for 6 minutes. All the surviving kings and Xian realm fighters looked at the corpses falling from the sky, engulfed in immense sadness. Countless people wept blood. Commander, gone. The press emperor's indifferent voice came again. Speed up. Tonight, I want to host a feast of human brains in Taodai City. Instantly, the Hadi clan's momentum surged. The press emperor would not participate in such low-level battles. In the 7th minute, there were less than 10,000 Xian realm troops left, and fewer than 30 standing kings. Zhuge Can adjusted his glasses, panting heavily. Facing the approaching Hadi clan army, he made the last mobilization. All troops, listen to my command. Advance forward, advance forward. Our human territory must not allow any foreign race to step even half a step. Humanity will surely win. All the surviving people had determined gazes, stepping forward. Various skills were unleashed. After each person made their final strike, they shouted, "Advance forward. Humanity will surely win." The press emperor watched this scene with a complex expression. Humans truly were a strange race. The winged general beside him seized the opportunity to flatter. "Your Majesty, the situation is already settled. The Fifth Domain is already in our grasp. These humans are really blind. Aren't they just seeking death? Truly laughable." Chapter 249. Flags fluttering in the blazing sun. With the last rays of the sun, Jiang Ping led the charge at the forefront. Beside him were not only Dongfang Lan and Mo Cho, but also several young-looking windwalkers. He Chun Chun, Xiao Qi, and others. The vast battle group rushed toward the front lines. Chen Guangrong and a group of old brothers fought hard against the enemy, already drenched in sweat. The Emperor of Press had also retracted the disdain in his eyes. This group of old fellows was indeed not to be underestimated. However, at that moment, a red light appeared in the direction of Taodai City, visible to everyone. It was the color of flames burning, the color of blood, and even more so, the color of human anger. Waves of undead fire crows became the most dazzling presence in the sky at this time. Even the Emperor of Press had to look up at the distance, his gaze suddenly narrowing. What did he see? General, he was even more overwhelmed at this moment. He was engaged in a fierce battle with the people brought by Chen Guangrong. Thinking that a mere few hundred kings could not possibly withstand the might of his Hadi tribe. But at this moment he was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Silently counting, each person's aura was filled with brutality. Jiang Ping's heart was now filled with rage. On the way here, he had seen corpses strewn across the battlefield. A group of warriors fighting for their lives, buying time for Taodai City to respond. Chapter 250. The fire of heaven spreads. It truly is the fire of heaven. As if the end of the world. Fireballs appeared, evaporating the raindrops. Others naturally did not want to be outdone. The Windwalkers had all obtained the authority of the Rift Worlds, far surpassing regular kings at this point. The 301st Battle Group, that was 300 Windwalkers, representing an additional 300 peaks of king-level combat power for humanity. At this moment, whether it was the Hadi tribe or the people of Taodai City, everyone was shocked by this apocalyptic might. Even the Emperor of Press gasped. One Jiang Ping was already difficult to deal with, but now there were suddenly 300 king-level peaks. He couldn't withstand even 100. His heart screamed for a way out. But would there be a way out for him now? And those from Taodai City, like the people beside Chen Guangrong, were already dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before them. It seemed like they were completely out of place in this battle. Brother Chun, is this really us humans? Can we really produce 300 king-level peaks? This truly left Chen Guangrong speechless. He looked up with dry lips, filled with confusion. Maybe we can? At this moment, streaks of light appeared from the horizon. Chapter 251. The Laws. It is the laws. Now his laws were probably about 3 centimeters long. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. As Jiang Ping uttered this word, the Hadi tribe's mysterious realm became flustered. Because at this moment, they felt that the sky was filled with malice towards them. As favored children of the heavens, the sky was their home. It was a familiar feeling of returning to a mother's embrace. But at this moment, it felt so strange. I can't fly anymore? No, it wasn't that he couldn't fly, but it was strenuous. Heaven, don't kill me, please. The mysterious realm army was completely flustered. They were in disarray. However, the impact on those kings was not as great, and the impact on the peak kings of the Hadi tribe was even smaller. Jiang Ping realized. It made sense. After all, when facing the Emperor of Press, he hadn't felt that overwhelming pressure to be crushed. But was it because I just entered the royal realm that I feel so weak? Weak? The deceased press would really be grateful. After all these years of effort, he was only 4 centimeters. However, Jiang Ping was somewhat puzzled. After entering the royal realm, it seemed that his true combat power had not seen such a significant increase, as if his means of fighting had not undergone a qualitative breakthrough, merely allowing him to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Chapter 252. Jiang Ping suppressed this feeling and explained his speculation about the royal realm to the old principal and others. When the old principal and others learned the reason why humanity had never had a royal realm, they were all astonished. Old Zhao widened his eyes. Are you saying that our human race doesn't have a royal realm because of insufficient nutrition? The others also found it incredible. But it seemed they couldn't find a reason to refute it, as Jiang Ping, the glutton, was right in front of them and had already become a royal. Many people even showed a confused expression, realizing that our human race needed to eat to supplement nutrition in order to elevate to the royal realm. Jiang Ping nodded. It's very likely. Look at me now. The term you shocked old Zhao. Bottle, you are now a royal. How can you still call me you? You are the first royal of the human race. However, before he could finish, Jiang Ping interrupted with a smile. Grandpa Zhao, you're being a bit excessive. Am I that kind of person? I have to be a person first before I can be the royal of the human race. One sentence. The expressions of everyone present were very complicated. They had initially thought that Jiang Ping would be more arrogant, given his character when he annihilated the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ping was not inflated at all. Chapter 253. But when she learned that this was a king-level figure, she felt a little intimidated again. Her son was just a regular soldier. How could he come into contact with such a person? Yet, even though it seemed unlikely, this was the only living person they could find now. She didn't want to give up this hope. Finally, after a long while, a violent coughing sound came. The white-clad people showed joy. Hey, do you remember who you are? They asked this because the person's clothes had already torn apart, making it impossible to determine their military rank. The moment this person opened his eyes, his aura changed suddenly, and only then did everyone realize he had been holding a knife tightly. That knife was too sharp. The white-clad people were horrified and cursed in their hearts. They hurriedly shouted, "It's our own! It's our own! The battle is over. The Hadi tribe has been defeated. It's our own! It really is our own!" Instantly, the person's expression turned confused. The Hadi tribe has been defeated? It seemed that with this sentence, all the energy in his body drained away, and he slumped to the ground. Upon seeing the surrounding scene, he burst into tears, even though his injuries were still serious. The white-clad people felt the same and comforted him. It's good to be alive. Don't cry. Chapter 254. One sentence I know completely made Jiang Ping unable to hold back anymore. At this moment, he even forgot about entering the secret realm of devouring heaven. He shouted in anger, "Sun and moon wheel!" Instantly, 2 fire wheels appeared, heading towards the Hadi King city. The sound was loud enough for many people to hear. Even the old principal and others at the back were aware. Old Zhao looked at Jiang Ping with concern. "Mo-go, aren't you going to manage this? The bottle is still small. Don't ruin your health." The old principal sighed. This step has to be taken by him himself. I thought when old Xiao had an accident, it would prompt him to come over, but it seems that still hasn't happened. As for why it hasn't, the old principal knows in his heart. Jiang Ping's upbringing has shaped his strong sense of loyalty and righteousness. He is the kind of person who, if you dare to touch my family or friends, I will go all out to deal with you. But being overly loyal and righteous can also lead to failure. To truly become a qualified leader, controlling one's emotions is the most important thing. Of course, this is the understanding of the old principal and others, as they have all walked this path step by step. Old Zhao, with his hands behind his back and hunched over like an old man, said, "Mo-go, I really envy you." Chapter 255. The most mysterious thing in the world? Jiang Ping recalled something. In a cultivation system of the 13 cities, there is a saying, a king can live over 200 years, while an emperor can exceed 500. However, these are unverified things. It's just that there's indeed a new feeling of vitality. After all, the oldest batch of old men is still from the old principal's generation, making it impossible to verify. Could it be that what Hong Yi mentioned was this? Jiang Ping raised his doubts, and Hong Yi picked up her teacup, her posture more graceful than a noble lady, but she said something that made Jiang Ping's scalp tingle. That's just incomplete. It's about others. How long do you think you can live? Are you referring to the so-called realm of kings that those outside talk about? Jiang Ping was astonished, clearly not expecting that the recently awakened female ghost knew so much. That's right. That is all incomplete. The only true realm of kings I see now. The body without leaks is just you. What you call the realm of kings is just the foundation of cultivation. Those who can never reach the next level in this lifetime, even if they improve by luck, will face even greater challenges. Chapter 256. Yes, indeed. I was once a being from the original land. Strictly speaking, you and I are fellow townsfolk. The word fellow townsfolk left Jiang Ping even more stunned. He always felt that the female ghost was just playing with him. What is the original land, and why do they all place the coordinates of the spatial cracks here, thus causing the disasters we face now? This is what Jiang Ping most wanted to know. He wanted to understand what had happened in this world and why they were treated this way. So many cracks suddenly appeared, along with monsters and different races. If humanity does not respond properly, it might cease to exist. This place belongs to those monsters and different races. Perhaps this is the closest he has been to the answer. But the female ghost did not answer him. Instead, she shook her head. This is too complicated to explain, and you may not understand it now. You will slowly comprehend it later. However, I can briefly tell you why these spatial cracks unconsciously place their coordinates here. In fact, there have always been some different crack coordinates around the original land, but they're not for invasion. They are symbols of past merits. One sentence struck him like a thunderbolt. Chapter 257. Because they lack the confidence to cultivate a person like Jiang Ping. If Lihua City had not seen Jiang Ping's sudden rise, bringing great potential and benefits, now, thinking of this, Chen Guangrong felt a headache. Old Zhao and the old principal sat in the front seats. The others, such as those sent from Chongming City and Bei City, took their seats in order. The old principal, sitting in the main seat, seemed like an unspoken secret. The old principal caressed the chair of the main seat, a myriad of emotions rising in his heart, but ultimately transforming into one sentence. Child, make an effort. Finally, Jiang Ping arrived. From a moment Jiang Ping entered the building where the conference room was located, he was led by someone. Bing Huang. On both sides, there were black-clad individuals in uniforms respectfully guiding him. I will take you to the conference room. Everyone is waiting for you up there. Jiang Ping was somewhat unaccustomed to this change in attitude and also to this title. Bing Huang. It seemed this had become a universally recognized title and could not be changed. He could only nod. All right, please lead the way. From the first floor to the top floor, there was someone to guide Jiang Ping on every level. When they reached the door of the conference room, two black-clad individuals who had been ready for who knows how long quickly opened the door. Chapter 258. Humanity finally has its high-end combat power. Jiang Ping took a deep breath, slightly pressed his hands down, and everyone sat down as if they were soldiers responding to orders. Old Zhao looked serious. Shall we begin? Clearly asking Jiang Ping, who nodded to indicate they could start. Old Zhao cleared his throat and began the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, first, as the host of this meeting, I need to congratulate everyone, because from this moment on, humanity has truly stood up. Facing the enemy's emperors, we finally have effective means of resistance. And that is our first emperor of humanity, Jiang Ping. Applause erupted as everyone smiled and clapped, waiting for old Zhao's next words. Jiang Ping slightly stood up and bowed. Congratulations to humanity. Congratulations to the 13 cities. But then, old Zhao's voice became somber, his gaze deep and serious. However, the price we paid has also been tragic. The city of Taotai and the Fifth Realm have been attacked by the Hadi tribe, although it was unavoidable. Our reaction was problematic. Here, I criticized Chen Guangrong and all the senior management of Taotai City. You bear half the responsibility for the loss of the Fifth Realm. Why? Jiang Ping had clearly warned you, yet you were so careless, with only Qiu Shaofeng, a Peak King realm, holding the fort in the occupied area. Chapter 259. How did the Windwalkers come about? The Qinggu served, and after the entire body became Qinggu, a qualitative change occurred, awakening different attribute abilities according to one's talents. Previously, Lihua City had only announced the cultivation method for Qinggu, resulting in a large number of Qinggu. This led to the Windwalker team growing to hundreds of members. Now, for the Windwalker team to advance further, what do they need? They need to go to the crack space like Dongfang Lan and Mo Cho to seek their own powers. A team of hundreds cannot be supported solely by Lihua City. Even if a few people share a crack space, for example, You use the fire power from this crack, and I use the water power that still requires 1 or 200 spaces. Where can we get that? Therefore, the old principal came up with this strategy, exchanging cultivation methods for crack space coordinates. This way, not only can the Windwalker team obtain the powers urgently needed for their next breakthrough, but it also increases the foundation of the 13 cities. This move, anyone who comes would have to say, the old principal is generous. Look, he still needs to thank us. This damn head's so impressive. Sure enough, when they heard the old principal's words, everyone widened their eyes and looked at him in surprise. When did Mo.G become so generous? Chapter 260. Also, the plan for the Hadi tribe's roasted wings has matured. I have experimented with several cooking methods, each with different effects. After all, Taodai City is adjacent to the Hadi tribe, so it will save a lot of effort in terms of ingredient transportation in the future. Therefore, I propose to establish a soup chef branch here. However, now that the business has expanded, it is no longer appropriate to continue calling it the Soup Chef Association. Let's brainstorm a new name. Jiang Ping said a lot, but ultimately had only one goal, to benefit Taodai City. Everyone looked at Jiang Ping in astonishment. No one expected him to say such things because, back when Lihua City was in trouble, they had not done their best to help. But now Jiang Ping is using various plans to assist Taodai City, which is truly admirable. Many felt ashamed, including Chen Guangron, who felt embarrassed for having judged Jiang Ping with a narrow mindset. Facing the various favorable policies proposed by Jiang Ping for Taodai City, Chen Guangron's voice was a bit hoarse. Thank you. Jiang Ping waved his hand. As fellow humans, we should help each other. That is only right. With those words, everyone lowered their heads. Looking at Jiang Ping's sunny and determined eyes, they showed a kind of respect. Chapter 261. Jiang Ping was particularly curious about what Matthews had done to the Blood Clan to have such an expression. The two casually found an empty room, sat down, and chatted. With Jiang Ping's current status in Lihua City, finding an empty room was as easy as pie. And there were even many staff members in the office building smiling as they came to see Jiang Ping. Yes, it was mostly women looking. The two sat down, and Jiang Ping smiled and said, "Go ahead, what is the matter?" Matthews smiled mysteriously. "Bottle, do you want blood from the Blood Clan?" This phrasing was too familiar. Jiang Ping couldn't help but chuckle. Of course I want it. Who would say no to that? When Matthews heard Jiang Ping say he definitely wanted it, he breathed a sigh of relief. All his efforts were not in vain. He took out a thick stack of documents. "Look at this, and you'll understand." Jiang Ping curiously took it, and it had a few big words written on it. Dark Council and Blood Clan Strategic Agreement. Seeing this title, Jiang Ping gasped, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "What is this?" Matthews smiled proudly. "This is the agreement we reached with the Blood Clan. Every year, each Blood Clan member must donate blood on a fixed date, and we, the Dark Faction, will return them some cultivation resources in a certain proportion, and we will also protect them." Chapter 262. Matthews waved his hand indifferently. "All right, the matter is settled. I'm off, going back to the west for some fun." Jiang Ping watched Matthews's back. For a moment, he felt that Matthews's figure seemed a bit tall. He no longer needed to worry about the follow-up matters in Taodai City. After waiting a few days for news from Hadi King City to stabilize and be completely taken over by the officials, he left a portion of the Windwalkers as support and prepared to return to Lihua City with the rest. All parties were preparing to withdraw, and of course, with Jiang Ping leaving behind share of the Hadi tribe's wings for Taodai City. Although it was temporarily quiet, it would not be like the previous Lihua City, which remained silent for a long time. Since everyone was nurturing him towards the direction of the human leader, the pattern had to be opened up. Jiang Ping took his people back. All parties withdrew, leaving behind the desolate but promising Taodai City. Lihua City's third primary school, abbreviated as Sanshao. Mi Lele was already in the 4th grade this year, but the current situation was much better than before. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by a large group of friends. Even the teachers looked at him differently. Chapter 263. This was said by Zhao Etienne. Zhao Etienne had long entered the King realm, supported by various resources, and as an outstanding student of Zhuke Academy, he had already reached the peak of the Xian realm, having long since stepped over that threshold. In fact, his bones had more than half transformed into blue bones. At this moment, he was seriously tasting his proud creation. Beside him, Chun Area had only taken 2 bites and immediately spat it out. Too spicy. How can children eat such spicy things? ISNT, that tormenting elementary school students? This won't do. We need to rethink the recipe Brother Bottle gave us. The main ingredients will remain the same, but the flavor must change to suit children's tastes. Otherwise, people will say we are just eating and not doing anything. Shenaria had also reached the king realm by now, but she was even more abnormal than Zhao Etian. Her bones had already undergone transformation, just like Dongfang Lan and Mo Cho. And now she only needed to master an elemental authority in the small world to reach the peak of the king realm. Next to her, Xiao Huang, pushing a wheelchair, took a bite and slightly closed his eyes. Aryu is right. It really is too spicy for children. It's not suitable for them. We need to research it again. Xiao Huang had already recovered and could stand up, but after hearing the story of senior sister Mo Cho, he decided not to walk anymore. Chapter 264. Why is this called a pinnacle work? Mainly because it has all kinds of materials in a food bucket, and each material is the highest end that can currently be found. For example, the old soup is made from the bones of the Bone Emperor. Just smelling it brings out the flavor. Hey, wasn't it said that the bones of the Bone Emperor were already gone? Hey, it's not that simple. Our esteemed Bottle Emperor can't just take everything out, can he? We have to leave some, right? But, no matter what, for the sake of old Chiu waking up, Jiang Ping was willing to do whatever it takes. For example, the meat is from the best Peak King realm beast Jiang Ping could find, hunted from a still unexplored fire god mountain rift space. It's called the ghost head python. They say dragon meat from the sky and snake meat from the ground are the best for nourishing people. So, Jiang Ping specifically went for it. And sure enough, the recipe remained stable. Another example is the first step of the stir-frying process, where the ingredients are not ordinary materials. To enhance the effect, he deliberately used the essence from the rabbit heads of the Thunder Rabbit King for the stir-fry, solely for that spicy flavor. And then there's the essence from the wings of the Hadi tribe's king, Press, and so much more. Chapter 265. The old principal suddenly felt the wind picking up. With a complicated expression, he looked at Jiang Ping. Bottle, the old folks actually have no other thoughts. Watching you grow up is our fortune. Well, I was crippled back then. The old principal wanted to say more. Jiang Ping stopped him. Grandpa, it is precisely because I saw how you were when you were crippled that I think this way. This batch of quotas is meant for people like you. The members of the battle group are still young and healthy, so a little delay is not a big deal. However, some of those elderly people can't wait. The old principal turned his back. After a long time, he hoarsely and somewhat cautiously said, "Wouldn't that waste a lot of resources? You know, restoring their resources costs more than the normal training of a person." His expression was like that of a child, wanting a toy he likes, but also feeling a bit fearful. Seeing the old principal like this made Jiang Ping feel a little heartbroken. He then revealed his signature smile, saying just one word, value. Instantly, the old principal's eyes became cloudy. His voice trembled a bit. All right, I'll tell them right away. Chapter 266. Going on a trip? The means of making a living was lost. Where to seek justice? At this moment, Yao Yujing was truly suppressing her anger. Jiang Ping inspected the monster processing plant, which was actually a large cooking workshop for monster corpses. However, it was much more secretive here. Each procedure was operated by different people. For example, the first procedure involved cutting up monster meat, which was the only department where one could see the complete monster corpses. All the workers here were descendants of the older generation, and they could trace back 3 generations. Anyone with even a slightly improper background would not be hired, because only they could see what the real raw materials were. The second procedure was to turn each part into strips or chunks of meat. This procedure was not as strict, but it was still confidential. They only knew it was meat, but what kind of meat, no one knew. Then, there was the drying workshop for making jerky and the stew workshop. They were categorized according to different species and levels. For example, the iron-tailed eagle was definitely for laying a foundation for children, commonly known as baby food, made into something similar to jerky, sold in places like the Fire City shopping mall. Chapter 267. Lu Zhan hesitated, looking at Bottle Brother, realizing that it really didn't seem right. After all, Bottle Brother knew his family conditions were not good. Not only did he allow her to drink soup and eat meat, but he also promoted her to the position of the president's secretary, which even Sister Lon Lon strongly supported. Logically, she should be able to handle it. However, Lu Zhan felt wronged. I can handle the knife, but I really can't bear my parents hitting me. As she thought about this, she ended up in tears. When Jiang Ping saw Lu Zhan crying, he completely couldn't hold it anymore. For a childhood friend, he really couldn't do anything, especially when Zhener was crying. Look at how they pressure the child. Taking a deep breath, he took the call himself, but before connecting, he rubbed his face hard to squeeze out a smile. In a sweet voice, which even Lu Zhen found disgusting, he said, "Hey Dad, didn't you go on your honeymoon with Mom? By the way, I miss you guys so much. When are you coming back?" Jiang Wanli on the other end was clearly trying hard to adjust his breathing. "Really? Where are you? We missed you a bit and came back early." Jiang Ping immediately shouted, "Not good. This is going to reveal my true self." Chapter 268. At home, Jiang Wanli and his wife were standing at the door, their eyes occasionally scanning the street with a sharp gaze until Jiang Ping appeared. Yao Yujing suddenly exploded. "Jiang Ping." She was about to make a move. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanli hurriedly shouted, "Wife, wait." Jiang Ping looked at his dad gratefully. But the next sentence made him quickly climb up the wall. "I forgot the stick. Is this really my biological father?" Jiang Ping sat on the wall, watching Yao Yujing below yelling at him. "You little brat, after raising you for so many years, the first thing you do when you succeed is to smash your mother's rice bowl. If you have the ability, come down." Jiang Ping quickly shook his head. "Not coming down. Not coming down. Mom, dear Mom, please let me explain. This matter, I just need to stamp it." It was drafted by Lu Zhen. Immediately, Lu Zhen, who was watching the fun, quickly tried to run away. Yao Yujing knew Jiang Ping's friends too well. She snorted, "I'll give you some face. Little Zhen, it's been a while since we've seen each other." Lu Zhen hid in the corner, grinning foolishly, but showed no intention of leaving. A small-scale meeting of motherly love finally ended. Jiang Ping also successfully jumped down from the wall. Chapter 269. Why are they so determined to stay in this world? Even going so far as to solidify space, completely making their world a part of this world? Isn't it all for this moment? For the chance to have this opportunity? But now it really is too late. Moreover, do you really think that so many foreign races can exterminate the humans who were still fledgling at that time? Humans dare to fight desperately, and so do they. But why is everyone tacitly solidifying space and controlling the upper levels of humanity instead of rushing in? This question is no longer under his control. The fire of the soul has truly dissipated this time. The old principal saw Jiang Ping's iconic sun and moon wheel and hurriedly called for the old guys to catch up. "Hurry, follow Bottle. What does he want to do?" Then he shouted at Jiang Ping, "Bottle, what are you doing?" Jiang Ping saw the old principal and frowned, saying, "Grandpa, I think there's something I need in there." The old principal said sternly, "Something you need?" He couldn't understand what could be in there that Jiang Ping needed. "Bottle, you don't understand these matters. Let me tell you, this might be a new world descending. It's a world that is no less than the previous Fire God Mountain in rank." Chapter 270. A single sentence. "You want to kill me?" amused the Blood Bowl Sovereign and the sheep-headed High Priest among others. "Haha, this little guy is quite interesting. He doesn't really think that so many of us can't defeat him, does he?" The Blood Bowl Sovereign laughed heartily. Nearby, the Flower Fairy was also laughing uncontrollably. Covering her small mouth, her face flushed. Maintaining composure, she smiled. After all, the little guy had just killed the ruler of the Hadi tribe, so a bit of confidence was understandable. The sheep-headed High Priest couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you really think we're like the Hadi tribe and the barbarians? A kind of delicate race that can't even take out a racial secret treasure?" Saying this, he looked at Jiang Ping. "Lucky little human, just commit suicide. We'll leave you a whole corpse. After all, humans shouldn't possess rulers. Don't think that just because you can destroy that snob oppress, your confidence should soar. Hee hee. If you only have a few kings, we might never take your 13 cities, but now that there are rulers, that's the path to death." Sure, here is the translation. That's right, although you dare to fight desperately, making us cautious, that's only when facing a single race or when there's no unified purpose. But now it's different. Nobody expected the opportunity to emerge, so you must die. With so many of us monarchs, taking you down is a piece of cake. Chapter 271. The woman in red covered her mouth and smiled. They might be there, or there, as she pointed to several places. Jiang Ping wasn't a fool and quickly realized. "Are you saying you don't know where they are either?" His tone surprisingly excited. "Yes, entering here is completely random. No one can guarantee they will appear in a fixed location unless you've obtained a position here." Suddenly, Jiang Ping laughed heartily. "Great, this is just like Fire God Mountain. I have experience with this. I can't take you all on together, but I'm not afraid if I'm alone." The woman in red looked at the laughing Jiang Ping and shook her head. "Once you obtain the position, you can deal with them as you wish." To answer Jiang Ping's second question, they said that so-called racial treasures couldn't exert even 1/10 of their power in their hands. A group of ignorant guys. What treasures? Those are treasures of my human race. This exceeded Jiang Ping's understanding. Unable to exert even 1/10 of their power? Treasures of the human race? Sister in red. What's going on? The woman in red shook her head. Don't think too much. This isn't what you should consider now. You want to go back and obtain the position to study it yourself. Chapter 272. Seeing something good, he couldn't move his feet. Taking a deep breath. Entering the state. Absolute zero. Blood-red halo. Sharp claws. Bang. The silver-armored demon beast, which had been staring at Jiang Ping, actually retreated 2 steps at the moment Jiang Ping's sharp claws appeared. It scrutinized Jiang Ping closely. It wanted to kneel, but in just an instant, the silver-armored demon beast became even more violent. With a low growl, You are wrong. Jiang Ping's heart trembled. It could actually speak? It wanted to use the old routine to test the waters first. The sharp claws clashed with it. The woman in red, standing on the wall, shook her head slightly. Just watching. Jiang Lang communicate with the laws to connect with the heavens. Jiang Ping frowned. He hated it when someone chattered during a fight, but he knew the woman in red meant well for him. He could only abandon his best skill of direct confrontation and instead began to maneuver around. The silver-armored demon beast was exceedingly violent, with every strike carrying a pitch-black aura. Jiang Ping, while defending, began to sense the feeling of borrowing power from the heavens and earth. At this moment, he also sensed the strength of this demon beast, which surprisingly matched his own. His heart sank. If such a thing were to run rampant in its homeland, it would spell disaster. Thus, the thought of exterminating it became even more resolute. Chapter 273. Jiang Ping gasped. After so long, the demon-eating spectrum, which had ignored even king-level demon beasts, finally received a proper evaluation. However, this comment revealed too much. First of all, there's a problem with this race. Normally, the higher the realm, the more training sessions there would be, and the more training, the tougher the meat would be, just like free-range chickens. The meat of properly raised free-range chickens is very firm because they're exercised a lot, resulting in naturally tight meat. But the Blood Bowl tribe is getting more tender. This is remarkable. There must be something going on here. But he couldn't say what the issue was. Could it be that the Blood Bowl tribe is just that good? Or is it that they were born to be good materials for meat? Jiang Ping couldn't know. But it didn't affect his yearning for the Blood Bowl tribe in the slightest. Especially when he saw the comment that the higher the realm, the more tender the meat. The meat of the monarch should be very enticing. However, the demon beast that fought with the Blood Bowl monarch did not trigger the demon-eating spectrum, which piqued Jiang Ping's curiosity. Clearly, it was a demon beast. Although he didn't recognize what it was, he could be sure it was definitely a demon beast. Could it be that it can't be eaten? As the saying goes, when 2 tigers fight, one must be injured. Jiang Ping tightened his grip on the fire spear. Chapter 274. Boom. The bull-nose ring could no longer maintain its golden light state, and the Blood Bowl monarch was desperately trying to activate it, sweating profusely. He watched helplessly as his body gradually drifted away. Jiang Ping smiled and walked over step by step, looking at the bull head less than 5 meters away, still unwilling to close its eyes. Until death, it couldn't understand how a newly promoted monarch could outlast him. And what was up with that sword? Why was it so hard to defend against? He even felt he had figured out how to deal with that sword, but there was no chance left. Jiang Ping stepped on the bull head. What? Just because you have big eyes? If it weren't for fearing to damage its integrity, he would have truly wanted to poke those eyes out. But the crisis had not been averted because the iron-toothed beast was still there. Looking at this previous partner, Jiang Ping pointed far away. Come on, it's your turn. But the next second, he was stunned. He saw the iron-toothed beast crazily retreating, running at a speed that Jiang Ping didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. It ran away? Well, running away is fine. He was indeed a bit tired now. Mainly, that little sword was a bit exhausting. Chapter 275. Almost scared the big lobster into a somersault. Family, who understands? Just now, he clearly felt the fluctuation from that old Blood Bowl and thought about whether he could take advantage of it. After all, many people were eyeing that bull-nose ring. Just when he was concentrating on searching, he got startled, almost tore off his own whiskers. When he saw who it was, he showed an angry expression. Human kid, you're seeking death. His eyes widened, looking like 2 bright lanterns, exceptionally frightening. Jiang Ping clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't know how they managed to cultivate to a monarch. The domain over by Bay City can be said to be the habitat of the water tribe, not only consisting of the lobster race, but also sea turtles, and so on. It said that there are quite a few mountains. Therefore, Bay City has always been a key defensive point. Jiang Ping scoffed. Seeking death? Big Lobster, don't be too cocky, eat my spear. The big lobster instinctively retreated, and when it saw what it was, its soul nearly fled. It shouted, "Good human kid, did you team up with the Blood Bowl?" Its eyes were focused. It kept retreating, quickly activating the orb in its hand. A vast expanse of water appeared. The white, jade-paved ground was suddenly enveloped by a large area of water. Chapter 276. A fist-sized, shimmering pearl floated on the body of the giant lobster. Jiang Ping rushed over and scooped it up. When he got a clear look at the pearl, his eyes widened. It was beautiful, and he could vaguely see rippling azure waves within it. This. The figure in red also walked over and took a glance, revealing a calm smile. "Yinshui pearl, a pretty good treasure. Since I see you have nothing in your hands, you can take it. This thing can hold a lot of water and can even be controlled with the laws of water. It's a good item." Jiang Ping's eyes lit up. If he suddenly threw it during a fight, wouldn't it be like the waters of the Milky Way coming down from the heavens? It would scare people to death. The figure in red covered her mouth. Waters of the Milky Way? You really haven't seen the world. But go ahead and play with it. If you're lucky, it might cultivate a trace of weak water, and its power will be even greater. Jiang Ping didn't mind the figure in red's disdain at all. His left hand was wearing a bull ring, and his right hand held the Yinshui pearl. For some reason, he felt a bit uncomfortable, especially since he was planning to wield a gun with his right hand. So, he poured the Yinshui pearl onto one of his claws. His claw was already incredibly close to a normal arm, just a bit red in color. Chapter 277. Jiang Ping tried it, and indeed, the Yinshui pearl felt completely different from before. Previously, it felt like a lame donkey paired with a broken mill. It could even be said to be like a cold, aloof girl who ignored his warm inquiries about the laws. Now, it felt as if he had completely transformed that cold girl into his own shape, allowing him to take and control it. "Hiss, what's going on?" The figure in red recounted what had just happened, and Jiang Ping was stunned. He hadn't expected the giant lobster to have such an effect. No, he recalled the earlier experience in the water world and suddenly understood. Could it be that the meat of the giant lobster allowed him to see its memories, and that he unconsciously refined the Yinshui pearl? He wasn't surprised about gaining affinity with the laws of water from eating the giant lobster. He had known that all along. If he didn't gain anything, he wouldn't have eaten it. He had already seen the size of a wash basin. What if he ate the whole thing? This giant lobster must be several meters long, right? It looked very tempting. However, when he began eating again, it didn't feel nearly as astonishing as the first time. He even felt that the laws of water had only increased slightly. Is this the difference between the first time and countless times after? Chapter 278. But clearly, there were no traces of other races around. So Jiang Ping had to temporarily suppress his doubts and pack up all these iron tooth beasts to take with him. Perhaps he could research something when he got back. After Jiang Ping collected all the iron tooth beasts, he looked up at the towering hall. The plaque had long since disappeared, and Jiang Ping took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside, it was incredibly dim. It didn't look nearly as imposing as it did from the outside. Even the nearby tables and floors were shattered. Even the large structure in the middle, which looked grand, was in ruins. Its head was gone. Its arms were gone. Its legs were broken. It was a scene of devastation. Just then, Jiang Ping's gaze suddenly narrowed. In this dark space, he spotted a speck of light that resembled dust. Although small, it was so dazzling to his current level in sight. His breathing became slightly heavy. Could this be the position of the realm? Jiang Ping stomped his feet and instantly flew into the air, aiming for the glowing point at his chest level. He cautiously reached out his hand, but as soon as his hand extended less than half a meter, he felt a wave of dizziness. Chapter 279. The people above were all the pillars of Zhongji City, staring at each other with wide eyes. Shouldn't these people be maintaining order in Zhongji City? Why were they all gathered on this tallest building to get drenched? Finally, someone broke the silence. "Hey, Zhao Ge, let us observe the celestial phenomena." Lao Zhao raised his hand and coughed. "Hey, I'll observe too. Squeeze in, brothers. Leave me some space." A group of old men immediately understood and made room. But these people still had their responsibilities. The phone had not stopped ringing. Everyone was on constant calls, communicating with various departments. 2 whole hours passed before the revelry ended. This was undoubtedly a world-class celebration. Whether in the 13 cities or the West, at this moment, even criminals had disappeared. Everyone quietly stayed in the rain, running or jumping back and forth. Because, as long as one was human, no one could refuse the enhancement of strength. It could be said that this rain elevated the cultivation levels of the entire East and West. A team of men and women, just returned from their wilderness expedition, jumped out from a spatial rift. Chapter 280. At this moment, Jiang Ping in the mysterious palace was unaware of the changes outside. He was quietly savoring the information just revealed from the military seal of the 5th Brigade's lower general. This general seal belonged to a military organization of a certain era. It was also a symbol of the position in the realm of heaven and earth. More importantly, it was the key to controlling this palace. This general seal combined the symbols of position and identity with the control hub of the palace, gathering all functions onto a small seal. How terrifying was that? Didn't this prove that this force could freely control the allocation of positions in the realm of heaven and earth? When Jiang Ping learned this news, he was stunned. And such a vast space, along with the palace group, turned out to be just a general's residence. It was simply frightening. If a general's residence was this luxurious, with white jade flooring and glazed tiles, how terrifying would this organization and force be? Moreover, he distinctly sensed that the grade of this general seal was not high. The positions in the realm of heaven and earth it controlled were also not high. Don't ask how he knew. It was clearly recorded on the seal regarding the permissions. Lower General Seal. Assistant Officers 2, Personal Guards 10. Commanded Troops 300, Chapter 281. This thing is the lifeblood of the blood cow. One could even say that without it, they couldn't give it up. For this, they would even hang it on their nose, highlighting its importance. He felt no disdain for the blood cow's actions. It was not an exaggeration to treasure a racial secret treasure. Did he not also hold his treasures close while sleeping? But now, it was in the hands of this human kid. Hadn't he just entered the rank of sovereign? Did this human kid actually kill the blood cow? Suddenly, he didn't dare to think further. The old king with the blood cow's secret treasure has been killed. How far can he be now? Jiang Ping wiped some dirt off the bull's nose ring with his sleeve and then put it back on his hand. He smiled at the ram-headed high priest. I said he gave it to me. Do you believe it? The eerie smile sent shivers down the ram-headed high priest's spine. Suddenly, the high priest seemed to think of something and showed a look of shock. Could it be that you have obtained that treasure? After saying this, he trembled all over. That was something they had waited for so many years to obtain in this godforsaken place. Could have been taken by this human? Chapter 282. Watching the two fox girls get into position, Jiang Ping nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. How has the queen been lately? The fox girl respectfully smiled in response. Very well. The queen has already begun consolidating her realm, as you advised. Jiang Ping waved his hand. Good. Then let's get started. The previous hesitation was gone. It was time to act. The two fox girls smiled sweetly at the old ram. Wow, there's still quite a bit of blood left, master. Based on experience, I think we can get at least 2 more barrels. Then the little fox girl chuckled. Master, I'll first turn what we've extracted into blood tofu. She immediately began to operate with her hands. This scene left the old ram stunned. You're going to eat my blood right in front of me? He had never imagined that humans could be so ruthless. Jiang Ping was too lazy to deal with him. The beauty of interrogation is in its timing, and chatting with him would give him the illusion of being important. So, ignoring him made him anxious. With a wave of his hand, a tree appeared. The little tree spirit looked bewildered at the scene before it. Master? Jiang Ping beckoned. Little tree spirit, the time has come for you to help your master. Punch yourself twice to get your tears. Chapter 283. What you call the celestial instrument. What does it mean that the current human cultivation system cannot reach the realm of kings? Did you also tamper with the original version of cultivation? This suddenly came to Jiang Ping's mind. What the old ram said should mean this. If that were the case, everything made sense. Humans had developed for so many years, and logically, they should have been able to reach the realm of kings a long time ago. But the pinnacle of the king's realm had always been a sword hanging over humanity. It was impossible to break through. This led to a continuous lack of high-end combat power for humans, always needing to fight hard. Indeed, fighting hard. Jiang Ping thought of a terrifying possibility. Humans need to fight desperately to kill a king. It was your plan. The old ram laughed heartily, as the saying goes. The sheep about to die speaks kindly. He no longer wished to live. He just wanted to die painlessly. Looking at Jiang Ping, he said, Indeed, you are quite clever. Your cultivation version has problems, Have you never doubted why a complete cultivation system appeared in just a few decades, not even a century? In any race, this is absolutely impossible. Is it that your humans are so clever? Haha, no, it's because you were guided by us during your cultivation process. We have been watching you all along, even when we hadn't descended initially. Chapter 284. These words left Jiang Ping speechless. Yes, that's right, knowing it doesn't change anything. Without the ability to reach that level, it's useless. But wasn't the matter of the realm something you told me about? The woman in red shook her head slightly. It's different, Jiang Lang. Let these little ones go back. Jiang Ping knew she was referring to the fox girls and the little tree spirit, who had already covered their ears, fearing they might learn something they shouldn't and face danger. But it seemed that there was no intention to kill them to silence them. With a wave, the three returned. Seeing this, the woman in red smiled and reached out to grab Jiang Ping's arm. Jiang Ping tried to pull away, but the voice of the woman in red came. Relax, close your eyes, and come with me. Jiang Ping stopped struggling, but he suddenly realized a huge problem. He couldn't break free from the grip of the woman in red, something that had never happened before. She had become stronger. What made her so strong in such a short time? That even he, who had just accepted the realm, couldn't escape? Or had she always been this strong? Jiang Ping's mind was in turmoil. He had received too much information that day, so much that it felt unreal. Chapter 285. Jiang Ping didn't he expect the woman in red to say this. Did it make his heart flutter? Indeed it did, because even the woman in red felt that the one to fight was definitely not an easy opponent. Not to mention others. Just those who stood behind the outlandish races were enough to exhaust him. After all, just a few kings like the old ram had been able to control humanity for so long. What about those behind them? According to the woman in red, they were merely the vanguard. Behind them was a vast race of what realm Jiang Ping probably hadn't even heard of. A race that could seal a continent with a wave of their hand was certainly not easy to deal with. But to run away with his close ones? To abandon his home? Jiang Ping forced a smile. Sister Hongyi, I might have too many close ones. I'm afraid I can't bring them all. After saying this, he took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the void before him. He didn't even know what he was looking at, but he just stared. He thought of many things, of the folks from Lihua City, of his classmates, teachers, friends, and siblings. He had too many ties. It could be said that in Lihua City, strictly speaking, there was no one he could let go of. Therefore, the result was already obvious. Running away was impossible. Chapter 286. Immediately after, Gao Feng and the others excitedly said, Are you saying that the outlandish races no longer have kings? As soon as Jiang Ping heard it, he knew what Gao Feng meant. He smiled and nodded, yes, at least not for now. In an instant, Gao Feng went wild with laughter. The kings were the nightmare of all humanity, and now they had suddenly all died. How could he not go crazy? So many ancestors and comrades had died at their hands. Bottle, were we going to wipe out those outlandish races? Since the bottle already had the strength to sweep through, taking down these realms would be reasonable. Jiang Ping smiled. Let's go back first. Soon they arrived at Lihua City. At this time, Lihua City had just calmed down. Everyone was actively absorbing the gift from the heavens. Although they didn't know what had happened, it didn't stop them from realizing their strength had increased. In fact, many people's bottlenecks had disappeared. This was especially clear at the pinnacle of the king's realm. They seemed to feel that a breakthrough was just around the corner. The experienced old principal is currently organizing personnel to select suitable spaces to prepare for entry, and at this moment, the old principal is full of vigor. He walks with a proud stride, and his eyes shine brightly. Ladies and gentlemen, a good rain has finally made us feel the realm of kings beckoning to us. Now I command all those who feel they can break through to step forward and enter the crack space in order to seize authority and ascend to kingship. The rest who do not feel it should intensify the replacement of bones. There's plenty of bone soup. Your only goal is to nourish your bones and break through to kingship as soon as possible. Chapter 287. Everyone is waiting for a miracle to happen. Since the battle with the barbarian Bone clan, Old Qiu has been unable to awaken. Although under Jiang Ping's manipulation, he has completely rebuilt himself. And even his bones have long since transformed, with sufficient supply of beast meat that they do not even know what it is. He still has not awakened. Everyone is waiting to see if Jiang Ping can wake Old Qiu. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally a cough. Everyone is invigorated. Old Qiu looks around in confusion. What are you all looking at me for? What is this? He glances at Jiang Ping in the sky. It is the old principal who reacts the fastest. Come here first. Can you take a few steps? Old Xiao, looking bewildered, still perfectly executes the command. He takes several steps and even jumps once. Oh, I remember now. I burned the true law of the vermilion bird. The old principal does not let him continue. We'll talk later, just watch. Old Xiao is filled with too many doubts. What is all this about? He is truly confused. Jiang Ping, seeing Old Xiao's bewildered expression, smiles slightly. He is also trying this out. If his position cannot wake Old Xiao, it would be hard to explain. Chapter 288. The old principal coordinates in the center, beginning to transfer the seeds of Fire City without the knowledge of everyone. This is undoubtedly cruel, and there is nothing the old principal or Jiang Ping can do about it. This is a war of races. Inevitably, some must die, and some must be responsible for post-war reconstruction. I'm not leaving. Brother Bottle, please don't let me go. I'm your secretary. If I leave, who will take care of your food, clothing, and housing? Lu Zhan's eyes are filled with tears as she grabs Jiang Ping's hand, pleading for him not to let her leave. Jiang Ping places his hand over hers, revealing endless warmth, and says kindly, precisely because you are my secretary. You need to leave. The association is well managed by you. Without you, how can the association operate? Besides, this is just a strategic retreat. Everything will go smoothly, and we will be able to get you out soon. I will also come to see you at any time. Be obedient, take your parents and mine, and the seeds of Fire City inside first. Lu Zhan cries. She is not a fool. As Jiang Ping's secretary, she knows too much that others do not. Stop talking nonsense, Brother Bottle. I know there are strong enemies coming, but I, Lu Zhan, am not afraid of death. I absolutely will not be a deserter. Chapter 289. Old Zhao looks at the attendant behind Jiang Ping respectfully, handing him a whetstone, and his heart skips a beat. Bottle, is something wrong? The old principal beside him also frowns. Jiang Ping looks at the continuously gathering high-ranking human figures and nods. He stands up, placing the whetstone down. Something has happened. A crisis may be coming. With this one sentence, everyone falls silent, revealing various expressions on their faces. What crisis? How do you know? Old Zhao asks. Jiang Ping raises the tip of his spear, pointing to the sky. It may be from outside the heavens. Just now, the military seal alerted me, and I saw a strange, giant battleship crossing the void, coming towards us. The military seal is warning us, and Jiang Ping speculates that it may be a warning from this realm. So, everyone prepare for war. Jiang Ping says calmly. The closer it gets to this point, the more one cannot be chaotic. One must remain calm. As soon as he says to prepare for war, everyone's hearts become tense. The old principal and others exchange glances, their eyes shining as they look at Jiang Ping. All right, then let's prepare. I want to see what kind of strength these alien races truly have. Old Zhao also has a serious expression. Then let's fight. Those who have designs on our human race must be prepared to shed blood. Chapter 290. Immediately, General Sheephead's eyes sharpen as he looks at Jiang Ping, cold and fierce. Humans? You are merely slaves raised by my clan. When did it become your turn to speak? Where's the priest? Let him come out to see this general. Jiang Ping continuously scans the battleship, trying to glimpse the scenery inside, estimating the strength of both sides. But the ship is covered with a layer of pitch-black shield, completely obscuring the interior. Only at what seems to be the entrance can he see General Sheephead shouting with several attendants. Jiang Ping sighs. It seems he cannot glean anything. But he is not discouraged. No matter how many come, this is a fierce battle with no room for reconciliation. The reason these Sheephead clansmen have not yet acted is that they still believe they are sent by the Sheephead High Priest. With a chuckle, he says, Are you talking about that old Sheephead? Sorry, his meat is quite delicious. I haven't had time to prepare the head, so you might not get to see him. Jiang Ping throws out a sheephead, which is indeed the head of the Sheephead High Priest. Instantly, the world falls into silence. Then a loud shout comes. Nonsense. How dare a mere human kill my Sheephead clan? Chapter 291. With a clang, the giant net of laws collides with the bullnose ring, and General Sheephead's face is filled with horror. The law net, made up of 16 people, starts to crack like a fragile spiderweb, while the bullnose ring emits a breathtaking strong light. How could you possibly activate the secret treasure of the Barbarian Bull Clan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even pure-blood members of the Barbarian Bull Clan cannot exert this level of power. In an instant, there are too many doubts in his heart. Whether it is the secret treasure of the Barbarian Bull Clan or the Sheephead Clan, there is a deep barrier in between. This barrier is like a disciplinary barrier. Even if one can break it, it would take a long time to refine it before they could activate even 1/10 of its power. Yet, Jiang Ping can activate the racial secret treasure to this extent, which is simply shocking. How long has he refined it? At the same time, he begins to have a thought. How useless are these advanced troops and the sheephead high priest? Have they been controlled for decades? But that doesn't make sense. They still send messages regularly every year. In an instant, his mind is in chaos. Chapter 292. General Sheephead's expression flickers as he looks at the descending Jiang Ping, filled with conflict. In the end, he still decides to hold steady. General, are we just going to let him go? General Yangshuo was feeling frustrated. Why don't you go up? In an instant, the adjutant fell silent, unable to gauge the current strength of the human race. Although there were only over 300 monarchs on the surface, who knew how many were hidden? On the ship, they had protective formations, greatly increasing their risk resistance. And they didn't want to go down to fight for their lives. He didn't have any racial treasures. Treasures were also quite precious in the Yangshuo clan. Those in the law manifestation realm shouldn't even think about touching them. That guy Vakri only had the fortune of the Vanguard army. Old Qiu watched as Jiang Ping gradually descended and moved closer. Can the bottle intimidate them? Jiang Ping shook his head slightly. I don't know, but who cares? This old sheep seems inherently suspicious. It should be able to intimidate them for a couple of days. Old Qiu nodded. That's true. A soldier comes to block, and water comes to cover. Gaining even one more day is a gain. The longer we have, the more our strength will increase. By the way, how should we deal with these Yangshuo clan monarchs? Jiang Ping's mind raced. Kill them. Eat meat. Old Zhao said cautiously. Is it good to provoke them like this? Chapter 293. General Yangshuo was furious. Vakri, you truly deserve to die. The human race has grown this strong, yet you still don't report back? When you return, your family will all be thrown into the black prison. But the instinct of a general told him that he couldn't wait any longer. In just one day, he had lost 64 monarchs, which was undoubtedly unacceptable. If this continued for a few days without uncovering the details of the human race, his small group of followers might be wiped out. Therefore, he decided to launch a general attack regardless of what the humans were doing. He didn't believe that the humans could still give birth to a law manifestation realm. If they truly did, it would only mean he was out of luck. And if he died, he died. Anyone who could reach this point, even the Yangshuo clan, had no issues with their mentality. Simple math problems were something everyone could solve. Be cautious when needed and charge when necessary. That night, Jiang Ping obtained the positions of 48 soldiers from 3 monarch squads. And he cooked meat overnight to nurture those humans who had already reached the monarch realm. Although it had a somewhat rushed feel, he couldn't care less about that now. Jiang Ping was confident that as long as they could hold out for a few days, the strength of the human race would grow like a snowball. He summoned those pseudo-monarchs overnight, including Li Zimu and Liu Baichuan among others. The so-called pseudo-monarchs were those humans who had gained power in the rift space. Although they were already monarchs, their combat power was still significantly different from those who had truly obtained their original status. Chapter 294. The massive 8 trigrams behind General Yangshuo glowed bronze, seemingly enveloping the entire space. Jiang Ping did not show any weakness. Although he could sense the extraordinary aura of General Yangshuo, behind him was the entire human race, and retreat was not an option. He also could not show fear. If General Yangshuo realized there were no strong figures behind him, the situation would be even worse. Therefore, he had to appear confident. With that, all 4 hands behind him stretched out. Each hand either held or supported treasures. Jiang Ping's 2 original hands held the fire-sharp spear in his right hand and the ox-nose ring in his left. The first hand on the left side held the treasure mirror used yesterday, the second hand held the water essence pearl, and the third hand was somewhat unique, as it was holding a golden brick together with the 4th hand. As Jiang Ping's aura surged, a blood-red halo appeared behind him, and countless skeletons began to swirl around him like evil spirits, ready to devour anyone at any moment. Upon seeing Jiang Ping in this state, General Yangshuo was stunned. He actually displayed a sense of vigilance. He had thought he could easily deal with a human cub, but the Jiang Ping before him was truly horrifying. Chapter 295. His purpose was clear: to draw aggro. In fact, he was the only one doing this. Even though Little Huang had just dealt with several Yangshuo clan monarchs alone, there were actually quite a few humans watching beside him. Indeed, the Yangshuo clan monarchs were enraged. Suddenly, more than 10 of them surrounded him. The power of the laws continuously eroded the ice wall. and the eastern orchid fighting in the sky had a smile on her lips. Little Huang really has a knack for angering them. However, it was still a bit lacking to break through her ice wall, because Jiang Ping had confiscated a treasure related to amplification, which he had given to her. Little Huang attracted quite a few Yangshuo clan monarchs. She held up a flag and was almost dancing a butt-shaking dance inside, while a group of Yangshuo clan monarchs hammered the thick wall with the power of laws to destroy the ice wall. But as they came in greater numbers, it inevitably led to fewer enemies facing the others. For a moment, the pressure on the human race lessened slightly. Below, at the peak, the monarchs and some of their kin anxiously stared at the battle in the sky. Every time someone fell, it was a wave of anxiety. Hurry, treat them. If they can fight, let them continue. If they can't, withdraw immediately. In a battle of this scale, there was bound to be casualties. Chapter 296. Jiang Ping watched as the streams of light exploded on the giant law manifestation of General Yangshuo, his hair almost standing on end. Damn, stop it. Lu Baichuan. You all get back here. I have a plan. Although he knew he was indeed enduring it, he really couldn't bear to see this group of newly promoted monarchs risking their lives. He understood that every brilliant color and explosive wound on General Yangshuo represented the fall of a human monarch. In the tall tower of Central Extreme City, the old principal's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. Beside him, Chun Junxiu gently patted his back. Teacher, it's not your fault. The bottle can't have any accidents. As long as we still have the bottle, we have the capital to resist. If the bottle is gone, the human race will surely perish. The old principal's eyes glimmered, his voice somewhat melancholic. Junxiu, why is it that as one gets older, the heart becomes softer? Back then, I fought against alien races and demonic beasts. I didn't feel as bad even when Lihua City became South City. Chun Junxiu's voice was warm as he gently patted his back, speaking as if comforting a child. Teacher, whether it was back then with my dad and the others, or the group of kids charging now, they all volunteered. No one has ever blamed you, because they all know that to ensure the survival of the human race, someone has to make sacrifices. And someone has to stand up to say these words. Chapter 297. But would Jiang Ping give him a chance to retreat? After this hit landed, the general's seal dimmed. But Jiang Ping still had treasures. He pulled 4 magical items straight towards General Yangshuo. In an instant, the treasures collided with the shards of General Yangshuo's law manifestation. And General Yangshuo let out a howl that echoed through the heavens and earth. The law manifestation shattered and began to fall. A smile finally appeared on Jiang Ping's face as he looked at the others. Even though his body had lost all strength, he was still unyielding. The human race fights to the death. With no strength left in his body, Jiang Ping began to fall in a free fall. In midair, the adjutant of General Yangshuo heard his general scream. A great shock filled his heart. That was a general of the law manifestation realm. How could he possibly be defeated so suddenly? But what he didn't know was that this wasn't sudden at all. It was not sudden in the slightest. The human race had paid a heavy price for this strike. General, he wanted to rush over to support, but Dongfang Lan was firmly blocking him. Your opponent is me. Dare to be distracted? Ice and snow marvel. An ice wall obstructed and intercepted. The adjutant grew anxious. Get out of the way. He used all his strength to rush over. But Dongfang Lan was not a pushover either, and the fight on both sides was hard to distinguish. Chapter 298. A golden ring suddenly flew in from a distance, and the entire goat-headed general's adjutant was stunned. He watched helplessly as it crashed onto his head. Suddenly, his head was split open, blood flowed, and his skull shattered. Jiang Ping breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Aunt, tell Uncle Gao and the others to search for the goat-headed general with all their might. We need to see him alive or dead. Also, find Bai Chuan and the others quickly. They might still be alive. After saying this, he charged forward. Chun Junxiu didn't have time to stop him and could only stamp his feet, watching Jiang Ping's back. I've already sent people to look for him. Why doesn't this kid take a break? At this moment, it was far from time for him to rest. Although he was not at his peak, after a rough recovery just now, he had regained quite a bit of strength. It was no problem to deal with these ordinary goat-headed clan members. In midair on the battlefield of the Emperor, when everyone saw Jiang Ping, their expressions changed. Bottled, are you all right? Just moments ago, he had seen Lu Baichuan and the goat-headed general in a mutually destructive state, which was terrifying. Everyone had managed to hold on until now, partly due to the shock. They had not thought about surviving. At this moment, Everyone had only one goal, to kill their opponent. When they saw Jiang Ping, they felt slightly relieved. Chapter 299 Suddenly. Jiang Ping's thoughts were drawn to the General Seal. Middle-ranking General Seal in the 5 armies camp. 6 adjutants, 20 personal soldiers, 1,100 troops. Middle-ranking General Seal Divine Ability. War Soul Camp. All registered troops in the camp that die in battle can enter the War Soul Camp and, over time, transform into War Souls. War Souls do not occupy previous quotas. Although it was still a simple introduction, Jiang Ping's eyes shone with brilliance. Middle-ranking General Seal? What shocked him the most was the War Soul Camp Divine Ability. What does this mean? He didn't understand it. But he grasped the explanation that followed. Registered troops who died in battle could transform into War Souls. What is this War Soul? Does this mean that those emperors who sacrifice themselves before can come back to life? However, do War Souls live like normal people? In an instant, Jiang Ping became excited. If this is true, does it mean that the human race will not fear death in the future? As long as they don't die, as long as the General Seal remains, they can transform into War Souls and survive in a different way. His curiosity about the concept of War Souls grew stronger. How to explore this? Of course, he had to try it out. Jiang Ping mustered his courage, picked up the list on the table, and searched for a familiar name. Chapter 300 The old principal seemed to have flown back, and after hearing Jiang Ping's words, he still couldn't believe it. In the end, Jiang Ping had no choice but to take him to the palace. Inside the palace, the old principal looked at these ethereal children, tears streaming down his face. No one could feel worse than he did. He had personally sent these children to their deaths. If others experienced this even once, they would have a mental breakdown. He had done it twice. To have made it this far was already quite difficult. Children, you really didn't die? Like Jiang Ping back then, he wanted to shake hands. But he passed right through them. He looked at Jiang Ping, bottled, this is. Jiang Ping fell helpless and could only reiterate what he had said before. The old principal couldn't help but click his tongue. I've never heard of such a thing. When someone dies, aren't they just dead? How can there be a way to still be alive? Grandpa, don't worry. This should count as being alive, right? I promise I will strive to let everyone go out. Maybe my ability level isn't enough yet. Little did he know, at that moment, the entire goat-headed clan was in chaos. At first, he could endure the disappearance of a few emperor-level beings. After all, who doesn't encounter unexpected situations? But just now, he felt as if 800 emperor-level beings had disappeared. Chapter 301 Law Manifestation Realm Goat-Headed Clan can be called monster. The meat is tender, the blood and flesh are exquisite, and eating it enhances the power of the laws, providing great nourishment, especially friendly to the injured, increasing the general recovery speed of lore-related injuries. Method. The main ingredient is Taiyan Kingzi, with 6 lunar petals as auxiliary ingredients, simmered gently. Adjust the seasoning with other materials as needed, proportions at your discretion. Other methods can be adjusted according to your needs. Note: nourishes een and replenishes blood. Very delicious. Review. Do not feed to dogs. When Jiang Ping saw this prompt, he became excited, especially when he read the review. Do not feed to dogs. This was a significant progress. He had witnessed many changes from being something even dogs wouldn't eat to something that shouldn't be fed to dogs. Moreover, he found that this time, the hints from the food demon list had changed a lot. At least, the style seemed to have become much more playful and accompanied by a sense of autonomy. This was a huge encouragement for him to develop new recipes. This meant that the materials were finally normal materials. But nothing compared to the first sentence can be called a monster. Was it only those in the law manifestation realm that qualified to be called a monster? Setting these aside, Jiang Ping first dismembered the goat-headed general. With the bone knife, enhanced by the power of the laws, he cut down, feeling a slight regret. Chapter 302 Little Huang was not angry at all. Instead, he shamelessly said, Brother Bottled eats meat, and I drink some soup. What's wrong with that? At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Little Huang, are you mocking me? Big brother eats meat, while little brother drinks soup. If this gets out, how will I still be a person? Little Huang swiftly moved closer, sniffing the delicious aroma on Jiang Ping. Hee, Brother Bottled, I'm content, just drinking soup is fine. Jiang Ping laughed and scolded, get lost. It wasn't that Jiang Ping was reluctant. It was just that he had to ensure his own combat power. The corpse of the goat-headed clan general was simply too astonishing, and the quantity was too rare. At least at this stage, he couldn't let everyone eat it. The human race needed to cultivate the strongest combat power. Otherwise, They would be too passive. How's it outside? Xiao Huang understood. Steady development. Since we have many good things and are willing to invest, those who were in a coma have now woken up, and apart from the ones with broken arms and legs, most have recovered. The newly promoted pinnacle of Wang Jing is also continuously increasing, all waiting for you to grant them positions. Jiang Ping is quite satisfied with this. These people waking up and regaining combat power means that the high-end combat power of the human race is standing up again. Chapter 303. The others were also staring at him intently, as if any hint of an incorrect answer would lead to their immediate demise. The sheephead deputy's expression flickered, and his mind was racing almost to the point of tears. How could they be so perceptive? He had brought this group of humans to this ship several times, and no one had ever noticed the problem before, which made him quite bold. He even mocked these humans in his heart for lacking insight, thinking he could easily deceive them. But he never expected that this human would discover it. Facing someone who could confront their general, he was actually quite anxious. There was really nothing. It was just ordinary flames with a higher temperature, mainly used for warmth during extreme weather when crossing the void, especially in the cold. However, Jiang Ping still looked at him with a half-smile. He even remarked that the dignified deputy of the sheephead tribe, considered a high-ranking member of this so-called expeditionary army, could so easily betray. One must know that the sheephead tribe's monarch, Vakri, would still try to trick him even to the death. If it weren't for the red-clothed person seeing through it, he might have really been fooled. Chapter 304. With one sentence, Jiang Ping laughed. Smart? He was merely lucky. Saying this, the sheephead deputy seemed to muster his courage and said there was another reason. He wanted to live. To survive, one must show some sincerity. Jiang Ping smiled. Want to live? Of course, but the things you've disclosed are not enough for you to survive. Whether it is the earth vein spirit fire, the heavenly fortune divine, or the void ship, those are things the humans do not currently possess, although precious. If the sheephead deputy only knows how to use them but not how to create them, it wouldn't mean much. The sheephead deputy had already anticipated this. A slight smile appeared on his face. Naturally, there's more than just this. Although I don't know how to make the earth vein spirit fire or the driving device, I know where to find them. And I also know where the heavenly fortune divine is. Can this be exchanged for my survival? After saying this, he awaited Jiang Ping's response. Jiang Ping's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, this deal could work. If a life could be exchanged for a void ship or knowledge of some related principles, it would be immensely valuable for humanity. At the very least, it would provide the capital to defend against external threats. Right now, the human race could only passively endure attacks on their home soil, as Jiang Ping had tried and found that even he could not directly break out of the original land. Chapter 305. Jiang Ping scoffed. According to your statement, you can't traverse the void without a legal form. Where can you run? As long as you are on this land, wherever you run is my territory. The sheephead general thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed the case. He then explained to Jiang Ping and the others how to operate it, which was actually quite simple. Just throw or into it and wait for it to burn. When the heavenly fortune divine turns red, energy storms will start to emerge, and these energy storms will be channeled into these devices, propelling the large ship forward. They learned it quickly. The only complex part was the operation inside. It required steering to control the direction and the ability to read maps. Therefore, the sheephead deputy indeed had considerable utility. Jiang Ping sent people to follow the sheephead deputy to learn these things, and then he took Dongfang Lan, Imo Cho, and others back to the ground. Upon returning to the surface and exchanging ideas with the old principal and others, it went without saying that they were all astonished. It turned out that there were such miraculous things. Then let us send people from the Zhuge family to study it, the old principal suggested. As for how far they could research, that was uncertain. But at the very least, ensuring the void ship operated normally was not a problem. Jiang Ping was very busy. Having learned so much, his thoughts had changed considerably. Chapter 306. The residence of the barbarian bull tribe in the void is located on a floating island in the void. There are countless such islands in the void, but not all islands are usable. Usable ones either provide essential living conditions naturally or have been transformed through significant efforts. Clearly, this is not natural, but rather modified by the barbarian bull tribe themselves. Furthermore, according to the sheephead deputy, even their sheephead tribe's residence is similarly constructed. They were all modified at a great cost. For what purpose is self-evident. It is related to the original land. The original land is immensely important to these alien tribes, no less than some so-called proof of the Tao. It can even be said that capturing the original land is a way for them to prove their Tao. Even if they currently hold authority and positions, they still need to prefix it with the word pseudo. Because according to the red-clothed person's words, the so-called positions in the original land hold the highest status, and outsiders regard the positions of the original land as the highest existence. Therefore, unless those who rely on small world cracks to become monarchs, anyone else seeking significant development ultimately needs to go to the original land to gain the recognition of heaven and earth. Chapter 307. In a word, everyone from the barbarian bull tribe was stunned. An experienced and steady barbarian bull hurriedly persuaded, "Niuju, are you seeking death? Do you really want to establish your own faction? Is that something we can take?" Niuju shot him a glance. "You might as well be stupid. What I mean is to obtain that new world's position and offer it to our marshal. Then, when the time comes, we can personally receive the great formation. That merit will be greater than now. Establishing a faction, they also need to be qualified." For a moment, everyone calmed down. At that time, we might directly gain a position promotion. I don't need to say which is more important. If we report first, who will get the fruits? At that time, our decades of hard work would really be left with nothing. After a few sentences, everyone fell silent. Yes, we have guarded this barren land for so many years, and some have even fallen behind in their realms. What was it for? Wasn't it to achieve merit? Now that a great achievement is in front of us, who wouldn't be tempted? At this time, everyone looked towards the barbarian bull general. The barbarian bull general was very pleased with Niuju's words. This was actually his idea, just that he couldn't say it himself. Fortunately, there was a clever person. He smiled slightly. Niuju has a point, but how to proceed still requires everyone to decide. How about this? Let's vote by raising hands. Chapter 308. No, I'm about to kill you, and you're still pondering who is with whom? Jiang Ping was not a wishy-washy person. He immediately made another move. The Bagua plate pressed down violently. At this moment, General Maniu couldn't care about anything else. He had to survive first. Then he gathered his soldiers to kill them. With a furious roar, his hooves flew up. Flames engulfed his body, resembling a demon god. And atop his horns appeared a treasure, a small alchemy furnace. Its ancient design emitted a mysterious aura, resisting the pressure of the 8 trigrams. He charged straight at Jiang Ping. However, Jiang Ping was no fool. He struck and then began to control from a distance. The first team ignited their blue bones for a desperate strike. The golden bones and blue bones were now completely different from before. The reason for using this method was that it had the least cost among all desperate measures. Using the Zhuke, true method would be too exhausting to recover. Bones and tea have that trouble. Just go back and eat some bones to replenish. Although they temporarily dropped. With Jiang Ping there to recover, it was only a matter of minutes, right? The human monarchs showed no hesitation as the first small team of 50 monarchs directly burned the energy within their bones, creating a striking scene on the deck. Chapter 309. Who could understand the hearts of the bull nobles at this moment? They were clearly excitedly preparing to achieve great merit, when suddenly a group of so-called lambs for slaughter appeared, which completely caught them off guard. The bull noble was the first to react. Seeing the wolf-like crowd rushing towards them, he shouted loudly, "Not good. Ambush." It's somewhat amusing to be ambushed right at their own doorstep. At this moment, all the members of the Maniu tribe were thinking one question. Where was their general? Without the general, how could they fight? But clearly, Jiang Ping wouldn't give them any space to think. His spear was already eager to strike, and a fiery red dragon, infused with the laws of flames, came crashing down on the Maniu tribe's ranks like a demon lord descending. But this was not the end. Behind him, a blood-red glow emerged, and countless skeletons that had transformed from the void into reality began to wreak havoc, accompanied by a blood-red domain enveloping everyone. In this domain, all members of the Maniu tribe felt a profound operation of the laws, wanting to control the laws to resist, but for some unknown reason, they couldn't harness the power of the laws at all. Chapter 310. No regrets. Yes, they had fought for Liuhua City for many years. Now, they were fighting for humanity. But no matter what, they had no regrets. Everything they did was just for the countless homes that would never extinguish their lights. An hour passed quickly, and the logistics management team worked efficiently with so many kings and monarchs. As for the things they couldn't take, they buried them on the spot, waiting to come back for them later. But Jiang Ping saw that this wouldn't do. What if they lost them here? So he directly used the swallowing heaven secret realm to store them. An hour later, everyone gathered on 2 void ships. Jiang Ping's voice came. Set sail. The void ships slowly moved and then accelerated, disappearing into the void island, heading straight for the residence of the 100 Flowers tribe. Along the way, Jiang Ping directed everyone to begin dissecting the bodies of the Mania tribe. He personally concocted the dishes. When the big pot was filled with fragrant aromas, people couldn't help but swallow. It smelled so good. Each pot had humans gathered around it. The void ships moved quickly, gliding through the void, everyone holding various parts of the Mania tribe, drinking and singing joyfully, their faces showing excitement. Chapter 311. The Lambhead Vice Admiral thought the same and set off again on a small boat. However, the result was unexpected. The Dark Tribe, which had been excluded by the Lambhead tribe for many years, showed up for some unknown reason. When he arrived on the ship, he was stunned. Next, it truly became a case of one trick to eat all. However, during the encirclement, a small problem arose. Someone actually tried to escape in a lifeboat while everyone wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, little Huang was sharp-eyed and was the first to notice something was off, immediately taking a small boat to pursue. By the time he returned, several hours had passed. Little Huang spat. Exhausted. I thought it was some race that could run fast. Turns out it was just a blood race. The Dark Tribe is a collective term for various dark attribute races, and their group is different from the Lambhead tribe. Not merely a single race. They have blood races, corpse races, and so on. It is said that the Man-Bone tribe also broke away from them. This was something the Lambhead Vice Admiral mentioned, which Jiang Ping learned. However, Jiang Ping still had no good feelings towards them. Don't ask why. The question is, how do you eat a corpse race like that? Chapter 312. Jiang Ping also wanted to dodge. He naturally saw the thunder and heard the worried calls from everyone. But this thunder seemed to be installed with a tracking device and had a penetrating effect, making it impossible to dodge. With a loud bang, Jiang Ping was struck by the thunder. A flash of white light passed, and everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes to avoid looking at the dazzling color. When they opened their eyes again, the old principal couldn't help but let out a loud cry. Where's the bottle? Not only him, but the others, including those on the void ship, were also bewildered. Everyone was looking for Jiang Ping's trace. But where could Jiang Ping's figure be seen? Little Huang covered his mouth and ran to the spot where Jiang Ping had vanished, looking at the empty sky and ground, unable to help but say, could it be that he was struck to ashes? Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill coming from behind. Dongfang Lan was also searching. Suddenly, chaos ensued. Everyone lost their joy from the great victory and surrounded this area, trying to find Jiang Ping's figure. At this moment, Jiang Ping felt as if he were walking through a time-space tunnel, traversing an unknown length of time-space before finally stopping. Chapter 313. If Neza knew what was on his mind, he would definitely scoff. Second to none? Nonsense. If he wanted to rebel, the heavens would tremble. So, do you understand what position your general is in now? Do you have anything to say? Jiang Ping's mind was racing. What does it mean to deal with such a big figure? Taking a deep breath, he said, I've met the marshal. He stood up decisively and performed a salute. The saying goes, too many rights won't cause trouble. So no matter the situation, it's better to be obedient first. Although the person in front of him looked young, he was powerful. No shame in that. Moreover, this was the experience he had accumulated over the years. He always acted this way in front of elders. It was wise to be humble. Now, Neza was left speechless. He was having a great time. Years of solitude had left his desire to speak nowhere to go. He wanted to tease this little guy, but he didn't expect this little one to be so unamused. He had a principle in life. When encountering someone crazy, he had to be crazier. He had to make them convinced. But when facing honest people, he felt embarrassed to bully them. Although so many years had passed, this habit remained unchanged. Chapter 314. Jiang Ping looked at Neza with bright eyes and asked, Master, what is the name of this technique? Neza didn't answer the question. Don't worry about it, just practice. Start from the first rotation, and when you reach the fourth rotation, I'll call you back. He added here, take this and play with it. I won't need it anymore. Jiang Ping instantly saw a golden circle appear on his wrist, replacing the original bull nose ring. What is this? Neza said blandly. The name doesn't matter. Just look at the effect. I've erased my consciousness from it. When you go back, refine it. And when you encounter an enemy, just smash it. Jiang Ping felt that his master spoke strangely, as if he understood some contemporary terms very well. But he didn't dare to ask. Thank you, Master. By the way, I have another question. Jiang Ping raised his hand. Speak. Can I pass on this technique? His path had been established, but others had not yet found theirs. Neza looked at him with appreciation. Thinking of this shows I didn't choose the wrong person. However, not everyone can practice your technique. It depends on their aptitude. Just because you can doesn't mean they can. Jiang Ping felt a bit embarrassed as his hidden worries were exposed. Chapter 315. So what you mean now is... The old principal glanced at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping said seriously, to improve our strength, we need to quickly raise our power during this period to complete the number of monarchs. Only then can we continue to win in the next clash and protect our home. However, after Jiang Ping finished speaking, the old principal and others broke into wry smiles. It's easy to say, but hard to do. We've already promoted many talented individuals, but finding more will take time. Indeed, how many high-end combat forces can the human race have? Those who died in battle, plus those who have already been promoted, have created a gap at the king level. Jiang Ping certainly knew this, so he proposed, previously, we signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the Undying Fire Crow King. I think we can expand that. Everyone looked at Jiang Ping in shock. So you mean to recruit? At this point, everyone showed different expressions. It's not that we're stingy, but you said there are only so many positions. Our own people will rise eventually. If we give it to others, what will we do when our own people are trained and there are no more positions left? Chapter 316. However, since there was still no news about the 5 Essence Mine, Jiang Ping couldn't be idle. He turned his attention to the Fire God Mountain. As a place that could rival the scene of the General Seal space descending, humanity's development of it had been inadequate over the years. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. No one knew what was inside or what it contained. But now, Jiang Ping felt he could give it a try. However, before going, he had 2 important things to do. The first was to adjust his state, cultivate his profound skills, and expel the junk that had fused into his body. He needed to cultivate his spiritual power, which is his primordial spirit. The second was to select 3 individuals to grant the lower-level general seals, which would make things easier for him. So, let's start with cultivating profound skills. Jiang Ping entered seclusion. For several days, Jiang Ping focused on expelling the fused racial treasures from his body. After the last piece was expelled, he was gritting his teeth in pain. It hurt so much. But who made him take the wrong path? There was no choice but to endure. After expelling this junk, he began to cultivate his body according to the methods of profound skills. Chapter 317. Jiang Ping had too many things he didn't understand. He just couldn't figure them out at the moment. If he knew more stories from ancient times, perhaps he would understand much better. Wealth, partners, techniques, and land were all interrelated. A beautiful nose, even with a high realm, would still be useless without good treasures. Many stories have said this. Therefore, combat power is hard to define. However, if we only talk about realms, he was definitely at the law manifestation realm, but to advance further, he needed to determine what his law manifestation was. Then he would have to keep filling and accumulating to take the next step. This process could take a long time. Although Jiang Ping didn't understand these things, he knew he was considered at the law manifestation realm and also knew that his combat power had greatly improved. Thus, he couldn't hold back his next step, which was the Fire God Mountain. Now, most of the cracks in the local space that had descended were already controlled by the human race, and they were classified according to different types and functions. For example, the space where the tree spirits were located was suitable for cultivating valuable herbal materials like the 3 communication with leaves. So arrangements were made for the tree spirits to start large-scale planting and optimization. Another example was some harsh spatial cracks, where they would move in bothersome races like the Barbarian Bone Clan for large-scale and formal breeding, deploying some monarchs for monitoring. Chapter 318. Good. Jiang Ping shouted. Continue the research. The Heavenly Fortune Divine Mine will be divided into 1/3 for your research institute. I want to see the finished product of this Fire God Cannon before the Great Battle, a product that can harm monarchs. He looked intently at Zhuge Qing, wanted to see if he dared to take on the challenge. Zhuge Qing was indeed conflicted. This was definitely a daunting task. Developing shells that could harm monarchs in less than 4 months was a challenge. But thinking about the 1/3 share of the Heavenly Fortune Divine Mine, he gritted his teeth and said, please rest assured, we will ensure to complete the task. Jiang Ping nodded. 1/3 of the Heavenly Fortune Divine Mine was an investment. Although this thing was an important energy source for driving void ships, if it could be used to create weapons, that significance far outweighed driving void ships. Moreover, The human race didn't need void ships for expeditions right now. So, a little more or a little less didn't matter. After discussing the serious matters, Jiang Ping curiously pointed at the glasses on Zhuge Qing's nose. You are also at the king level. Why are you still wearing glasses? Zhuge Qing looked a bit embarrassed. It's a kind of psychological effect. Wearing these glasses seems to give me an additional enhancement skill while I research. Chapter 319. At this point, Jiang Ping's realm no longer feared high temperatures. Otherwise, he would have already been unable to endure it. Even so, his specially made shoes could no longer withstand the heat and had melted into a gooey mass, leaving Jiang Ping barefoot. The only remaining clothing on him were some protective gear made from exotic materials, like a belt made from the hide of a barbarian bull monarch. Although his pants were gone, it didn't matter in this situation. He also had a small shoulder pad made from the skin of a sheephead tribe. The temperature on this small hill was simply too high. When Jiang Ping stepped on it barefoot, he was surprised to find that it wasn't hot. Encouraged, he thought, could it be that my realm has increased and I no longer care? But that didn't make sense. The monarch realm only allows one to withstand temperatures over 100 degrees for a short time before it becomes unbearable. Why was he fine? Was it related to the law manifestation realm? Just like how Dongfang Land's extreme cold storm could crush a monarch of the same realm. Even though that was driven by the power of law, it showed that the monarch realm wasn't invincible. Especially after experiencing higher levels, Jiang Ping understood this well. But the fact that he was unaffected was definitely a new discovery. Chapter 320. This abnormal aura made Jiang Ping extremely disgusted, so at the moment he saw it forming, he immediately activated the power of law to scatter it, then quickly disrupted it again. He didn't give it a chance to form, scattering it 3 times in total. He wasn't foolish enough to let it complete its reassembly. Anyone could tell that once it reassembled, uncontrollable things would definitely occur. However, although he disrupted the magma's reassembly and the humanoid form couldn't maintain itself, it ultimately transformed into a beast-like model. From a distance, it looked like a dragon or a snake. Jiang Ping didn't dare to hesitate and rush forward. The flames and wind laws in his hands surged toward it. Yet, these laws seemed to be devoured. Hiss! Jiang Ping gasped in shock, seeing the power of law being consumed for the first time, which was astonishing. But he didn't stop. After all, Jiang Ping had more methods. He stomped his feet slightly, and a halo appeared on the ground. The red fiery world seemed to be sealed. It rushed toward the monster, which was not to be outdone, unleashing fire and magma the size of half a house toward Jiang Ping, clearly its attack method. Chapter 321. While Jiang Ping was in a daze, he suddenly heard a roar. Looking up, he saw that within the fiery, burning dome, 9 giant dragons coiled around the stone pillars, starting to move. From a distance, he suddenly had an insight. These 9 dragons were desperately refining the mountain, which was the very thing trapping them. He even thought of more. The beasts he encountered along the way, though fierce and of high realms. The undying Fire Crow tribe couldn't have turned this place into an unapproachable land over the years. If one were bold enough, it wouldn't be a big problem to take something beneficial back, right? But why didn't they dare to come in? The intensity certainly didn't match the rumors. Just then, with a bang, those stone pillars suddenly shattered. At that moment, Jiang Ping felt a disgusting aura dissipating, and simultaneously, a similar aura appeared. Were these dragons consuming the mountain's potential? And was this mountain the thing trapping the 9 dragons? But what realm were the 9 dragons? He had never heard of it. At that moment, the hundreds of meters high mountain began to collapse, startling Jiang Ping. Damn, run! Chapter 322. The dome naturally couldn't answer Jiang Ping's questions, and he was a person full of ideas. Since he didn't know, he might as well bring it out to take a look. With a slight flip of his hand, the dome appeared, resembling a large bell in a temple, with 9 dragons entwined around it. Remembering that his law manifestation could control its size, he shouted, "Grow!" Sure enough, it enlarged. Jiang Ping's face was filled with excitement. Bigger, 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 until it reached a height of 100 meters. It wasn't that the dome couldn't grow anymore, but he couldn't control it anymore. He realized, it seemed that his strength wasn't enough to fully activate this treasure. But what kind of treasure was this? Jiang Ping resized it to match his height and began to analyze it frame by frame, looking for any name on it. Finally, he found a few large characters inscribed at the bottom. The font was the same as the one from Mysterious Technique and the characters he learned from the Red Robe, teaching him the Sun and Moon Wheel. 9 Dragon Divine Fire Dome. Just these few words made Jiang Ping overjoyed. Nine Dragon Divine, Fire Dome? This name was so domineering. It was so powerful that just hearing it made him excited. But how was this treasure used? He had seen the Nine Dragon Divine Fire Dome's performance on Fire God Mountain. Could it be a defensive treasure? Chapter 323. They were all friends or rivals who had known each other for many years, so naturally, they had to meet when they encountered each other. But looking at the direction they were heading, something was off. Yang Heng was the first to react. Manqing, are you all here for this matter? The others nodded heavily. In an instant, they were all shocked. Their first reaction was that something big had happened. If it was just their own expeditionary force that had a problem, it might still be a minor issue. After all, there had been cases of missing persons over the years, often due to equipment issues. After all, the communication devices crossing the void were all from Wuxiang City and could malfunction. But now that everyone had problems, that was a different story. Were you all investigating the cause of the disappearances? Yes. The others nodded. Silence fell for a moment. Manqing, being from the barbarian bone tribe and in the law manifestation realm, pondered for a long time before looking at the others. I think there might be a major issue. This might be something we can't solve ourselves. It's best to report it. Yes, before, they only knew their own intelligence. But now that they were corroborating with each other, the problem became significant. After all, if the expeditionary forces stationed at the original location all had issues, that would definitely be a huge matter. Chapter 324. Each void ship was equipped with at least 600 soldiers of the Monarch realm, and with over 100 ships. That meant 60,000. This strength could be said to sweep across this area. This was also why the Black Robe Corps Lord dared to act this way. It was to sweep through. He wasn't foolish. He didn't believe that the expeditionary forces would truly dare to cut off contact with headquarters. But why did this situation occur? Ultimately, it was likely due to other problems. But he was willing to gamble. He felt that the issue must have encountered irresistible factors. So he directly brought a large part of the local elite over, wanting to take a bite of the hot food. Perhaps those who tried to intercept him didn't expect him to be so decisive. It was precisely because of this that he mobilized a large number of people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have expended so much effort. He was even feeling quite pleased in his heart. Perhaps others didn't anticipate his determination. Some were secretly laughing. When an opportunity arises, one must seize it all at once. After Jiang Ping left Mount Huoshan, he discovered a large number of personnel, directing them to move to Mount Huoshan to mine fire essence, or, with the mining of fire essence, or the weapon monitoring facility officially began operations. Chapter 325. When he heard about humans, he was excited. The fact that humans could produce a figure capable of exterminating the 12 clans' expeditionary forces in less than a century represented what? It was already self-evident. Thinking of this made him even more thrilled. This indicated that humans might have grasped an extremely important authority. If he could wield this authority himself, what would that mean? After all, if we humans could hold this authority, how could he not? Organize the army and prepare for battle. Lord Shur was full of excitement, waving his hand. Hundreds of void ships appeared one after another, facing Jiang Ping's 12 void ships from a distance. In terms of numbers, it seemed quite weak, even a bit thin. But the number of people inside was not small at all. Therefore, Jiang Ping was not feeling guilty. He was also a little excited. There was only one race. Before he came, he had prepared himself mentally to face a dozen races, but now being told there was only one race, who could understand this mentality? Although they were several times stronger than his side, the psychological impact was definitely different. It was like being told that 1,000,000 troops were coming to attack you, and you had prepared for 1,000,000 troops, only to be told that only 100,000 came. Even though you only had 50,000, you wouldn't feel it was hard to fight. Instead, you would feel comfortable. Chapter 326. Sure, Yu was enveloped in the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, and his eyes instantly turned red. Feeling the scorching temperature transmitted from his body, he kept shouting in his heart, "Magic treasure, genuine magic treasure. There are actually 2. He was so envious of Jiang Ping having 2 magic treasures that he was almost crying. 2 genuine magic treasures, even he didn't have one. Those who could possess magic treasures were all from the great clans. At least they were not worthy. If he had such a magic treasure, after developing for a while, wouldn't it mean that before long he could soar? It is well known that magic treasures are the best way to enhance combat power. Once one finds a magic treasure that suits them and refines it, with time, their combat power can surpass a major realm, and even 2 major realms are possible. Thinking of this, he was restless. However, feeling the burning sensation in his body. He secretly thought it was bad. This kid has 2 magic treasures. Doesn't that mean it would be easy for him to fight beyond his level and deal with himself? He then thought of a problem. He desperately mobilized the power of the law specific to his realm, creating a thin protective shield filled with the power of the law. Anxious. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping looked at the resilient Yi inside the 9 Dragons' divine fire cover, and he was also somewhat surprised. Chapter 327. The true realm monarchs faced with such pseudo-monarchs are worlds apart. Otherwise, how could the importance of organization be reflected? The 6,000 humans are, in fact, 6,000 realm monarchs, which is why they felt this way due to various reasons. But even so, there were still casualties. The entire void was a sea of laws. If someone were to observe below, they would see the sky dazzling like falling stars, ready to descend. The battle continued. By now, Jiang Ping was also a bit tired. After all, operating 2 magic treasures was somewhat strenuous, but Yi inside was feeling worse. At this point, Yi was completely red, naked, extremely eye-catching. His fingers were melting, and his toes were also melting. His bald head clearly had no hair left. He desperately resisted the refining power from the 9 Dragons' divine fire cover, but it was in vain. His eyes were bloodshot as he screamed crazily. I am unwilling. Unwilling. I have cultivated for 800 years to reach my current realm, and today I am actually oppressed by a junior to this extent. Crazy. No longer defending, but madly attacking, trying to break through to create a path. But all he produced was a thudding sound. Chapter 328. In an instant, the commotion that had just arisen turned into whispers. Jiang Ping asked loudly, I see you're not so favored in the Dark Clan, right? But just mere pseudo-monarchs. Is Yi unwilling to spare a slot? Sloth. It sounds so simple. Countless Dark Clan members couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wanted to ask, do you know how many years these pseudo-monarchs have fought for this qualification? How did it become so easy in the mouth of this human? One Dark Clan member, daring to ask, who doesn't want to become a true realm monarch? But even Yi doesn't have that many realm monarch slots under his command. With this one sentence, Jiang Ping smiled. That was because Yi was incapable. Now there was an opportunity before you. Whoever can contribute to our human race. What is a mere realm monarch? What's your name? Jiang Ping pointed at the Dark Clan member who spoke. He was a member of the Corpse Clan. The Corpse Clan member instinctively replied, My name is Sherlin. He did not know that from the moment he answered this, his life trajectory had already changed. Jiang Ping casually pointed at him. Sherlin, do you have any specialties? Any position in the army? Chapter 329. But one cannot keep dying like this. If it continues like this, several hundred will die in one battle. And thousands from one race will die. The 12 races don't even need to be completely defeated. The human race's monarchs would be wiped out. Therefore, a solution must be sought. These pseudo-monarchs presented Jiang Ping with an opportunity. It doesn't matter whom one serves. As long as he provides them with enough treatment to make them fight hard, it's better than humans doing it themselves, right? And the human race can also use this phase to rapidly accumulate and improve their realms. If everyone were like Jiang Ping at the Dharma aspect realm, wouldn't that mean that even if these people couldn't reach Jiang Ping's level, as long as they were in the orthodox Dharma aspect realm, it would be fine. At that time, who would care about their race? Who would dare to speak up? Ultimately, Jiang Ping selected 2,000 suitable candidates and included them in these 2,000 slots. In this battle, he plundered a total of 3,000 realm positions, took out 2,000 slots, and formed a new camp called the Naturalization Camp. The Naturalization Camp was personally managed by him, consisting of 2,000 newly promoted realm monarchs and the remaining 20,000 pseudo-monarchs. Everyone looked at the reorganized Naturalization Camp with deep admiration, especially the older folks like Old Zhao, who shook their heads and sighed. We're old, and our ideas aren't as plentiful as the young ones. The bottle has mobilized such great power with just these 2,000 quotas. What a blessing for our human race. Chapter 330. City God Seal. The embodiment of the authority of heaven and earth, the foundation of reincarnation for countless generations. The soul body holding the seal can become the city god of the original land, with the authority of the positions under its command. Judge, both civil and military. Wandering deity day and night. Note, incomplete, can return to the original land for conferred titles. Jiang Ping looked at this and was dumbfounded. What is this? A city god? Isn't that something that has long disappeared from mythological stories? But considering that his master had also emerged, he felt relieved. However, he truly did not understand the concept of reincarnation. In the past, when people died, they were simply dead. At least people understood that they had died. But now, looking at the meaning of the city god seal, does it imply that after death, people can live another life? But what does reincarnation look like? How can people be resurrected? Jiang Ping felt that this newly acquired position had great research value. But it was clearly stated that the soul body holding it could become the city god. He wasn't one. Jiang Ping thought of something. Didn't he have a primordial spirit? After entering the law phase, his primordial spirit had been increasingly elevated. Why not give it a try? This try made Jiang Ping hesitate, as it was an unknown entity, but since he had it, he couldn't just leave it aside, right? As for giving it to someone else, he was genuinely afraid they wouldn't be able to handle it. Chapter 331. The voice was filled with authority, yet somewhat weary, as if it had called out from within this space or from the distant void. Yet Jiang Ping clearly saw no one. After the words were spoken, he was finally able to move. What followed was a series of shocks. Who was speaking? At this time, the city god seal also changed. The most astonishing thing was that the item requiring a conferred title had now transformed. City god seal note. City god of Lihua City, Jiang Ping. Hiss. Jiang Ping felt that things were becoming increasingly unpredictable. His mind was filled with questions. He really wanted to know what was going on, who that person was, how they knew his name, and why it was Lihua City. At this moment, he wished that the woman in red hadn't left, but was still there. That way, he could at least understand what was happening. What Jiang Ping did not know was that far away from the original land, the woman in red held a ball that looked like gold but wasn't like jade but wasn't about the size of a basketball, and threw it towards the original land. The ball quickly split open under her control, ultimately transforming into a colossal net that enveloped the entire void. The process neither fast nor slow. Chapter 332. The necessary materials listed above seemed much more normal. For instance, ingredients that took hundreds of years in a list of other races were basically listed as just decades, and some didn't even require a time frame. Some of the materials included falling leaf purple pearl, usable after 10 years. Either the root or the whole plant can be used for medicine. Can promote circulation and blood flow, particularly friendly to women. Can be used as a seasoning in cooking with a fresh taste. This is just a small part. There is more that I want to elaborate on. Originally, these individual ingredients were not particularly magical or rare, but after being formulated using the food demon recipe, they possessed different effects. However, Jiang Ping had become accustomed to such wonders. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Ping walked out of the room. This time, he finally found the way down for ordinary people, which was a significant gain for him, especially the enhancement of his primordial spirit, which was worth the ticket price. He even felt a sense of anticipation, not knowing that this dark race had brought him such great gains. What if he could acquire everything? He then shook his head, realizing he was thinking too far ahead. He should first deal with the matters at hand. After all, once the teleportation array was completed, the first priority was to take a stroll around the dark race. If he didn't give some pushback, people might think humans were soft persimmons. Chapter 333. Everyone's gaze drifted towards the towering man, and beside him, He-chun, clad in armor, stood tall before Jiang Ping. Your Excellency, the teleportation array has completed its final adjustments. May we begin? Jiang Ping looked at He-chun and nodded slightly. Then, glancing at the 800 elite monarchs around him, he softly said, good. These people were all young, with no middle-aged individuals. Even the second generation like Gao Feng were absent, and those present were all from the third generation. Jiang Ping had his considerations regarding this. They had dedicated their lives to Lihua City and the human race. It was time for them to enjoy some blessings. He slightly raised his hand, and the 800 monarchs raised their weapons slightly, and the sound of armor clashing could be faintly heard, rustling. The first human expeditionary army. March. Yes, it was also an expeditionary army. Who said only your alien races could have expeditionary forces? The human race can't? These 800 monarchs were just the first batch, accompanying Jiang Ping to explore. Below, the 800 monarchs shouted in unison, human race, victory forever. The voice echoed through the heavens. The people in the naturalization camp looked at Jiang Ping and these human monarchs with envy and some fear. In the distance, they seemed to see a great dragon spiraling in the air, only to vanish in an instant. Chapter 334. Looking up, treasures filled the sky. All of them. At least dozens flew towards him, and this feeling momentarily reminded him of his great-grandmother. Mainly, it was beyond his understanding. Shouldn't treasures be particularly precious? Usually, they were afraid of being damaged during conflicts, as damage to treasures for those in the law phase who took the fusion route meant a drop in their realm. After all, they had already fused with the treasures. But now, treasures were flying everywhere in front of him, which didn't it mean that dozens of law phase beings were locking onto him. No, just as he thought, he felt that it wasn't from the law phase. But the situation before him left him no time to think further. He didn't care about any damage and directly took out his own treasure, forcing out a white stone from his arm. Just looking at its appearance, it seemed worthless, and its real power was indeed a bit lacking. When his race's treasure touched Chun's artifact, there was a loud bang. It sounded as if the stone was about to crack. Just as he was delighted to have finally caught this move, he heard a ping-pong sound. Looking back, he could already see his own body. Is my head flying? This was his last thought. Chapter 335. The corpse, Iron sneered. Consequences? At this moment, he heard the voice from the corpse forest. Old Iron, what are you doing? The general is about to arrive. We're about to see the results. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and take him down. I told the general that you're my childhood friend, a beloved companion, and that's why they believe you. If you don't show your abilities now, when will you? Lin complained, feeling frustrated. Saying this, he was about to command the people from the naturalization camp to charge forward. Tai was anxious as well. Don't go yet. I need to get the credit for this. In the past, he had always helped Lin, but now the roles were reversed. Saying this, he personally went into the fray, leading a group of people to attack. The Grand City Lord's mansion had turned into an ocean of laws and treasures, with flying treasures and powers of laws everywhere. There was even the smell of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That was the ability of Tai and Xuan Ning in their respective domains. Tai was anxious in his heart. He didn't believe Lin when he told him. After all, who could believe that the City Lord directly allowed someone to be killed? But when 20,000 people from the naturalization camp said the same thing, he couldn't help but believe it. Many of them knew each other well. Without Ye's presence, Yi City couldn't hold out even if they didn't surrender. It was better to stick with childhood friends than to surrender to others. Chapter 336. How do you know the coordinates of Ye's treasury? Jiang Ping asked. Lin chuckled, saying, I'm skilled in building teleportation arrays. This technology is among the best on the Bone Continent. Although I can't say there's much development. Basic sustenance is not a problem. This statement was somewhat humble. Jiang Ping understood roughly that building teleportation arrays was a technical job, and although the status might not be high, being proficient in it ensured a decent living. Otherwise, Lin wouldn't have been able to maintain his previous position. Though he was still a bit far from being granted a professional title, he had stability, and building teleportation arrays generally meant following large troops. So safety was basically not a concern. As for this time, it was purely accidental. So, it made sense that Lin had the coordinates of the teleportation arrays. How many teleportation array coordinates do you still hold? Lin thought for a moment and seriously answered the general. There aren't many real teleportation coordinates. Not many can use teleportation arrays. The first is Ye's treasury. I value this greatly, so I invested heavily to build a small teleportation array. One that can accommodate no more than 10 people at a time. The second is Wuxiang City. I still need to research where that coordinate is, but I suspect the teleportation array is in Ye's treasury. Yi values that very much. I believe it must be there. Chapter 337. However, this goal still requires time. At least the first step is to take down the Dark Clan. After doing a lot of work for Chun, he finally nodded. However, he kept reminding Jiang Ping about the bottle, urging him to get his senior sister over as soon as possible. His nagging made him sound like an old lady. At this moment, Lin returned with an excited expression. General, I found it. I guessed correctly. It's right in this City Lord's mansion. Although the identification mark has changed, it's not a big problem. Identification mark? Jiang Ping noted another piece of knowledge, but did not ask further. Let's go see what treasures are in Ye's treasury. After saying this, the two headed toward the location of the treasury, while Chun went to check the teleportation array and watch Tai and Xuaning. In this vast Yi city, he actually became the commander. It was truly remarkable. Family, who understands? A mini version of the teleportation array. Compared to the previous ones he had seen, appeared before Jiang Ping, looking quite small. General, this is it. This is a private teleportation array. Not everyone is qualified to set this up in the void. This thing is incredibly expensive. It's worth at least hundreds of racial treasures. Shirlin looked enviously. Chapter 338. Of course, in addition to these racial treasures, there were other things in Ye's treasury, but Jiang Ping did not find them appealing. However, what caught his interest was something wrapped in oil paper, formed into a cylinder. He moved closer and had someone open it. Once Shirlin opened it, he instantly took a deep breath, revealing a look of shock. At the same time, a rustling sound filled the ears of everyone present. Not just Shirlin. Even the two law manifestation realm practitioners bound tightly by the two half-Chinkoan rings showed a greedy expression. What is this? Jiang Ping asked, genuinely having never seen it before. However, he didn't show any signs of ignorance. After all, strength is what matters. So what if he had less knowledge? Shirlin hurriedly collected himself, carefully picking up the round object on the ground that looked like a coin. It was entirely jade-like, but purple, and just holding it exuded a strange power that made one feel enchanted. Holding it respectfully, he said, General, this is a purple crystal coin. The currency circulated in Wuxiang City. With this, you could buy various things in Wuxiang City. It is said that one purple crystal coin can buy a small courtyard in the central area of the 4 major cities. Chapter 339. As he spoke, a round array plate appeared in Jiang Ping's view. Shirlin respectfully handed it over, holding it above his head. This teleportation array looks different. Upon hearing this, Shirlin hurriedly explained, General, this teleportation array works like this. Although it looks small, it has a long transmission distance, fast transmission speed, and low energy consumption. You only need to place appropriately sized Tianyun Divine Mind Essence at the 5 corners to activate it. He was afraid Jiang Ping would misunderstand him. Mind Essence? Hearing Jiang Ping's puzzled voice, Shirlin quickly dug out some pieces of Tianyun Divine Mind Essence from a box on the ground. They were small, about the size of a fist. General, don't underestimate these. A Tianyun Divine Mind vein only produces a few pieces of essence daily, and it might even yield nothing at times. Just now I saw this, and I suspect that if it weren't for the discovery of several veins in the subordinate fissures of Yi City, it would be impossible to have such things. Jiang Ping pondered. These veins were also a key point of this trip to the Bone Continent, as the human race currently only had the Tianyun Divine Mind they seized. They had no source of their own. This was not right. Therefore, it was expected that Yi City's minds were being targeted. Chapter 340. Jiang Ping followed the incantation taught by his master, and after about half an hour, he finally completed it. Once finished, he felt as if he had just been pulled out of water, drenched in sweat. Even his primordial spirit behind him seemed a bit dim. Letting out a sigh of relief, he thought to himself, fortunately, it was completed. Without this purple crystal coin, I might not have been able to hold on. Looking at the transparent and faded purple crystal coin in his hand, Jiang Ping shook his body. Sun and Moon Wheel. 2 fire crows spread their wings to support Jiang Ping, and with a swoosh, they disappeared from the original place, arriving at the secret realm of Swallowing Heaven. Entering the secret realm, he shouted like a starving ghost, Little fox, little tree spirit, quickly get me some food. It has to be made by a law manifestation realm beast. The fox sisters and the little tree spirit looked at their master, drenched as if pulled from water, and were taken aback. Master, what happened to you? Jiang Ping's strength is well known. He waved his hand dismissively. Nothing much. Hurry up and get something to eat. He felt very weak. At least his primordial spirit was quite feeble, so he needed to replenish it quickly. After staying in the Swallowing Sky secret realm for an unknown period, he finally let out a satisfied burp, and when he looked at his primordial spirit, hey, it had actually recovered. Chapter 341. Jiang Ping was also curious, not expecting to have any unexpected gains. He watched quietly. Xiao Lu smiled shyly. I didn't do much. It's just that the bottle Emperor brought over some machinery before, right? I extracted some things from it and attached them, and that's how it turned out. Suddenly, the whole audience was stunned. Machinery? Dean Zhuge's eyes lit up. Which one? Xiao Lu couldn't explain clearly and took them to have a look. Jiang Ping was slightly taken aback when he saw it, a ripple stirring in his heart. Wasn't this what he had obtained from exterminating the Iron-Tooth Beast? Tell me, how did you come up with this idea? Xiao Lu was slightly dazed. Didn't you say to try more? Since he was idle anyway, today just happened to be his turn. I just spat a layer of the powder extracted from it into the cannon, and that is how it turned out. Xiao Lu said with wide, innocent eyes. Zhuge Qing was also dumbfounded. Is it really that simple? Yeah. Immediately, Zhuge Qing looked at Jiang Ping with fervent eyes. Where did you find this kind of machinery from the Bottle Emperor? How much is there? Jiang Ping hadn't expected this thing to have such a use. He had just instinctively collected it. Just like how humans didn't know what the bones of the barbarian bone clan were useful for. But didn't stop them from taking them back and storing them. Chapter 342. The Bone Continent will inevitably come under human control in the future. Currently, there are at least 30 to 40,000 troops from the surrendered naturalization camp in Corpse Wilderness City, while the actual station troops here are only 800, which is an extremely unbalanced ratio. This is also a kind of risk. The more critical issue is why these pseudo-emperors surrendered. 1. Because humans are powerful. 2. To promote themselves to true position emperors. Position emperors want to promote their own dharma forms. Promoting to position emperors requires the bestowal of a position. And promoting their own fusion flow dharma forms also requires racial treasures or other resources. How can they succeed without opportunities for merit? How do opportunities for merit come? Naturally, it's by fighting for the human race. 30,000 people from a naturalization camp gathered outside Corpse Wilderness City, and Jiang Ping waved his hand. Let us go. Corpse Wilderness City is only a couple of hours away from Silver City at the pace of an emperor. So, theoretically, Silver City should have been able to hear some news from Corpse Wilderness City. But Jiang Ping acted quickly and sealed off the news, giving them no chance to know. This led to a problem. That is, when Silver City was surrounded by people from the naturalization camp, it fell into chaos. Chapter 343. The people of Silver City saw the change in Moritos, and they instantly felt more at ease. Many even laughed. The Duke hadn't shown his true form in a long time, so it seemed he was genuinely angry. A mere human cub dares to act wild in front of the Duke, not even considering who he is. In their eyes, Duke Moritos is like the sky. Not just the sky of Silver City, but even in the 4 great cities, he is like the sky. They all wanted to see how this human would die. Jiang Ping looked at Duke Moritos making his move, coming extremely close, creating immense pressure, especially as a strange stone magnified infinitely. That thing should be the racial treasure he used to promote his dharma form. But clearly, Duke Moritos' strength was true yang, not a dharma form. He was surprised that a man of such renown was not a false one, but he also revealed a cold smile. He wasn't someone who played close combat with him. He slightly moved his wrist. A beam of golden light gradually expanded from small to a size that matched Duke Moritos' figure, heading towards his head. Duke Moritos had never seen such a thing. He was immediately astonished and quickly took a step back, instantly magnifying his figure. Chapter 344. Old Man Barbarian looked at Old Sea Turtle, a smile appearing on his lips. Then let us give it a try. They're all top figures for various races. Who would fear whom? The strong from several races beside them quickly held back the 2 who were on the verge of fighting. Old Sea, Old Barbarian, what are you doing? We've known each other for many years. Let us sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. I want to have a good talk with him. But look at him. Can we talk? If we can't talk, then we'll fight. Old Sea Turtle added. The others were in distress. It seemed like they were pressing down a gourd only for another ladle to pop up. They hadn't even started fighting yet, and they were on the verge of infighting. But there was no way around it. Despite their persuasion, the final goal was to grab more for themselves. After all, it concerns positions. Who can avoid it? In the end, it was unclear who slammed the table. All right, everyone stop making a fuss. How to divide it will be discussed after we take it down. Don't end up with nothing and then fight like dogs. Originally, this was a persuasive statement, but one person was not having it. The dog-head man with a gloomy face. If you could talk, then talk more. If you can't, shut up. What do you mean by dog brain? What is wrong with dog brains? Do they eat your family as rice? Good heavens, a group of people was truly completely lost. Chapter 345. In the office, Old Bai was leisurely sipping tea. The teachers beside him were similarly relaxed. They had just been so pumped up that they were exhausted. Old Bai, I can see that my students are burning with anger. They probably don't know how to think about hitting me in the future. What about yours? Old Bai blew a puff of tea foam and laughed. We all went through this. If we didn't have this mindset, we wouldn't achieve anything. Didn't we all get told by the predecessors back then that we were nothing? Did you collapse, or did I? Saying this, the office burst into laughter. Every generation of young people has been labeled as the lost generation when they were younger, but the 13 cities have never collapsed. This is the legacy. In the small city of Ha River, belonging to the Gluttony City, at number 8 middle school, a handsome young boy clenched his fist, watching the gradually disappearing void ship and recalling his teacher's words. Alien races, I vow to exterminate you. Let there be no threat to our human race. At the same time, in countless places, people quietly lowered their heads in flower beds, making oaths while some wrote their goals on tree trunks. Different paths lead to the same destination. Without exception, they all aim to fight the alien races. It can be said that the 13 cities officially planted a seed in the entire younger generation through this decisive battle between humans and the 11 races. Chapter 346. The old dog was horrified, using all the protective abilities he had learned in his life, looking at that golden brick as if it had encountered something unstoppable. Racial treasures were being thrown out like they were worthless, but the power of the golden brick was something he could not comprehend. With a bang, the old dog felt a cerebral hemorrhage coming on, twitching continuously on the ground, and Jiang Ping was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect to not kill him in one blow. This was indeed strange. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the golden brick and looked for the next target. The old dog had already lost his combat ability and no longer needed attention. Holding the golden brick to search for targets was, of course, something only one hand and one head were doing. The other two heads were not idle either, searching for targets and extending the 6 arms from their Dharma form. Whenever they encountered a suitable target, they would grab it and then crush it, completely disregarding the people in front of them. At this moment, the old barbarian and the old sea turtle inside the 9 dragons' divine fire shield were already being refined. The remaining alien races were in an uproar. The old dog, just like that, was dead. Although still alive, he was already half dead, which completely exceeded their expectations. One true Yang realm being couldn't help but take a step back, filled with fear as he watched Jiang Ping search for targets. Chapter 347. Watching the true Yang realm of the Barbarian Bone Clan being burned to death in the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. A group of true Yang realm beings captured by Jiang Ping gasped in shock. Even the old sea turtle couldn't help but retract its neck. Compared to the tragic state of the old barbarian, this sense of shame seemed somewhat acceptable. What are you standing there for? Let your clans surrender. There was no need to play around any longer with the battle having reached this point. 11 clans, all surrender. On a void ship, Jiang Ping calmly held a large spoon, dipped it into the pot, and took a taste. It was bland. Add some water. Someone immediately added water. He tasted another pot nearby. The flavor was just right, but the fire was a bit too strong. Immediately, someone pulled out a few sticks of firewood, or rather, instructed a few fire mages to withdraw. Those few people looked regretful. After all, this was a direct instruction from the Bottle Emperor, and they missed this opportunity. The big pot was bubbling away. Inside was none other than the stubborn old dog. Jiang Ping paid no attention to the old dog's head being smashed, using a small knife to cut it open. Then he retrieved a piece of milky white, fluid-like substance. The nearby alien true Yang realm beings, who stood respectfully waiting for Jiang Ping's orders, felt their hands and feet turn cold, especially upon seeing their old friend and rival treated this way, trembling all over. Chapter 348. What surprised Jiang Ping so much was that it was also a cultivation method, but rather than a cultivation method, it was more like a control technique. The cultivation techniques provided to the alien races in these breeding manuals had backdoors. As long as this technique was operated, it could directly suppress these alien races with upper-level laws. The longer they cultivated the breeding manuals, the stronger their power, and the stronger the suppression they faced. This made Jiang Ping overjoyed. He was worried about what problem he was facing. If he wanted to use the 12 races as a protective satellite circle for humanity, he needed to completely eradicate all the forces above. However, these forces were mixed with many other elements, making it quite chaotic. Although he could now implement a decapitation operation, it still required time. Moreover, he urgently needed to go to Wuxiang City to find materials for refining the great array of the constellations. This made time even more pressing. It could be said to be a choice between 2 options. If he didn't secure the 12 races, he wouldn't feel at ease with the homeland. But if he did secure them, it would certainly waste time. More ants can cause trouble for an elephant, at the very least. This was the current situation, but all problems were resolved. Chapter 349. They thought they could decipher it and, to show their sincerity, handed it over. The human race also couldn't decipher it. Once the human race couldn't decipher it, they would return it to them. They could still show their allegiance and learn the techniques of controlling the race's secret treasures from humanity. but they never expected that humans could actually decipher it. Not only decipher it, but recalling Jiang Ping's expression earlier, how could it be said to be deciphering? They might have already known how to do it. In an instant, they regretted deeply. They had personally buried their own future. Although they didn't know what the weakness was, they had handed it over to humanity themselves. Now, they could only hope that Jiang Ping could only control the Old Bull or the Barbarian Bull clan. They prayed internally, but Jiang Ping seemed to see through their thoughts. Smiling broadly, once again, he flicked the whip. When the sound of the whip cracked, the Old Bull instinctively let out a cry of despair and covered his head. His whole body trembled. He swore he would never dare to have any small thoughts again in this lifetime because it hurt too much. It was a pain that pierced his heart and struck his soul. But the next second, he didn't feel any pain, cautiously opening his eyes. He saw the old snake dancing seductively, occasionally emitting beautiful singing sounds. Chapter 350. If this had been before, even if the Old Bull and the others listened obediently, they would definitely harbor small thoughts, working half-heartedly, and the clever ones would take the opportunity to run away. After all, they were all big shots in their own right. Why would they listen to a human? Even if they couldn't win, couldn't they just sneak away? After all, aside from Jiang Ping, who in the human race could defeat them? At worst, they would just abandon their family business. But now, they didn't dare to move at all. Not to mention that mysterious method. Just one whip could make them feel unbearable pain. Who knew if there were other methods? Of course, the most important thing was that they had just seen the ascending channel again. What? That was after they finished eating the meat of the old dog brother. They clearly felt their realm had improved. At their level, every step forward was a chasm, yet just a meal allowed for progress. Such a method, even in Wuxiang City, would not be so miraculous, right? So they were moved. To be honest, although they were somewhat prominent figures in this void sea, in Wuxiang City, they were truly nothing. The reason they were striving so hard was to rely on their status, to ascend, thus driving the upgrade of their realm. Chapter 351. Jiang Ping's statement left Dongfang Lan slightly puzzled. Isn't that proof of your genius? You are the bottle emperor of the human race. Although this statement had a humorous element, Dongfang Lan said it with absolute certainty. Jiang Ping shook his head. There were still things he hadn't told Dongfang Lan, such as about the red-clad figure and his master. About Niwa and Neza, he had investigated. He was now the most powerful person in the human race, holding great authority. Unless there were truly no ancient books left, he could find anything. But precisely because he found them, such emotions surged within him. In his investigation, leaving aside Niwa for now, just some records about Neza had already astonished him. They involved a vast system, the Heavenly Court. Coincidentally, his master Neza is actually one of the 3 altars of the sea meeting deities in the Heavenly Court, or the 3 altars of the sea meeting deities. The so-called 3 altars refer to the realms of heaven, earth, and water, which encompass the 3 realms of land, sea, and sky. This concept is too vast for Jiang Ping to comprehend. The 3 altars of the sea meeting imply that this master possesses boundless magical powers in the Heavenly Court, capable of traversing the 3 realms. Although he does not fully understand the enormity of these 3 realms, it is enough to indicate the extraordinary nature of Neza's master. Later, he learned from those who had met Neza that the general seal Jiang Ping obtained is under Neza's command. Chapter 352. The continuously flowing void ship illuminated this piece of void, which originally only had a faint glow, now radiating dazzling light. He could even hear some faint broadcasting sounds. Wanshang City welcomes strong individuals from all races, but please respect the rules of Wanshang City. No casual fighting allowed within the city. The voices were not loud, but they were definitely audible. He couldn't figure out how this was accomplished. What was even more unbelievable for Jiang Ping was that, despite having heard about the grandeur of Wanshang City from Old Nyo and others, he was still shocked when he saw it for the first time. Can this be created by humans? According to Old Nyo and others, Wanshang City was built step by step. Originally, this void was empty. It gradually expanded to what it is now, becoming the center of this void. Here, powerful individuals from various races gathered. One could say that the law realm here is just a small card. Individuals like Old Nyo, who were in the true Yang realm, were not significant at all. It was magical. At this moment, Jiang Ping could only think of the word magical. This place fulfilled all his childhood fantasies about magic. Just then, a crisp voice came from behind. Jiang Ping turned to take a look. Chapter 353. Holding it in his hand, Jiang Ping played with it. Wanshang City felt more like a technological civilization than a cultivation civilization. He placed the proof on a transparent protective shield. With a whoosh, Jiang Ping completely vanished from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by noise, as if he were in a bustling market. His eyes were filled with shock. What did he see? Hundreds of stories of tall buildings, streets that seemed endless. The sounds of people were deafening. A bustling crowd filled the area. Make way, don't block the path. A few muscle-bound guys were carrying several huge boxes, weaving through the crowd. They nearly bumped into Jiang Ping. At that moment, Jiang Ping felt a small hand tugging at him. What are you standing there for? Don't you know to dodge? The voice was crisp and pleasant. Turning around, Jiang Ping was slightly stunned. An elf? With fair skin, pointed ears, bright eyes, and the characteristic small wings on her back. Oh, you have quite the discerning eye. What race are you? A humanoid? Jiang Ping didn't expect to find a kind-hearted person. He smiled and said, right? Thank you. As he was about to leave, wanting to explore Wanshang City, the elf stopped him. Hey, are you really leaving? You must be new to Wanshang City, right? I recommend you find a guide first. Chapter 354. Just now, Jiang Ping was still pondering about how this group of scammers was quite bold. He never imagined that this was also a public matter. He felt a bit uncomfortable. To be honest, this was already a form of mental attack. With a darkened face, he pointed at the female elf. Take off the towel. The female elf surprisingly showed a hint of shyness, her face turning red. But the leading male elf at Jiang Ping's feet was incredibly agitated. Stop pretending. Hurry up and let Grandpa take a look. Sure enough, in the next second, an unremarkable bony body was revealed to Jiang Ping's eyes. Jiang Ping felt like he was really going to die. Damn, I thought I could predict some things. I never expected this group of dogs to have no standards at all. What's the difference between this and a fisherman using plastic bait? Bah, you guys really surprised me. So what now? Also, what is this insulation magic array? Tell me about it. This was what Jiang Ping wanted to know. If they could set up an insulation magic array that could deceive Wanshang City, didn't that mean someone among them was proficient in this area? Therefore, suppressing his disgust, he prepared to ask, Male Elf Grandpa, can I pay? Is paying okay? I have 243 purple crystal coins in my little pocket. That's all my fortune. Can I give it to you? Just spare me. I'm just a small true Yang realm cultivator. I'm poor. Chapter 355. A series of recipes dazzled Jiang Ping's eyes. This place was simply paradise, a paradise for food. Never has there been a day when the food demon recipe burst forth like this. Looking at the recipes, he gazed at the passing crowd like a gourmet. Not enough. This place must be visited often. Remembering the Red Dragon's reminder, Jiang Ping felt that it didn't quite suit him. If killing were allowed at this moment, he would want to immediately grab a knife and go for it. Alcohol? What would that taste like and what effects would it have? Unfortunately, Wanshang City did not allow fighting, so he had to endure for now, reluctantly entering the street. He began to focus on business, searching for the gnome shop, but he was soon dazzled by the colorful neon lights. From the outside, it didn't seem apparent, but once he walked in, he found an overwhelming number of signs. There were even people setting up stalls by the roadside, just casually laying a piece of cloth on the ground and starting to sell. High-quality Tianyun Divine Mind Essence. 1 piece is better than 6. A must-have for crossing the void, processing. Secret space food ingredients, top-notch taste. Friends who love to indulge come and try. If it's not good, there's no charge. A certain magical artifact flagship store in the inner city is discreetly selling high-quality magical artifacts. Those who are interested should grab them quickly. Chapter 356. The stall owner was furious. Where do you expect me to get it? I'll give you the coordinates. Can't you just go yourself? It was as much as you want. Can't you do the math? If I weren't in a hurry for money, do you think I'd be willing to sell? Jiang Ping thought about it and found it somewhat reasonable. He needed the Qingxian grass in large quantities. If he could find the source, that would be great. How much do you want? The stall owner gritted his teeth and extended 2 fingers. 20,000. Jiang Ping immediately scoffed. Forget it. If I had 20,000 purple crystal coins, why be buying your stuff here? Saying that, he turned to leave. 20,000 purple crystal coins? He was no longer ignorant. He deeply understood the prices in Wanshang City. Spending 20,000 for a coordinate? He had nothing but time. Besides, since he couldn't encounter it now, he would definitely encounter it again in the future. No need to rush. How much can you offer? Jiang Ping extended 2 fingers. The stall owner widened his eyes in disbelief. Brother, that's a bit too much, 2,000? No one negotiates like that. But Jiang Ping shook his head. 200. Suddenly, He felt the stall owner was about to explode and took a step back. The talkative sitting behind him also felt a bit embarrassed and pulled Jiang Ping. Brother, that a bit too much. A king-level spatial coordinate on the market costs at least 10 or 8,000. Chapter 357. Jiang Ping was speechless. What is going on here? Why are the races in this Wuxiang city so strange? Go ahead, what is the matter? The old goblin sat on a small stool with his legs crossed. Looking at the two, I need some communication patches, the usual one, for 888. Sidon directly stated his intent. The old goblin fiddled at the workbench for a while, making Jiang Ping dizzy. After about 10 minutes, he finally looked up and adjusted his glasses, fusion style or retro style. Jiang Ping replied, retro style. Fusion style and retro style are jargon. Fusion style is what 90 of people use, and it's the common style nowadays. The characteristic of this style is that it works quickly, enhances combat power rapidly, and saves resources. Just casually using a racial secret treasure can elevate over time. Retro style, on the other hand, is much more difficult. Retro style takes longer to show results and improves slowly. At the very least, you need a replica treasure. Of course, a genuine treasure is even better. It requires a higher quality of treasure, and racial secret treasures simply cannot use retro style. Despite these shortcomings, it has one advantage: high combat power, which offsets all the drawbacks. But more importantly, it has a higher compatibility with occupational positions. Chapter 358. However, Jiang Ping was unapologetic. Since the old goblin misunderstood, so be it. He took the benefits for himself. He pointed at the small stool. Get that down for me. Let us talk after. The old goblin almost choked with anger. What does that mean? Looking down on me? Or do you think I'm untrustworthy? But in the end, he obediently went to disassemble it, even thoughtfully providing a manual. What else could he do? Turn against him? Although his goblin grocery store had an insulating magic array to block Wuxiang City's investigations, he couldn't quite grasp this kid's background and strength. That earlier display was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Most importantly, from his years of experience, that was definitely a genuine treasure, and an exceptional one at that. To be equipped with such a treasure in the law manifestation realm, especially in the retro style, indicated something substantial. Offending such a person for the sake of an insulating magic array wasn't worth it. Jiang Ping could report him, which would cost him benefits. But wouldn't lead to murder. If he really couldn't handle Jiang Ping, that would be a big problem. So, he could only back down. He hoped Jiang Ping wouldn't be too harsh. Jiang Ping sat down happily, watching the old goblin busy himself, thinking, I'll keep this secret for a lifetime. Chapter 359. The old goblin was furious, feeling untrustworthy. Looking at Jiang Ping's back, he spat, I hope you die in the rift space. A cold smile appeared on his lips. The information was true. He indeed had channels to learn about the Samadhi true fire, but that was from the inner city. It was said that it was discovered by a big family occupying a corner of the void in the inner city. Many people knew this news, but few dared to act on it, because the inner city and these outsiders were worlds apart. A law manifestation realm individual could easily dominate them. Whether Jiang Ping could obtain it or not, this matter was settled. If he got it, that goes without saying. If he didn't the person would be dead. Who would report him then? Jiang Ping came out and sighed. That old goblin has some connections. Suddenly, a three-dimensional voice came from his side. That's for sure. The old goblin is not like those loan sharks. He bought this land and has been operating here for at least 3 generations. It said he has been here for hundreds of years. If he accumulates another generation, he might even go to the inner city. Inner city, inner city. The old goblin mentioned it several times. Jiang Ping didn't want to show weakness, so he didn't ask much, but he was also curious. Chapter 360. That said, Jiang Ping had different thoughts in his heart. Mainly, he could clearly discern occupational positions. Therefore, this was definitely a secret that should not be shared with these alien races. He even felt a sense of crisis. Fortunately, he had already sealed the primordial land using the techniques taught by his master, even if it was only temporary. If these people from Wuxiang City learned about the situation in the primordial land, it would be a nightmare for humanity. With a strong sense of urgency, Jiang Ping diverted his gaze from the inner city of Wuxiang City. The most important thing now was to complete the Zhou-Tian Stardow formation, so he would have enough time to allow humanity to develop and reach a higher realm. Let's go, Sidon. Hearing this, Sidon nodded. Yeah, let us go. Talking about other things is pointless. Working hard is what matters. Brother Jiang Ping, I'll go busy myself first. If you have time, let us go to the tavern in the city for a drink. The drinks from a certain race in the void are quite good. They also have a slight effect on enhancing strength. Jiang Ping was taken aback. There are actually races capable of brewing drinks that enhance strength? It might be worth checking out sometime. Chapter 361. The undying fire crow affectionately rubbed against Jiang Ping, then hid behind him to eat meat. The boss looked at Jiang Ping. Kid, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? Behind. A few people were even more arrogant. Boss, why waste time with him? Just a mere humanoid kid. We can take him down with a wave of our hand. Let me handle it for you. Today, it's our turn to get rich. A talking undying fire crow is worth a lot of money. Saying this, they charged forward. Jiang Ping looked at these guys and couldn't help but laugh. They really didn't take him seriously. He also thought these people were a bit foolish. Jiang Ping saw that these were just robbers at the law manifestation realm, along with the one charging in to seek death. He simply stretched out his hand, and a red power of the law gathered. Crack. The robber who had just charged and fell to the ground on the spot, lifeless. In an instant, the rest were all stunned. Third brother. Not good. This humanoid is not to be trifled with, Run. They hadn't even used anything. Just the power of the law was enough to take down the third brother, showing that this humanoid was certainly not an easy target. At the very least, they couldn't afford to provoke him. Their first reaction was to flee. As for brotherhood, forget it. Lighting a stick of incense later would be the best interpretation of brotherly love. Chapter 362. The fluctuations from the battle were considerable, with dozens of true Yang realm practitioners unleashing their powers, causing the entire space to emanate a thick chaos of laws. Those with slightly weaker strength would be in life-threatening danger even if just caught in the periphery, not to mention the 9 individuals at the center. However, the 9 were completely unfazed, and faintly, one could hear an arrogant voice proclaiming, a mere few true Yang realm practitioners causing a ruckus outside, claiming to be ancestors, is laughable in front of me, the young Master Wutuan. Attack! With just that single word, the 8 others sprang into action, followed by an even stronger wave of energy. 8 long swords, clearly crafted by the same person, floated in the air. Meteoric flying swords. The 8 swords formed a small formation that blocked a lethal strike. Jiang Ping, accompanied by 2 Medusa-like creatures, cautiously approached the battlefield. Upon seeing how the 8 controlled the long swords, he frowned, revealing a hint of surprise. He was slightly astonished to realize that these 8 could also manipulate magical treasures, although he sensed that these treasures were not of particularly high quality. Their method of operation surprised him even more, because didn't this imply that these 8 possessed divine soul power? Chapter 363. This situation filled them with a sense of defeat. Yet, it also stirred up the accumulated ferocity over the years. Those who made a living by licking blood from blades lacked vitality. The grievances from the inner city's blockade against the outer city, along with years of accumulated courage, erupted at this moment. Explode. Dozens of true Yang realm practitioners stood tall, their physical forms towering hundreds of meters high, bearing various fused secret treasures. Some wielded one, while others had several. At that moment, they exploded violently. The 8 were stunned. Their first reaction was to retreat. Although they followed an ancient school of thought, their control was strong, but they lacked physical strength. Even if they were strong, who could withstand the self-detonation of dozens of true Yang realm practitioners' innate treasures? Their faces changed drastically. A wave of energy powerful enough to destroy the world spread out, and the young Master Wutuan and his 8 subordinates quickly retreated. Even so, only 5 managed to escape. Even Kunyu's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted for a retreat. It took several minutes for the dust to settle. The self-explosion of dozens of true Yang realm practitioners turned the surrounding space into fragments, creating black holes. Just under everyone's noses, 2 individuals suddenly appeared, precisely those who had previously incited the self-explosions. Chapter 364. Jiang Ping was momentarily touched by his own kindness. He had no time to lament and quietly followed the group. Watching them each use their means to search for the true fire of Samadhi, Jiang Ping couldn't help but admire them. These so-called inner-city disciples were indeed remarkable. Each was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, showcasing their unique skills. Some used instruments that Jiang Ping had never seen, while others made a small cut on their hands, murmuring incantations as their blood energy transformed into an invisible thread, which they pulled causing the other end to fly wildly. This person was the one with the horn on his head. Hu Jiao. Of course, Kunyu also had some tricks. The folding fan in his hand was likely a magical treasure. He took out a pen and began to write and draw on it. Instantly, a swarm of butterflies blossomed in the sky, scattering everywhere. Jiang Ping knew that this was also a means to search for the true fire of samadhi. However, he was very curious about how this group determined their search methods. That was what he wanted to know. And these were also races Jiang Ping had never heard of. If it weren't for the hints from the demon-eating atlas, he wouldn't have recognized this race at all. Kuan, whether it was Hu Jiao or Kuan, both excited Jiang Ping immensely. If he weren't counting on these people to find the true fire of samadhi, he might have already lost control and acted. Chapter 365 of Daring to Play Tricks on Me. How many heads do you have? The serious demeanor genuinely left people feeling perplexed. Young Master Wutuan, Castle, turned pale with anger. Pointing at Kunyu, he said, with someone like you, it's no wonder you can't rise in the clan. Stomping his feet in anguish, he said, let's continue searching. With that, he led his people onward. The others exchanged doubtful glances, especially Kamalu from the Hu Jiao clan, who touched his silver-white transparent horn and asked, you're really not searching anymore? After so many days, you're just giving up? Kunyu retorted impatiently, I said we're not searching anymore. Why are you upset that I've lost a competitor? Kamala chuckled. If you're not searching, then I'll just keep going. With that, he led his subordinates away, soon disappearing from Kunyu's sight. While Kunyu was enjoying food, he pretended to be nonchalant, quietly setting up a magical array around him, and then he made no further moves. He ate for a whole half-day. Jiang Ping thought he was quite the glutton, but considering his race, it was understandable. After all, he was a Kuan, despite appearing human now. Who knows how large his original form might be? Chapter 366 Good Person? Good people don't live long. Young Master Wutuan, Castle, and Hu Jiao Kamalu laughed happily. We knew you weren't honest all along. We've been wary of this move from you. How would you just give up like that? Kunyu, shall we talk? With that, he twisted his neck, looking fierce. Kunyu assessed the strengths of both sides and obediently conceded. Let us talk. You all know how important the true fire of samadhi is to me. Just tell me what you want. As long as I have it, I'll give it to you. Just give me the true fire of samadhi. Upon hearing this, young Master Wutuan scoffed. Important to you? Ask anyone here if they don't have a compelling reason. As if the true fire of samadhi isn't important to me. Kunyu, we're allies. If you hand it over, how about I protect you in the future? Kunyu found himself in a dilemma, never expecting this turn of events. He could only ask pitifully, then who should I give it to? Even if I evade, you'll have to fight for the true fire of samadhi, right? With this one sentence, everyone squinted their eyes. This kid was no longer a good person. The alliance formed to trap Kunyu seemed to be on the verge of disbanding. Indeed, Kunyu was right. Everyone wanted the true fire of samadhi, so wasn't he enough for them to share? Chapter 367 now. Both Kunyu and young Master Wutuan, Castle, were in a bind. Outside, they might be ambushed by some unknown magical treasure, but staying inside meant waiting for death. They could already feel the heat engulfing them. They were utterly shocked. Who were these people, able to continuously produce magical treasures they had never seen before, and such powerful ones at that? They knew the strength of the Hu Jiao. A single brick could crush a Hu Jiao, meaning this magical treasure was indeed rare. Could it be an ancient magical treasure? Doubt surfaced in the hearts of the two. Perhaps only ancient treasures had such power. As for Jiang Ping's realm, they overlooked that. They didn't think Jiang Ping's true strength was that formidable. It was just a treasure that was impressive. Otherwise, why would they ambush him? Kuan Yu's face was dark. He couldn't hold on any longer. The Nine Dragons' divine fire cover was fire attribute, and he was water. Staying inside for even a second was unbearable. He thought to himself that as long as he could be careful and avoid Jiang Ping's ambush, he had a chance for counterattack. Better than waiting to die here. Stepping out, he declared, I'll take you on. If you have the guts, face me directly. He also wanted to provoke Jiang Ping with words. Chapter 368. After hearing the repeated phrases, Jiang Ping was actually a bit confused. What's going on? The Nine Dragons' divine fire cover turned into a Nine Dragons recorder? Just when Jiang Ping was bewildered, a sudden sound appeared. Jiang Ping was sure he hadn't laughed, which could only mean that this damn Nine Dragons' divine fire cover was playing tricks on him. You are the Nine Dragons' divine fire cover? He pondered, asking. Little did he know that a silver, bell-like laughter came. Nine Dragons' divine fire cover? I'm not. I'm a samadhi true fire. You human race is quite interesting. After so many years, I finally meet a purebred human. Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. So, are you saying you're Samadhi, true fire, and not the Nine Dragons divine fire cover? Fire can talk. Jiang Ping showed a confused expression, admitting that this touched on his knowledge blind spot. The Samadhi true fire huffed proudly, and not only that. A small girl shaped like flames appeared, with two fiery pigtails that looked adorable. What level are humans at these days? Don't you understand that everything has a spirit? Besides, I am Samadhi true fire. I thought the one holding the Nine Dragons divine fire cover would be knowledgeable, but I didn't expect to encounter a naive fool. Chapter 369. Jiang Ping listened seriously, but as it went on, he fell silent and became a bit anxious. Come on, continue talking. What happened with the big lord? Who is that big lord? The Samadhi true fire quickly covered its mouth and shook its head vigorously. None of your business. I won't say a word. With a whoosh, it disappeared. Jiang Ping felt regretful. It was definitely a secret, but this little girl was a bit too cautious. He could only wait for the next time. He wasn't in a hurry. The disappearing Samadhi true fire would not respond to Jiang Ping's calls anymore. Forget it. I'll talk about it later, Jiang Ping thought to himself. He then shifted his focus to the furnace in front of him. This furnace looked like an alchemical furnace, but alchemy? This topic was far too ancient, more like something that only existed in legendary tales. Even in the outer city of Myriad Phenomena City, he hadn't seen anyone who understood this thing. So it was of no use to him. Just as he was thinking about how this thing was useless to him, he heard a hum in his ear. You'd better take that with you. That's my home for many years, refining elixirs, and the fire is self-generating. It's a good thing for you right now. Hearing this, Jiang Ping perked up. Are you saying it will ignite by itself? What is the quality like? Chapter 370. With Jiang Ping's words, the Samadhi true fire no longer cared about whether the alchemical furnace could cook. The debate over whether it was an alchemical furnace or a pot had come to a close. One person and one fire ate until their mouths were greasy. Only after finishing everything did they finally quiet down. Little fire, from now on, you'll stick with me. 3 days of meals and 9 servings, Jiang Ping said, lazily lying down while picking his teeth with a pair of chopsticks several meters long. The Samadhi true fire smacked its lips and muttered, Who are you calling brother? What? In the end, the Samadhi true fire didn't continue speaking, perhaps due to its craving for food. Your name is Jiang Ping, right? What's up with this meat? It seems quite interesting to me. She could feel that the energy she had lost over the years was somewhat replenished by this meal, albeit just a little, but enough to indicate that Jiang Ping's stewed meat was extraordinary. One should know that to replenish energy, one would need treasures starting from thousands of years, which were rare nowadays. Thus, Jiang Ping's stewed meat intrigued her. Jiang Ping clicked his tongue. You sure are nosy. Just eat your fill. The sun gradually set, replaced by the moon in the sky. Suddenly, Jiang Ping realized a problem. Chapter 371. The few exchanged glances, all noticing the gravity in each other's eyes. This was serious. It was beyond their ability to handle. At least, they needed to collaborate. You better tell the truth. Spill everything you know about this news. But the guy selling the information was close to revealing the color of his underwear. Yet in the end, there was no useful information. Because, according to what he said, his news was also bought from someone else, and then sold at a high price to several young masters in the inner city. And there were layers above him. It was impossible to verify how many had been sold. There were many selling this stuff, but there were also those who directly told good friends. How could you investigate? In an instant, the entire inner and outer city was thrown into chaos by several clans' forces, and even some big figures learned about the matter. After clarifying what had happened, they scoffed a few times, treating it as childish play. These clans were pathetic. Could they not withstand the loss of a few young members? How many big figures die every day in the void? Just for a few young people who died in an adventure or something. Making such a fuss is truly embarrassing. This matter had almost become a topic of leisure for people during tea breaks. Chapter 372. Star iron has an impact on the mind. If one is careless, it will affect future cultivation. To put it this way, in our era, even the big shots had to control their state of mind, let alone someone like you. A little brat. Listening to Little Fire's words, Jiang Ping incredulously pointed at his nose and said, You mean me? I'm a little brat? Little Fire rolled its eyes. You still don't accept it? With that, Little Fire adorably glared at Jiang Ping. Are you trying to extract word from me? Jiang Ping didn't expect Little Fire to be so sharp. He showed an expression of disbelief. You don't believe I'm losing money while thinking of getting you some good food? The Samadhi True Fire then suspiciously glanced at Jiang Ping. You better not. I'm telling you, I can be very fierce when I get angry. I'm not easy to deal with. The adorable look made Jiang Ping cover his mouth and snicker. Yes, you're hard to deal with. Forget it, I forgive you. You should be one of us, so I'll reluctantly help you. Let me in, open your mind. Little Fire said. Jiang Ping followed Little Fire's method and suddenly felt a warm sensation at his brow. He waved his hand to create a water mirror and then saw a flame mark. Chapter 373. Clearing the field? Little Fire did not understand. Jiang Ping did not explain. In such a place, it would have been fine if he hadn't discovered it. But since he had to take it into his own hands. Then he would establish a teleportation array to summon people from his hometown in the primordial land to mine here. If his plan came to fruition, it would contain immense resources. The primordial land could even absorb the wealth around Wuxiang City using purple crystal coins, quickly propelling its development with that wealth. What a scene that would be. As he continued to descend, the more he went down, the more Jiang Ping felt that the surroundings were off. He even sensed that the light illuminated by the pearls around him was distorting. If it weren't for the flame mark from Xiaohua, he might have really fallen into a trap. He became alert again. There were too many dangers in this void, and he needed to be cautious, and more cautious in the future. Compared to the races in the void, the human race still knew too little. Jiang Ping continued to fly down. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, he landed. He saw a dark, vaguely blue sphere and couldn't wait to wipe it. The surrounding light had distorted beyond recognition. If it weren't for Xiaohua's mark, he might have been caught by now. Chapter 374. The leaked aura was concealed by Jiang Ping. But there were too many people in this void. Even for just a moment, many things could be sensed. After Jiang Ping wiped out the first piece with Xiaohua, he ran off to find the next one. As he was about to exit this deep pit, he sensed something was amiss. He looked up and saw objects like bright lamps. What the heck? Upon closer inspection, he was shocked. They were all people. His first reaction was to hide. He quickly used his escape technique to conceal himself and whispered, Xiaohua, what's going on? Didn't you say the space was deserted? Xiaohua rolled her eyes. Can I control whether people come or not? They must have followed the scent. As she spoke, she recalled the aura that erupted when the starry iron revealed its true form, and Jiang Ping pondered. It was very likely, but when he looked at the people continually descending, he suddenly noticed something interesting. Damn, isn't that the 8 tribulations? Indeed, it was the 8 tribulations. A few people were drenched in sweat, struggling with something unknown as they descended. It was evident they were affected in some way. If he hadn't had Xiaohua, he might have ended up like that too. Chapter 375. The chaotic battle was spectacular, allowing Jiang Ping to witness the strength of the void races once more. Unlike the retro-style competitors like Kuan-Yu, most of these people practiced fusion techniques, meaning they were all in the true Yang realm. They were all on the same level. When they fought, it was a brutal exchange, with various secret treasures dazzling the eyes. Once again, Jiang Ping saw the diversity of the void races, occasionally commenting on who was impressive. People were continuously falling. Jiang Ping did not waste those who fell. Whenever he could, he stealthily used his escape technique to intercept the bodies mid-air and take them away. For those that couldn't be eaten, he quietly used the 9 dragons' divine fire cover below. Coming to the pot. With the enhancement of the Samadhi True Fire, the refining speed was not just fast. It was incredibly quick. Before they could react, they turned to ash. While the battle raged above, Jiang Ping was enjoying himself immensely. Finally, after about half an hour, the residual waves of battle above diminished, and the number of people remaining decreased. There were less than 3 of the 8 tribulations left, and the old earth gnome was using all his tricks, the bulging bag filled with who knew how many treasures had deflated. Chapter 376. Since the old earth gnome did not betray himself, it was time to have a talk. At the very least, the old earth gnome had saved his life. However, could his control method work? Jiang Ping did not trust the method offered by the old earth gnome, so he looked at Xiaohua. As an old girl who had lived for who knew how many years, Xiaohua surely possessed a wealth of professional knowledge. Jiang Ping set his sights on Xiaohua. If she didn't have Jiang Ping's backup, would she be able to understand the breeding manual? Making improvements shouldn't be too hard. However, that would require time. Xiaohua, seeing Jiang Ping look at her, rolled her eyes. Ever since she had been with Jiang Ping, it seemed she only got the good stuff, while the rest was all her own effort. But there was nothing she could do. After all, he was good at what he did. She could only grumble a few words. What are you looking at me for? Do it yourself. You can't even solve such a simple matter? When Xiaohua's voice came out, the old earth gnome's eyes shrank even more, almost disappearing. What did he see? The Samadhi true fire. A spirit body entirely composed of Samadhi true fire. This was beyond his imagination. Chapter 377. Having this was equivalent to possessing countless purple crystal coins. At that time, he would only need to find some retro-style experts to cooperate with, which would be enough to bring wealth that could uplift a race. A few words made Jiang Ping show a look of surprise. He had thought the old earth gnome would understand a bit, but he didn't expect him to understand this well. Then he realized, it seemed the secret of the purple crystal coins was not exclusive to him. Thinking back, he had discovered it even when he knew nothing, let alone those who had long been immersed in the void and had seen a lot in Wuxiang City. Anyone who thoroughly studied this path would likely uncover this secret. At the same time, he also understood some things. Perhaps the purple crystal coins were limited by materials, not by people. It made sense. What truly made the purple crystal coins valuable? It was the power of the primordial spirit, which was hard currency. And what was the glazed crystal? A material that carries the power of the primordial spirit. Both were indispensable. But what really restricted the quantity of purple crystal coins was likely still the materials. Because once the power of the primordial spirit reached a certain realm, even those in the fusion style, true yang realm could sense it, let alone those in the retro style. He just didn't know if those retro style practitioners also had a primordial spirit like him. Chapter 378. Don't think I'm lying to you. Let me see your position first. Jiang Ping felt he should give the old earth gnome a sweet date. The old earth gnome was immediately thrilled, not even considering how Jiang Ping would deceive him. Deceive him? He had to believe it if he wanted to live. After forcing out the position, it condensed into a small seal. Jiang Ping sensed it slightly and smiled. Sure enough, he was different from others, able to perceive the authenticity and level of positions. After obtaining the position, he clearly felt the introduction above. Earth Spirit Land Seal. It is unclear which land is specifically controlled, and the higher level seal is lost. It can be reappointed by the higher level Earth Spirit for redistribution and reemployment. Goodness, Jiang Ping exclaimed after reading it. He had never thought there would be such an introduction. However, coincidentally, he really had a development path for the next step, so it wasn't deceiving the old Earth Spirit. There was still a city god in the Fire City, and the position under the city god had this land position. But the more Jiang Ping learned about these, the more confused he became. According to the route of the position, it seemed even more ruthless than the path he was currently taking. If obtaining a position is the minimum standard for truly ascending to royalty, then what about the levels within the position? Chapter 379. Don't think Jiang Ping has been acting like a fool since entering the Wanshang City, always playing the role of the bystander. But this doesn't mean he is weak. The reason for his caution is simply because he has to be careful in a strange place, right? Unfortunately, he still hasn't figured things out. At least the people he sees now, including the offspring of the major races in the inner city, do not give him a great sense of pressure. Instead, they have become his support. Do you feel it? The old earth spirit shivered at the words and quickly nodded. I feel it, my lord. This method is miraculous. I thought I could make no progress, at least not in the outer city. I never expected that there would be such an opportunity in my lifetime. The old earth spirit expressed his loyalty, wanting to convey his current excitement. Although he isn't completely broken through yet, after taking the first step, how far could the next steps be? Isn't it just about working? Isn't it just about serving others? Isn't it enough to work hard for Jiang Ping? In the past, he had to bow his head and serve the inner city people, and they all looked down on him. They say that opportunities are prepared for those who are ready. But what can you prepare? He couldn't even find a way to sell his life. Now, Jiang Ping has finally given him this opportunity, and of course, he has to seize it. Chapter 380. Time rewinds to the moment Jiang Ping defeated Kuan Yu and others. And Dong Fanglan also embarked on the journey of exploring a space that had just landed in the original land. When the space descended, all humans couldn't help but look up. On that day, flowers bloomed in the world, and the entire original land was filled with a faint fragrance, causing many to panic. Some even exclaimed in horror, "Are we humans doomed to suffer so much? Just a few days of peace, and here it comes again?" Fortunately, the old principal and other human leaders noticed it immediately and did not directly block the news. What a joke! It's impossible to block it. Instead of blocking it, It's better to face it directly. Therefore, on that day, all screens played the heroic moments of Jiang Ping battling the 12 clans. Seeing Jiang Ping, who was crushing everything, people regained their confidence. Yes, we have the Bottle Emperor. ISNT, it's just a new space. Can it be harder than before? Surprisingly, the panic dissipated by more than half, which delighted the old principal and others. They also realized that after years of building momentum, Jiang Ping's reputation had reached an unprecedented level. Chapter 381. In an instant, the entire venue was shocked. It seemed to make sense. Everyone looked at the civil Judge Gu Yun in unison, and Deng Feng also slapped his thigh. Right? How did I not think of that? This is definitely a good idea. So you guys contact the council first, get some materials, and let us forge. But not to give them, but to forge for ourselves. Everyone was curious about what this meant. Deng Feng looked at the eager eyes of everyone. I don't have much in my city god position, but I do have some things, specifically weapons used by the city god. Why don't we forge them, return to our old profession, and make these? One sentence hit everyone's blind spot. Yes, I also have a judge position, which is a pen. The night wanderers below also stood up in agreement. It was quite lively, but in reality, it was just a makeshift team. A group of big men made a decision just by hitting their heads. They finally found something to do. Forging. Time slowly moved to 2 days after Dong Fonglan entered the descending space, and, at this moment, Jiang Ping's deification plan was officially at its peak. On the streets of Fire City, apart from some excited individuals frantically holding up Jiang Ping's photos and parading, there was also a group of people who were just silently bowing their heads. Chapter 382. He had never seen this style before, but vaguely remembered some robe styles recorded in ancient books and couldn't wait to touch it. His eyes lit up. It felt almost tangible. This was similar to his own physical body, both giving a sense of touchable reality. He was full of shock. Am I alive again? He was excited. Although his spiritual body was also alive, it was still very different from having a physical body. At least, after he had a body. Could he eat like the people of the 13 cities? It should be possible now, as the main path of promotion in the 13 cities is the spiritual chef path. Previously, he was a spiritual body and could only watch enviously. Now it should be okay, right? He immediately ran in a certain direction, with a stream of red clouds following him like a shadow. Not just him, everyone else was experiencing this change as well. However, Deng Feng's body was the most solid, while the others were not uniform. When everyone gathered at the Spiritual Chef Association, they looked awkward. You guys want to try it too? There was no need to say what they wanted to try. Naturally, it was to eat. Everyone nodded awkwardly. At that time, the leader, the city god, also didn't know what was happening. A stream of red clouds passed by, and suddenly he was fine. Look at my body now. It's almost like a real one, right? Chapter 383. Yes, we all tried it. How come you can eat? No one could understand their feelings. This feeling was more like an obsession, a deep-seated desire to be full. In fact, they could be fine without eating, but they just wanted to eat. However, Deng Feng didn't have time to answer them because he was feeling incredible at the moment. He felt like he was floating, and even after eating this jerky, he felt like he had entered an activated state, an unprecedented state. It was until a few minutes later that this energy finally passed. When he opened his eyes, he saw pairs of eyes, full of longing and concern. I'm fine, don't worry about me. However, the subordinates collectively asked anxiously, Boss, what did you just eat? Deng Feng collected his emotions and sighed, beginning to recall the source of this jerky. He unexpectedly discovered a bright thread appearing in the red clouds, shining at that moment. It was as if it were saying, look at me, hurry and look at me. He was instantly attracted. Then, as if understanding, he found the thread. On it was the wish from the little ghost. In fact, when he touched this thread, he could clearly perceive everything that the little ghost had done at the city god temple at that time. Chapter 384. The last group of people hurriedly went to Deng Feng's lover's home and found the little ghost. There was also a tearful woman. Deng Feng looked at the woman with red eyes, his heart almost breaking. He had lived on in another state after his death, which he had not told her. The woman hit his chest. You dead ghost, dead ghost. Why didn't you tell me you were still alive? Do you know how I've been these past few days? Especially when the child asked me if the person in the picture on the wall was Uncle Deng. Do you know how much it hurt my heart? Deng Feng was filled with shame and couldn't say anything. It was the old principal who coughed. That granddaughter-in-law. We will talk about your matters later. Let's discuss some serious business first. This finally ended the sour love drama. After questioning, they finally understood the original process. Everyone was even more confused after hearing it. But the old principal had a thought. From those incomplete ancient books, I've seen some things about sacrifices. Could it be that the city god needs sacrifices? If so, could we try it on a small scale? If it works, wouldn't that mean we have another way? Chapter 385. Dongfang Lan thought this was about enough. But what happened next made her instinctively feel she had come to the right place. After so many days of rushing, the Demon Beast team had grown to 100,000. Still, there were no Emperor-level beings. The highest was only King-level. These King-level beings were already intelligent. However, for Dongfang Lan, who was about to step onto the true Retroflow's law phase, it was still too difficult. They were not even on the same level. All the way, they had walked from the vibrant spring to the scorching sun, then through the gentle autumn breeze, and finally into the bone-chilling cold. This didn't mean that their time had actually passed a year, but that they had traveled far enough to feel significant seasonal changes. Finally, the footsteps of the demon beasts began to slow down. Dongfang Lan habitually opened her eyes to survey the surrounding environment, revealing a look of astonishment. An ice field. All around was an ice field, an endless expanse of snowy land, and just this temperature was enough to make ordinary people unable to endure. Because some demon beasts with slightly lower levels had red noses, and some had frostbite. Of course, these were nothing to the demon beasts. It seemed they had arrived at their destination and began to hunt various prey to replenish their strength. Chapter 386. Suddenly, a giant white creature, almost blending into the ice field, appeared. This scene made Dongfang Lan stop at her tracks. Even those still fighting ceased their disputes, all guessing the intentions of the white-haired fox before them, because in just a few short sentences, there was a lot of meaning contained. Did he throw two races in here? No, that's not right. They clearly discovered that a treasure that would change their fate was about to appear here, which is why they were here. How could it be that he threw them in? But what if it really was? In an instant, both the Wolf King and the leaders of the demon beasts showed vigilant expressions and vaguely stood on the same line, slowly drawing closer, simply because they sensed an irresistible power from this white-haired fox. Although they believed they had reached the peak of their race, when the enemy's relationship was unclear, they still followed their biological instincts. Who are you? The Wolf King glared at the white-haired fox. The white-haired fox laughed heartily, especially when looking at the blood on the ground. Who am I? You are not worthy of knowing. It's good to die. It's wonderful to die. So much blood should be enough to open the treasure here, right? Ha ha. Chapter 387. Dongfang Lan's single word made all the strange phenomena in the world dissipate. Meanwhile, the panicking white-haired fox was still desperately trying. The wind is coming? What about the thunder? Thunderstorm. But there was no response. Just when he was most panicked, he saw a stunning ice beauty walking towards him as if she had stepped out of a painting. The woman was adorned with layers of beautiful ice crystals. At this moment, she was slowly walking over with the most despairing steps. What shocked him even more was that, as the woman approached, he realized he had completely lost control over the world, and with each step she took, the ice field beneath her feet would emit a hissing sound. Hiss! He gasped in cold breath. Who exactly are you? Dongfang Lan couldn't be bothered to explain anything to him. She directly placed an ice snow blade across the immobile white-haired fox's neck. You answer my questions. Do you understand? The white-haired fox wanted to refuse, but seeing the obviously unresistible ice snow blade pressed against his neck, he obediently complied. No matter how unwilling he was, there was no other choice. With a bitter smile, he said yes. What treasure is in here? What have you been coveting for hundreds of years? The expression on the white-haired fox's face grew even more bitter. Chapter 388. Dongfang Lan's anxious demeanor and joyful emotion left Jiang Ping speechless. Lan, I've at least been away for a while. Can you be a bit gentler with me? Dongfang Lan shot him a glance. All right, my lord, let us hurry. There is something important. Looking at the little fire beside Jiang Ping, she was a bit curious. What is this? Jiang Ping didn't explain, but directly put it into the Nine-Dragon Divine fire cover. As they walked and talked, Jiang Ping finally understood what had happened. Looking at Dongfang Lan, he truly felt she was too ruthless. Her luck was also good. She actually found a cultivation method that humans could use, which he had been searching for, but had been unlucky and unable to find. However, before going, he was still very curious about Dongfang Lan's law phase. Lan, do you have a law phase body? Dongfang Lan calmly revealed a huge ice snow law phase body, crystal clear, exuding a pure and clean feeling. Jiang Ping nodded. Yes, this is it. It seems you have truly reached the law phase. What about your primordial spirit? When Dongfang Lan heard this, she sat cross-legged, and a small mini version of Dongfang Lan appeared before Jiang Ping's eyes. Jiang Ping instantly laughed and reached out to pinch it, but Dongfang Lan exploded in anger in an instant. Chapter 389, The Old Principal Laughed. Did Lan Lan tell you? You, with your wide knowledge, come and see this cultivation method. Can we use it? Without much pleasantries, they were family, so there was no need for that. Jiang Ping had long known. Looking at the technique for the imprinting method, Jiang Ping observed it seriously. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Jiang Ping's response, as this represented an opportunity for humanity to make a large-scale breakthrough into the law phase realm. They were all high-level individuals and knew about the void races Jiang Ping had mentioned before. The human race was far from being able to stop, and instead, it was still fraught with crises. If it weren't for Jiang Ping temporarily concealing their homeland, they might have already faced a surge of attacks from countless races. Therefore, everyone was extremely tense. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Ping's mouth. Heaven helps me. Grandpa, this is the technique. Moreover, it's a technique that doesn't require specific attributes, although it may not be flashy. It can definitely allow the rulers of the human race to step into the true law phase realm. Grandpa, our opportunity has come. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers. After a while, the old principal and others continuously praised Dongfang Lan, making her blush. Were they talking about her? Chapter 390. Sume stood obediently, her eyes filled with spring as she looked at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping cleared his throat. I called you here because I have something to discuss. As the fox race has been with my race from the beginning, I won't treat you poorly. Now that the path of the spirit chef has been fully opened, do you have any thoughts on it? How many years has Sume lived? Even the oldest of the fox race do not know. As the queen of the fox race, she carries the rise and fall of a race, which is also the reason she could hold onto Jiang Ping's leg so tightly at the beginning. Because of this, she understands the nature of humans and knows the temperament of the person in front of her. The more you fight, the less they will give you. Instead, if you act obediently, many opportunities will come to you. So she maintained her obedient demeanor, but her hands were already in motion, gently removing Jiang Ping's shawl while carrying a fragrant breeze. Listening to the master, whatever the master says goes. With one sentence, Jiang Ping was left speechless. If Lan Lan saw this, wouldn't it be a big deal? However, deep down, he subconsciously realized that calling Sume when Lan Lan was busy might already indicate something. Jiang Ping, having seen the world, took a deep breath. All right, since that's the case, send the little fox sisters to Lihua City. Let them enter the Spirit Chef Association and learn from the people there. Chapter 391. Deng Fong scratched his head. It's precisely because we had never discovered it before that we didn't know what to do, which is why we came to you. Thinking you were well informed. Jiang Ping was confused. He didn't understand this either. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He still had a trump card. How about this, Brother Deng? Find me a quiet place. Deng Fong was delighted. These matters had been giving him a headache, as he had recently heard that those soul bodies had started appearing within Lihua City, which was absolutely unacceptable. There was no choice but to rely on his subordinates to patrol every day. The city god had made his job a mess. Exhausted, now that Jiang Ping was back, he should be able to relax a lot. There must be, a quiet office-like place. As mentioned earlier, the city god temple was built according to the political center of Lihua City since Deng Fong and the others did not know what it looked like. Therefore, the overall layout resembled that of an office. They had truly made the factory their home, or rather, the temple their home. Deng Fong went out to personally guard the door. Jiang Ping took a deep breath and tried to call according to the method given to him by the red-clad figure before she left. In an unknown time and space, the red-clad figure was covered in blood, having slain several monsters that were as big as several rooms, and then pierced through their energy cores. Chapter 392. At this moment, Jiang Ping wanted to ask, Lord Judge, do you want to hear what you just said? But just as he was about to speak, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Jiang Ping's pupils suddenly constricted. Immediately after, he heard the judge's angry scolding, saying that the demons were coming again, and they were still avoiding it. At that moment, the city god in front shouted angrily, Judge, what are you dawdling for? Come help me. This scene was incredibly familiar. Wasn't it the scene he had seen before? At this moment, he truly felt that the time river he had entered was too powerful. Wasn't this entering into the history of the past? Instinctively, He wanted to use the 9-dragon divine fire cover to help the city god. But there was no response at all. Hiss! Why isn't my 9-dragon divine fire cover listening to my command? Did it not follow me here? No, wait. He immediately switched to the Chinquan circle, but it also did not respond much. For a moment, Jiang Ping fell silent. All of his valuable treasures no longer listened to him at this moment. He lowered his head and thought, why was this happening? At this time, the city god and the judge were also fighting, exterminating a large number of demons, while the wandering souls around were frightened and retreated repeatedly. Chapter 393. After fighting for so many years, he had never encountered anything like this. After thinking for a while, looking at the apocalyptic scene, he felt he should say a few words to Xiaohua. But before he could speak, a jade token flew towards him, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaohua disappeared. The 9-dragon divine fire cover was gone. Only the Chinquan circle was left. Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. He stared blankly as the jade token merged with him, on which were written a few characters. 4th-generation disciple, Jiang Ping. My goodness, what is this? Outside, Neza looked at Jiang Ping's bewildered expression and couldn't help but laugh. Wow, my future disciple is really amusing. Master, you're so stingy. Let him play with the 9-dragon divine fire cover. The master glared at Neza in annoyance. Play? The 9-dragon divine fire cover is for playing? If it weren't for your pleading, would I let him use it? I don't know if I owe you for my previous life or what. In this life, I haven't done anything, just wiping your butt. Neza laughed. Don't, master. Please don't say that. I can handle it myself. Then, with a loud shout, Neza, are you trying to drive me crazy? He had spent his whole life working for this kid. Chapter 394. Jiang Ping's face darkened. He couldn't understand why such a huge, overturning seal had disappeared. But now that he was back, what could be done? He could only hope for next time. In fact, he had a guess in his heart, but there was no way to verify it. Feeling the weakness of his primordial spirit, Jiang Ping thought that crossing the time river seemed not so simple. He hurriedly handed the Divine Path books to Deng Fong, explained everything clearly, and then eagerly went to the Spirit Chef Association. Before long, a fragrant aroma filled the air. This time he also spent a lot, having prepared the meat of the Kuan tribe and the tiger jiao from last time. He ate heartily and drank from large bowls. Just eating alone took about 4 to 5 hours, thoroughly compensating for the weakness that had crossed the river of time. When he finally let out a satisfied burp, Jiang Ping suddenly felt a crack in his body, followed by a crisp sound resonating from his soul. Refreshing. How refreshing. It's not something to be shared with outsiders. He was astonished to find that his cultivation had improved once again. And with this new level of cultivation, Jiang Ping felt the strength of his body and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. His cultivation path focused on the physical body, which was different from the paths of emperors and Fashen. Jiang Ping's body was already strong, but now it seemed even stronger. Chapter 395. When Yao Yujing heard this, she indeed fell silent much more, but she was still furious. You hit him. I want to see what he means. I don't oppose him looking for it. But what about Lan Lan? Zhen'er quickly interjected. Yes, Aunt, just listen to my uncle. I didn't dare tell anyone else, let alone Sister Lan Lan, just to avoid trouble. However, she seemed to realize she had done something foolish. She quickly sent a secret message to Jiang Ping. Brother Ping, it seems my sister has made a mistake. But you can't blame me. I was just worried about you getting into trouble. She explained the situation and urged him to run quickly or make arrangements. I have to say, in this regard, it was indeed thoughtful. Jiang Ping couldn't help but laugh in anger after reading it. What the hell is going on? Especially when he saw Zhen'er's last message. Recently, my sister has had a breakthrough opportunity and has set off to the realm for her breakthrough. Don't worry. Goodness. I have to say, whether male or female, those who hang out with Jiang Ping are all quite clever. They quickly run away when things look bad. Poor judgment in friends, Lu Zhen'er. If you hadn't fed me pickled vegetables as a kid, I wouldn't even be Jiang if I didn't beat you up. Chapter 396. Zhu Qing walked up to Jiang Ping. Bottle Emperor, is that Liuli crystal mine you mentioned real? His eyes revealed great anticipation. He had heard that it was for the creation of purple crystal coins. If there really was a way to manufacture purple crystal coins, humanity could completely harness the resources of the entire void to serve themselves with very low risk. This would definitely be a lucrative business. Don't say Zhu Qing. Just ask anyone present who wouldn't be excited. However, they still hadn't figured out how to channel the power of the primordial spirit into the purple crystal coins. But what was Zhu Qing doing? Wasn't it just this? If he did it well, he would have contributed greatly to humanity, and his name would have to be written in textbooks in the future. Jiang Ping looked at the motivated Zhuge Qing and felt a wave of emotion. Humanity is thriving. People like Zhuge Qing don't love power or fight for profit, but care about face. You could say the entire Zhuge family is like this. Really, more genuine than gold. And I've already found you a good teacher, aiming to squeeze him dry. Instantly, Zhuge Qing and the researchers behind him were filled with fighting spirit. Bottle Emperor, you can rest assured, we will ensure the task is completed. Jiang Ping smiled. Have you brought all the equipment? Chapter 397. If Wanxiang City has tens of millions of different races in the true Yang, merging into the flow of Fashang, then only a few 100,000 follow the retro flow. This number sounds considerable, but the proportion is too disparate. Moreover, there's a significant difference between the retro flows. The magic weapons are the key. Looking at the people behind Jiang Ping, each fully armed. Every person equipped with 2 to 3 magic weapons. Don't ask how he recognized them. For someone like him, it was too easy. With so many magic weapons, this team could almost be called an army. Who in the outer city could have this kind of might? Those spontaneously formed teams simply couldn't compare. Especially seeing these people standing like pines, unmoving, executing orders without hesitation, he was even more astonished. This was completely an army. A well-equipped, powerful army. What race is Jiang Ping? Is there anyone like him among the subhuman and humanoid races? He thought too much. Jiang Ping had no idea how dramatic the old Earth dwarf was. The old Earth dwarf was so shocked because of his limited perspective. Those in the inner city were definitely not comparable to him. Even Jiang Ping wouldn't dare to show off in front of them. Chapter 398. A familiar smell. A familiar recipe. Jiang Ping couldn't help but sigh. Didn't this group know to change their tactics? Zhao Etian approached, looked for a while, and then pouted. They actually came back. This made Jiang Ping feel a bit unadapted. He pretended to be relaxed and asked, "What's the matter? Not watching anymore?" Zhao Etian chuckled. "Brother Bottle, don't tease me. This person looks like a fairy trap. I'm not an idiot. How could I be fooled?" Jiang Ping was slightly taken aback. "Goodness, you're quite clever, aren't you?" This exceeded his expectations. Originally, Zhao Etian's performance made him feel his path was arduous. But he never expected Zhao Etian would actually start to be smart. This was something else. Seeing Jiang Ping's slightly disdainful look, Zhao Etian gave a bitter smile. "Brother Bottle, am I such a fool? No matter what, I am an outstanding student of Zhuge Academy, and I have been fighting outside for a long time. Is it that surprising?" Jiang Ping then suddenly realized. He was right. He had indeed looked down on people a bit. He patted Zhao Etian's shoulder. "Now I feel much more at ease." Zhao Etian understood what Jiang Ping meant. "Brother Bottle, don't worry. I'm not that naive, but I'm indeed a bit shocked. This Wanxiang City is truly worthy of its name, even though I haven't arrived yet. It has already made me a bit excited." Chapter 399. On the contrary, they all looked at this seemingly not very imposing warship with fear or vigilance. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ping pulled out a small pouch. Permanent residence permit, 2 pieces of recorded information, 10 pieces without recorded information. Please insert coins. Several words appeared on the light screen. As Jiang Ping poured a large amount of purple crystal coins from the pouch into the nearby coin slot, a noisy sound came from behind. "Hiss, this is the Li Home merchant team? So wealthy?" "Yes, don't look at the void ship not being so domineering. But their spending is indeed astonishing. The money for these identity cards is no small amount. Even some leaders of small races might not have saved up this much money after years of struggle. At the very least, it can be said that the Li Home merchant group is wealthy." In a moment, many people were intrigued, wondering if they should go take a look. Some bold individuals even asked, "Friends of the Li Home merchant group, may I ask what you all want?" Jiang Ping heard the voice and turned around with a smile, saying, "We want everything as long as it doesn't violate the rules of Wanxiang City. We want everything. Additionally, everyone can help me promote that the Li Home merchant group will soon auction treasures. At least 10 items. Chapter 400. The Big Mouth, also known as Setting, felt that Jiang Ping was joking. After all, the two had a decent relationship, so he didn't take it seriously and even genuinely said he would treat Jiang Ping to a meal. You can't imagine the pain of someone who has been saving money to enter the inner city being able to treat others to a meal. The fact that he was willing to treat Jiang Ping also shows that Big Mouth definitely regarded Jiang Ping as a friend. Jiang Ping knew that Big Mouth didn't believe him. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. He directly pulled out a treasure from his pocket. Instantly, Big Mouth almost spat out the water he had just swallowed, making a clattering sound as he stood up. Jiang Ping looked at him with a half-smile. Do you believe in my strength now? Big Mouth looked at Jiang Ping in disbelief. Is this the Linglong fan? A real treasure? This piqued Jiang Ping's curiosity. He only took out the treasure to prove his strength, but he never expected Big Mouth to recognize it. You know it? Big Mouth grinned, looking at Jiang Ping with disbelief. Did he know? Of course he did. Jiang Ping didn't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but when he saw this item, he knew he was in trouble. Chapter 401. So today, as he met a noble person, the ability to eliminate so many seed masters from large races is not to be underestimated. Cheers! Big Mouth clinked his wine glass with Jiang Ping fiercely. After drinking, the group burst into laughter. Zhao Etian, who was beside them, admired how easily Jiang Ping managed to win over a leader of a race and curiously looked at Big Mouth. It turned out that this was the Dozui clan. Seeing Zhao Etian's curious gaze, Jiang Ping formally introduced, "This is Big Mouth, named Setting from the Dozui clan, and he's also my friend who has helped me." Didn't you hear them speaking with a stereo sound? He continued, "And this is Zhao Etian, my brother in life and death. You will have many dealings with him in the future." In an instant, both Zhao Etian and Big Mouth looked at Jiang Ping with emotion. Zhao Etian felt that he had finally gained Jiang Ping's recognition, and the phrase brother in life and death ignited a fierce flame in his chest. A warrior dies for a true friend, nothing more than that. As for Big Mouth, it was even more so. To be honest, he had already let Jiang Ping take the lead. Even if Jiang Ping went a bit too far, he would comfort himself for the opportunity. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ping said, "This is my friend. Friends are equals." Chapter 402. Putting aside Big Mouth's shock for now, 10 days later, in the most bustling street at the center of the outer city of Wanxiang City, a building towering over 10 stories was surrounded by a crowd. They were all eagerly waiting with their invitation letters. Several human cultivators from the Fa Xiang realm, sent by Zhao Etian, were checking at the entrance. Some came in groups, while others came alone. Some used different passages. In short, it was crowded. In these 10 days, the news of the Li Hua merchant group auctioning treasures had completely stirred the already restless outer city into a frenzy. Countless people were waiting to see the auction of the Li Hua merchant group. The scattered guests were weighing the strength of the Li Hua merchant group. If the strength was adequate, they might have a new channel for goods in the future. During these days, a few people came to test the waters, bringing good items to auction at the Li Hua merchant group. Jiang Ping arranged for Big Mouth to find some experienced masters to oversee this, and indeed, they received some good items, mostly materials. The most surprising was a Lei Gong vine, which was exactly the material needed for the starry array, making Jiang Ping very happy. He felt he had found a better path. Chapter 403. Therefore, even though the prices were daunting, they were still rising, and there were many bidders, one after another, a group after another. However, some were annoyed, fixating on who snatched away their desired items, clearly having their own thoughts. But many also looked at the guards around and some configurations, their eyes shifting, not knowing what they were thinking. The guards were sparse, and the treasures, weren't they just fat sheep? If they could produce 10 items, they should be able to produce more, right? Instead of spending a lot to compete for 1 or 2 items, it would be better to have a full meal, one item after another. Each piece made the atmosphere even more heated. The heated atmosphere once again drove the prices up. The treasures were finally all auctioned off. Some were delighted while others were unhappy. But regardless, the next step had to be taken. This time it was the positions. For this auction, Jiang Ping prepared 500 positions. Although they were all ordinary positions, like soldiers, they were enough to drive many people crazy. 500 people could elevate their races by 500 monarchs. If these 500 monarchs were well-trained, that would mean 500 Fa Xiang realms, of course. This was the fused Fa Xiang realm. Chapter 404. The Zijing coin is of great use to other races, mainly because it can absorb the power of the Yuan spirit, thereby enhancing the ability to manipulate fused treasures. However, for humans, isn't the power of the Yuan spirit something that can be easily obtained? In comparison, these resources are the most precious. What kind of Tianyan divine, or is all needed by humans? Not to mention the distant future, even now, void ships, and many human studies require Tianyan divine, or such essentials are the guarantee for humans to break out of the void, and they can't have too much of it. The atmosphere was lively, back and forth. Finally, This auction came to a complete conclusion with Big Mouth's hammer falling. The items were delivered, and then everyone took their acquired items. Those who got their desired items were delighted and quickly began to retreat. Jiang Ping had already arranged a special passage for these VIPs to leave first, considering the safety risks. Although there are certain rules in Wanxiang City, with hidden formations like these, one can't guarantee safety. The best approach is still to refine. To this end, Jiang Ping also specifically sought out those who were leaving. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lihua Chamber of Commerce can provide a refining place for everyone. If you need it, feel free to use it. Originally, there should have been a fee, but since this is the first auction of the Lihua Chamber of Commerce, it will be free this time, not for any other reason, but to ensure that everyone can take good care of the Lihua Chamber of Commerce in the future. Chapter 405. At this moment, Jiang Ping was sitting in a highly technological chair, a masterpiece of the old gnome, capable of rotating 360 degrees without dead angles. And it would also provide different types of massages based on the spiritual or law power you injected. Of course, this is legitimate. After all, a machine can't possibly have anything else. Sitting in this chair, Jiang Ping was spinning a pen cap in his hand while listening to the Zue's report on the harvest this time. He was also considering what to do with the purple crystal coins and resources, as these were a series of matters to address. Additionally, many people felt that the Lihua Chamber of Commerce was doing well and had already started selling goods here. Although it was just small transactions, the volume added up, so it all needed to be resolved. Jiang Ping occasionally nodded. Upon hearing Zhao Etienne's entrance, he made a gesture to calm down, and Zhao Etienne's anger immediately dissipated. He quietly found a chair to sit down. Did he not notice that Brother Bottle didn't take this matter to heart? Naturally, he couldn't rush. Otherwise, he would lose face. It wasn't until the Zue finished reporting that Jiang Ping pondered. The Zue, I trust you with your work. Look at your harvest this time and see what you want. Make a list, and you can take it back to your clan. Chapter 406. Jiang Ping paid no attention to those who were watching as the fleet and cargo were taken aboard without restraint. When they sailed out of the harbor, the entire fleet of 20 new-style void ships from Wanxiang City streamed out, with temporary workers hired on board all busy at work. However, many people felt a shiver in their hearts. I have a bad feeling about this, some of the ship workers muttered. But who could resist the generous payment from the boss? It was many times more than usual, enough to tempt them into taking risks. Still, there were no fools in Wanxiang City. Without benefits, no one would work hard. But once there were benefits, they would dare to risk it all. The grand procession continued from the meteorite belt of Wanxiang City towards the space where the Lioli crystal mine was located. Inside the flagship, Jiang Ping was sitting squarely in the center of the deck, enjoying the rare tranquility, as if waiting for something. Finally, with a loud bang, he suddenly opened his eyes. Zhao Etienne, standing nearby, also revealed a hint of excitement. Brother Bottle, they are coming. Jiang Ping smiled coldly, a smile that came from the heart. Yes, they have come. And since they have come, let us not let our good friends come in vain. How far are we from our designated location? Chapter 407. You are Jinyu. There is no need to confront a group of tiles head-on. Assess the situation. It's not shameful. After hearing this, Jiang Ping became even more curious, and the smile on his face grew even wider. This person is quite interesting. Apart from Bizue, he encountered another interesting individual. Although this person's words were not particularly pleasant to hear, they were all true. Every sentence hit the mark. From a purely employment relationship perspective, he was definitely qualified. You're the Xianguang group, right? I heard you guys are not a particularly powerful organization. This statement made the captain's eyes widen. Bro, are you kidding me? I'm helping you strategize, and you hit me with this? All right, that's great. In an instant, the captain almost wanted to run away. Wasn't this a lack of appreciation? But in the end, he muttered, we may not be well known, but we have a good reputation. We will make our way eventually. There was even a hint of stubbornness in his tone. Jiang Ping clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad. He smiled and said, I need a batch of people to help me work, just to sail the ship. I have my eye on you. State your demands. As long as they are not excessive, you're in. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you stick with me for 2 years, you'll save enough to enter the inner city. Chapter 408. It must be admitted that the vintage-style complete sets of magical treasures and the law realm completely drained these people of their fighting spirit. But do you think you can run? Did you ask Jiang Ping? Zhao Etienne, who was behind, was already eager to go, excitedly pulling out his long gun. Brother Bottle, I'm leading the charge. Jiang Ping smiled faintly at this. He slightly nodded. Zhao Etian could no longer hold back and rushed up to fight, shouting loudly, "Kill!" The overwhelming energy fluctuations caused by countless golden-armored giants completely enveloped the sky, and those so-called bandits were utterly powerless at this moment. Ridiculous. Facing a human law realm comparable to an army that had been trained for who knows how long, they were nothing. The vintage-style law realm was already enviable, let alone those who were clearly in control of certain formations. Wasn't that even more terrifying? A large number of bandits began to flee in panic. The captain was excited. These were all ships, all wealth. Those fallen racial treasures were not cheap either. This was a huge fortune. "Boss, what about us?" Jiang Ping smiled. "No need, just sail the boat." As he spoke, his entire domain suddenly opened up. Chapter 409. For these people, being decisive was as simple as eating and drinking. Jiang Ping sensed that someone was coming, but they were still far away, so there was no rush. He only sent part of the people out to continue the pursuit, while the other part cleaned up the battlefield. The so-called cleanup meant collecting corpses according to the list Jiang Ping provided. Jiang Ping was well aware of which races in Wanshang City could be consumed, which were delicious and which tasted like chewing wax. These were all precious treasures that could not be abandoned. Jiang Ping had not forgotten what the fundamental path was. The importance of magical treasures was secondary. Personal strength was paramount. Strength came from consumption, so these corpses could not be missed. When the Lai Tu and other races arrived near Jiang Ping's large ship, they were all attracted by peculiar fragrance. Some even curiously said, "Hey, could it be that they guessed we were coming and are treating us?" But others were not so optimistic and instead thought with a serious face, "They definitely knew we would come, but it's hard to say if they will treat us. What can they do? They can't be hungry, right?" They themselves did not believe this reasoning. However, the smell was indeed quite enticing. What kind of delicacy was this? It would be nice to take some back to taste. Chapter 410. Jiang Ping's seemingly smiling expression made these people uneasy. Just looking at his face was enough to show that he was not easy to mess with. "Do several big shots have business on my ship?" Jiang Ping knowingly asked, which made them even more gloomy. But in the end, Lai Tu Zhang stood up and took on everything. After all, he was one of the initiators. He smiled and spoke first. "There are indeed some matters, but we don't dare to talk about big figures. We're just trying to make a living in this Wanshang City. I've long heard that Consul Jiang of the Li Hua Chamber of Commerce is extraordinary, and today happens to be a good time for a visit. Moreover, we also believe that the Li Hua Chamber of Commerce has become a bit conservative. Such a large force like the Li Hua Chamber of Commerce has fewer businesses now. Although we are barely making ends meet, we are willing to offer some help to Consul Jiang." A few words, and there's no issue with face or substance. Jiang Ping couldn't help but smile internally. What a coincidence indeed. However, judging by the words of this shifty-eyed guy, it seems he wants to make a sacrifice. This is exactly what he wanted. After all, the Li Hua Chamber of Commerce is just starting out. Many things still need someone to guide them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping laughed heartily. "I knew something good would happen today. It turns out I was waiting for this." Chapter 411. The choice is ours? Lai Tu Zhang and the others were stunned. Deep down, they certainly wanted to partake, but this was the Wolf clan. They had been old brothers for many years. Jiang Ping did not disturb their silence. Lai Tu Zhang did not speak, but another person did. "Consul Jiang, can the Wolf clan really be eaten? Does it have such effects?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping laughed heartily. The Wolf clan leader's expression changed drastically. Although Lai Tu Zhang and the others did not show any special expressions, they were slightly taken aback. "Of course, this is a secret technique of our clan. If anyone in the future has Wolf clan meat, you can come directly to exchange with my Li Hua Chamber of Commerce, which only requires a certain handling fee to make a wonderful feast that is not only delicious, but can also enhance strength." Everyone couldn't hold back anymore. It was fine if no one started. Now that someone had, everyone began to have thoughts. Yes, if they could really get their hands on the corpses of the Wolf clan and exchange them with the Li Hua Chamber of Commerce, wouldn't their subordinate strength increase rapidly? If you grow, I can't fall behind, right? Everyone was at the same level before, but now that you suddenly surge ahead, it's a bit envious. In an instant, the glances toward the Wolf clan leader changed. Chapter 412. I personally have a great fondness for positions, especially for collecting positions I have never seen before. I wonder if anyone has some special positions in hand that I can buy at a high price. Due to this hobby of mine, I also want to tell everyone that I will be putting out a large number of positions in the future, which will be digested by you all. A few words left several people confused. If the previous remark was a bit of a tall order, then this latter one seemed a bit lacking in common sense. Who would complain about having too many positions? However, several people were delighted. Consul Jiang, is that true? They were extremely excited. Jiang Ping smiled and said, naturally. I currently have quite a few positions in hand, all unclaimed. Since they are not special, I don't particularly cherish them, and I am willing to sell. If anyone wants to take over, we can discuss it together later. This was definitely an unexpected delight. Everyone wanted to capitalize on this opportunity. The discussions among the few could be described as mutually beneficial, but who truly benefited was hard to say. In any case, Jiang Ping did not lose out. The positions he offered were all clearly subordinate positions, while what he received back were all unclaimed. Chapter 413. This kid really has good luck. Why the hell don't I have such a good wife? However, the latter part of the sentence was automatically muted, because that person was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. After all, that person dared to negotiate terms with that esteemed figure. In response, Neza couldn't help but sigh. Damn, there's no such promotion in the heavenly court. It's too great. As long as you collect positions to a certain extent, automatic promotion happens. Even the emperor's offspring doesn't enjoy such treatment. I'm really envious to the point of tears. But he also knew he wasn't destined for such fortune. His apprentice was a result of a fortuitous encounter. Moreover, it wasn't just the positions in the heavenly court. He even had the right to manipulate positions in the underworld at this moment. But that foolish apprentice was just unaware. He really didn't know what kind of monster this would become in the future. However, thinking of this made him anxious. Since Neza was born to today from naive ignorance to now being one of the prominent figures in the heavenly court, he deeply understood a principle. One must wear pants that fit one's size. Now that his apprentice has such treatment, what will he have to bear in the future? Otherwise, even if there's a female ghost helping him out, such a situation wouldn't be possible. Chapter 414. After saying a simple request, a large number of materials were pulled out by Jiang Ping and thrown into the small furnace that was matched with the little fire. Immediately, flames erupted, and the roaring fire began to exert its maximum effect. The little fire completely disappeared from Jiang Ping's sight, followed by a tender shout. Continue. Jiang Ping didn't dare to slack off, quickly injecting his spiritual power, already at 5 inches high, surrounding the furnace and constantly swirling. From time to time, spiritual force and law power condensed. Not far away, on a ship, Zhao Etian continued to be vigilant around, scanning for any potential threats. Elsewhere, the old principal and others clenched their fists, muttering to themselves, "Bottle, hold on." Such a massive consumption of spiritual power was definitely not an easy task. Even Jiang Ping was no exception. Although he now possessed strength far beyond that of the Dharma aspect realm, he was still in the Dharma aspect realm. This realm was too profound. It could be said to be the one he had lingered in the longest. Even leading Jiang Ping to have a momentary illusion, is the Dharma aspect realm the peak? But now he didn't think so anymore. He seemed to have touched upon the doorway to the next realm. Chapter 415. Someone was passionately explaining. Do you see? This is our human race's bottle emperor. These are our human race's predecessors in the Dharma aspect realm. Inside are our former brothers, comrades, and family. Now they are all fighting hard for the human race. You, enjoying the best resources and the best support, what qualifications do you have to say you're tired? What qualifications do you have to say you're suffering? I only ask one question. Are you going to eat this meal today or not? Within 3 days, I want to see at least 20 people break through to the Dharma aspect realm and then replenish the Void team. If you can't do it, everyone will have to practice extra. A group of young humans heard this news and were deeply conflicted. They were happy that the human race was resilient and that the situation was improving. But they were also sad because now the resources were really sufficient, and a large number of talented humans were being secretly cultivated, and they were among them. Not to mention the exhausting training every day. Mainly they couldn't eat anymore. Rare materials outside. Here you can eat until you vomit, and even if you don't eat, you can't help it. The main selling point is simply that there's a lot to fill you up. What they need to do is only one thing. Break through the law manifestation realm as quickly as possible. Chapter 416. Only Dongfang Lan, who was resting, sensed something was off. Why did she feel this aura was so familiar? She quickly shouted, "Principal Grandpa, wait." The old principal, furious, was about to see who it was. But when he saw it was Dongfang Lan, he immediately smiled. Lan, what's the matter? You don't need to worry about this. We're just old, not dead. Besides, compared to the Void race, we're still in our prime. Dongfang Lan found it amusing and exasperating. That wasn't what she meant at all. What I mean is, this aura seems to be emanating from Jiang Ping. This statement left the old principal and the others, who were ready to rush out, stunned. If anyone was most familiar with Jiang Ping's aura, it was undoubtedly Dongfang Lan, having grown up together. To put it bluntly, she could even guess what kind of underwear Jiang Ping wore today based on his subtle expressions, let alone his aura. This was something cultivated over many years, not something anyone could catch up with overnight. So, when Dongfang Lan said this, the old principal and the others stopped and carefully sensed their surroundings. Eventually, they discovered something extremely shocking. Chapter 417. With a long howl, Jiang Ping finally opened his eyes. When he saw a circle of people surrounding him, looking at him strangely, he was momentarily stunned. Lan, why are you all staring at me? Didn't you notice I was attacked just now? Dongfang Lan, with a strange expression, replied, Attack? No, we only saw you and your primordial spirit jumping around here, and you even used your blood-red wings in the end. Hearing Dongfang Lan's words, Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. Was he actually performing for himself? This didn't make sense. The feeling was so real. He finally understood why everyone was looking at him like that. He must have looked like someone performing a solo act. His face unusually showed a hint of embarrassment. What the heck was going on? He raised his hand to scratch his head, applying the usual force, but at that moment, a group of people frantically retreated, and Dongfang Lan's hair nearly exploded. Jiang Ping, are you crazy? Why are you attacking us? Are you exhausted? Jiang Ping was stunned, watching Dongfang Lan and the others fly far away. Wait, let me sort this out. Something's not right. He scratched his head. Just now, he hadn't attacked. It was just a subconscious use of a bit of primordial spirit power. Chapter 418. How did this happen? According to Jiang Ping's analysis, he once believed that the Iron-Tooth Beasts were the root cause of the downfall of the Heavenly Court organization because their way of survival was completely different from the existing system. Not just different, but entirely unrelated. He had studied the Iron-Tooth Beasts, which could tentatively be called biological entities. They relied on energy cores that granted them various miraculous means to harm cultivators. But what did Xiaohu mean now? Was his guess incorrect? Jiang Ping voiced his speculation. A hint of mockery appeared in Xiaohu's eyes. Do you think they are enemies? Jiang Ping blurted out, aren't they? Xiaohu had also learned to speak like people nowadays, dropping the question particle. No. Jiang Ping was astonished. Then why do they attack us? Also, there are always these creatures around magical treasures. How could they not be enemies? Moreover, I've encountered them many times in various spaces with positions and magical treasures. And they attack me like crazy. If they weren't enemies, then what were? Furthermore, back at the Fire God Mountain, if he hadn't had some skills, he might have been done for there, let alone obtaining treasures like the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire cover. Chapter 419. These are still independent existences. To successfully set up the star array, he needs to use primordial spirit power and law power to connect these individual points. This process is no less than the previous amount of work. Moreover, in this process, no one else can help. He could only rely on himself. Xiaohu glanced at Jiang Ping. What's wrong? Want to take a break? She was a bit worried. Setting up such a large array was still somewhat strenuous for Jiang Ping, even though it was a weakened version. It wasn't something just anyone could do. So, she suggested that he take a break. Jiang Ping let out a breath, his expression firm. No breaks, I feel like this is the best time. Xiaohu, help me sweep the array. Everyone else step back. Jiang Ping suddenly soared into the air, his body emitting countless threads composed of law power and primordial spirit power, flying towards the most distant points, connecting them bit by bit. This process was extremely long, and everyone watched Jiang Ping with great anticipation. Dongfang Lan and the others were sweating in their palms. Bottle, can you hold on? They couldn't imagine the immense pressure Jiang Ping had to endure. But just looking at so many array eyes and foundations could guess that this was no easy task. Chapter 420. After much effort, they finally brought the old principal and the others inside. Once they entered the star array, the old principal and the others clearly felt the difference here. Their eyes shone with excitement. Bottle, what's the situation? Jiang Ping repeated what Xiaohu had told him. The crowd burst into cheers. This significance was truly immense. If they could gradually improve the physical quality of the human race imperceptibly, how strong would the human race become in the future? However, Jiang Ping also mentioned some things. I need to go out for a while. Now, everyone just needs to slowly develop according to the current situation. Once we cultivate a law manifestation realm, half should be sent to the Honggu space, and the rest stay in the original land. We also need to thoroughly clear the various descending spaces. What I mean is that starting today, all spaces in the original land must come under our control. This idea was undeniably grand, but although it sounded big in reality, it was not far off, mainly because the human race was no longer what it used to be. Jiang Ping couldn't imagine how powerful the human race would be once they completely cleared all descending spaces. Chapter 421. The only regret was its small size. This 9-section soul beast appeared to be less than 50 centimeters long, which was a significant difference from what Jiang Ping had imagined. Previously, this little thing had posed a threat to him. Was this really the 9-section soul beast? Was its name derived from this segment? Xiaohua looked at Jiang Ping's dazed expression and said unhappily, "Speak. Can you eat or not? What are you staring at?" At this moment, Jiang Ping also reacted. Whether he could eat or not didn't count for much. He subconsciously wanted to open the food demon catalog, and just then, the golden light of his primordial spirit burst forth. In an instant, the 9-segment soul beast in front of him disappeared, and Jiang Ping's yang spirit visibly strengthened a bit. Jiang Ping was still trying to figure out what was happening when he heard Xiaohua shouting, "Damn, Jiang Ping, you're hogging it all. Give me back my 9-segment soul beast." What she had just seen was astonishing. Such a large 9-segment soul beast had just vanished, and Jiang Ping's yang spirit had strengthened. She wasn't stupid. Even if she were, she would know what was happening. Jiang Ping was hoarding it all. Chapter 422. Xiaohua was so angry she laughed. They were flying toward you, not to attack you, but to invite you to dinner? Now you know why you weren't allowed to wander around alone, right? The yang spirit is like a delicious meal to these night-roaming creatures. Seeing you, they would go crazy and attack, then share the spoils. Jiang Ping couldn't help but shiver, looking at the dense points of light. He swallowed hard. Are all these 9-segment soul beasts? Xiaohua rolled her eyes. What else? If there were 8-segment ones, your small frame wouldn't be able to handle it. All right, I won't interfere this time. You handle it yourself and experience the attack methods of the soul beasts. After saying this, she looked at Jiang Ping. Xiaohua had a plan in mind. This area was called Dark Mountain, and there weren't any powerful soul beasts here. So, there was no need to worry about Jiang Ping really getting into trouble. Even if there were, he still had her backing him up. Jiang Ping asked in confusion. I can handle them myself, but how do I deal with them? He had no idea how to deal with these soul beasts. Yang spirit. Use your primordial spirit power to cover your whole body. Activate the unique yang fire of the yang spirit to burn them. Anything more profound than that, you can't handle right now. Chapter 423. How did you come here if you can't bring the 9 dragons' divine fire shield? This was Jiang Ping's point of curiosity. Xiaohua scoffed. Idiot. Am I a physical entity? Jiang Ping cautiously touched, and it felt good. Yeah. Xiaohua asked helplessly. What am I? Jiang Ping foolishly replied. Xiaohua. On the surface, he seemed silly, but inside he was already overjoyed. Finally, he had turned the tables, and watching Xiaohua's frustrated expression was quite amusing. Like teasing a child. I am fire, the true fire of Samadhi. True fire is energy. I'm also energy, so I can come here, got it? Cough, cough, Xiaohua. Pretty girls shouldn't curse. I understand. In fact, Jiang Ping had already thought about this issue. Just like outside, he had never seen Xiaohua's shadow. Because fire is energy, even if she condensed into a physical entity, she was still an energy body, and how could an energy body cast a shadow in sunlight? The two of them joked around, and Jiang Ping began to recover. Xiaohua grumbled, You wasteful brat, you burned all those 9-segment soul beasts. It would have been great to keep them for food. Well, even if you can't eat them now, you could stockpile them. Chapter 424. But what? Xiaohua was waiting for the rest. What could it be? Just needed to do a little something. Forget it. I'll handle it later. My Dharma body doesn't have much strength left, so I won't say more. I might not be able to hold on much longer. Xiaohua, we'll talk again later. By the way, I remember leaving a treasure at Dark Mountain some time ago. It's not particularly strong, but better than nothing. You can let Jiang Ping take it. After all, it was just lying around. As she spoke, she had already disappeared from Xiaohua's sight. Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears. Everyone had fallen into this, and she didn't know when they would really meet again. On Jiang Ping's side, he stayed put. Within this circle, it seemed really safe. At least the surrounding 9-segment soul beasts didn't dare to move. The dense 9-segment soul beasts were chilling, but the more Jiang Ping looked, the more he found them appealing. After recovering his strength, Jiang Ping's eyes turned, and he remembered something. He gently shot out yang fire toward a small area. He wanted to try and find a way to kill the 9-segment soul beasts while preserving their bodies, just like Xiaohua. Mainly because he felt that energy that was killed directly could only be considered dissipated energy, not comparable to what Xiaohua had given him. Chapter 425, Damn it. We're good brothers. We agreed to share the loot after going out. With the naked eye, Kunlun was panicking, and Hu Jiao Wutuan also showed a difficult expression. Their eyes revealed that they were struggling, but this struggle felt somewhat powerless. A very helpless thought arose in their hearts. Why did I come here? I knew it was dangerous, yet I still came. Am I crazy? Although they didn't know what was happening, the energy fluctuations were something they couldn't resist. Kunlun faced his former brother, who was gradually darkening and being corrupted, looking troubled. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Brother, I'm sorry, but I have to run. He couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't want to become a monster controlled by dark energy. Before coming, he had specifically sought out treasures that could be used in this night roaming realm, thinking he was foolproof, but unexpectedly everything fell short. But how would he explain this when he went back? He didn't have time to think more. He had to run. He felt that his luck was running out. Clearly so close, yet he flipped it over. But the next second, his whole body trembled. What did he see? It was a breathtaking great sun filled with the aura of the Yang spirit. Chapter 426. Upon reaching the second level of the Yang spirit, Jiang Ping was overjoyed, while Xiaohua was shocked. How long has it been? It hasn't been long since Jiang Ping broke through to the Yang spirit, and he just broke through so smoothly. Even though she had some mental preparation, she was still shocked by this speed. She couldn't help but exclaim, Jiang Ping, you're so fast. Jiang Ping was speechless. Could this be said like that? Xiaohua, I feel like my perception of the night roaming realm has become clearer after reaching the second level of the Yang spirit. Before, I thought I had to tear apart space to fully perceive the existence of the night roaming realm. It was a hazy feeling. But now, it seems like I can come any time. This made Jiang Ping overjoyed. This meant he could come to this treasure land more conveniently. Yes, for others, it was a disgusting place because, even if you were strong, you wouldn't dare exceed the threshold to kill enemies. But for Jiang Ping, it was like being served food, killing wildly. It was a thrilling experience. Wasn't it a treasure land? Xiaohua let out a sound of realization, suppressing the shock in his heart. Your perception is correct. For an average cultivator, reaching the second level of the Yang God is the true beginning of exploring the Night Wanderer realm. It was dangerous before that. Chapter 427. This is an important and critical question. Jiang Ping does not believe that others cannot advance to the Yang God or enhance their Yang God. This kind of thing can be inquired about. It has the effect of using stones from other mountains to carve jade. Xiaohua did not expect Jiang Ping to ask this, but since he had already said a lot today, he was not afraid to say a bit more. You are right. Other cultivators also have their own methods. Some are efficient, while others are not, but regardless, they are all secrets that are not passed down, considered as the last resort. They are referred to as the immortal ascension ladder. The quality of the ascension ladder determines the speed of advancement. However, generally speaking, all methods and all ascension ladders essentially still allow the ghost energy to erode one's Yang God within a certain limit, and then refine the Yang God within that controllable limit to achieve advancement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping's expression became somewhat strange. The immortal ascension ladder? What niche name? But why does the word immortal carry such a mysterious feeling? What is an immortal? Jiang Ping believed that as long as he asked, Xiaohua would surely answer him. But he felt that knowing this now seemed useless. Chapter 428. After exiting the Night Wanderer realm, Jiang Ping's Yang God returned to his body. But as a second-level Yang God, he clearly felt a completely different experience compared to before. His control over his body was much stronger. He even felt like he was on the threshold of the fourth transformation of the mysterious art. He subconsciously thought of an experimental method. Why not test it with the 9-dragon divine fire shield? However, he ultimately abandoned this idea because after the Yang God completely merged with the body, he realized it was just his illusion. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a starry sky with bright stars that captivated him. Lan Lan happened to come to give Jiang Ping nourishing soup to maintain his body. Seeing Jiang Ping's joyful expression, she asked, Bottle, you're back? How is it? Any gains? Jiang Ping held Lan Lan's hand, and Dongfang Lan did not refuse, waiting for him to continue. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ping kept rubbing his hand, but did not speak. After an unknown amount of time, a voice filled with grievance came. That's enough. You're almost rubbing my skin off. Jiang Ping smiled awkwardly and coughed. I was just thinking about how to say it. Chapter 429. The ellipsis on the light screen kept spinning, as if it was really in thought. The center of Wanxiang City was not the center of the outer city, but the inner city. At this moment, several beings that were indistinguishable from humans were pondering something. Are you sure it's him? No one answered. Only one of them slightly raised his hand, and a mini light screen suddenly appeared in his palm, which looked very sci-fi, as if he inherently had this function. Therefore, it was very likely that he was not human. After multiple comparisons, it was about 80% certainty. Upon hearing this, the others revealed a smile. Sell it to him. We have already sold so many exclusive routes. One more won't make a difference. Another person said, should we meet him? The others shook their heads without thinking. Not the right time. Let's wait. At this moment, the light screen outside, the one in front of Jiang Ping, finally emitted an intelligent voice. Exclusive entry route to the city, charged by years, 10 void years for 10 million purple crystal coins or equivalent collateral. Before the introduction was finished, a smile appeared on Jiang Ping's face. Let's start with 10 years of fun. This statement caused everyone around to feel a toothache. Chapter 430. Jiang Ping was never good at handling such matters, but it did not prevent him from knowing that this group of women was not good people. They were only interested in his looks and his money, right? Of course, if asked whether looks or money was more important, Jiang Ping would likely understand that money was more important. Money is a man's backbone. Therefore, for such people, Jiang Ping always had one method: wave his hand. Whoosh! He disappeared. He directly vanished into the passage. After all, he had already bought the VIP passage. In the future, he would use the exclusive entry route and would not encounter such things again, so there was no need to worry about them. When Jiang Ping's figure disappeared at the entrance, a group of female species pounded their chests and stomped their feet, while a group of poor guys looked on with wide eyes. They quickly entered the city, hoping to catch up with Jiang Ping. After all, he was a golden thigh. Who could resist him? But after entering the city, Jiang Ping had long since vanished. Quietly arriving at the Lihua Merchant Association, he met Mo Cho and He Chun. Now, Zhao Etian had gone to the Honggu space, and Mo Cho and He Chun were in charge of the outer city of Wanxiang City. Bottle, you're here? Mo Cho looked at Jiang Ping with a hint of joy in her eyes, along with a trace of admiration. Where did this admiration come from? Because she had heard many things from Dezue and learned how powerful Jiang Ping was in establishing a foothold in Wanxiang City. Chapter 431. First, the reception room arranged in the Lihua Merchant Association was to control the two of them to prevent information from leaking. Even if the two of them did not negotiate successfully with the Merchant Association, there would still be a next step, such as severe interrogation. A duck that has been caught must not be allowed to fly away. Of course, there was also the point that, in a certain sense, these two must have caused trouble. Jiang Ping could not believe that these two did not know the consequences of moving in. Since they knew and still moved in, they were seeking the protection of the Lihua Merchant Association. After all, who did not know how powerful the Lihua Merchant Association was now? Jiang Ping clapped his hands and smiled. Interesting, Wanxiang City is indeed full of clever people. Since that's the case, bring them over and let's chat. Mo Cho saw that Jiang Ping understood her meaning and went down to make arrangements. In less than half an hour, Jiang Ping had just gone through the accounts for this period to see if there was anything needed. He then heard He Chun's voice from outside. Be careful. Consul Jiang has great cultivation. Pay attention when speaking, and don't leave the door open. Also, I don't know what you want to see Consul Jiang for, but logically, you don't have the qualifications to meet the consul for this business. The consul knows you might get into trouble, so he pities you. Don't think that we at the Lihua Merchant Association are easy to bully. Chapter 432. Originally, they wanted to rely on their trump card to negotiate with Jiang Ping. If the Heavenly Luck Mine was not enough, they could quickly reveal their trump card to entice Jiang Ping to agree to this transaction. However, they did not expect Jiang Ping to see through their trump card immediately. Moreover, it was no longer a matter of whether it was a trump card. If it did not speak, then there would be no negotiations at all. The two exchanged glances and saw the gravity in each other's eyes. This was related to their impending life-and-death crisis. Jiang Ping did not disturb their thoughts, merely watching them with a calm demeanor, neither coercing nor enticing them. He waited patiently. As time passed, both of them were drenched in sweat. To cooperate or not to cooperate. If they didn't tea, there would truly be nothing more to discuss. But if they did, what would Jiang Ping do? Finally, Jiang Ping received his answer. The two yielded. Consul Jiang, we believe in you. Jiang Ping laughed heartily. Believe in me? Just look at how you both appear right now. How can you claim to believe in me? However, Jiang Ping did not expose them. He gestured invitingly. There was indeed more. If there were only one celestial fortune mine, they wouldn't have bothered Consul Jiang. By chance, they stumbled upon a coordinate. And after years of exploration, they discovered it was a wild spatial rift. There were no living beings in the rift, only filled with seawater, but strangely, the waves were calm, as if there was not a ripple at all. Chapter 433. Is being a master this troublesome? Rubbing his head, Neza suddenly felt like he didn't want to be this master anymore. Somewhere, an old Taoist with an ethereal demeanor snorted. So, you know being a master is not easy? How many times have I wiped your behind? Don't you have any idea? No matter how Neza thought, he ultimately yielded. He felt the urge to respond. What if his disciple really got into trouble and needed his help? What could he do? But now he didn't have the strength to respond, he sighed. He made a grand vow towards a certain direction. Immediately, a golden light descended. Kid, you better have something going on. If not, I'll be in trouble. I've already incurred debts. I, Neza, the so-called prince of equalization, have never caused a famine. Regardless of how Neza grumbled, he ultimately connected. Then, Jiang Ping's smiling face appeared before Neza. Master, look at me, he called while jumping up and down. Neza felt exhausted and stole a glance. But just that fleeting glance left Neza astonished. What the hell? What's going on with you? How did you suddenly become a young god? No, where's your ascension ladder? Damn it, I never taught you this. Your progress in profound arts is just SOSO, but this. Chapter 434. Can this thing really be played like this? No way, where'd he get this thing? Right? If he can devour these ghostly energies, then this treasure can be considered a divine artifact. By the way, it seems that there's a replica of the demon refining pot at Master Uncle's place. Should I go and ask? Neza was truly worried sick. He was willing to sacrifice his own face for his disciple. Just then, Jiang Ping's young god began to shine brightly, revealing a mysterious aura, and the steps began to condense. However, the color was exceptionally eye-catching to the point that even Neza found it hard to believe. The technique he passed to Jiang Ping for condensing the ascension ladder was absolutely top tier, capable of condensing a crimson ascension ladder, and when practiced to perfection, it shone like fiery red glass. This kind of ascension ladder was definitely invincible at the same level. No matter where it was thrown, it would be a great asset. But what was going on now? What color is this from Jiang Ping? Has it mutated? Yellow? No. Neza suddenly realized that this was not yellow at all. In fact, his keen eyes could see streams of golden aura condensing around Jiang Ping. And these auras seemed to be gathering from a certain place in the void like threads. Neza was horrified. Chapter 435. However, the old principal could no longer wait. Just say the outcome directly, don't dawdle. Dang Fong took a deep breath. I think we should hold a sacrificial ceremony or do something to boost morale to support the bottle. I believe the bottle is not facing difficulties alone, but that we as a collective are facing difficulties. The shortcoming might be on our end. It must be said that Dang Fong's experience in the underworld was not in vain. He truly understood the situation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to say this. The old principal and others were taken aback. We are the shortcoming. Upon careful thought, it was indeed very possible. The bottle might not be rampant in the void now, but what difficulties couldn't it escape? But why does this feel so unreliable? Boosting morale. What kind of supportive behavior is that? They fell into silence. In the end, old Zhao stepped forward. Forget it, let us just do it. We can't just wait around. Let's try it out, shall we? Boosting morale. I think nothing gets the blood pumping more than military exercises. We've indeed neglected this aspect in recent years. Although the common people's lives are improving and their strength is increasing, how much foundation the human race truly has, no one is clear about. Chapter 436. The war drums sounded. At the moment the war drums struck, everyone felt a jolt of excitement, and a thunderclap echoed in the sky. This thunder was heard by everyone in the primordial land. The difference was that the human race felt invigorated, as if something deep within them had been stirred, their blood boiling, while the other races, whether they had already allied with the human race or not, all changed their expressions drastically, trembling in fear. It was as if they had encountered the fiercest enemy, shaken to their core. Those with strong power were still manageable, just pale in the face, but the weak had already prostrated themselves on the ground at that moment. They didn't understand why this ordinary thunder would emit such a terrifying aura that made them unable to lift their heads. The old principal looked invigorated. After hearing the thunder, it was as if he momentarily returned to his younger days, the era stained with blood, the era when the human race forged ahead. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked to the sides. Zhao Xiar, don't you think this is a sign from heaven? A sign from heaven? If this had been said before, many would have scoffed, as the human race never relied on the heavens. But in the recent period, the experiences had been so rich that they couldn't help but express a hint of doubt. Chapter 437. War crimes can be said to be one of the greatest punishments in the 13 cities. Anyone who commits this crime is doomed to never see the light of day. However, the principal's words did not frighten the teachers at all. The students watched as their homeroom teacher, subject teachers, and even the big chef in the kitchen took off their long robes or their snow-white chef uniforms. They rushed outside as quickly as possible. Students, what I usually teach you is all theory. Your generation is very lucky. You haven't faced hardship or experienced true life and death crises, so laziness and carelessness are your common faults. So today, the teachers will provide you with this lesson. After speaking, the teacher who had taken off his long robe laughed heartily and jumped out the window, rushing towards the playground with rapid steps. The students were left dumbfounded. Although some of them didn't understand, it seemed that at that moment they grasped the meanings of a few words: humanity, progress, unity, because the teacher personally demonstrated the meanings of these words through his actions. This kind of teaching was more vivid than any theoretical class. Some students couldn't help but want to rush out to follow the teacher's footsteps. But just a few steps out, they were kicked back by the teacher. Chapter 438. At that moment, Jiang Ping cement lime finally reached equilibrium and began to slowly solidify into steps. The condensation was slow. Golden, still golden. Just when Neza thought it was about time, suddenly the golden light changed dramatically. It became even more dazzling. Neza exclaimed, "What the hell? It's not over yet?" He thought the current display was already impressive, but he never expected to underestimate it. Because Jiang Ping's steps were rising. The speed of the ascent was quite fast. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and it took a full 4 steps before it began to rest. Neza was already numb. Even his own son wouldn't play like this. A full 4 steps saved others hundreds of years of hard work. Wouldn't that make those who had painstakingly cultivated drop their jaws in disbelief? Finally, the steps shining with the sun god's light were fully solidified, and Jiang Ping also opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, he felt he could pierce through the heavens. This was an illusion of rapidly increasing power. But it was precisely this illusion that was the most terrifying. With his eyes open, Jiang Ping felt the sun god running back and forth on the 4 steps, and every lap seemed to be a kind of tempering for him. Jiang Ping excitedly shouted, "This is fun! This is fun!" Chapter 439. The eagle beak on the opposite side was stunned. Although a bit flustered, thinking of his own background, he still proudly shouted, "I am from the inner city, a first-class servant of the Gilios family in the inner city. Do you dare touch me?" After saying that, he became even more spirited. The pride on his face deepened. "If you dare to touch me, I guarantee that the Fire Merchant Association will be destroyed from today onwards. Don't think that the Fire Merchant Association is impressive. Compared to the inner city, it's nothing. Also, I represent the #1 young master of the Gilios family, Gilios Tear, and I am here to summon the council of your Fire Merchant Association. Aren't you going to report this? Be careful with your head if you delay important matters." After he finished speaking, the whole place was in shock. The inner city, Gilios. Every name sent shivers down people's spines. This was a summons from the inner city. Could it be that the Fire Merchant Association was about to take off? This was everyone's thought because the inner city was too sacred for all the people from the outer city. Their meaning of staying here was to one day enter the inner city and obtain the next level of cultivation methods. For this, they would gladly work like oxen and horses. However, they never expected that the recently rising Fire Merchant Association would actually get this opportunity. Chapter 440. Kame trembled a bit, and the eagle beak that was beaten also trembled. The onlookers were even more shaken. This was truly offending someone to the core. Did the Fire Merchant Association have the guts to be this bold? When Kame drew the 3rd whip, several people came rushing in from the horizon. It was none other than Lietu Zhang and others. Their faces were extremely panicked. Just a moment ago, they received news that the Gilios family's lackey from the inner city had come to the Fire Merchant Association to stir up trouble, and then was severely dealt with by Consul Jiang. Every single matter in this was not trivial. First of all, the Giglio's family, an inner-city family, had been in the Myriad City for so long that they naturally had heard of this family, which was known for its dominance. Not to mention the person leading this time was the number one young master of the Giglio's family, who could completely represent the Giglio's family. Such a figure would usually be catered to, so how could anyone dare to offend him? The more critical point was that it was just because a mere servant was slapped. Was it necessary? The few of them rushed in together and shouted, "Consul Jiang, stop! Are you crazy?" Jiang Ping looked at the newcomers with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He also wanted to see what these new allies were made of.